Chapter 1 Campus 100 Beauties List, Opening Confession. Magic City. The central square of Shanghai Jiaotong University. The cool autumn breeze blows gently. A man with picturesque features, handsome appearance, and extraordinary elegance, who looked like a banished immortal, was walking on the road, accompanied by three roommates with shining eyes. LSP's roommates' eyes were fixed on the young ladies passing by without blinking. Wow, this autumn is so beautiful. Not too many clothes, not too few, just the right amount. Look at that girl, her breasts are so long. Ah! Those legs are so big. The LSP looked at the young ladies on campus and talked about it. Lin Yu looked at the group of LSPs who were drooling all over the floor and shook his head. Can these idiots be more steady like him? All he does all day is think about sex. No porn. Women will only affect the speed at which he draws his sword. The things a sword should stay away from the most are women and emotions. Lin Yu is a time traveler who traveled here 2 months ago. Before Lin Yu traveled through time, he was an ordinary office worker. Age 25, single. I drink a glass of hot milk before going to bed to avoid feeling tired the next day. 2 months ago, he listened to a song called Thank You. When he woke up the next day, he found himself traveling to a parallel world similar to Blue Star. The original owner of this body was also called Lin Yu. Because he had just finished the college entrance examination and his results were pretty good, he rewarded himself by playing games crazily. Then, Lin Yu traveled through time and space. Lin Yu was still very satisfied with this. After all, he has returned to his college days and is experiencing college life again. Isn't that great? Moreover, Lin Yu had read a lot of online articles, and he knew that time travelers all had golden fingers. What ring, Grandpa? What little green bottle my son Wangtung has? Oh no, this seems like fantasy. We are in the city, and the golden finger should be systematic. So, Lin Yu enjoyed his summer vacation at home while waiting for the arrival of the system. The original owner's family was quite well off. He played all the games that he didn't have time to play at work, and also watched a lot of anime, such as Kaguya-sama, Love is War, Spy Game, and The Healer. At the same time, the system arrived as Lin Yu expected. That day, Lin Yu received an admission letter from the university. The moment you get the notice in your hands. An electronic beep sounded in his mind. Ding! Ding! Detected that the host was admitted to university in his second life, the perfect male god system is activated. When Lin Yu heard this voice, he was unexpectedly ecstatic. Look, isn't our golden finger here? Ding! System detection environment. System starting up. System function unlocking 0%, 10%, 20%, 30%, 50%, 99%. On the blue system panel in Lin Yu's mind, a progress bar appeared, loading to 99%, and then remained motionless. 10 minutes later. He looked at the system panel. What's going on? Sigma. Why does it stop loading when there is only one frame left? This system, doesn't he know that he has obsessive-compulsive disorder? What Lin Yu hated most was the progress bar loading to 99% and then not moving. However, this kind of thing happened many times, whether I was watching videos or playing games, and it almost broke the game screen. Within 1 month, Lin Yu would check the system loading progress bar every day, but every time it was the same 99% that never changed. During this period, he asked the system why. The system responded that the necessary conditions were missing. He is numb. His system is turned on, but not fully turned on. However, although the system's function loading progress bar is stuck at 99%, some functions are still available. There are 2 selectable task options in the system panel, and the other options are locked with a small lock and cannot be viewed. Adhere to the morning jogging task and quickly improve your physical fitness. Adhere to skincare tasks and your charm will be improved quickly. Physical enhancement capsule, not yet unlocked. Heroic capsule, not yet unlocked. Learning enhancement capsule, not yet unlocked. So Lin Yu insisted on jogging every morning on campus. He also started taking care of his skin. Although he was very handsome, no one would mind becoming more handsome. In fact, it was not that Lin Yu wanted to exercise, but because the original owner's body was a little weak. He felt this deeply after traveling through time. Yuzi. Have you heard of our Campus 100 Beautiful Girls list? Wang Wei patted Lin Yu beside him with his chubby hands. Lin Yu came back to his senses. What did you say? You kid, There are so many beauties around and you are still in a daze. Hey, have you heard of our campus 100 beauty list? No. Lin Yu replied calmly without any ripples on his face. He had no woman in his heart and was a natural god when he drew his sword, so naturally he had never heard of such a thing. You've never heard of this? The Campus 100 Beauties list lists the 100 most beautiful girls in our university. Wang Jun looked at the other roommates with a mysterious and obscene look and said with a wicked smile. Zhao Tian and Xian Fei on the side looked at Wang Jun excitedly, with fiery expressions on their faces. Hurry up and tell me, Junzi. I've heard of the 100 most beautiful girls list. It was supposedly created by a senior on the campus forum. But I searched all the forums and couldn't find it. Wang Jun smiled proudly. Are you kidding? Is that something an average person can find? I also used some tricks to see a little bit. Stop keeping us in suspense, kid. Just tell me. Zhao Tian and Xian Fei said impatiently. Seeing how anxious you are, let me explain it slowly. Just as Wang Jun was about to speak, there was a burst of noise from the crowd on the west side of the campus square. Look! Look! Zhang Tingting. It's Zhang Tingting. Lin Yu and his group looked in the direction of the noise. A girl with a ponytail, a pure face and a white long skirt appeared in everyone's sight. She was surrounded by two pretty girls. The sight caused a commotion among the crowd. Judging from Lin Yu's extremely high aesthetic standards, this woman's appearance is pretty good. But that's all. Wang Jun, who was standing by, had his nostrils dilated and a shocked expression on his face. Fuck! School beauty. Zhang Tingting. Is she the school beauty? Lin Yu asked. Yuzi, school has been going on for a month, don't tell me you don't even know the school beauty. The three LSPS looked at Lin Yu in shock. Lin Yu nodded lightly, be more confident, I really don't know the school beauty. Why does he want to know the school beauty? Do I have to get to know her just because she is beautiful? Wang Jun, Xian Fei, Zhao Tian. Wang Jun cleared his throat. Ahem, you don't know this, right? Zhang Tingting is not only the campus beauty, but also the second most beautiful woman on the list of the 100 most beautiful women on campus that I just mentioned. Holy crap! So amazing? The second most beautiful girl. The other two LSP's eyes lit up. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows and said, second place? Who is ranked first? At the same time, a beautiful figure walked towards the riotous crowd from a distance. Sun Tingting and her best friends had already walked diagonally across from Lin Yu. Ding! Ding! Mission released, host confesses to the most beautiful woman present. Regardless of success or failure, the full functionality of the system can be unlocked. When Lin Yu heard the electronic prompt sound in his mind, his starry eyes condensed and his gaze became as sharp as an eagle. Confess your love to the most beautiful woman present? P.S. A new author, I hope you like it. Chapter 2, Confession Rejected, The Sudden Appearance of the Cold Goddess. Lin Yu finally found out the reason why the system loading progress bar was stuck at 99% for the past month. It turned out that she was waiting for him here. Is this a necessary condition? Shua. I finally managed to open the system once, but you made me lose so completely. The system asked him to confess his love to the most beautiful person present. Are you sure they are not playing a trick on him? This system, after being turned on, the system function is stuck at 99% progress. Now he has to find someone to confess his love to in order to unlock it. ISNT this bullying honest people? System, IU. The host has been detected to be abusing the system, and the system loading progress has dropped to 98%. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. This loading progress can go backwards. He suspected the system was intentional, and he had evidence. Lin Yu wondered whether to carry out this task. After all, this is a task of expressing one's feelings in public, and the pros and cons must be weighed carefully. According to the task requirements, confess your love to the most beautiful woman present. It should be this school beauty, right? Let him, Lin Yu, confess his love to a woman he has never met? Are you kidding? How is that possible? Is Lin Yu such a person? Well, without further ado, let me confess my feelings right away. So delicious. Lin Yu didn't want to do that, but the system gave him too much. Having read many online articles, he knew that the rewards given by the system must be very powerful and rare. Even though the functions of the system are not fully unlocked, the rewards are still very good. Lin Yu has been running in the morning every day for the past month, and he can feel that his physical fitness has improved visibly. Both kidneys felt a constant flow of power. And by taking care of his skin every day, his charm has also been greatly improved. Not to mention the female students in the department, even the male students looked at him with an inexplicable sense of fencing. Lin Yu felt uneasy. The fully unlocked system functions are definitely more powerful. Lin Yu was looking forward to this. He thinks very clearly. I don't know this school beauty, so I just confessed my feelings to her. It doesn't matter if you fail, the mission says that you can unlock system functions regardless of success or failure. As for what others would think of him if he failed, Lin Yu never cared about such things. On the other hand, Lin Yu would rather fail, so that he can unlock the system and not have a woman, which is the best of both worlds. Lin Yu believed that he would make a profit without any loss. He looked at Zhang Tingting, who was diagonally opposite him. I felt that the probability of my failure was quite high, and I couldn't help but feel safe. Because Lin Yu's sixth sense told him that it was not so easy to confess to this woman. I saw Zhang Tingting and the others were about to go far away. Lin Yu took a deep breath and walked in that direction. Etc. School beauty classmate. His voice is not loud, but it is full of energy, clear and magnetic. At this moment, all the onlookers in the campus square were stunned. Then he looked at the man who made the sound. Fuck. Brothers. They're S.A. Melon. Looking at this situation, I'm afraid it's another one of them confessing his love to the school beauty. It's the 13th this month. In that case, isn't this the 13th dog licker? What a shame, this guy is quite handsome. Wang Jun, Xin Fei and others were also shocked by Lin Yu's sudden action. Fuck. What the hell is Yuzi doing? Zhang Tingting heard Lin Yu's voice, stopped and looked at him. What's up? Campus beauty, be my girlfriend. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yu said calmly. Very good, his task is completed, he just waits to be rejected and then unlock the system functions. Fuck. Shit. When Lin Yu's roommates saw this scene, they made a unified sound. The beautiful Chinese character culture is fully displayed at this moment. Is Yuzi so brave? The three of them found it hard to imagine that Lin Yu, who was usually so steady and had no interest in women, would suddenly appear and confess his love to the school belle. And he doesn't even know the campus beauty. Is this because of lust? It was indeed a confession. The onlookers around were not surprised by this. They just wanted to see how Lin Yu was rejected by Zhang Tingting. Zhang Tingting was slightly stunned when she heard this. She looked carefully at the handsome man in front of her. She recognized Lin Yu. In the girls' list of campus idols, Lin Yu tops the list of looks. Zhang Tingting naturally knew him. However, the campus male god list is divided into the appearance list and the comprehensive list. In the comprehensive list, Lin Yu ranked 20th. The ranking of the comprehensive list is based on family background, academic ability, and development potential. This Lin Yu seems to have an ordinary background, and nothing can be seen about him. Apart from being handsome, there seems to be nothing else about him. The reason why Lin Yu ranked 20th was because his appearance gave him a lot of points. Zhang Tingting already had the answer in her mind. She is a woman who was going to marry into a wealthy family, so how could she be with an ordinary person? If the top 3 people on the overall list confessed their love to her, she might agree. She has silently treated this man as a bootlicker. Zhang Tingting gave a professional smile. Sorry, we're not a good match. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Lin Yu's expression darkened slightly when he heard this. Okay, school beauty classmate, I'm sorry for being abrupt. In fact, he laughed out loud in his heart. Ha ha ha. The plan worked. As he expected, he was rejected. Successfully unlocked the system function. When Wang Jun and the others saw this, they didn't know what to say for a moment. Prepare to wait for Lin Yu to come back and comfort him. The onlookers around were satisfied to see Lin Yu being rejected. Look. This guy is so handsome, but he was rejected by the school beauty. Lin Yu ignored other people's comments and prepared to go back. But I still haven't heard the system's task completion prompt. He muttered to himself. System, damn it. My mission is completed, but it still hasn't been unlocked? Return to the host, you have not completed the task. Please confess your love to the most beautiful woman in the audience. Countless question marks suddenly appeared in Lin Yu's head. What's going on? Didn't he just say that he was rejected? Student Lin Yu, don't be sad. It's just right that she rejected you. Come, confess your love to me. Sister, I'll be your girlfriend, okay? Lin Yu was wondering which step he went wrong. A charming, cool and pleasant female voice rang in my ears. He looked in the direction of the sound. The woman in front of him had a beautiful face, with long black wavy hair that fell naturally on her shoulders. The white t-shirt and slim fit jeans highlight her sexy and hot figure. Below her full breasts is a slender waist, and below that are her plump and perky buttocks with rapidly expanding curves. Even with Lin Yu's extremely high aesthetic taste, he could only admit that this woman was extremely beautiful. She is much prettier than Zhang Tingting just now. Compared to Zhang Tingting, this woman looks more like a school belle, right? But, who is this? He didn't know her either. How come she suddenly appeared? And how did she know that my name was Lin Yu? The onlookers were shocked when they saw the woman suddenly appear. Long Qingxue. It's Long Qingxue, the legendary flower of Jialing. North of the Milky Way, the snow is the most beautiful. Why is she here? Lang Qingxue is also one of the campus beauties of Shanghai University, but her personality is as cold as an iceberg, giving people a feeling that strangers should stay away from her. Because she rarely appears in public, her popularity is not as high as Zhang Tingting. Zhang Tingting, who was standing by, saw Lang Qingxue coming and showed surprise and a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Why is this cheap best friend of mine here? Still want Lin Yu to be her boyfriend? Superficial, only care about looks? Lang Qingxue didn't care about the looks around her. She looked at Lin Yu with a devilish smile. How about it, Lin Yu, confess your feelings to me. Chapter 3, School Beauty's Girlfriend Seems Even Better. Confess to me, Lin Yu. Sister will treat you well. Lang Qingxue said this, then looked at Lin Yu in front of him with a slight smile. When she was observing from the side just now, she realized that this handsome man was not expressing his feelings sincerely at all. How can you confess your love empty-handed? At least you should bring a bouquet of roses, right? The man's expression was very calm, without any trace of disappointment after being rejected. This was not the first time Lang Qingxue had seen Lin Yu. Lang Qingxue has the habit of getting up early to exercise. Every morning on campus, she could see this handsome man jogging. For a month, he had never stopped, regardless of wind or rain. Moreover, there was a calmness in this man's eyes that was not in line with his age. She was intrigued by it, and man, you managed to get my attention. So she asked around for Lin Yu's name and department. When Lin Yu heard this, a question mark popped up in his mind. Sigma. What's going on? Did he hear it wrong? Why would a more beautiful woman come over and ask him to confess his love? Is there something wrong? He didn't really want to confess. The crowd around, including Lin Yu's roommates, were also shocked. Fuck. I heard something. Lang Qingxue wants this buddy to confess his love. That's the iceberg goddess, the flower of the high mountains. And he said that as long as she confessed her feelings, she would be his girlfriend? Impossible. Zhang Tingting and her best friends also stood there in a daze. Zhang Tingting is from the Department of Art, and Lang Qingxue is from the Department of Mathematics. The two of them didn't know each other at first, but later when Zhang Tingting saw Lang Qingxue's beauty, she came to become her best friend. Lang Qingxue didn't say anything about this. Zhang Tingting was a little jealous of Lang Qingxue's beauty. She felt that she was already very beautiful, but compared to Lang Qingxue, she was still far behind. Fortunately, Lang Qingxue is rather aloof and rarely appears in the public eye. So it is still Zhang Tingting who was most popular. Zhang Tingting was a little annoyed for a moment. Did Lang Qingxue come here deliberately to target her and slap her in the face? She spoke immediately. Qingxue, what do you mean? Lang Qingxue turned around and looked at Zhang Tingting with an elegant smile. Tingting, didn't you reject him? In that case, it should be okay for him to confess to me, right? I think he's pretty good. You wouldn't mind, right? Zhang Tingting's face flushed slightly. Of course I don't mind. I don't just look at appearances. Well, that's good. Lang Qingxue narrowed her beautiful eyes. However, at this time, Lin Yu reacted. He felt that Lang Qingxue was probably joking when she said this, as if she was trying to give him a way out. Although I don't know why. The students around me also realized this. The cold school belle must be kind-hearted and want to give these handsome guys a way out. Anyway, they don't believe that such an ice goddess would take the initiative to let someone confess their love. Lin Yu saw this. He decided to take advantage of the situation. After all, it is the love of the beautiful young lady, and you refuse to take it when she gives you a way out. Isn't that a big fool? After confessing his feelings, he quickly left. He just thought Leng Qingxue in front of him was joking. Leng Qingxue saw that Lin Yu was hesitant to speak, so she narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at him. Student Lin Yu, are you scared? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Will he be afraid? Just kidding, he is super brave, okay? Grandma, come on. He won't lose out at all by confessing his love to a prettier girl. And she is the school beauty as best friend, which makes it even better. Even make a little profit. Lin Yu took a deep breath and looked at Leng Qingxue. Leng Qingxue, I like you, please be my girlfriend. When Leng Qingxue heard Lin Yu's confession, she raised her beautiful eyes, raised her red lips slightly, and revealed a smile of success. I agree. We are boyfriend and girlfriend now. Lin Yu nodded. Then the body was startled. Sigma. What? What's the meaning? Do you agree now? Why doesn't this woman play by the rules? Then an electronic synthesized voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the confession mission. All system functions are fully unlocked. System loading, 98%, 99%, 100%. Host can turn on the sign-in mode. Sign in and punch in to get system points, which can be exchanged for props in the system mall. The information panel of the system mall popped up in front of Lin Yu. Points Mall, Unbreakable Glory Capsules, Learning Enhancement Capsules, Sharp Thinking Skill Book, Hand-to-Hand Combat Skill Book, Smart Analysis Glasses, Endless Happy Water, Magic Lipstick. Lin Yu listened to a series of system prompts in his mind and fell into confusion. His head was buzzing. How did the mission succeed? He looked at the beautiful Leng Qingxue in front of him and suddenly realized. Oh shit. The clown was actually himself. Leng Qingxue is the most beautiful woman present. Lin Yu foolishly ran over to confess his love to the school beauty, and then wondered why the task was not completed. Because from the beginning, Zhang Tingting was not the most beautiful woman present. But Lin Yu thought that this was not his fault. The main reason is that the tasks issued by the system are ambiguous, and he didn't see Leng Qingxue present just now. The onlookers around were instantly shocked. Fuck. Is this true? Did I hear it wrong? The cold school beauty agreed to confess her love. Some people even picked their ears, rubbed their eyes, and looked at the scene in front of them. Impossible. I don't believe it. They couldn't believe that such a cool and aloof school beauty agreed to the confession. There are brave people around who ask directly. Campus Beauty Lang, did you really agree to his confession? Are you kidding? Leng Qingxue smiled politely upon hearing this. Yes, I agree. I never joke. As she spoke, she reached out and held Lin Yu's big hand. No. Some of the people around immediately wailed. Because their secret crush is Leng Qingxue. Now the goddess has been taken away by someone else. Who can bear this? Today, there are hundreds more heartbroken people in this city. Zhang Tingting on the side looked at Leng Qingxue in shock and anger. I originally thought Leng Qingxue was joking, but I didn't expect she was serious? If you only look at a woman's appearance, you will regret it. Humph. Let's go. Zhang Tingting left with her best friends. Lin Yu stood there with a dazed look on his face. What the hell was this? He just got a girlfriend out of nowhere? How much would that affect his speed in drawing the sword? He really didn't want to confess. There's a group of people over there. What are you doing here? In the distance, a middle-aged man walked over. Fuck. The dean is here. Everyone, run. The people around dispersed. Seeing this, Lin Yu thought it was a good opportunity. Run. Things are a bit messy today, he has to go back and sort it out. Oi, you old fool. He took off running. Leng Qingxue saw that Lin Yu wanted to run, so she immediately grabbed him and locked his waist with her slender arms, creating a situation where a strong woman locked a man. Lin Yu was stunned. Damn it. Sigma. This woman wants to capture him and hand him over to the department head. Chapter 4. Lin Yu was arrested under the witness of the department head. Lin Yu was locked by Leng Qingxue, but he didn't dare to use too much force. Well, sister, please let me go. The department heads are here. Let me go, let's run together. Lin Yu plans to persuade Leng Qingxue to rebel. It is better for them to run away together than to be caught. Who is your elder sister? Call me sister. Leng Qingxue said with a puffed face. She locked Lin Yu's waist and then gave a cunning smile, like a little fox. Lin Yu, don't worry, we are in college. Isn't it normal for boyfriends and girlfriends to show affection? What are you afraid of? Leng Qingxue could tell at a glance that Lin Yu didn't want to be with her. That won't work. Lin Yu must be tied up to death. How can a cooked duck be allowed to fly away? She is very interested in Lin Yu. She first agreed to confess her feelings in front of the crowd today. Then the department head came. It would be nice to have the department head witness it. With the department head as a witness, there is no need to worry about Lin Yu changing his mind later. Lin Yu was slightly stunned when he heard this. What Leng Qingxue said seems to make sense. It's normal for boyfriends and girlfriends to show affection in college. But he never agreed to be Leng Qingxue's boyfriend. He doesn't even know Leng Qingxue, but he's with her just because she's pretty? How is that possible? Then you are just greedy for other people's bodies, you are cheap. Lin Yu was stunned. What a damn system. There was nothing wrong originally, but he had to confess his feelings. Just confess your love, and it's okay if you fail. Even if you fail, you can still activate the system. But Leng Qingxue suddenly appeared and disrupted his plan. He just got a girlfriend just like that. Leng Qingxue's boneless body hugged him, and Lin Yu had a strange feeling. The department head walked over with steady steps. The onlookers all fled. It's great that this young couple hasn't run away. He strongly supports college students dating. They are all adults now, and it would be the funniest if they became single at that time. That's what university is all about. When young couples are dating, it feels like they are in college. This way the whole campus is full of vitality. You too, what are you doing? The department head's powerful voice rang out. Hello, department head. Hello, department head. Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue greeted the man in unison. Director, this person just confessed his love to me. I agree. Leng Qingxue poked Lin Yu with her slender, jade-white fingers and smiled sweetly. Lin Yu. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. You made me confess. That's not what I want to confess. We must understand this cause and effect relationship. He is not active, he is passive. In this sense, it should be said that Leng Qingxue confessed her love to him. I don't. Lin Yu opened his mouth and paused. Leng Qingxue had already stretched out her small, white jade-like hand and secretly pinched the soft flesh on his waist. When the department head heard Leng Qingxue's answer, he nodded. No wonder so many people are watching. It turns out that he just confessed his love. This young couple has just become a couple. The girl is so pretty and the boy is so handsome. Even a little more handsome than when he was young. He was very happy when he saw the two people, who were a perfect match and had good looks. What's wrong with you, boy? Nothing, head of department, he just got my approval. I'm excited. Leng Qingxue said with a well-behaved smile. Well, you should be excited. That's what young people should do. But you can confess your feelings, but you can't cause a commotion on campus. The department head said with a serious expression. Okay, thank you, Dean. Sigma Sigma. Thank you, head of department. Seeing this, Lin Yu was too lazy to explain. If I explain that it's not a confession, what should I do if the department head gets angry? Yeah, very good. You guys leave now. The department head patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and said. Okay. Leng Qingxue just pulled Lin Yu away. Lin Yu was pulled by Leng Qingxue to the pavilion on campus. It's very quiet here. In the distance, there were a few young couples playing around. Lin Yu looked at the beautiful goddess beside him. He decided to retreat first. This woman doesn't play by the rules and is like a little devil. How can she be called a cold goddess? Well, it's quite high. Those slender legs are indeed long. Well, it's okay, I'm leaving first. Wait, as a boyfriend, why don't you accompany your girlfriend and think about leaving alone? Lung Qingxue called out to Lin Yu. Lin Yu paused and turned back. When did I agree to be your boyfriend? Lung Qingxue gave a cunning smile. Lin Yu, you confessed to me in front of so many people. I agree too. You don't want to regret it, do you? If you regret it, she will scream. Lin Yu looked at the beauty in front of him in confusion. No way, this woman is serious and is relying on him? Lang Qingxue, is there any purpose behind your agreement to confess your feelings? I don't have any purpose. I just want you to be my boyfriend. Real. Lang Qingxue blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Lin Yu. Besides, you didn't really mean it when you confessed your feelings to Zhang Tingting just now. Isn't that right? Lin Yu was stunned. She could see through all this? This woman is quite smart. Lang Qingxue took out her mobile phone and opened WeChat. Come on, Lin Yu, we are boyfriend and girlfriend now. Shouldn't we exchange WeChat? Lin Yu reluctantly took out his mobile phone, opened WeChat and asked Lang Qingxue to scan it. At this point, adding WeChat is nothing. A WeChat account with the nickname Shui and an avatar of a cute white cartoon cat applied to add Lin Yu as a friend. Lin Yu clicked to confirm. Lang Qingxue was secretly delighted when she saw Lin Yu agreed. Yay! WeChat has been scammed. Okay, I'll let you go today. I'm going back first. If you have any questions, please contact me on WeChat. Lang Qingxue blinked cutely, then twisted her sexy hips, leaving Lin Yu with an alluring back view, and walked out of the pavilion lightly. Lin Yu was full of questions. Huh? Just leaving like that? Is this a fucking cool school beauty? Where is it cold? Except for the name. Lin Yu didn't think any more about it, but turned and walked towards the dormitory. On the way, he muttered to himself, System, open the personal panel. Personal panel is open. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20. Appearance, 96. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Constitution, 40 a little weak. Skill, courageous. Props, none. Assets, 100,000 renminbi. Lin Yu. What the hell is this? The physical condition column should be 40, so why write a little weak at the end? What does this mean? What does this system mean? Although, the original owner's body is indeed a little weak. You can't just write it directly on the panel. Doesn't he have any dignity? Lin Yu remembered that he had been running in the morning for the past month. System, how much physical fitness did you gain from the morning jog mission? Return to host, 20 points. Lin Yu. That is to say, before accepting the task, the physical fitness was only 20 points. Isn't this too empty? Lin Yu recalled the original owner's memory. The original owner seemed to like handicrafts very much. Blanche. However, he thought that the physical enhancement capsule of the system item should be able to solve this problem. He can't wait to strengthen himself. Chapter 5, Getting Rid of the Weak Lin Yu. Lin Yu walked on the road and continued to browse his personal dashboard. Seeing the word, courageous, in the skill column, he nodded silently. Well, bird food. He is quite brave. Otherwise, why would he confess to Lang Qingxue? Lin Yu walked back to the dormitory. The system's electronic prompt sounded in my mind. Host arrives at the dormitory, do you want to sign in? He said silently in his heart, sign in. Do I need to say more? He had to sign it. This was what he was waiting for. Congratulations to the host, sign in successfully. Get 1000 system points reward. Obtained Physical Enhancement Capsules X4, Temperament Enhancement Capsules X4, Learning Enhancement Capsules X2, Unyielding Courage Capsules X2, Hand-to-Hand Combat Skill Book X1, Sharp Thinking Skill Book X1. 20% ownership of Tianyu Technology shares. Because the host signed in for the first time. Obtain 1000 system points again. A system prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind. I think this sound is extremely pleasant. If nothing else, these props gave him a sense of security. This gave him the capital to fight against the little devil Lung Qingxue. In the dormitory. Wang Jun is playing League of Legends. Zhao Tian disappeared, as if he had gone to pick up his girlfriend. Damn! This guy has a partner. Everyone, get him. Qian Fei opened the textbook and began to study silently. Lin Yu was stunned. Good guy, starting to study as soon as you get back. You're engaging in internal competition here, right? Study secretly behind their backs, and then crush them to death. However, Lin Yu was very calm. Because he has the system plug-in. Lin Yu was not cheating. He just drank a bottle of learning enhancement potion while others were playing. But the most important thing now is to strengthen your physical fitness. He must remove the vagueness on his personal panel. You can put your studies aside for now. After all, the body is the capital of revolution. What's the point of learning without a body? Wang Jun said immediately when he saw Lin Yu coming back. Yuzi, you can do it. I actually confessed my love to 2 school beauties today. Although Zhang Tingting rejected it, Lang Qingxue agreed. Lin Yu. You really believe it? Why don't you believe it? The school beauty Lang has admitted it herself. You are such a dishonest boy, you are getting married without telling us. Lin Yu rolled his eyes at him. You're thinking too much. Lang Qingxue is a smart woman. Nonsense, of course I'm smart. As far as I know, the school beauty Lang is ranked first in the entire mathematics department. The results are very good. I can also fight in Sanda. Wang Jun said while playing games. Lin Yu was stunned. Oh shit. I can't tell, this woman is capable of this. Mathematics is still the most difficult subject. I can also do Sanda. It's a wolf destroyer. He needs to be more careful. The reinforcement mission is imminent. He looked at Wang Jun in confusion. How do you know? Wang Jun replied. I saw it on a campus forum, but I don't know if it's true. Lin Yu. He slowly climbed onto his upper bunk, muttering to himself. System, open the personal panel. Return to host. Personal panel is open. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20. Appearance, 96. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Constitution, 40 a little weak. Skill, courageous. Items, Physical Enhancement Capsules X4, Temperament Enhancement Capsules X4, Unwavering Virility Capsules X2, Learning Enhancement Capsules X2, Hand-to-Hand Combat Skill Book X1, Sharp Thinking Skill Book X1. Assets, 100,000 renminbi, 20% of Tianyu Technology Company shares. Lin Yu looked at the 3 words that were glaring and a little empty. His brows were twitching. System, take out the physical enhancement capsule. Return to host, taken out. With a flash of light, a black transparent capsule appeared out of thin air in Lin Yu's hand. The word Constitution is written on the capsule shell. Lin Yu looked at the capsule in his hand. The transparent capsule was empty, with nothing in it. System, how do I use this thing? Host, limited to 1 pill per day. Lin Yu felt relieved after hearing the system's answer. Come on. Let's do it, brothers. Oh goo. He picked up the water cup, took a sip of water, and then swallowed the physical enhancement capsule in 1 gulp. Gudong. Well, colorless and odorless, no feeling. Wang Jun jumped up instantly when he heard Lin Yu's movement. Yuzi, what are you eating? Are you eating alone? Give me a bite too. Lin Yu. There is a reason why Wang Jun is so fat. No, I just wanted to drink some water. You really want to eat? Lin Yu replied. Wang Jun looked at Lin Yu suspiciously. Real? My intuition tells me that you must have eaten something. It's not just drinking water. Lin Yu was stunned. No way, foodies are really strong. You can hear it all. Really? When have I eaten something and never shared it with you? Wang Jun nodded because Lin Yu was telling the truth. At this time, Lin Yu felt a little hot in his abdomen and arms. He looked carefully and saw that the biceps on his arms had become much larger. There are also the prototypes of 8 abdominal muscles in the abdomen. Holy crap! This physique-enhancing capsule is pretty awesome. System, open the physical condition panel. Constitution, 60. Lin Yu cried with joy when he saw this. Finally. That feeling of weakness disappeared. He finally made it. Lin Yu now feels that he has gotten rid of his anger, and the 3 words "a little weak" are like black spots. Now it has finally been cleared. In this case, keep up the good work and make the most of the system props. Lin Yu took out the temperament enhancement capsule, which was a red transparent capsule. He took a sip of water and swallowed it. Gudong. Wang Jun suddenly jumped up. You must be eating secretly. Lin Yu said calmly, I just drank a sip of water. Look at the hungry child. You're talking nonsense. Wang Jun looked at Lin Yu, then was a little stunned. Yuzi, you seem to have become a little more handsome? Lin Yu glanced at Wang Jun, it's as if I wasn't handsome before. He guessed that the temperament-enhancing capsule was taking effect. It should be that as your temperament improves, you will become more handsome. Wang Jun scratched his head, huh? He always felt that Lin Yu seemed to be stealing something. But no evidence was found. Lin Yu looked at Wang Jun, who was fooled, and felt proud. He wanted to give a thumbs up to his own wit. He continued to take out the learning enhancement capsule, which was a blue and transparent capsule. The word learning is written on the capsule shell. This thing must be eaten. Lin Yu traveled here and spent a month studying in the university. I also felt some pressure. He found that he had given back to his teacher some of what he had learned in his previous life. He doesn't want to fail the final exam. Failing a course is not only embarrassing, but also very troublesome, as you will have to retake the exam. Moreover, Langxing Xue is the best in the department, so Lin Yu cannot lose. Lin Yu put the capsule into his mouth, then took a sip of water and swallowed it. Wang Jun, who was playing games, heard the sound of Lin Yu eating. But he remained unmoved. This must be an auditory hallucination. He can't make the same mistake 3 times. Lin Yu felt an impulse in his mind at this moment. He suddenly wanted to practice questions. Sigma. Chapter 6. Lin Yu suddenly wanted to practice questions. Lin Yu was stunned. He had an urge to practice more questions. I feel like my hands are itchy. You have to take a pen. He feels uncomfortable if he doesn't pick up a pen to write the questions. Oh shit. This learning enhancement capsule is so weird. After eating this thing, I actually want to practice questions. Lin Yu hasn't had the urge to practice questions for 7 or 8 years. The most recent time was when I was a senior in high school. I didn't expect that I would have the urge to practice questions today. Without saying a word, he got out of bed. Then sit down at your table. Find the textbooks for the professional courses, pick up a pen, and start doing exercises. This question, which used to require some thought, now seems very simple to him. Lin Yu took the pen and wrote as if possessed by God. Xian Fei, who was studying nearby, looked at Lin Yu, who was rapidly solving questions, and was shocked. Oh shit. This kid is a hidden talent. Even he himself couldn't have written this topic so quickly. Lin Yu can actually write so fast? Xian Fei felt that his title of Dormitory Paper King was about to be taken away by Lin Yu. This Lin Yu looks like he has thick eyebrows and big eyes. He actually studied secretly. Because Xian Fei usually saw Lin Yu with a calm look, and he never touched the textbooks except during class. Let's compete, huh? I'll crush you all. The title of King of Rolls belongs to me. So Xian Fei began to study more seriously. Half an hour later, Lin Yu finished doing the questions in the textbook. He felt his hands were a little sore. Doing the exercises like this made him feel like he was back in high school. It must be said that learning about the strengthening capsules does have some value, and he has mastered all this knowledge. In addition to the mandatory practice of questions, Lin Yu put down his pen, shook his slightly sore wrist, and then climbed back into bed. System, open the personal panel. Personal panel is open. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20. Appearance, 97. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Constitution, 60. Skill, courageous. Items, physical enhancement capsules X3, temperament enhancement capsules X3, unyielding courage capsules X2, learning enhancement capsules X1, hand-to-hand combat skill book X1, sharp thinking skill book X1. Assets, 100,000 renminbi, 20% of Tianyu Technology Company shares. He looked at the Xiongfeng Budo capsules in the prop column and seemed to understand something. This thing is a good thing, but he has no place to use it now. Don't eat this carelessly. Very dangerous. He had just been tricked by the learning enhancement capsule. I guess this one is definitely more powerful. Besides, Lin Yu didn't need this kind of thing at all. He muttered to himself. Use the unarmed combat skill book. Used. A page of a book unfolded in Lin Yu's mind, and then countless fighting techniques emerged in an instant, as if he had practiced for a long time and was extremely skilled. He immediately got out of bed and prepared to practice. Wang Jun, come here. Let's practice. Okay, come on. Wang Jun smiled when he saw this. He is 1.8 meters tall and weighs 200 kilograms, but he is not afraid at all. In his eyes, Lin Yu was quite weak. He took a step forward, and Lin Yu directly grabbed Wang Jun's arm with his backhand. With a kick of his right leg, Wang Jun was knocked down instantly. Then he held him up again. Fuck! Wang Jun was confused by Lin Yu's actions. Before he could react, he lost his balance and fell. Okay, Yuzi. I used to think you were pretty weak. Lin Yu's forehead twitched. Damn it, why are you bringing up such irrelevant things? He is not weak at all now. When you haven't seen someone for half an hour, you should look at him with new eyes. Boom. The dormitory door opened and Zhao Tian walked in. The dormitory became quiet instantly. Lin Yu and the other two stared at Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian's scalp went numb from being glared at. Shit, why are you looking at me like that? I just found a partner, it shouldn't be that serious. He looked at Lin Yu and found a topic. Yuzi, you seem to be handsome again. Lin Yu nodded lightly, I'm getting more handsome every day. Wang Jun said. We are ashamed to be with people who have a partner. You betrayed the organization. Qianfei, yes. There is a traitor among us. Lin Yu, fork it out. Fork it out. The host returned to calm. Lin Yu lay on the bed fiddling with the system interface, while Qianfei continued to practice questions. Wang Jun and Zhao Tian were playing games together. Junzi, you haven't finished talking about the topic you talked about this afternoon. Qianfei said. What's the topic? The campus 100 most beautiful girls list. Oh, I forgot. I'll continue now. Lin Yu suddenly became interested. Junzi, you said Zhang Tingting was ranked second on the 100 beauties list. Then who is number one? Wang Jun was stunned for a moment, then his expression became a little frightened, and he looked around. Said cautiously. This first place is of great significance. Speak now, don't keep me in suspense. Well, the first one is the cold school beauty. Fuck. It's actually the ice school belle. The other two were shocked instantly. Because Lung Qingxue is very aloof and rarely shows up in public. Few people have even seen her. So Zhang Tingting is very popular. Lin Yu understood. He guessed right. The first one is really Lung Qingxue. She is the only one with the best looks here. Wang Jun continued, it's important to say that Lung Xiaohua is very cold. But she is really beautiful. Lin Yu nodded, yeah, bird food. I heard there's a ranking of all the boys on campus. I wonder if I'm on the list. I'll have to ask around. Wang Jun said with drool. Lin Yu and the other two. Go to bed, you can even be on the list in your dreams. The next day. Lin Yu woke up, washed up, took a morning run, had breakfast, and returned to the dormitory. Although he has physical enhancement capsules, morning jogging has become a habit. There were no classes this morning, and the other three were still sleeping in bed. Lin Yu took out the physical enhancement capsule and took one. This must not be forgotten. 9 o'clock in the morning. Lin Yu was browsing his phone when a message from the class group suddenly popped up. Counselor, everyone, come to the classroom and gather. I have something to inform you about. Lin Yu put down his phone and woke up the three of them. Let's go to the classroom. The instructor has something to say. The four of them walked to their classroom in a mighty manner. Half of the people in the classroom are already there. A young man was already standing in the classroom. This person is Lin Yu's class counselor, Yang Fan. Coach, what's the matter? The students who came in one after another would ask him. The counselor didn't answer, he was waiting for everyone to arrive. After a while, everyone arrived. He cleared his throat. Ahem, everyone, listen to me. Next week, our Economics Department Class 1 and Mathematics Department Class 1 will have an open math class. Together in the big lecture hall. Everyone get ready. There is one course that both economics and mathematics students must take, and that is mathematics. At this time, a message appeared on Lin Yu's mobile phone. Shui, Xiao, are you there? Did you miss me after one day of not seeing you? Chapter 7. I heard you are very busy. Lin Yu was caught by Lingqing Xue. Lin Yu's mouth twitched when he saw this message. What the hell is Xiao Yue? He is not small at all. He is serious. And this is so disgusting. Ugh. Lin Yu felt goosebumps all over his body. Lingqing Xue is such a strong woman. He opened his phone with a look of disgust and typed quickly on it with his bony fingers. You, not here. Lingqing Xue? How can you type when I'm not around? This Lin Yu. You, the phone typed on its own, it has nothing to do with me. Snow. Hurry up and tell me, Xiao Yue. Did you miss me after not seeing me for a day? You, no. When Lingqing Xue heard this, her delicate and fair face suddenly puffed up. She clenched her fists and her forehead was protruding. She wanted to beat Lin Yu up right now. But I can't beat him, so I'm so angry. This Lin Yu, even though such a beautiful woman was throwing herself at him, he didn't want her. Is she not pretty enough? Or is her figure not sexy enough? She looked down at the fullness of her breasts and her perky buttocks. Well, the front and back are curvy, and the curves are all in perfect proportion. If that's the case, then it's not her problem, it's Lin Yu's problem. Lingqing Xue thought of this and gave a cunning smile. Shui, although Xiao Yue didn't miss me. But I miss you so much. I miss you so much that I want to see you right away. Boyfriend. I'm coming to see you right now. Economics Department Class 1, right? Wait for me. Lin Yu was suddenly shocked. Oh shit. This woman is so capable. I actually wanted to run to their classroom to find him. This one do. Now that everyone is here, such a beautiful woman comes to find him. That cliff will cause a commotion. And there will be gossipmongers spreading the news that Lingqing Xue is her girlfriend. Lin Yu didn't want this to happen. Lin Yu just wanted to live a peaceful life. He typed quickly. You, sister, don't. Don't do that. A beautiful lady like you will cause a commotion coming here. Lingqing Xue looked at Lin Yu's answer with a smug smile on her face. Her fingers flew as she typed, now you know I'm a great beauty? What were you doing this morning? I'm coming. Lin Yu, I was wrong, sister. I miss you so much, so much. Shui, really? I don't believe it. You, really? The sun and the moon can testify to this. Lingqing Xue looked at her phone, her beautiful big eyes rolling around. Shui, okay, then just call me good sister and I'll believe it. Lin Yu. This is too much. Is Lin Yu such a person? Would he give in to something like this? Lin Yu typed quickly, good sister. Lingqing Xue was satisfied with this and the smile on her face became even wider. Shui, so good. Come to think of it, you really should call me sister. Lin Yu was stunned, he was a little dissatisfied. He was 20 years old, and he didn't believe that Lingqing Xue was older than him. You, how do you know? Lingqing Xue did not answer, but asked. Lin Yu, you are 20 years old this year, right? What month was he born? November. It's November for me too. What number? Number 9. I'm number 8. Lingqing Xue said lightly. She already knew that Lin Yu's birthday was November 9th and hers was the 8th. It must be bigger than him. Lin Yu was stunned. Holy crap. What a coincidence. Just 1 day older? You, 1 day older is considered older? Shui, 1 second older is still older. Little brother. Okay, enough talking, I have morning classes. Bye. Lin Yu was stunned. He reacted. He was deceived. This woman had an early class and there was no way she could come. I just scared him on purpose. He was taken advantage of. Wang Jun on the side looked at Lin Yu. Yuzi, who are you chatting with? You're laughing so happily. Lin Yu paused. Did he just laugh? He replied calmly, "No one, just a bad woman. I fell for her trick." Wang Jun was confused. Lin Yu looked at Leng Qingshua's profile picture. Her avatar is a cartoon image of a white kitten. Looks cute. This ice goddess actually uses such a cute avatar, the contrast is quite big. Moreover, this woman doesn't seem to be as cold as the legend says. On the contrary, he is very naughty. He was a little curious and wanted to click on Leng Qingshua's avatar. The finger got stuck in the air halfway through. Lin Yu reacted. Oh shit. Almost there. Don't dare to click randomly. That's a little devil. At this time, Yang Fan looked at his watch and found that half an hour had passed. He clapped his hands. Okay, I finished explaining everything. I won't take up any of your time. Everyone can go back now. Good. Everyone dispersed. They had wanted to go back a long time ago. They finally had no classes in the morning and had to do something serious. Lin Yu also ran away. He was afraid that if he didn't run away, what would happen if Leng Qingxue really came? Although she has early classes, it is not ruled out that she will suddenly come over and mess with him. He had seen that this woman did not play by the rules. Lin Yu ran all the way back to the dormitory. It is several miles from the teaching building to the dormitory. Because of his enhanced physical fitness, he was able to finish the run in one breath without even taking a breath. He opened the dormitory door and walked into the dormitory. Well, I was the first one to arrive at the dormitory, perfect. A few minutes later, Wang Jun and others returned to the dormitory one after another. Seeing that Lin Yu was already in the dormitory, he was a little confused. Lin Yu, who usually feels a little weak, can actually run so fast. Wang Jun said, "Yuzi, you're usually a little weak, but you can still run so fast." Roll. Lin Yu didn't want to bother with this group of LSP. He is not weak at all. Afternoon. Lin Yu took a capsule to enhance his temperament. Well, today is another day to become handsome. Then I went to take professional courses with Wang Jun and others. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the two classes ended. Zhao Tian was the first one to run out, and amid the contempt of the three people, he went to find his partner. Xian Fei took the books and went back to the dormitory to practice exercises. Yesterday, when he saw Lin Yu writing with divine power, he secretly decided to increase the difficulty of internal competition. Roll them to death. Wang Jun went to the supermarket to buy snacks. Lin Yu walked slowly on the road. In the distance, a boy was holding a bouquet of flowers and confessing his love to another girl. There were a lot of onlookers around. Lin Yu was not interested in this. Because, he just confessed his love yesterday. I was also beholden to the legendary Leng Qingxue. Dog system. When Lin Yu saw the girl politely reject the boy, he silently gave the boy a thumbs up. Well, this is a good comrade in our singles alliance. Only the traitor Zhao Tian must be severely punished. Jingle. Lin Yu's phone rang with a message. He stopped and picked up his phone. News about Leng Qingxue. Shui, the math textbooks for the Department of Mathematics and the Department of Economics have arrived. I need it for next week's open class. Brother Yu, come with me to get it. Lin Yu was slightly stunned. He thought of something. Holy shit. Could Leng Qingxue be from class 1 of the mathematics department? Yu, are you from the mathematics department's class 1? Shui, yeah, what's wrong? Lin Yu was shocked. Sigma. Holy shit. This woman is from the first class of the mathematics department. Doesn't that mean they will go to the open class together next week? Lin Yu felt terrified just thinking about it. Yu, I'm very busy and don't have time. Lin Yu was quick-witted and typed the message in an instant. Normally, there is no problem in asking him to move books. But now I'm going with Leng Qingxue. Who dares? Although he is very free now. But he may have time or he may not have time. Witty. Lin Yu, I heard you are very busy? A cool and charming female voice sounded behind Lin Yu. Chapter 8, Meeting Zheng Tingting with Leng Qingxue. Sigma. Fuck. Lin Yu was startled by the sudden female voice behind him. It is easy to be frightened when people do bad things. And the people who scared him were those who were related to bad things. He was so scared that he cursed. He turned his head stiffly. He looked at Leng Qingxue who was standing not far away, with her hands on her hips and a smile on her face. Lin Yu was so embarrassed at this time that he could dig out a 4-bedroom apartment with his toes. He was stupid. Just now Ling Qingxue was asking him if he had time to move the teaching materials together. Lin Yu said he was very busy. He is not busy at all and is still slacking off on the road. As a result, he was caught on the spot by Ling Qingxue. This is embarrassing. Just like he confessed yesterday. Blanche. He has it so hard. Lin Yu scratched his head. Ah ha ha ha. Sister Lang, what a coincidence. You're here too. What a nice day today. Lin Yu looked at the blue sky. He is not talking nonsense, the weather is indeed nice today. Otherwise, no one would confess in public. Good weather will also bring good mood. What a coincidence. Isn't this our busy man? Walking here? Ling Qingxue walked towards Lin Yu with elegant steps. She changed into a beige miniskirt in the afternoon and wore a pair of high-heeled sandals, revealing the crystal-clear jade toes. The heels are not high, estimated to be about 4 or 5 centimeters. De. The heels hit the ground, making a crisp sound. Ah, I was indeed a little busy just now. But I'm not busy now. Sister Lang, what are your instructions? I, Lin Yu, will go through fire and water without hesitation. Lin Yu looked at Ling Qingxue who was approaching him and said confidently. Ling Qingxue chuckled when she heard Lin Yu's words. She blinked her beautiful eyes and gave him a look. I just asked you to move some books. It's not like you're going through fire and water. She walked closer and looked at Lin Yu's face. Suddenly found that he seems to become handsome again? Okay, let's move somewhere. Seeing this, Lin Yu knew that he could not escape, so he cooperated. Anyway, I was caught by this bad woman. Come with me to the teaching room. After saying that, she led Lin Yu out. Lin Yu followed Ling Qingxue at first. Seeing her sexy back and her perky buttocks, I felt a little hot. This bad woman. He immediately walked forward and walked side by side with Ling Qingxue. Are the two of us not enough? Lin Yu said as he walked. He wants to drag a few people down with him. Why should he go alone with Ling Qingxue? Ling Qingxue shook her head. No. Just the two of us are enough. Just 2 new textbooks, 100 books in total. Ling Qingxue felt amused. How could she possibly call someone else over? The two of them are just right. All right. Lin Yu instantly wilted. His plan was gone before it could even be implemented. It's no use taking the blame. Superscript 33. Lin Yu and Ling Qingxue walked side by side on the road. When the people around saw these two people, they were shocked. Oh shit. The flower on the high mountain, the cold snow. They began to whisper. Holy shit. Who's that dude? Why are you walking with the cold school beauty? That person seems familiar, I think I've seen him somewhere before. Lin Yu didn't feel anything about the gazes of these people. The same goes for Ling Qingxue. Lin Yu walked while checking his personal panel. He silently said in his heart, the system opens the personal panel. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20. Appearance, 98. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Constitution, 80. Skills, courageous, unarmed combat. System points, 3000. Items, Constitution Enhancement Capsules X2, Temperament Enhancement Capsules X3, Unwavering Virility Capsules X2, Learning Enhancement Capsules X3, Sharp Thinking Skill Book X1, Mathematical Modeling Skill Book X1, Powerful Healing Band-Aid X1. Assets, 100,000 renminbi, 20% of Tianyu Technology Company shares. Lin Yu looked at his panel and nodded. Well, both appearance and physique have improved. The needle doesn't poke. He was very satisfied with it. Half an hour later, the two walked to the teaching room. There were quite a few people standing outside the teaching room, including several counselors. Some departments have too many textbooks and not enough people coming, so they are still calling for more people. Ling Qingxue and Lin Yu walked over. The two of them instantly became the focus of the whole audience. Everyone looked towards them, and a few people had shocked expressions on their faces. Doesn't it make sense? Why is Ling Qingxue here? This iceberg goddess school beauty rarely appears. Others knew that Leng Qingxue was beautiful, but they didn't know who she was. Leng Qingxue didn't care about the looks of these people. She led Lin Yu into the teaching room. Lin Yu also calmly followed Leng Qingxue into the teaching room. At this time, Zhang Tingting brought her best friends to the teaching room. Behind him was a group of young men, some from the civil engineering department, some from the electrical engineering department, a lot of them. To help the school beauty move books, everyone showed up one after another. Zhang Tingting came here just for fun, so there were naturally people behind her to move the books. Although there are not many boys in the art department, it is not a problem for her. Leng Qingxue led Lin Yu into the room. What catches the eye are piles of textbooks. There were also many people moving teaching materials. Leng Qingxue didn't say anything and quickly found the location of Lin Yu's department's textbooks. Don't even ask people. Seeing this, Lin Yu secretly gave this woman a thumbs up. This sister is a bit bad, but she is very efficient and capable. Reliable. Lin Yu followed and sat down. There were 2 piles of books, 50 in each. Leng Qingxue took a bundle and left. Lin Yu was stunned. Damn. Sister, do you have to be so fierce? Just give me the book and go. Then what's the point of him coming? Wait. Sister. I'll do it, I'll do it. Lin Yu's sister was so anxious that she cried out, and he quickly snatched the book from Leng Qingxue's hand. Then he picked up another stack of books with his other hand. Leng Qingxue raised her eyebrows, looked at Lin Yu and smiled. I can take it. It's only fair if we each split half. Lin Yu. This isn't a question of fairness or unfairness. It is reasonable for him to take both piles of books. First of all, he is a man, how could he let a woman take it? Secondly, this is the cold school beauty. Everyone is watching outside. As someone who followed Leng Qingxue, he actually asked her to take half. Wouldn't people outside condemn him if they saw this? Lin Yu didn't want to suffer this. This is not a question of fairness or injustice. Just leave it to me. Lin Yu picked up the 2 stacks of books easily and walked out of the teaching room. I just happened to see Zhang Tingting walking in front. Chapter 9 The School Beauty's Dog Has Nothing. Lin Yu walked out of the teaching room with 2 stacks of books, 1 in each hand. As a result, I met Zhang Tingting as soon as I went out. Lin Yu glanced at her, then walked out expressionlessly. He wasn't interested in this person. If the system hadn't fooled him that day, and if he hadn't lost his mind and mistakenly identified the most handsome person in the audience, this would never have happened. No matter how beautiful she is, it has nothing to do with him. He is not a bootlicker. Besides, the school belle is not very pretty. Compared to that little devil Leng Qingxue, he is not even a little bit inferior. If I had to choose, I would choose Leng Qingxue. No, why would he choose Leng Qingxue? He doesn't want any of it. Lin Yu even suspected that there was something wrong with their aesthetic sense. Zhang Tingting could actually be ranked second on the list of 100 beauties. Because the gap between the second and the first is too big. It's like the second place in an exam is several tens of points behind the first place. On the other side, Zhang Tingting and her friends also recognized Lin Yu. They glanced at Lin Yu indifferently and said nothing. I have to say, this Lin Yu is indeed handsome, even more handsome than yesterday. But apart from this, there seems to be nothing else. Lin Yu said nothing and walked out with 2 stacks of books. Leng Qingxue followed Lin Yu with elegant steps. She looked at Lin Yu, who was holding 2 stacks of books, and wanted to say something, but didn't say it. In fact, those books are still within her reach. Not to mention taking 1 stack, even taking 2 stacks together would be no problem. Well, she actually has a pretty strong physique. It was just right for her and Lin Yu to each take 1 stack, which was fair. But Lin Yu insisted on taking it himself, so she didn't say anything. Respect his ideas. Leng Qingxue's appearance instantly attracted the attention of the newcomers, including Zhang Tingting and others. Zhang Tingting was a little surprised. Why did Leng Qingxue appear here? And he appeared with Lin Yu. Was yesterday's confession true? Leng Qingxue really became Lin Yu's girlfriend? Leng Qingxue didn't care about these things. She glanced around casually and followed Lin Yu out. Lin Yu walked outside and saw more than a dozen men rushing in, shouting, "Campus bell! Let me come! It's no problem for me to move 100 books at once." Lin Yu. Sure enough, no matter which world you are in, There is no shortage of bootlickers. He shook his head. A dog that licks will end up with nothing. Puff. Lung Qingxue, who was following behind Lin Yu, heard this. He smiled. Lin Yu was stunned. Sister Lang, eavesdropping on other people's conversations is not a good behavior. Lung Qingxue gave him a cold look. What do you mean by eavesdropping? I am listening openly. Ah, yes, Master Ling is right. Lin Yu nodded and said. A group of young men helped the school beauty move books because the art department had quite a few new textbooks. It took a dozen people to move everything. All of them imitated Lin Yu, who they had just seen. Each person held a stack of books in one hand, about 50 books. This book is quite thick. The pretty boy just now could hold a stack of books in one hand. They can too. They are very confident in themselves. However, the group of people had only walked a few hundred meters with the books when their arms started to ache. Not only my arms are sore, but my fingers are also sore. Holy shit! They were overthinking it. These teaching materials are actually quite substantial. Impossible. That pretty boy looked so relaxed, how come it was so heavy for them? They continued to carry it without believing in it. And the school beauty is watching. If I can't carry it at this moment, I will lose all my face. In this huge university, the distance from the teaching room to the teaching building is several miles. They just carried it on their shoulders and walked over. By the time they arrived, it felt like my arms were going to break. As for Lin Yu, he didn't know what happened to that group of lickspittles. He held the 2 stacks of books with ease, his arms felt no feeling, his face wasn't red, his heart wasn't beating fast, and he wasn't out of breath. It was as if the 2 piles of books didn't exist. He secretly sighed. Fortunately, he turned on the system and strengthened his physique. If I had strengthened my weak constitution, I would have collapsed on the spot after taking a few steps with the book. Lung Qingxue and Lin Yu walked side by side. She was slightly surprised at Lin Yu's ease, and stared at him carefully with her beautiful eyes. Theoretically, these 2 piles of books are not light. It's not something that ordinary people can lift so easily. Looking at Lin Yu's appearance, it seemed that he didn't even use any strength. And from what she had seen of Lin Yu before, he wasn't very thin, but he wasn't strong either. Looks like he's gotten a bit stronger today. She was a little confused. If Lin Yu knew Lung Qingxue's thoughts at this time, it will definitely make you laugh out loud. How could ordinary people discover the power of the system? Lin Yu, aren't you tired? Would you like to take a break? I'm not tired. Lin Yu said with a relaxed look. He is telling the truth. He didn't even try hard. Okay, then let's take the textbooks to the teaching building. Just wait for the instructor to assign you. At this time, Wang Jun in the dormitory was also puzzled. Huh? Why hasn't Yuzi come back yet? It's been an hour. Where did he run to? Wang Jun suddenly thought of Lung Qingxue. Shit. Yuzi said that he and Lung Qingxue had nothing to do. In fact, he has already gone over to date her. Wouldn't that mean there's another single person in their dormitory? There are only 4 people in their dormitory, and 2 of them are single. Is that okay? Lin Yu sighed. Lung Qingxue blinked her big eyes at Lin Yu. Thank you, Xiao Yer. Lin Yu felt a little numb in his heart for a moment, but his face was serious. Don't call me Xiao Yer Delta. Then. Da Yuer? Lin Yu. Lin Yu and Lung Qingxue chatted for a while and then returned to the dormitory. Pa. Throw himself onto the bed. He was caught by Lung Qingxue today and put in a lot of effort, actually not much. Wang Jun saw Lin Yu coming back. He immediately said, "Tell the truth, Lin Yu. Are you out on a date? You actually betrayed the singles alliance." Lin Yu rolled his eyes at him. Dream on, date. I went to move the new teaching materials. It took quite a bit of effort. Wang Jun was stunned. Holy crap. So you were the one who moved it. The instructor just sent a message saying someone should move the textbooks, then said it's not necessary because it's already been done. Yuzi, I wronged you. Lin Yu, get lost. Ding-ling, ding-ling. His phone rang and the caller ID showed up, and he pressed the answer button. Wow, Mom. Hey, Xiaoyu, how's your college life going? Chapter 10 Lin Yu becomes the dormitory king. A gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone. In a villa in Shanghai, a beautiful woman was talking on a cell phone. She is Lin Yu's mother, Lu Yulan. Wow, mom. College life is great. Really? That's good. Talk to mom. Is the food in the cafeteria delicious? Does it suit your taste? It's okay, mom. The food in the cafeteria tastes good. It's just that the auntie who serves the food has a little shaking hand. Lin Yu sat on the bed, recalling the scene of him eating in the cafeteria. Well, whether it was in the previous life or at this time, the characteristic of my aunt's hands shaking a little is the same. Lu Yulan smiled when she heard this. You kid. Mom, although the food in the cafeteria is okay, it's not as delicious as what you cook. Lin Yu said. He is not flattering, the food his mother cooks is really delicious. He had a great time eating during the summer vacation. A smile appeared on Lu Yulan's face. She was naturally very happy to be praised by her son. Xiaoyu, you've become such a chatterbox in this month of college. How is living in the dormitory? How are your roommates? Not bad, mom. Lin Yu looked at Wang Jun, who was playing League of Legends, and Wang Qianfei, who was doing homework. One is fat, one is a studious kid, and the other one has already found a partner. Lin Yu thought of Zhao Tian and said angrily. Lu Yulan was stunned. My son's tone seemed a little angry. What's the matter? Why is he angry when someone is looking for a partner? Son, you seem a little angry. Why are you so angry when someone finds a partner? Mom, you don't understand. We agreed that we would all be single together and form a singles alliance. Turns out one person found a partner. Isn't that betrayal? Who wouldn't be angry about this? Lin Yu said calmly. Lu Yulan. She rolled her eyes at the other end of the phone and said. Xiaoyu, what kind of weird idea do you have? I'm telling you, other people being single has nothing to do with me. But you can't be single. I'm in college now, it would be great to find a partner. Her son was so handsome, she believed it would be easy for Lin Yu to find a partner. He's just a little thin. Wait for him to come home and give him some good nourishment. Lin Yu was stunned. Sure enough, every mother is the same. Mom, I understand. I'll keep an eye out and look for it when I have time. Humph, just go find him when you have time. It's okay if he doesn't have time. Witty. As he spoke, a cold little devil-like smile appeared in Lin Yu's mind. He paused. Oh shit. Why did you think of this bad woman? Impossible. Okay, good boy. It's best to find it right away and bring it home to show mom. Okay, mom. Lin Yu agreed solemnly. Agree first and then we can talk about it later. It depends on whether we do it or not, hee hee. Okay, bye Xiaoyu. Bye bye. Lin Yu hung up the phone. Then he lay down on the bed. At the same time, Tianyu Technology Company, Limited. 5 senior managers were meeting in a conference room. A middle-aged man wearing glasses sat in the middle, looking at everyone. You know everything, right? The day before yesterday, a mysterious shareholder bought 20% of our company's shares. Got it, Mr. Li. The remaining 4 senior administrators nodded and replied. As senior management, how could they not know this news? The mysterious man was very generous and bought 20% of the company's shares without blinking an eye. They were shocked by the man's handiwork and at the same time curious about him. If only they knew that the person who bought those 20% shares was not a human being at all. The expression on his face must have been very strange. The man sitting in the middle, named Mr. Li, continued. That's all I need to know. I don't know what the attitude of this man named Lin Yu is. What suggestions do you have? Mr. Li, we can invite him over to take a look. Of course, it's by invitation. Mr. Li looked serious and nodded. Okay, I'll do as you say. Don't neglect them. After all, they now hold 20% of the shares, and any change in these shares can have a huge impact on the entire company. If one thing is not done right, it will have a huge impact. Lin Yu didn't know that someone was already thinking about him. He was checking his personal dashboard. See if there are any props that are not used. This must be used. He silently said in his heart, System, open the personal panel. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20. Appearance, 98. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Constitution, 80. Skills, courageous, unarmed combat. System points, 3000. Items, Constitution Enhancement Capsules X2, Temperament Enhancement Capsules X3, Unwavering Virility Capsules X2, Learning Enhancement Capsules X3, Sharp Thinking Skill Book X1, Mathematical Modeling Skill Book X1, Powerful Healing Band-Aid X1. Assets, 100,000 renminbi, 20% of Tianyu Technology Company shares. Lin Yu discovered the highlight, and there were indeed some props that were useless. You must use the skill book. Only mathematical modeling gave him a headache just looking at it, so he decided not to use it for the time being. System, use the Sharp Thinking Skill Book. A blue transparent book opened in Lin Yu's mind, and then countless electronic particles like neuron structures poured into his mind. For a moment, Lin Yu felt a slight tingling in his head. Then consciousness returned to clarity. He was sure that his mind was much clearer than before, and his turbid thoughts became rational. You've heard of multitasking, right? Now he feels like he can really do two things at once. Lin Yu had a dream when he was a child. That is watching TV while doing homework. Now he feels that he can really do it. Lin Yu couldn't wait to try it, so he walked to the desk. I took out my phone and opened a movie called Kaguya-sama, Love is War. Then take out the textbook. Just like that, watch and do the questions at the same time. Lin Yu felt that he didn't seem to be distracted. Qian Fei, who was doing exercises nearby, was stunned. Sigma. What the hell? This young man. What is this operation? Watch anime while doing exercises. Is this something a human would do? However, Lin Yu was still doing the questions in an orderly manner, and Shen Feijing's pen fell to the ground. His position as the dormitory's top examinee is no longer secure. On the other side, Lang Qingxue was lying on the pink bed in the dormitory, wearing shorts, revealing her white and slender legs kicking backwards. He tapped Lin Yu's WeChat avatar in his hand. Lin Yu's WeChat avatar is a dog, and no sexual emoticons are allowed. Suddenly, her phone popped up with a call alert. Lang Qingxue pressed the answer button with her slender jade fingers. Hey, Mom, what's going on? Hey Shue, how's your search for a partner going? Chapter 11. Mother Lang likes Lin Yu very much. Lang Qingxue heard her mother's question. The expression of Lin Yu being tortured by her instantly appeared in her mind. She showed a devilish smile. But because she was on the phone with her mother, she didn't laugh out loud. Found it, Mom. The other person is a very interesting person. Oh? So fast? Zhou Fang on the other end of the phone had a puzzled expression on her face. She was a little bit distrustful of her own precious daughter. This kid is very naughty and you can't believe what he says. Everyone said her daughter was aloof, but she knew very well that Shue was only aloof towards strangers. But when it comes to people I know, I can be very naughty. It's been a month, how can it be fast? Lang Qingxue said as she shook her white and tender legs. Lin Yu, who was playing games in the dormitory, suddenly sneezed. It seems like someone is thinking about him? Or are you talking bad about him behind his back? Don't let him catch you. Superscript 33. Zhou Fang continued to ask. Really? You didn't lie to Mom? Why would I lie to you? Am I that kind of person? Lang Qingxue held a cell phone in her hand, her cheeks puffed up. Who are you? Zhou Fang said it without hesitation. How could she not understand her own daughter? Shue, who is so naughty, is likely to do such a thing. Because I have only been in college for a month. How can you find a partner so quickly? What's more, Zhou Fang knew that her daughter had very high standards and had never liked anyone. Who would believe that he suddenly said he had found a partner? Mom! You don't trust me. I'm so sad. Woo woo woo. Lang Qingxue showed off her Oscar-winning acting skills. She cried, she pretended oh. Zhou Fang on the other end of the phone had a blank expression on her face. If this girl cried, her name would be written upside down. The reason why Zhou Fang called Lang Qingxue to tell her about this. Because there is an agreement between the mother and daughter. After Lang Qingxue was admitted to university and applied for the Department of Mathematics, Zhou Fang talked to her about her future plans. Their family is well off. Lang Qingshue's father opened a company of decent size. Zhou Feng plans to inherit the company after her daughter graduates from university. It turned out that Lang Qingshue's ambition was not here. She likes to study mathematics and she finds it very interesting. Trigonometric functions, derivatives, calculus, how fun. So I applied for the Department of Mathematics. To this end, the three of them held a family meeting to discuss the situation. Of course, Lang Qingshue's father's words had no effect. It was mainly a conversation between mother and daughter. He's just going through the motions. However, as the head of the family, he must attend the meeting. It doesn't matter whether the words are useful or not, the cards must be there. So, Zhou Feng and Lang Qingxue, the mother and daughter, started a heated discussion. The result is that as long as Lang Qingxue finds a partner, she will have solved a major issue in her life. Lang Qingxue can continue to study mathematics and even become a mathematician. Her family is well off, and even if Lang Qingxue doesn't work, they can support her for the rest of her life. So, Lang Qingxue ended up having to go home and inherit billions of dollars in assets instead of looking for a partner. Just when Lang Qingxue was worrying about finding a partner, I happened to see Lin Yu completing a system task in jogging in the morning. Lang Qingxue became very interested in him. Then, lock him up as your boyfriend. Lin Yu is definitely more than just handsome on the surface, Lang Qingxue could see it at a glance. Mom, I'm telling the truth. I really found someone. Lang Qingxue said in a serious tone. Zhou Feng heard her daughter's serious tone and half believed her. She asked, "Is that kid from your university?" "Yeah." Lang Qingxue nodded. "If possible, I would naturally look for someone from my own school." "Are you going out to look for a partner in a university outside of your own?" "That would be like a long-distance relationship. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first, do you understand?" "Is it from your mathematics department?" "No, I'm from the economics department." "Economics?" Zhou Feng's eyes lit up when she heard that. The economics department is good. She thought this was great and continued asking. "What's his name? What does he look like? What's his family background like? What's his personality like?" Zhou Feng then asked a series of 3 questions. Lang Qingxue replied calmly. "His name is Lin Yu. He's a very nice-looking guy. I don't know my family background." Lang Qingxue had inquired about Lin Yu before, but she didn't know what Lin Yu's family background was like. And she didn't care about it. "The personality is very fun, I like it very much." As Lang Qingxue spoke, she thought of the day when she locked Lin Yu up and let the department head catch him. Zhou Feng was thoughtful after receiving her daughter's answer. "Is he good-looking?" If even Xue says that this person is good-looking, then this person must be very handsome. Because she knew her daughter had high aesthetic standards. As for family background, she didn't care about it and just asked about it. If the family is well off, it's better. If the family is average, they can also support the child. Zhou Feng had already believed most of Lang Qingxue's words. Because what she said was clear and logical, and it didn't sound like she was lying. If she really lied, Zhou Feng didn't mind waiting for Xue to come back from vacation. Give her a severe lesson. The father couldn't do it, but she, as the mother, could. If what Xue said is true, Lin Yu is probably a very good kid. "Okay, Xue. Now that you found someone, bring them back to show mom when you have time." "Do you know? Their home is in Shanghai, just dozens of kilometers away from the university. So it's okay to bring someone back." "Okay, Mom. I will." Lang Qingxue agreed. "I promised, but she doesn't seem to have dealt with Lin Yu yet." "Well, then Mom won't bother you anymore. Bye, Xue. Bye, Mom." The two hung up the phone. The next day. 7 o'clock in the morning. Lin Yu opened his sleepy eyes. "Well, today is another day when I was woken up by handsomeness." Because Lin Yu has been completing the systematic morning jogging task for the past month. His own biological clock also became regular. Get up on time at 7 o'clock every day, regardless of whether it is class time or weekend. He muttered to himself. System, take out the physical enhancement capsule and temperament enhancement capsule. Back off. Everyone, back off. He's about to start cheating. Oh no, I'm on drugs. Physical fitness enhancement capsules and temperament enhancement capsules must be taken every day. In fact, the temperament capsule doesn't matter. He is already very handsome. If he is more handsome, Lin Yu might be awakened by his own handsomeness. But you must take the physical fitness capsules. The 3 words "a little weak" left an indelible shadow on Lin Yu. This is all the mess left behind by the original owner. Is it easy for him, Lin Yu? A flash of light passed by, and a physical capsule and a temperament capsule appeared in Lin Yu's hand. Come on, brothers. After a while, Lin Yu felt his abdomen begin to heat up, and his 8 abdominal muscles became very obvious and well defined. The arm muscles are strong and powerful. Lin Yu felt full of strength. If Lang Qingshui appeared here, Lin Yu would not be afraid at all. Without saying a word, he arrested her and gave her a severe lesson. Let her know who's the boss. Chapter 12, Encounter in the Cafeteria, being fed crazily by Lang Qingshui. Lin Yu imagined himself catching Lang Qingshui in his mind. Then Lang Qingshui was unable to resist, and showed a devilish expression with bared fangs and claws. Lin Yu felt extremely comfortable when he thought of this. He got dressed, washed up, and walked to the nearest cafeteria to eat. There are 4 or 5 canteens in the university, and Lin Yu naturally chose the one closest to the dormitory. Who likes to walk a little further for no reason? Lin Yu came to the cafeteria and bought a tray of dumplings, an egg, a bowl of porridge and 2 fried dough sticks. As his physique improved, Lin Yu's appetite also increased. Normally he couldn't finish so much. This amount may not be enough to eat now. Just as Lin Yu swiped the card and was about to pick up the meal, a small hand, as white and tender as jade, patted his broad shoulders. Then 2 small jade hands covered his eyes. Hey! Guess who I am? People around looked at the young couple. I feel sour in my heart. Holy shit! Eating dog food so early in the morning. And it's in the cafeteria. The location is perfect. A charming and pleasant female voice sounded in Lin Yu's ears. He felt his whole body soften when he heard it. Lin Yu could even smell the faint fragrance emanating from the little hand covering his eyes. Do you still need to guess this voice? Who else could it be if not that high fever goddess? Lin Yu was about to answer, but he suddenly remembered something and became playful. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Stop messing around. I know who you are the moment I hear you. Zhang Tingting. When Lang Qingshui heard this, her fair little face suddenly puffed up. What the hell is Zhang Tingting? Her voice is so beautiful, can Zhang Tingting compare to hers? Are Zhang Tingting's hands as white and tender as hers? You guessed wrong even though it was so simple. Lin Yu, you're done. Lang Qingshui loosened the little hand that was covering Lin Yu's eyes, and then pulled his ears. Lin Yu turned around and looked at Lang Qingshui, who was wearing a JK short skirt and had her hair tied into a ponytail. His eyes lit up, and he can only say that she was worthy of being the number 1 woman on the 100 beauties list. Lin Yu pretended to be shocked. Fuck. Why is it you? Lang Qingshui looked at Lin Yu's expression and almost laughed out of anger. Stinky man. Still pretending. It seemed to her that Lin Yu was deliberately trying to anger her. At this time, the meal Lin Yu ordered was ready. He straightened his plate and slipped away. Ha 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 ha. Pai is very happy this time. Lang Qingshui watched Lin Yu run away, gnashing her little fangs. I wanted to bite Lin Yu. To be honest, if there weren't so many people in the cafeteria, she would have eaten it directly. She took out her meal card and started ordering. Lin Yu went to the dining table in the cafeteria and started eating. After a while, Lang Qingshui looked around with the plate in her hand, as if looking for something. Because of his strengthened physique, Lin Yu's eyesight also improved. He could tell at a glance that Sister Lang was looking for him. Lin Yu quickly lowered his head and ate his meal. A person who works hard to eat, a soul that works hard to eat. People who eat a lot have to use basins to eat. Lang Qingshui looked around for a long time and saw Lin Yu, who was trying hard to eat at the table in the back row. She smiled. Humph, you little brat, you still want to hide. Lang Qingshui straightened the dinner plate and walked to Lin Yu with elegant steps. Classmate, is there anyone here? Can I have dinner with you? Lin Yu said lightly. Someone. Can't. When Lang Qingshui heard this, her forehead bulged. This Lin Yu always makes her angry. Lang Qingshui sat down opposite Lin Yu, picked up her chopsticks and started eating breakfast. Her beautiful eyes slightly raised. Brother Yu, I've decided to pick you up from your classroom after class every day. What do you think? Lin Yu was suddenly shocked. Oh shit. This woman has a strong desire for revenge. Leng Qingxue really wants to go to his place to pick him up. Apart from anything else, he guaranteed that the economics department would explode on the spot. The resentful looks of those straight men in the economics department. Lin Yu quietly soaked up Leng Qingxue. It's scary to think about it. Don't, Sister Lang. You're already busy with your studies, so you don't have to come pick me up, right? You're from the mathematics department. It's okay. How can such a small thing hinder my determination to pick up my boyfriend? Lang Qingxue narrowed her beautiful eyes and smiled like a little fox. Lang Qingxue is indeed very busy with her studies. But these are very simple for her and she can do it in no time. There's still plenty of time left. Sorry, Lin Yu is doomed. Even Jesus couldn't stop her, she said. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. This is clearly a determination to punish him. Lang Qingxue blinked her beautiful big eyes at Lin Yu. But, Xiaodier, if you can call me good sister. I won't go for the time being. Lin Yu. You're only 1 day older than me, and you still want me to call you sister? A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Is Lin Yu that kind of person? Good sister. Lin Yu said it out in shame. Lang Qingxue was overjoyed when she heard Lin Yu's words. When Lin Yu said it himself, the effect was tens of thousands times better than typing it on WeChat before. She even thought Lin Yu was cute. Yeah. So good. Reward Brother Yu with a steamed dumpling. Lang Qingxue picked up a steamed bun from her plate and gave it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked at Lang Qingxue's dumplings with disgust. Lang Qingxue couldn't sit still after seeing this scene. What's the meaning? Is this because you dislike your sister? Some people want to eat but can't. She looked at Lin Yu. Eat, why don't you eat? The buns are cold, why don't you eat them? Lin Yu looked at Lang Qingxue. Some people say that this bun is poisoned. Then he picked up the bun and put it in his mouth. He didn't want to eat anything else, he just didn't want to waste food. After a while, the two finished their breakfast. There were still 2 dumplings left on Lang Qingxue's plate. Lin Yu looked at her. There were only 6 dumplings in total. Lang Qingxue only ate 3? Girls have such small appetites? Lang Qingxue felt a little embarrassed when Lin Yu looked at her like that. Her appetite is actually pretty good. But since it's your first time eating in front of your boyfriend, shouldn't you be reserved? The food in the cafeteria tasted okay, but it wasn't enough to whet her appetite. Xiao Yuer, don't waste food. Lang Qingxue said as she put the remaining 2 dumplings on Lin Yu's plate. Well, then it wouldn't be her leftover food. It belongs to Lin Yusheng. Lin Yu's scalp tingled at Lang Qingxue's performance. Damn, this woman is poisonous. If I put the food here, does that mean he is wasting food? You are not as good at stealing as covering your ears to steal the bell. Lin Yu rolled his eyes at her, unmoved. Seeing this, Lang Qingxue blinked her beautiful big eyes and stared at Lin Yu with moist eyes. Lin Yu was a little upset by the stare. He stiffly picked up the chopsticks and finished the 2 remaining dumplings left by Lang Qingxue. Don't overthink it. He's just not full. Chapter 13 Lang Qingxue's JK Short Skirt. Lin Yu finished the 2 remaining dumplings of Lang Qingxue in one breath. Lang Qingxue saw this. Her pink lips curled up and her eyebrows curved into a smile. How is it? How is it? Is it tasty? It's as if these dumplings were made by her. Well, actually there is her saliva on it. So this has something to do with her. Lin Yu chewed the steamed bun, looked at Lang Qingxue with disgust, and then said, It's not tasty. It's so unpalatable. In fact, he thought it was quite delicious, even a little sweet. But he must never show it. We can't let this little witch Lang Qingxue get too proud. You still ate it even though it didn't taste good? Lang Qingxue's tender, white hands supported her delicate chin, and she blinked her big eyes as she stared at Lin Yu. Lin Yu said with a righteous look on his face. It's just someone wasting food. In order not to waste food, even if it tastes bad, I ate it reluctantly. Watch carefully, learn carefully, what it means to be a pillar of the motherland. That's me. In fact, Lin Yu was a little hungry, and secondly, he really couldn't waste food. If it were someone else, it would be fine, but since Lang Qingxue is here, we have to take care of it. She needs to be educated on the spiritual level, and of course, on the physical level as well. Hee hee, Xiaoyur, I just like the way you talk tough. Lang Qingxue showed a charming smile. It was already 7:40 in the morning when Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue finished their breakfast. Lin Yu prepared to get up and go to the classroom. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Host detected arriving at the cafeteria. Sign in. Lin Yu was stunned. This system has a long reflex arc. He was about to leave the cafeteria, and you are telling me now that the test has arrived at the cafeteria? To be honest, he was almost walking out of the cafeteria. The system is only signing in now, your mother is outrageous. Lin Yu doesn't care about his face. He kind of wanted to refuse to sign in. But, this is impossible. Because the system props are very important to Lin Yu now wants to get more props. Come and deal with this beautiful cold sister next to you. He muttered to himself. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtain 1000 system points. Obtain Learning Focus Skill Book X1, Gourmet Cooking Skill Book X1, Endless Happy Water X1. Lin Yu listened to the endless system broadcasts in his mind and felt very comfortable at the moment. Yes, that's it, more props please. He can do without it, but he can't live without it. Lang Qingxue stood beside Lin Yu like a well-behaved little wife. She was a little curious. Why did Lin Yu suddenly stop walking and stand in a daze at the cafeteria door? Did he become stupid from eating too many dumplings? Sigma. Doesn't that mean it has something to do with her? After all, the dumplings were hers. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Stand still there. Lang Qingxue stretched out her little hand and gently pinched Lin Yu's waist. Lin Yu reacted. He came back to his senses from the system prompt. Oh, nothing. I just think of happy things. What's the happy news? Lang Qingxue tilted her little head, blinked her beautiful big eyes, and looked at Lin Yu curiously. Lin Yu naturally couldn't say it out loud. This is a system. And no one would believe it even if I told them. He gave a sly smile. Then he stretched out his big hand and touched Lang Qingxue's little head. It messed up her hair. Ha ha ha. That's the happy thing. After saying that, he just slipped away. Lang Qingxue couldn't bear it at all, and her cheeks puffed up with anger. Pan. She took a step forward and started chasing after him. Lin Yu. You're done. Handsome men and beautiful women chasing each other on campus create a beautiful landscape. Passers-by looked at the two in surprise. A small number of people recognized Lang Qingxue and were even more shocked. Oh shit. When did the cold school beauty become so close to a boy? Most people who don't know Lang Qingxue think that this young couple is a perfect match. The handsome man and the beautiful woman are a perfect match. Lin Yu slipped all the way to the teaching building, and Lang Qingxue followed him. Stop. Sister. I'm going to the classroom now. The teaching buildings of the Department of Economics and the Department of Mathematics are separate, and there is quite a distance between them. Lin Yu. Superscript 33. Lang Qingxue saw that Lin Yu stopped running, so she ran over and jumped. He patted Lin Yu's head fiercely. Lin Yu is 1.85 meters tall, while Lang Qingxue is only 1.68 meters tall and is wearing flat shoes today. If you don't jump up, you really can't touch Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu was stunned. Oh shit. Sneak attack. To cheat and attack me, a 20-year-old young man. He straightened his messy hair. Lang Qingxue. Do you know that you shouldn't touch a boy's head? If you touch it, you won't grow taller. Lang Qingxue rolled her eyes charmingly when she heard that. You're so tall and still growing? A telephone pole? And because of Lin Yu's height, she had to jump up and touch his head. What if he grows taller? Lang Qingxue jumped up again and touched Lin Yu's head. She kind of likes the feel of it, it's so furry. Lang Qingxue didn't notice at all that she was wearing a JK skirt today. The moment she jumped up, her skirt. When Lin Yu saw the beautiful scenery in front of him, his eyes widened instantly. Hey, there are safety pants. Damn. Safety pants are such a nasty invention. He held down Lang Qingxue, who was about to jump up again with his backhand. This sister has a really big heart. She's jumping around in a short skirt. What if someone sees it? Lin Yu had a strange feeling, and he just didn't want others to see it. But he can see it himself. Lin Yu said lightly. Still dancing? Did you forget what you were wearing? Lang Qingxue reacted immediately. Ah! Don't look! Her beautiful little face instantly blushed like a red apple. Then she covered Lin Yu's eyes with her hands. Lin Yu. He's seen it all, what's the point of covering it up now? Lang Qingxue ran away in a flash. Lin Yu found it a little funny that this little devil was shy. He walked into the teaching building and prepared to start class. 12 o'clock noon. Lin Yu walked out of the classroom. The old professor did not keep the class going and ended the get out of class on time. He went to the cafeteria to buy food and returned to the dormitory. It was found that none of the 3 LSP came back. Needless to say, Zhao Tian went out to eat with his girlfriend. This kid betrayed the singles alliance and will never be forgiven. Superscript 33. Wang Jun ate in the cafeteria on the spot. After all, he was impatient. Shen Fei might have gone to the library. Secretly involution. Lin Yu opened his lunchbox and was about to start eating when he suddenly thought of something. How can you enjoy your meal without the Fat House happy water? It must be fixed. System, take out the endless amount of happy water. Chapter 14. Lin Yu's happy water, Zheng Tingting's unusual movement. Buzz. A flash of blue light passed in front of Lin Yu. A bottle of happy water fell steadily onto the table out of thin air. The black liquid caused slight ripples in the bottle. Lin Yu secretly admired the system's understanding. Know where to put things. Lin Yu picked up the bottle of Kualuo and observed it carefully. This bottle of Kualuo looks the same as ordinary Kualuo, with a streamlined outer packaging that is easy to hold. There is no difference from ordinary Kualuo. Even the production date is marked. Lin Yu unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip. Ah! It's delicious. The taste is no different from ordinary Kualuo, but it has more bubbles and tastes a little sweeter. It's very exciting. Drinking Kualuo means drinking with more gas. So far, Lin Yu has not discovered the difference between the endless happy water of the system and ordinary Kualuo. Although he said he couldn't finish it, Lin Yu had already taken a big sip. There is a gap in the bottle. Lin Yu took the bottle and examined it carefully. He wanted to find out where the leftover liquid came from. He looked for a way and suddenly found a line of words in the bottle cap. He took a closer look and saw the words written on the bottle cap unfinished. Lin Yu. Shit. He thought he was going to have another bottle. The result is this. Speaking of another bottle, Lin Yu has never won another bottle many times so far. It's outrageous. He searched for a long time but couldn't find any difference in this endless happy water. I just stopped looking. It's a system tool, as long as the function is fine, why is he so obsessed with it? If he really finishes drinking this happy water, he must ask the system to return it. Lin Yu picked up the chopsticks and started eating, drinking a sip of happy water while eating. It feels great. After a while, Lin Yu finished his lunch and burped. I packed up the lunchbox with satisfaction. He glanced at the half-finished bottle of happy water on the table. Fuck. Sigma. I really can't finish it. Lin Yu saw that the happy water that he had just drunk half of was now back to a full bottle. It's like magic. Half of the wide land appeared out of thin air. It's so powerful, it's worthy of being a system item. It's just so unreasonable. No one touched the happy water, and it was filled up out of thin air. This is unscientific. Lin Yu opened the bottle cap and took another sip. Make sure everything is okay. Suddenly, the dormitory door opened. Wang Jun and Zhao Tian walked in, holding ice-broadened glazes in their hands. They both looked well-fed. Yo, Yuzi. Is the fat boy's happy water on? Lin Yu's mouth twitched, and he looked at the fat Wang Jun. It feels like this fatty happy water was tailor-made for him. Wang Jun unscrewed the ice cream in his hand and took a sip. Ah. Cool. Zhao Tian also unscrewed his own bottle and took a sip. Seeing this, Lin Yu also took a sip of his happy water. At the same time, I felt funny. He is a persistent type, your Bing Kualuo are all his younger brothers. Lin Yu ate and drank his fill and placed the remaining half of the happy water on the table. It's great, you don't have to move it, it will grow back on its own. He climbed into bed and began his nap. Afternoon. Lin Yu woke up first. He only had one class in the afternoon, but it started at 2 o'clock, so he still had to get up. Wang Jun also woke up and climbed out of bed. He picked up his iced cola, which was no longer very cold, and took a sip. He looked at the broadcloth placed on Lin Yu's side. Kind of funny. Lin Yu is indeed not someone who can drink happy water. Because his bottle of cola seemed to be still full. I guess he just took one sip and then stopped drinking. Yuzi, you can't do this. Just drink one sip of Coke and act like a fat otaku. Wang Jun laughed. Lin Yu was very proud. A bunch of idiots, can his wealth be considered ordinary wealth? He can't finish drinking it. It wasn't just a sip at all. Lin Yu and his friends went to the teaching building for class. He walked into the classroom and sat down. The phone vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Leng Qingxue. Xue, Xiao Yuer, do you have classes this afternoon? Sister is going to play with you. Lin Yu typed expressionlessly, yes, I have a class this afternoon. Leng Qingxue? The corner of her mouth twitched. How could she not know whether Lin Yu had classes in the afternoon and how many classes he had? She had already found out all this. She was grinding her white little canine teeth. Suddenly, she smiled like a cunning fox. Jade's finger typed on the phone keyboard, looks like I can't play with Xiao Yur anymore. Good song, Sheen. Lin Yu. I don't believe you. You beautiful lady, you're so bad. You, that's a pity. I also want to play with the beautiful Leng. It's a pity that I'm busy with school. Leng Qingxue looked at Lin Yu's message and sneered. Humph, you're busy with studies, right? Just wait for me. The old professor walked into the classroom and began to lecture. Lin Yu put away his phone and listened to the class. Ding ling. Ding ling. When the bell rang, the old professor announced the end of get out of class without any hesitation. Everyone in the classroom dispersed. Lin Yu's 3 LSP roommates are also missing. He walked out of the classroom. Go back and have a sip of fatty happy water, then play a few more games. Delicious. Xiao Yur. A gentle and charming female voice came from a distance. Lin Yu was shocked when he heard this. Oh shit. Why is this woman here? Didn't he say he had classes this afternoon? Leng Qingxue was still wearing the JK short skirt she had worn that morning, and she walked towards Lin Yu with elegant steps. Lin Yu looked at Leng Qingxue's slender legs under her short skirt. Still wearing this skirt. You forgot this morning? When Leng Qingxue heard this, she instantly remembered jumping and skipping in the morning. Her pretty little face flushed slightly. Xiao Yur. Stop talking. Lin Yu looked around. Sister, don't call me Xiao Yur outside. Doesn't he have any face? Deyur is also okay, although it sounds worse than Xiaoyer. But he is big. Leng Qingxue gave a cunning smile. Does not shouting outside mean that you can shout inside? Okay, Xiaoyer. Lin Yu. After Leng Qingxue caught Lin Yu, she took him for a walk in the park. As Lin Yu walked, he felt like drinking some fat otaku happy water. Leng Qingxue was in a good mood and walked briskly. The two walked all the way to the pavilion where Leng Qingxue had tied Lin Yu last time. Leng Qingxue sat down on the chair in the pavilion and clapped her hands beside her thighs. She motioned Lin Yu to sit next to her. Lin Yu twitched his brows, wondering whether to sit or not. This is a problem. Leng Qingxue saw Lin Yu standing still, and her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Yur, come and sit down. Lin Yu paused, then sat next to Leng Qingxue. Not far away, a group of gossipy people were chatting. Have you heard? It seems like Zhang Tingting is going to hit the top of the 100 beauty lists. Chapter 15. Lin Yu's fighting spirit, striving for the first place on the male god list. Lin Yu sat next to Leng Qingxue and smelled the faint fragrance emanating from her. I suddenly felt relaxed and refreshed, and my mind became clear. Because of his strength and physique, Lin Yu heard the conversation of several people not far away. Zhang Tingting wants to be number 1 on the 100 beauty lists? How does she attack? She, who is ranked second, is not just a little bit less beautiful than the first one on the list. Lin Yu sometimes wondered how Zhang Tingting could be ranked second on the list of 100 beauties. Is there something wrong with these people's aesthetics? He doesn't think Zhang Tingting is that pretty. Compared to the cold sister next to him, it's almost a bit too much. It feels like a final exam, with the difference between the first and second place being several tens of points. But this kind of thing seems to exist. There are those awesome masters who can pull the second place up by tens of points. Lin Yu was wondering how the rankings on the 100 beauties list could still change. Haven't they been ranked based on appearance long ago? Lang Qingxue, who was sitting next to Lin Yu, had no change in expression. I don't know if I heard what they said. Lin Yu was thinking. I heard a few people not far away continue to speak. Fuck. Zhang Tingting is going to hit the top of the 100 beauty list. So powerful? How is she going to attack? The other person touched the back of his head in confusion. Well, can you tell me what the 100 beauties list is? Who is Zhang Tingting? Why does she want to hit the 100 beauty list? Everyone. You kid, all you know is studying. You don't even know about the 100 beauty list in Zhang Tingting? The 100 beauties list is a list that records the top 100 goddesses in terms of appearance. Zhang Tingting is the second most beautiful girl on campus. Second? It doesn't seem that great. I'm not the first one. Puff. Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue laughed at the same time while sitting in the pavilion. What that person said does make sense. Lin Yu looked at Lang Qingxue in surprise. It turns out that this sister heard everything just now. He looked at Lang Qingxue and asked, "You can actually hear it?" Lang Qingxue rolled her eyes charmingly when she heard this, stretched out her white and tender hand, and gently pinched Lin Yu's face. Xiaoyuer, why can't I hear you? It's not far, and I'm not deaf. A few people not far away continued talking. What the hell? You still look down on second place? Then you should get Zhang Tingting. How did the rankings on the 100 beauties list change? Wasn't it already filmed based on appearance? Why did it change? Another person asked the same question as Lin Yu. That's what I thought at first. Then I saw on the campus forum that the list of the 100 most beautiful women will be changed in the future. It's not just about looks, it's also about academic performance and the popularity of the votes. I don't know how it became like this. After hearing these words, Lin Yu fell into deep thought. There is something fishy here. Logically speaking, this list hasn't been revised for a long time, so there must be something wrong with the sudden change. There must be someone operating behind the scenes. But come to think of it, this list was originally made by students for fun. It's not official. It seems to be very simple to change it. Lin Yu thought about it for a while, and he might even think that Zhang Tingting was behind this. Because she is the one who can gain the most benefits. If the second impact on the first is successful, isn't that the greatest benefit? Lin Yu smelled the faint fragrance and looked at Lang Qingxue beside him. How is it, Sister Lang? How do you feel about that? Lang Qingxue narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Yu when she heard this. Xiaoyuer, if it were before, I wouldn't have any feelings. Change it if you want, it has nothing to do with me. But it's different now. This first place must be mine. If I want to. Lin Yu was stunned. Why does Lang Qingxue suddenly look so handsome? He's kind of in love. What Lang Qingxue said seems to be fine. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has excellent grades. Isn't it easy for her to get first place? However, there seems to be a popularity vote. He was a little curious. Why did Lang Qingxue not care about the first place before, but started to compete for it now? Lin Yu asked, why did you not feel anything before? When Lang Qingxue heard this, she smiled like a cunning fox and looked at Lin Yu. Because of you, Xiaoyuer. Lin Yu was stunned. What does this have to do with him? He is not responsible for this. Because I have to save face for my boyfriend. His girlfriend is the #1 goddess, so he's very proud. Lin Yu was shocked. He didn't expect Lang Qingxue's reason was this. Holy shit. My sister is still thinking about me. Actually, being with the #1 goddess seems, indeed, impressive. How is it, Xiaoyuer? Are you happy? Lin Yu. Yeah, it's okay. He admitted that he was a little happy to hear that. But he doesn't show it. We can't let this little devil get so proud. Lang Qingxue pinched Lin Yu's waist when she heard this. Say you're happy. Lin Yu was stunned. What the hell? Are you here to force me? There's no way he'll give in. Happy, happy. Humph. That's more like it. Hee, so good. Lang Qingxue gave a devilish smile. Xiao Yuer, do you know that besides the 100 beauties list, there is also a campus male god list? I know. I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. Lin Yu recalled what Wang Jun said and said it was unreliable. Aha! Do you know you're on the list? When Lin Yu heard this, he was slightly stunned. What the hell? He made the list himself? How come he doesn't know? Lang Qingxue looked at Lin Yu's surprised expression and found it very funny. Xiao Yuer, the male god list is divided into the appearance list and the overall list. You are number 1 on the beauty list. That's amazing. Lin Yu was a little surprised when he heard this, and then felt very confused. With his looks, isn't it normal for him to be number 1? How did you know that? Lang Qingxue blinked her big eyes and said, this is a secret between us girls. The male god list is naturally made by girls. What about the overall ranking? Where do I rank? Lin Yu asked somewhat dazedly. Well, you were originally ranked 100, but your looks brought you down to 20. Lang Qingxue looked at him teasingly. Lin Yu. Damn. Such a strong guy, but he is only ranked 100th. Lin Yu automatically ignored the question about appearance. He is not convinced. It seems I have no choice but to accept it. Because his grades are indeed average. No, it should be said that the original owner's grades were average. Lin Yu has already strengthened his studies, so it should be no problem for him to get first place in the department, right? Lin Yu had a strange feeling, because Lang Qingxue, his nominal girlfriend, was the number 1 goddess. He has ignited the fighting spirit. How can he be ranked 100? He has to be the number 1 male god. Chapter 16 Zhang Tingting's Conspiracy, Open Class begins. Lin Yu's fighting spirit had already ignited in his mind. I don't steam buns to save face. He is already number 1 on the appearance list. It would be great to get first place in the overall ranking, right? Besides, little witches like Lang Qingxue are always number 1 on the goddess list. There is no way that Lin Yu will lose. Lin Yu's gaze gradually became firm. He will definitely take the first place on the male god list. Moreover, he is a man with a system, and even with a system he cannot take first place. Then he shouldn't do it anymore. It's a disgrace to the time travelers. Lang Qingxue didn't know what Lin Yu was thinking at this moment. But she saw that Lin Yu's eyes gradually became firm, as if he had made some decision. What are you thinking about, Xiao Yuer? Lang Qingxue stretched out her small, white and tender hand and waved it in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu came back to his senses. Nothing, just lamenting that I'm only ranked 100th. Lin Yu did not express his idea of striving to be number 1 on the list of male gods. Because he wants to become stronger quietly. Then surprise everyone. Xiao Yuer, you are ranked 20th, not 100th. Lang Qingxue blinked her beautiful eyes at him. Lin Yu rolled his eyes at her. Does the one who got promoted by appearance count? That's not my strength. Lang Qingxue said, who said that appearance is also a kind of strength. Lin Yu was stunned, and then felt that what Lang Qingxue said seemed to make some sense. I'm born handsome, there's nothing I can do about it. Lang Qingxue threw her a coquettish glance. For example, I really like your looks. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he felt like he was electrocuted. Woman, I think you just want my body. The other side. Zhang Tingting and her best friends were discussing this in the dormitory. Tingting, are we sure to get the first place on the 100 beauty list? A girl looked at Zhang Tingting and said. Zhang Tingting nodded proudly. Of course. She spent a lot of money for this opportunity. Even her identity as the school beauty was achieved through many connections. Finally, I found the person who made the list of the top 100 beautiful girls on campus. Then he talked a lot and promised a lot of benefits. Only then did that person agree to change the rules. However, that person also insisted that except for changing the selection rules, everything else would remain unchanged, and the final scoring must remain fair and just. Never allow others to operate behind the scenes. But Zhang Tingting knew that this was enough. She was confident that she could accomplish these and surpass Leng Qingxue in one fell swoop. She had long been jealous of Leng Qingxue, and she must seize this opportunity. Zhang Tingting analyzed it in her mind. There is no problem with her appearance. As for her grades, her academic performance is usually good, and she will be ranked first in the department during the exams. When it comes to popularity voting, Zhang Tingting has absolute confidence in herself. Her popularity is definitely higher than Leng Qingxue. Because Leng Qingxue rarely appears in the public eye, and has a cold personality and keeps strangers away, how popular can she be? Leng Qingxue, your aloofness has harmed you. She is sure to win this time. Really? Tingting, how did you find the person who made the list and get him to change the rules? A girl asked. Zhang Tingting was stunned. Well, this is quite complicated. I'll tell you later. Jia, compared to this. Have you ever thought about finding a boyfriend? I happen to have a friend here who is very suitable. I'd like to introduce her to you. How about it? In fact, one of the items is to introduce your best friend to that person. It's worth selling out your best friend to get first place. Ah? How's that guy? The girl named Jia asked. Zhang Tingting said quickly, that person is very good, you will definitely like him. Actually, that person is a bit. Leng Qingxue and Lin Yu were enjoying the beautiful scenery in the pavilion. Time flies. It's already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's go back. It's 6 o'clock. Lin Yu stood up and said. It felt pretty good to sit with Leng Qingxue and enjoy the beautiful scenery this afternoon. It's just very strange. Yeah, I'm going back. Although Leng Qingxue wanted to continue sitting, since Lin Yu had spoken, she couldn't say anything. Two people were walking on the road. In the evening. As the sun sets, you can see several young couples walking together on the road everywhere on campus. Leng Qingxue and Lin Yu seem to be one of these couples. Lin Yu suddenly thought of something. Sister Lang, didn't you say you wanted to take first place on the 100 beauties list? Yeah, what's wrong? Do you need my help? Lin Yu asked. Leng Qingxue blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Yu. She didn't expect Lin Yu to offer to help. Happy. It seems that these days' work has not been in vain. No need, Xiaoyer. I still need your help with this little thing. Then I'm unworthy of being ranked number 1. Don't worry, I can get what I want. Leng Qingxue has absolute confidence in her appearance and achievements. Lin Yu nodded when he heard this, but he didn't say anything. But in private, he still had to keep an eye on it. Maybe something unexpected happened? Don't think too much, he doesn't want to help Leng Qingxue. But for his own face. Think about it, your girlfriend was originally ranked number 1 goddess, but now she has dropped 1 place to number 2. Who can tolerate that? Delta. My uncle can give in, but my aunt can't tolerate it. Even if his aunt can tolerate it, he can't. The two walked to the intersection. The boys' dormitory was on the left and the girls' dormitory was on the right. Leng Qingxue stretched out her tender white hands and pinched Lin Yu's handsome face. Then he ran away. Lin Yu was stunned. Holy shit! They attacked me, an unarmed young man, again. Lin Yu returned to the dormitory. The 3 LSP have returned. He walked to his seat and took a sip of the happy water. The bottle of happy water has been filled up again from half full. It's very comfortable. Wang Jun suddenly took out a book and started reading. Lin Yu was shocked by what he saw. What the hell? What's going on? Junzi, you've changed your personality. Wang Jun said with a bitter look on his face, do you think I want to? Aren't we going to have an open class next Monday with mathematics class 1? The instructor said that the math professor is very aggressive and likes to check on people. When Lin Yu heard this, he also thought of the fear of being randomly checked when he was a child. He quickly picked up the book and prepared to cram. Then he put the book down again. Don't panic. He has a system, who is he afraid of? Spot check. Here's yours. Then the music, then the dancing. Lin Yu immediately lay down on the bed and started playing games. On Monday, Lin Yu and 3 LSP walked to the lecture hall. Today they were going to have an open class with mathematics class 1. Of course, go to the big classroom. As soon as he walked in, he saw Leng Qingxue, who had already taken a seat, waving at him. Chapter 17. Lin Yu, who was randomly checked, sat at the same table with Lang Qingxue. As soon as Lin Yu walked into the large classroom, he saw Lang Qing raising her white and tender little hand to greet him. This beautiful person has a bright smile on her face. Even Lang Qingxue didn't say anything. It was as if Lin Yu heard a charming and pleasant voice in his mind. Xiao Yuer. Come here quickly. Come sit with your sister. This. Whether or not to sit next to Lang Cheng is a question worth careful consideration. If he sat down, he would be immediately seen by everyone in the classroom. Then become the target of public criticism. There are also 3 LSP roommates who will complain bitterly to him that Lin Yu betrayed their single dog alliance and call him a traitor. However, Zhao Tian, who has a partner, has no right to say anything about him. But if Lin Yu doesn't sit, he faced Lang Qingxue's witch-like persecution, including but not limited to pinching the flesh around his waist, calling him Xiao Yuer in front of everyone, feeding him the leftover dumplings. Lin Yu felt a little scared when he thought about it. What a cruel witch! The 3 LSPs following Lin Yu also saw Lang Qingxue waving at them not far away. The 3 of them instantly showed shocked expressions on their faces. Oh shit! Hatsuko! The cold goddess is waving at us. Oh my god! I never dreamed that this scene would happen. Am I going to have romantic luck today? Wang Jun straightened his collar and said. Lin Yu, then you are really overthinking it. If Wang Jun dared to take a step forward, Lin Yu estimated that Lang Qingxue would beat Wang Jun into a pig's head. You're overthinking it. Lang Qingxue might be greeting someone. But I don't think it's you. Wang Jun said stubbornly. Who said that? Goddess Lang was greeting us. Who else can she greet? At the same time, all the boys in the mathematics class 1 in the classroom were looking in the direction of Lang Qingxue. They were curious about who the cold school beauty was greeting. Lang Qingxue is a goddess-like figure in their mathematics class. There are already few girls in the mathematics department, and now there is such a beautiful girl. She is the focus of the entire mathematics department. Who can not pay attention? They even felt lucky that they could apply to the mathematics department. As for Lang Qingxue, her little hands were sore from being raised. Lin Yu was still standing there stupidly, not wanting to come over. She instantly showed a slightly angry expression and looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu saw that Boss Ling was anxious. She was anxious. In an instant, Lin Yu made a decision. He calmly looked at the 3 LSP roommates beside him. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm going to show my cards. Actually, Lang Qingxue was waving at me. After saying that, he took the textbook and walked to Lang Qingxue's seat, then sat down calmly. Fuck. Damn. The boys' uniform shouts of fuck you could be heard throughout the entire classroom. The faces of the boys in the mathematics department class were filled with shock, confusion, sadness, and heartbreak. Goddess. The goddess was picked. And it was a guy from another department. The expressions of the boys in the economics department's class were not only shocked but also bitter. Because they didn't expect that Lin Yu had quietly found such a beautiful woman, who was from another department. Some girls showed curious expressions and were very interested in these 2 people. They both knew these 2 people. One was the number 1 goddess on the list of 100 beauties, and the other was the number 1 man on the list of looks. The other girl felt very heartbroken. How could she not be heartbroken when her dream man was snatched away by someone else? They have a crush on Lin Yu. Just because of Lin Yu's handsome appearance, many girls have a crush on him. Wang Jun and the others were shocked for a moment when they saw Lin Yu walking over without any panic, and then they understood. That's right. They were all present when the confession was made that day. Lin Yu is indeed having an affair with Lang Qingxue. He betrayed the singles alliance. Lin Yu sat next to Lang Qingxue, saw everyone's reactions, and then rolled his eyes at her. Are you satisfied, my sister? Satisfy. Lang Qingxue came to the classroom early in the morning to take a good seat just to wait for Lin Yu to come. Then sit with him in class. She didn't even sit with her roommates. As for other people's looks, she didn't care at all. Isn't it just that the school beauty found a boyfriend? What's so surprising? The boys in the classroom saw Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue having a very pleasant conversation. My heart is broken, these 2 people are like this. Even the dogs knew they were together. Woohoo! Shue. My shue. There are dozens more heartbroken people tonight. There is also a small number of boys who do not believe this fact in their hearts and they comfort themselves in their hearts. Just sitting together doesn't prove anything, they still have a chance. The noisy classroom was filled with a lively atmosphere because of Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue, until an old man with gray hair walked in with textbooks. The professor fell silent in an instant. They knew that the legendary math professor who loved to check random questions had arrived. When Lin Yu saw the old professor, he felt a little scared. There's no way around it. I was randomly checked when I was a kid, and it's left a lasting impression on me. He approached his deskmate and asked, "Sister Lang, do you know this professor?" Leng Qingxue shook her head, "I don't know him. Although I'm in the mathematics department, this professor seems to be teaching mathematics graduate students. Don't teach us." Lin Yu felt even more scared when he heard this. It was too powerful to lead a mathematics graduate student. He was so scared that he quickly took a learning enhancement capsule to calm down. Leng Qingxue noticed Lin Yu's movements. She stretched out her white and tender little hand and opened Lin Yu's mouth. "Stao Yu. What are you eating secretly? Give me some quickly. It is boring to eat your own food, but it is interesting to compete with others for food." Lin Yu grabbed Leng Qingxue's mischievous little hand. "I didn't eat anything." "You heard it wrong. Just kidding, don't take learning enhancement capsules randomly. I want to practice questions after eating. Besides, Leng Qingxue is so smart, eating at 1T have any adverse effects, right? Ahem. Classmates, let's start the class." The mathematics professor tapped the blackboard with his pointer and said. The whole classroom became even quieter and no one dared to speak. "I'm afraid of being checked." The course was already halfway through, and the professor hadn't called on anyone for spot checks. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the old professor said, "Now, I have a few questions. Please answer them." Everyone in the classroom held their breath instantly because they knew it was coming. Li Ming. "Sorry, Professor, I can't." Li Ming boldly said that he didn't know how to do it. If he can't do it, then he can't do it. He really can't do it. So let him be embarrassed. It's better than saying nothing. "Well, sit down." Wang Jun. Wang Jun stood up and answered haltingly. "Friday's cram session is still effective." "Well, that's a good answer." Lin Yu. Lin Yu was stunned, then slowly stood up. He had already taken the learning capsule and was not weak at all. Chapter 18 Leng Qingxue's problem, Lin Yu saves the beauty. Lin Yu stood up slowly. Everyone's eyes turned to him. Some people want to see him get humiliated, while others think he is very handsome. Lin Yu expected that he might be called, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. The math professor didn't know him at all, so it was random that he was called. But he behaved gracefully and was not at all panicked. Learning enhancement capsules are not exaggerated. Fortunately, he took one pill, and with his sharp thinking skills, this question was like child's play for him. He only needed to take one look at it now and he already had the answer in his mind. Leng Qingxue, who was sitting next to Lin Yu, was also a little surprised that Lin Yu was called. While Lin Yu stood up, she stretched out her small, white and tender hand and secretly held Lin Yu's big hand under the table. Then the jade fingers scratched Lin Yu's palm. So fun. Lin Yu also felt a little itchy in his heart because of Leng Qingxue's tickling. This woman is so capable. It almost made him forget the answer he had just thought of. He used his big hand to hold Leng Qingxue's small hand tightly, signaling her to stop making trouble. Leng Qingxue's small hand was held tightly by Lin Yu's warm big hand. She felt warm and her little face turned slightly red instantly. She stopped tickling Lin Yu and looked at him silently. This question from the math professor is average, neither difficult nor easy. She was more interested in whether Lin Yu could answer it. If not, she would give him hints secretly. After all, he is my boyfriend. How can I let him be embarrassed in public? Lin Yu looked at the old professor. With his eyes slightly focused, he spoke clearly the answer and the solution. Those who didn't understand the question in the classroom looked as if they had suddenly understood after hearing Lin Yu's answer. And those who were jealous of Lin Yu for stealing their goddess were also a little angry. This kid got it. I can do it too. The old professor's eyes flickered slightly when he looked at Lin Yu. The student's problem-solving ideas are clear and organized. Although this question is not difficult, there are many traps in it, and it is not something that a freshman can answer easily. Very good, Lin Yu. That's a good answer. The old professor praised Lin Yu and motioned him to sit down. Lin Yu sat down with a calm expression. Are you kidding? If he can't even answer such a simple question, he would be the most shameful time traveler. Lang Qingxue, who was standing aside, narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Yu. She guessed that Lin Yu could answer it, but she didn't expect him to answer it so logically. It even gave her some inspiration in mathematics. She stretched out her little hand, pinched Lin Yu's waist, and whispered. Okay. Lin Yu. You actually hid this from me. You even know the answer to this question. Lin Yu was stunned. What did he hide? Isn't this question very simple? He grabbed Lang Qingshue's little hand with his backhand. Sister Lang, is it necessary to hide such a small matter from you? This question is so simple. Lang Qingxue gave Lin Yu a white look and said, You're fat, and you're really out of breath. The course continues. The old professor picked a few more people to answer questions. He even mentioned Lin Yu's roommate Qian Fei, who was known for his high scores. These people answered well, but their ideas were not as clear as Lin Yu's before. Lang Qingxue was taking notes. Lin Yu began to stare blankly, because he already knew the answers to these questions. Suddenly, an electronic prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Host arrives at the lecture hall. Sign in. This system came just in time. Lin Yu was just feeling bored and having nothing to do when the system came along. Sign in. He muttered to himself. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtain 1000 system points. Heroic Capsule X1, Economic Analysis Skill Book X1, Smart Analysis Glasses X1. Lin Yu felt very satisfied when he looked at the system props he had obtained. Well, the needle doesn't poke. The feeling of signing in is not a needle prick. He came back to his senses and looked at Lang Qingxue, who was taking notes seriously beside him. Under the beautiful big eyes is a straight nose and a pair of curved red lips, which are even more bright and charming. Lin Yu looked a little stunned. This woman is quite pretty when she is pretty. The old professor finished most of the course and then introduced a new topic. This question is an advanced mathematical modeling question. He just raised it to see if it would work, not expecting anyone to answer it. When most of the students in the classroom heard this, it was like listening to a foreign language. They didn't understand it at all. A small number of students can understand it, but cannot think of the specific content. Lang Qingxue is one of them. But she already had an idea in her mind. Lin Yu didn't even read the question. Because he was still in a daze. Lang Qingxue. Do you have an answer? The old professor called Lang Qingxue's name. He had long heard of her reputation as the best in the Department of Mathematics. Want to see how she is? Lang Qingxue, who was sitting next to Lin Yu, stood up. Everyone's eyes turned to this cold goddess. Even Lin Yu looked at her. Lang Qingxue nodded slightly. Professor, I have an idea, but it's not clear yet. Please let me calculate it on the blackboard. She wanted to challenge this difficult problem. Can. The old professor nodded. Lin Yu was stunned. Oh shit. This sister is so fierce, she was beaten on the spot. Even if Lin Yu knew the answer to this question, he was too lazy to calculate it on the spot. Just give me some ideas. Lang Qingxue walked up to the podium and began to calculate on the blackboard. Lin Yu yawned, but he didn't care about it. Since Cold Boss is the best in the department, this kind of question should be a piece of cake for him. He continued to look at Lang Qingxue's beautiful back and was in a daze. 10 minutes later. Lang Qingxue was still calculating on the blackboard. This question was a bit beyond the scope. Even she found it troublesome. But she never gives up. But the atmosphere in the classroom was a little subtle. Lin Yu also looked at the question seriously. He could tell at a glance that this question was about mathematical modeling, which was far beyond the scope of the syllabus. With his sharp thinking and learning capsules, he only had a few ideas. Another 5 minutes later. Lang Qingxue continued to count, and the blackboard was already filled with dense numbers. The old professor looked at the beautiful girl and decided to let her come down without forcing her. Lin Yu found that the atmosphere in the classroom was very subtle, and Lang Qingxue seemed to be a little upset. He looked at Lang Qingxue's back and muttered to himself. System, use the mathematical modeling skill book. Return to host, used. A lot of mathematical modeling knowledge emerged in Lin Yu's mind, and he looked at the questions on the blackboard. My thoughts became clear instantly and I got the answer. At this time, the old professor said, cold. Lin Yu stood up instantly, Professor, I have the answer. Please let me and Lang work out the answer together. Chapter 19, Damn. He got it. Lin Yu suddenly stood up and said this. All the students present were instantly shocked, and all of them, boys and girls, looked at Lin Yu. They were whispering to each other below. Fuck. This kid is showing off, isn't he? I just installed one, and now I want to install another. TSK, I think he's lost his mind. I just spoke out of my mouth to show off. This question is so difficult that even I, a math major, can't understand it. Can he? And the cold goddess has been stuck for so long. Oh my god. This is confirmed. Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue are probably really together. He wants to stand by his girlfriend's side. Even Lang Qingxue, who was working on a problem on the blackboard, paused when she heard Lin Yu's presence. She felt warm in her heart. She knew Lin Yu wanted to help her share the pressure. She is not a fool. After calculating on the blackboard for so long, how could she not feel the subtle atmosphere in the classroom? She was very touched, but at the same time she felt that Lin Yu was too impulsive. This question is very difficult and beyond the syllabus. Even she only has a little idea of how to solve it. Lin Yu came up and stood with her. Lang Qingxue knew that Lin Yu's performance on the comprehensive list of male gods was average and at a mid-level level. He probably won't be able to solve this mathematical modeling problem which is beyond the syllabus. However, she was still very satisfied that Xiao Yuer had this intention. Sigma Sigma. It's better to stand with her than to do nothing. She didn't choose the wrong person. Just when everyone's eyes were on Lin Yu. The old professor also looked at Lin Yu, his eyes flashing slightly. He had already seen that Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue were probably in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. The two of them sat together, and now Lin Yu said he wanted to come up and calculate together. Even a fool can see that these two people are related. He hasn't been a professor for all these years in vain. He knew that Lin Yu probably wanted to help Lang Qingxue relieve the pressure. As for whether Lin Yu could figure out the answer, he didn't quite believe it. Because he used this question to raise his level, although Lin Yu had answered the questions clearly before. But these two topics are not on the same level. Even Lang Qingxue, who ranked first in the mathematics department, was stuck. But since it has been brought up, he is interested in taking a look. Maybe this Lin Yu really has something. At least, Lin Yu looked quite pleasing to the eye. Okay, Lin Yu, are you sure you have the answer? This is no joke. I'm sure, Professor. Lin Yu replied calmly. Just kidding, the existence of his system directly confirms certainty. The answer was already in my mind. Okay, then you go up. The old professor nodded. Lin Yu was also not vague. He walked out of his seat and walked towards Lang Qingxue, who was calculating at the blackboard. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to him. Most of the boys looked at Lin Yu fiercely, hoping that he would fail in his show-off behavior. Some girls looked at Lin Yu's handsome back and became infatuated with him. They didn't care whether Lin Yu could come up with the answer or not, as long as they thought he was handsome. Lin Yu walked to Lang Qingxue's side. Lang Qingxue was holding a piece of chalk, looking at him with her big eyes blinking. Said in a low voice. Xiao Yu, I'm glad you can stand up. But you're too impulsive. It's okay for me to lose face alone. Lin Yu stretched out his big hand and gently pinched Lang Qingxue's fair and tender face. Then he said in a gentle voice, It's okay, Sister Lang. I, Lin Yu, never do anything that I'm not sure of. Lang Qingxue's face turned slightly red. With so many people watching, even though she was a little witch, she felt shy. However, Lin Yu's comfort was obviously very effective, and Lang Qingxue's pressure had been reduced a lot. Since Lin Yu has come up, she will naturally give him the trust he deserves. Due to the angle, only a few people saw Lin Yu's movements. But the few people who saw the scene felt as if they had suddenly eaten a ton of dog food. Even the old professor felt like he had eaten a lot of dog food. Lin Yu didn't care about the looks around him. He took the warm chalk from Lang Qingxue's hand. He instantly looked at the blackboard with a serious expression. Next, leave it to me. Lin Yu directly followed the ideas that Lang Qingxue had written before, simplified her previous steps, and then quickly calculated the following steps. He held the chalk and wrote quickly on the blackboard. His writing was as smooth as flowing water without any pause. Swish, swish, swish. The collision and friction between the chalk and the blackboard produces a continuous crisp sound. Lang Qingxue stood aside, watching the calculation process written by Lin Yu. The expression on her face changed from confusion to understanding and finally to shock. She understood that Lin Yu was writing based on her previous ideas and had simplified many steps. The following formulas were logically compact step by step, and Lang Qingxue read them step by step. Suddenly her mind became much clearer. She hadn't expected that she could write like this. No wonder she got stuck just now. The more she thought about it, the clearer it became, and the more she thought about it, the more shocked she was. Only when you reach a certain field, you will know how powerful this person is. Lin Yu's understanding of mathematics is actually higher than hers. Too bad. Lin Yu. Hiding so deeply. Even she was blinded. At the same time, she was also very surprised, as she had really found a treasure this time. Her intuition is always right. The old professor sat at the podium and saw Lin Yu writing the formula quickly. His expression gradually became serious. This. Lin Yu's mathematical talent is so high. Advanced questions are used to select talents. Some things can be learned by practicing questions, but some things really depend on talent. The people in the lecture hall watched Lin Yu writing click, click. The expressions on his faces were dazed. They didn't understand, but they were shocked. Although they couldn't understand it, Lin Yu wrote very fast. I wrote it quickly, and no matter if it was just random writing or not, it looked pretty good anyway. Fuck. This Lin Yu is so awesome. He can do something so difficult. No. Stop it. We can't let him pretend anymore. Wang Jun and the others were even more confused. Don't these roommates know who Lin Yu is? He is a very Buddhist person and you never see him flipping through a book. Now come and solve this difficult problem on the spot. They can't accept it. Only Chen Fei looked at Lin Yu seriously. It seemed that he had a long way to go to become the dormitory king. Lin Yu finished writing the last step of the formula. Then throw the chalk into the chalk box handsomely. Perfect. Very handsome. Lin Yu stretched out his big hand and, in front of everyone's gaze, took the confused Lang Qingshue's hand and walked back to his seat. Then he looked at the old professor and said modestly, "Professor, I've finished answering. Please check if I'm correct." Chapter 20 Lang Qingxue secretly kisses, Lin Yu's ranking rises. Lin Yu knew his limits. He knew that it was okay to show off, but he still had to respect the old professor. Although the answer to this question was 1000% calculated by himself on the blackboard. But he still had to ask the old professor if it was right. Lang Qingxue was a little confused at this time. Lin Yu's quick calculations just now made her almost unable to keep up with the final deduction steps. Lin Yu took her hand and returned to her seat. She suddenly felt warm in her heart. Lin Yu not only came up with the answer, but also answered it so perfectly. While sharing the pressure for her, it also shocked the whole process. Lang Qingxue suddenly felt that Lin Yu was so handsome. She looked at Lin Yu with a strange look in her eyes. So cool. Even someone as aloof as her, actually not that aloof, couldn't help but want to be Lin Yu's little fangirl. Because in the field of mathematics, which she is best at, Lin Yu is better than her. When Lin Yu finished speaking, the whole classroom became quiet. The male students were all waiting for the old professor's answer. Even though they had already guessed it, Lin Yu was most likely right this time. Because he wrote very quickly when he was calculating, and he was not slow at all when he left the stage. Anyone can see that confidence. However, they still hoped that the old professor would say that Lin Yu's answer was wrong, so that this pretty boy would be embarrassed. The old professor looked at Lin Yu with a smile. That's a good answer, Lin Yu. You and Lang Qingshue's ideas are perfect. While praising Lin Yu, the old professor also did not forget to praise Lang Qingxue. After all, Lang Qingxue is Lin Yu's girlfriend. Because he was very interested in Lin Yu's mathematical talent. In other words, he wanted to poach Lin Yu. The male students in the lecture hall who were eager to see Lin Yu suffer a setback instantly wilted when they heard this. Oh shit. This kid has done it again. They are so angry. And those girls looked at Lin Yu even more infatuatedly. So cool. Handsome and good at math. They simply couldn't stand it. Some other students who could keep up with the old professor looked at Lin Yu warily. They felt a lot of pressure when such a good math person suddenly appeared. Thank you for the compliment, Professor. Actually, it was Lung who gave me the idea. Lin Yu said modestly and gave the credit to Lang Qingxue. Lang Qingxue felt sweet in her heart. Xiao Yuer suddenly became so good at flirting that she couldn't handle it. The old professor used the problem that Lin Yu had calculated as a model and began to explain it. Ding-ling, ding-ling. The bell rang. The old professor said class was dismissed without any hesitation. Everyone dispersed. Some girls walked out of the classroom and looked back at Lin Yu from time to time. Although Lin Yu has a goddess like Lang Qingxue, it does not prevent them from looking at handsome guys. Lang Qingxue excitedly pulled Lin Yu and prepared to walk out of the classroom. She can't wait. Can't wait to ask Lin Yu about his specific thinking behind that question. That's right. She is serious about studying mathematics. Delta. Her boyfriend is a math genius, how could she miss him? Wait, Lin Yu. The old professor suddenly called out to the two of them. What's up, Professor? Lin Yu stopped and looked at him. Student Lin Yu, are you interested in transferring to the Department of Mathematics? Lang Qingxue and Lin Yu were both slightly stunned when they heard this. They didn't expect that the old professor actually wanted to poach people. Lin Yu was silent for a while, lost in thought. He doesn't plan to transfer to the mathematics department anymore. The economics department is pretty good. And don't think that solving math problems is as easy as drinking water. They are very brain intensive. He might get bald without realizing it. How could he be bald when he is such a handsome guy? Even if he has system props, he can solve the problem of baldness. Lin Yu didn't want this to happen either. Well, Professor, let me think about it. Lin Yu did not refuse directly. After all, he was an old mathematics professor, and he had to give him face. Okay, Lin Yu, I'll wait for your reply. I won't force you. The old professor said with a smile. He has patience for people with great talents. Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue walked out of the classroom together. Lang Qingxue asked as soon as she left the classroom. Xiao Yuer, do you dislike the Department of Mathematics? She thought Lin Yu was a good choice for the Department of Mathematics given his talent. But Lin Yu didn't seem very interested. Lin Yu looked at Lang Qingxue and explained. No, my sister. Don't think I can solve problems just like drinking water. It's actually very brain-consuming. It's okay to do 1 or 2 questions occasionally, but I really want to study this. That's quite bald. Puff. Lang Qingxue smiled sweetly. She didn't expect that Lin Yu actually cared about his hair. But Lin Yu has a choice, she will definitely respect him and will not say anything to ask Lin Yu to go to the Department of Mathematics. Elbow, Xiao Yer, come with me to the library. Lang Qingxue said while holding Lin Yu's arm. Lin Yu was stunned. He didn't even care about Lang Qingxue's action of holding his arm. Huh? Why are you going to the library? Lin Yu is not the kind of person who loves to study. Go study that question again. I don't understand a few steps. Lang Qingxue blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu? Little question mark, do you have a lot of children? Does this woman have a serious illness? He actually asked him to study mathematics? So, Lin Yu was dragged to the library by Lang Qingxue. Then I did some research. The other side. A boy is typing a message on his mobile phone. The intelligence was wrong. Lin Yu is very good at hiding his true self. He is very good at math. It may threaten the overall ranking. In the girls' dormitory, several girls were chattering about something. I'm telling you. I saw Lin Yu today and he was so handsome. He is really good at math. He can answer all the questions that are beyond the syllabus. I wanted to confess my love to him before, but it's too late. She's with Lang Qingxue. I'm so angry. At the same time. In the campus forum. Comprehensive list of campus male gods. Lin Yu's ranking rose from 20th to 16th. However, Lin Yu did not know that his ranking had improved. He is a little tired. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so pretentious. I wouldn't have saved Lang Qingxue. Let her embarrass herself there. Because Lang Qingxue really dragged him to study mathematics in the library for an entire afternoon. He is stupid. Is this something a human being does? It was already evening when Lung Qingshui and Lin Yu walked out of the library. She gave a devilish smile. Xiao Yuer, you seem a little tired. Lin Yu rolled his eyes at her. Damn, how could that not be tiring? Alright. Thank you for today. Lang Qingshui suddenly stood on tiptoe, kissed Lin Yu on the side of the cheek, then blinked her big eyes and ran away. Lin Yu stood there in a daze. Sigma. Damn. Sneak attack. Chapter 21. Lin Yu did not cheat, the forum was a sensation. Lin Yu realized that he had been secretly kissed by the witch Lang Qingshui. I was suddenly shocked. Oh shit. Boys, please protect yourself when you are outside. Otherwise, you would end up like him, being taken advantage of silently. Where can he seek justice? Looking at Lang Qingshui's cute back as she ran away, Lin Yu smiled lightly. At this time, Lang Qingshui, who was running away, had a smile on her face but felt a little shy in her heart. Her little face is rosy, like a ripe red apple. Just now, she kissed Lin Yu secretly on a whim. Do you really think she isn't shy? Witches can be shy too. But it's so exciting to run away after kissing. It's just fun. Lang Qingshui was smiling when she suddenly thought of something. It seems that she hasn't settled the score with Lin Yu yet. What's the score? Of course, Lin Yu has such a good understanding of mathematics that even she was deceived. She only discovered it now. When she was interested in Lin Yu, she secretly inquired about Lin Yu and even found out his birthday. Naturally, I also found out about Lin Yu's grades, which were quite average. As a result, Lin Yu finished the questions that she couldn't do today. Lang Qingshui was very surprised and happy, so she pulled Lin Yu to study math problems for the whole afternoon. Forget about settling the score. Now that she thought about it, she felt she needed to go back and settle the score with Xiao Yuer. So she turned and ran towards Lin Yu. If Lin Yu knew what Lang Qingshui was thinking, then he will definitely complain. His grades are really average, or rather, the original owner's grades are average. Mathematics is just a system because it is put together. Lin Yu didn't know this at the time, and he was already walking towards the dormitory. He was exhausted today. He pretends to save his sister and studies mathematics with her. Well, the girl is still a big beauty. He felt that he was overdrawn a lot. I have to go back to the dormitory and drink a bottle of happy water to calm down. As he was walking forward, he suddenly saw Lang Qingshui, who was running away in the distance, running towards him. And it was very fast, looking very busy. It seemed like there was still light in Lang Qingshui's eyes. It's the look a wolf gives a lamb. Lin Yu was shocked. Fuck. Why is this sister back again? Isn't one kiss enough for her? She wants a second kiss? Sigma. What a fierce woman. Boys must protect themselves outside. Thinking of this, Lin Yu became braver again. You came just in time. I haven't settled the score for the sneak attack on him just now. He has to settle this account himself. Lang Qingshui's face was puffed up, and she ran back and forth aggressively, with her weapon swaying. Xiao Yuer, I almost forgot, I still have a debt to settle with you. Lin Yu was stunned. You still want to settle the score? I still want to settle the score. Lin Yu said lightly, what accounts have not been settled? Lang Qingshui walked to Lin Yu and said with a sweet breath. Xiao Yuer, shouldn't you explain yourself? How come you are so good at math? His grades are average, but he's so good at math. Are you hiding this on purpose? Lin Yu was stunned. This. How does he explain it? He didn't hide it on purpose, it was just because he had the system. How to describe something like a system? You have to believe in science, do you understand? Okay, Sister Lang, you haven't even noticed this. I concealed it on purpose. I'm a low-key person. I never like to show off or pretend. I just like a quiet life. Lin Yu said this without blushing or beating his heart, and he almost believed it himself. Lang Qingshui nodded when she heard this. She believed a lot of it because Lin Yu was really low-key. He observed Lin Yu for a month. This man really lives a very peaceful life. That would be very peaceful, because Lin Yu's system function was still locked at that time. It's impossible not to be calm. Humph, Xiaoyu, I believe your explanation. But you hid it from me too, you must accept the punishment. Lang Qingxue blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes and said with a devilish smile. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Punishment? Are you kidding? There's no way he'll accept punishment. Suddenly, Lang Qingxue stretched out her little hand and pinched Lin Yu's waist. Then she stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the other side of his face. Hey hey! Punishment is complete. After saying that, Lang Qingxue ran away again. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. Damn! Sneak attack. He was ambushed twice by a woman today. Who can tolerate this? The next time they meet, he will catch Lang Qingxue and teach him a lesson. Lin Yu returned to the dormitory and saw 3 LSPS playing games in the dormitory. Today, it was rare that Zhao Tian didn't look for a partner, and Shen Fei didn't practice questions. He walked to his desk, picked up the full bottle of Fat Otaku Happy Water and took a big gulp. Ah! Cool! When the 3 of them saw Lin Yu coming back, they stood beside him. Like 3 brothers. Tell the truth. Yuzi, have you been studying secretly behind our backs? Because of today's open class, Lin Yu was too pretentious. Lin Yu was able to solve such a difficult problem and even acted like a hero saving the damsel in distress. Lin Yu was not panicked at all. These 3 LSPS looked at him like brothers. In fact, now that his physique has been strengthened, he can capture them with one hand. He took another sip of happy water and said lightly. Do you think I look like someone who can learn? You're still secretly studying. How dare you? Then how do you explain your pretense today? Wang Jun asked with a look of doubt. Lin Yu explained calmly, I just happened to see that question in another book. Yes. Of course, he couldn't reveal the existence of the system, and he really didn't learn anything, he just used a little cheat. Lin Yu patted Wang Jun on the shoulder. Don't worry, Junzi, I never get involved in dormitory intrigue. It was really just a coincidence. Do I look like someone who studies secretly? Wang Jun nodded when he heard this. Lin Yu is really not the kind of person who studies secretly. He sees that Lin Yu is either playing games or drinking happy water when he returns to the dormitory. The 3 continued playing games. As long as you don't engage in involution, we are all good friends. Lin Yu opened his phone contentedly and started watching videos. At the same time, in the campus forum, Lin Yu's ranking in the male god list rose. It caused quite a stir. Zhang Tingting also saw the discussion in the forum and her face became a little gloomy. Lin Yu is actually very good at math? How is this possible? Chapter 22 Zhang Tingting's shock, Lin Yu's smart glasses. At this point, Zhang Tingting found it hard to believe that what she saw was real. Because in the previous comprehensive list of male gods, it can be clearly seen that Lin Yu's performance is relatively average. It's the standard kind. Not good nor bad, just in the middle. And his family background seems to be very ordinary, but the specific situation is unclear. Lin Yu rarely appears in the public eye. The reason why he ranks 20th in the comprehensive list is because he is indeed very handsome. The boys' list is naturally ranked by girls voting. Many girls who only care about looks voted for Lin Yu without caring about anything else. Zhang Tingting didn't admit anything else, but she did admit that Lin Yu is handsome. But there is nothing special about Lin Yu except that he is handsome. Of course, this was her previous opinion. Now Lin Yu suddenly appeared and said he was good at math. Isn't this a slap in her face? Moreover, she rejected Lin Yu's confession in person and let Lang Qingxue take it instead. She was now angry and annoyed. Girls in the campus forum. There was a heated discussion. Mao Mao loves to eat fish, holy crap. Lin Yu is actually good at math. I told you he's awesome. Ha 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 ha. Yen Yen's secret, that's right. Some people also say that Lin Yu is just a handsome man with a pretty face. I think they are just jealous. I will always support Lin Yu, the male god. Sayuri, well, your idol Lin Yu seems to be with Lang Qingxue. Yen Yen's secret, what? No. Walnut, so what? Even if the male god Lin Yu is with Lang Qingxue, it doesn't stop me from seeing how handsome he is. I just like men who have girlfriends. Cat loves to eat fish, outrageous. A little cutie, TSK, are you guys a little impatient? Isn't Lin Yu just a little better at math? What else does he have? Only 16. Want to eat crayfish, that's right, it's just a question, it doesn't prove that Lin Yu is good at math. Is it just a coincidence that he has seen this question before? It all depends on the results. Yen Yan's secret, you're just jealous, you loser. A little cutie, you cross. Zhang Tingtingting was browsing the forum with a gloomy expression. After seeing what was happening behind her, she realized what was happening. That's right, it's just a difficult math problem. Couldn't Lin you have seen it by chance? Being able to do this problem doesn't prove anything. Everything depends on the test results. She found excuses for herself. TCH, it seems that Lin Yu is still just average. Her choice was fine. The other side. A man is typing on his cell phone. It seems like Lin Yu's ability to answer the question was just a matter of luck. His grades are average, and there's nothing to show for it at the moment. 1. Keep your eyes on him. Be careful and you will be safe. Whether he is lucky or really capable. 2. Indeed, this person is very cunning. Usually very low-key. Yes, even with Lang Qingxue. However, at this time, Lin Yu did not know that he had been remembered by someone. He finished scrolling through his phone and climbed into bed. He wanted to count the spoils he had obtained from the system today. These things are very important. Lin Yu muttered in his heart, system, open the personal panel. Return to host. Personal panel is open. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20. Appearance, 99. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Constitution, 100. Skills, courage, hand-to-hand combat, sharp thinking, mathematical modeling. System points, 5,000. Items, Physical Enhancement Capsules X2, Temperament Enhancement Capsules X3, Unwavering Virility Capsules X3, Learning Enhancement Capsules X3, Learning Focus Skill Book X1, Gourmet Cooking Skill Book X1, Economic Analysis Skill Book, Smart Analysis Glasses X1, Powerful Healing Band-Aid X1. Assets, 100,000 renminbi, 20% of Tianyu Technology Company shares. Lin Yu looked at his personal panel. The physical fitness has successfully reached 100, completely getting rid of the original owner's weakness. He was very relieved. When Lin Yu saw the 3 words a little weak, he almost fainted from anger. He continued to check the system items to see if there were any that he needed now. Well, Xiongfeng Budo capsules. Don't use this carelessly. This thing sounds very inappropriate, but Lin Yu is a serious person. As for gourmet cooking, I won't learn it for now. I'll learn it when I need it. The food in the cafeteria was okay, except that the auntie's hands were a little shaky. There was no place to cook for him in the dorm. Don't use electrical appliances indiscriminately, or the dormitory manager will catch you on the spot. Lin Yu looked at it for a long time and decided to use the Economic Analysis Skill Book. System, use the Economic Analysis Skill Book. Used. Buzz. A yellow transparent book opened in Lin Yu's mind, and countless economic knowledge flooded into his mind in an instant. After a while, Lin Yu came back to his senses. He has mastered a wide range of economic knowledge. He felt that he had already completed his major courses in economics ahead of time. He has already taken the first place in the professional course. Taking this level of economic knowledge to take an exam is like a dimensionality reduction attack. Lin Yu sighed, thinking how lonely it was to be invincible. He didn't want this. He wants to be a hard-working student. Lin Yu muttered to himself. Take out the smart analysis glasses. Taken out. A pair of gold-framed glasses appeared in Lin Yu's hand, and they looked no different from real glasses. Lin Yu is not nearsighted. The original owner was not nearsighted, so he is naturally not nearsighted. Moreover, after his physical condition was strengthened, his eyesight became better, with 5.0 vision in both eyes. He examined the glasses in his hand carefully, but couldn't make out what they were. Just like ordinary glasses. He had already guessed the general purpose of the glasses and put them on directly. Looked around. When his eyes fell on Wang Jun, a blue message box suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yu. Wang Jun. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 120 kilograms. Appearance, 69. Constitution, 60. Favorite food, anything edible is fine. Things I like, playing roulette. Lin Yu. The corners of his mouth twitched. As expected of you, it's okay as long as you can eat it. I didn't expect that Wang Jun's physical fitness was 60, Lin Yu was a little angry. If he remembered correctly, before he got the system, the original owner's physical fitness was only 20. Is this something a human would do? Lin Yu thought that this smart analysis glasses was very good and could analyze this information. He suddenly had a bold idea. Can you analyze the beautiful face and sexy figure of the witch Ling Qingxue? Chapter 23 Roommates Panel, Ling Qingxue wants to feed again. As Lin Yu thought about it, Ling Qingxue's beautiful face and sexy body appeared in his mind. At the same time, there is her devilish smile. Lin Yu was suddenly shocked. What the hell? He was actually thinking about this witch. So scary. Ling Qingxue, this woman, attacked him twice today, and he hasn't settled the score yet. Superscript 33. Well, however, it seems possible to use smart glasses to analyze this woman. Analyze her weaknesses. He can be very stable. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. As he thought about this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Humph, Ling Qingxue, just wait for me to control you. Lin Yu continued to wear the smart glasses and observe the LSP in the dormitory. With this kind of tool, how can you not observe it? After looking at Wang Jun, he looked at Qian Fei, who was doing exercises at the desk. This kid is really cruel. I'm still thinking about studying now. I really want to engage in internal competition. In fact, Lin Yu didn't know that Qian Fei was stimulated by his problem solving today. He didn't expect that Lin Yu, who had never read a book before, could even answer that kind of question. He was deeply shocked. Because of Lin Yu's appearance, he felt that his position as the dormitory's king was no longer secure. You must study hard. I started to practice questions with a quick click. Lin Yu looked at Qian Fei and asked, let me take a look. This kid's information. Buzz. A blue message box appeared in front of his eyes. Qian Fei. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Appearance, 79. Constitution, 65. Favorite food, braised spare ribs, braised beef. Things I like, practicing exercises and becoming the best at the dormitory exam. Lin Yu was stunned. Holy shit. He actually guessed it right. This kid Qian Fei is really into involution, and his favorite thing is actually doing practice questions. It's so scary. This boy is so terrifying, we must not let him stay. He must be caught and all his books and pens confiscated. We can't let him engage in internal competition. This will really affect the atmosphere in the dormitory. This is a dormitory full of unity and love. Lin Yu continued to look at Zhao Tian, who was typing on his mobile phone. Zhao Tian. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Appearance, 80. Constitution, 65. Favorite food, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, fish-flavored shredded pork. Things I like, chatting with my girlfriend. Lin Yu. He was dumbfounded and looked at the analysis information, and he could see this. This can even be eaten as dog food. Damn it. Is it amazing that you have a girlfriend? Traitor. Anyone who betrayed their singles alliance will be arrested. Superscript 33. After Wang Jun finished playing the game, he happened to see Lin Yu looking at them with glasses. He asked doubtfully. Yuzi, why are you wearing glasses? You're not nearsighted, are you? He didn't know whether Lin Yu was nearsighted, but in his impression, school had just started for so many days. He had never seen Lin Yu wearing glasses, not even in class. In their dormitory, Qian Fei is the only one who is a little nearsighted. Lin Yu replied calmly. If I'm not nearsighted, I can't wear glasses. This is blue light protection, no prescription. I see. Wang Jun scratched his head. You know what, Yuzi, you look quite handsome with glasses. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. Nonsense, I'm still handsome even without glasses. Well, that's not right. There is something wrong with Wang Jun. Ling Qingxue lay on the pink bed in the dormitory, feeling heavy on her chest. Her slender legs swayed gently, and it was obvious that she was in a good mood. Ling Qingxue was naturally in a good mood because she was saved by Lin Yu today. Thinking about it now, she felt that Lin Yu's performance today was so cool. Moreover, Lin Yu gave her a surprise. A person with average grades could actually solve such a difficult mathematical modeling problem. No one would not be surprised. What's more, Ling Qingxue herself likes mathematics, which makes her even more surprised. Lang Qingxue was in a good mood and browsed the campus forum. Today's campus forum was unusually lively because of one person's topic. Lang Qingxue clicked on it and saw an outrageous title at first glance. Shocking. Lin Yu's ranking rose by 16 places. His math level is even higher than the professor's. Lang Qingxue? I didn't expect that there would be such marketing titles in their campus forum. It's outrageous. She felt that these people could open a few marketing accounts, which would definitely allow them to bring their talents into play. Lang Qingxue continued to browse the forum. The girls in the forum were all discussing Lin Yu. Some said he was handsome, some said he was amazing and so good at math, and some said Lin Yu was just lucky and happened to have seen that question. There are also discussions about the relationship between Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue. Lang Qingxue didn't think anything of it. Gossip is human nature. As for her relationship with Xiaoyuer, that is of course true. Is this even worth discussing? And she was the one who made the first move. Lang Qingxue looked at her phone with a devilish smile on her face. She closed the forum, then opened WeChat and prepared to send a message to Lin Yu. Because Lin Yu's ranking in the comprehensive list rose from 20th to 16th, isn't this a cause for celebration? And Xiaoyuer probably doesn't even know that her ranking has risen. This must be told to him. A message suddenly popped up on Lin Yu's phone. He clicked it and saw that it was sent by Lang Qingxue. Xiaoyuer, sister has good news for you. Do you want to hear it? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. He hadn't done anything recently, so why did he suddenly appear and say he had good news? What good news? Lang Qingxue gave a cunning smile. If you want to know, call me sister and I will tell you. Lin Yu. What a bad woman. She even wants him to call her sister. Is he that kind of person? Sister, tell me. So good. Xiaoyuer, let me tell you, your ranking on the male god comprehensive list has risen from 20th to 16th. Aren't you very happy? Lin Yu frowned when he saw the message. Ranked up already? He got promoted just because he solved a difficult math problem? And the news spread too fast, didn't it? What just happened today was immediately escalated. But that is true, students from both classes saw it, so it's normal to think about it. He typed a reply calmly, it's just average, only 16th place. Lang Qingxue chuckled and said, look at what you can do. By the way, have breakfast with me tomorrow morning and don't run around. Lin Yu was stunned. He thought about the time when Lang Qingxue fed him all the remaining dumplings. What a bad woman. Chapter 24 Lang Qingxue's panel is too big. Lin Yu thought about it and felt that it might be possible to have breakfast with Lang Qingxue. One more person won't make much difference anyway. And you can also get free dumplings. What a beautiful thing this is. Don't think too much, he just doesn't want Lang Qingxue to waste food. It is shameful to waste food. He typed back. Totally OJBK. Lang Qingxue looked at Lin Yu's reply and laughed out loud. Xiaoyuer is so funny, where did you learn this? The next day. Lin Yu got up, washed, and went downstairs to have breakfast. As soon as he walked down the dormitory building, he saw Lang Qingxue, wearing a beige slim skirt, standing there prettily, her long legs eye-catching. There were quite a few boys around, watching as if nothing had happened. Lang Qingxue saw Lin Yu coming out, walked over quickly, and put her slender jade arm around Lin Yu's arm. Xiaoyuer, elbow, let's go eat. Lin Yu was stunned. He didn't expect Lang Qingxue to come to his dormitory building to find him in person. I originally thought I just had to wait in the cafeteria. Fuck, sister, what are you doing? Just eat, why make such a big noise? Lang Qingxue blinked her beautiful big eyes innocently. I didn't do anything. I just stood there. Lang Qingxue was really telling the truth. She just stood there waiting for Lin Yu and didn't do anything during that time. She was such a lady. How is it? Does it make you proud? Lang Qingxue smiled smugly. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. Well, then he really gained face. It was really an honor to have the number one goddess on the 100 beauty list waiting for him downstairs of his dormitory. Seeing this, he did not hesitate and took Lang Qingxue's arm. Come on, let's go have breakfast. Anyway, things have come to this point, and at the rate gossip spreads, the entire university should know about their relationship. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue walked towards the cafeteria amid the heartbroken cries of the surrounding boys. The two of them prepared the meal. As usual, Lin Yu had a tray of dumplings, a bowl of porridge, an egg and some fried dough sticks. He looked at Lang Qingxue's plate. He suddenly showed a shocked expression. Sigma. Holy crap. There are 2 more dumplings than before. Last time there were 6, this time there are 8. I can't finish 6, so I bought 8 this time. He had already guessed Lang Qingxue's thoughts. This is really preparing to feed him. Wouldn't he be fattened? Lin Yu found an empty table in the middle and sat down. Lang Qingxue sat opposite him. The two of them had breakfast in a warm atmosphere. Suddenly Lin Yu thought of something. He reached into his pocket and silently said, "System, take out the intelligent analysis glasses." Humph, such a good opportunity, I must put on my glasses to take a look. Analysis. Fairy, show your true form now. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses appeared in his pocket. Lin Yu slowly pulled his hand out, took out his glasses and put them on. Then he looked at Lang Qingxue. Lang Qingxue was eating breakfast in small bites and saw Lin Yu putting on glasses. I was a little curious for a moment. Xiao Yuer, are you a little nearsighted? Lin Yu nodded, a little bit. In fact, he is not nearsighted at all, and his eyesight is even very good. But he can't say it out loud. He can't just say he'll analyze you by putting on glasses. The end was hit crooked. Lang Qingxue didn't doubt it and continued to eat breakfast. A blue panel popped up in front of Lin Yu. Lang Qingxue. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Appearance, 98. Constitution, 80. Chest, 98. Waist, 56. Favorite food, ice cream, spicy hot pot. Things I like, playing with Lin Yu and studying mathematics. Lin Yu saw Lang Qingxue's physical condition column. I felt my mind break down instantly. Why does Lang Qingxue have a physique of level 80 when she first arrives? He only had a physical fitness of 20 when he first arrived. This is too big a difference. But fortunately, he has now gotten rid of the physical condition of 20 and is not panicked at all. Lin Yu continued to read, his eyes suddenly widened. This body is so strong. My sister is so big. I love her so much. But Lang Qingxue was indeed tall, and Lin Yu could tell it the first time he saw her. The scale, the turbulence. Well, what I like is teasing Lin Yu. When Lin Yu saw this line, the corner of his mouth twitched. This woman is indeed a witch. I've always wanted to play a trick on him. Lang Qingxue had no idea that Lin Yu had seen her naked. She tilted her little head cutely and looked at him. Xiao Yu, what are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Lin Yu came back to his senses. Ah, I didn't see anything. I just think you have a nice figure. He replied calmly, you can't say that he has analyzed Lang Qingxue's figure completely, right? Huh, you just realized it? Lang Qingxue raised her little head proudly. She is still very satisfied with her figure. While the two were having breakfast, there was a commotion at the cafeteria entrance. Zhang Tingting brought her best friends to have breakfast. There were many boys following her. Lin Yu was attracted by the noise and looked over there. Fuck! So many bootlickers. There were also familiar faces among Lin Yu. He had seen them several times when he and Lang Qingxue were moving books last time. Puff! When Lang Qingxue heard this, she almost spit out her food. She looked in the direction Lin Yu was looking. I happened to meet Zhang Tingting and the others. Zhang Tingting seemed to have sensed something, and she also looked towards where Lin Yu was. At this time, a blue panel appeared in front of Lin Yu. Zhang Tingting. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance, 90. Constitution, 70. Chest, 79. Waist, 59. Favorite food, braised pork. Things I like, putting on makeup and dressing up, marrying into a wealthy family. Lin Yu. There is no harm without comparison. There's no comparison. Well, how should I put it, it's a little small. Lin Yu took off his glasses and put them in his pocket. He was not interested in this panel. Zhang Tingting stopped when she saw Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue in the distance. An annoyed expression appeared on his face, and then he led his men out of the cafeteria. Humph, Lang Qingxue, let you be proud for a while. Lang Qingxue turned around and looked at Lin Yu with her beautiful eyes. Xiao Yu, is it nice over there? Lin Yu shook his head, it doesn't look good. Lang Qingxue immediately smiled, picked up one of her dumplings and placed it in front of Lin Yu. Good answer, here's your reward. Lin Yu was stunned. Are you sure you're not punishing me? Lang Qingxue saw Lin Yu hesitate, and her face suddenly puffed up. Seeing this, Lin Yu opened his mouth and ate the steamed bun she had picked up in one bite. It's delicious and a little sweet. At this time, in the corner, someone took a picture of Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue together. Chapter 25, Advanced Mathematics Surprise Exam, a bet between two people. Lin Yu didn't know that he and Lang Qingxue had been photographed. He is eating breakfast. Lang Qingxue looked very happy and fed all the remaining dumplings to Lin Yu with chopsticks. She enjoyed feeding Lin Yu. It turns out that feeding your boyfriend is such a fun thing. Lin Yu ate while looking at Lang Qingxue with disdain. You can't even finish it, but you bought so much. I have reason to suspect that you did it on purpose. Lang Qingxue smiled as cunningly as a little fox when she heard this. Yes, Xiaoyer, I did it on purpose. I'm here just to feed you. You look so cute when you eat. Lin Yu was stunned. Lang Qingxue actually said he was cute. He felt offended. It's okay to say he is handsome, but you can't say he is cute. Superscript 3-3. Lin Yu spoke directly. Lang Qingxue. Boys can't be called cute. You know. Lang Qingxue blinked her beautiful big eyes mischievously. Is that so? Xiao Yuer, you are really cute when you eat. Lin Yu. Okay, that's his problem. He shouldn't reason with women. Because it doesn't make sense at all. Lin Yu also finished Lang Qingxue's remaining breakfast. Then wipe your mouth. Let's go, it's time to go to class. Lang Qingxue responded happily when she saw Lin Yu finish the food. Today is an open mathematics class, and Class 1 of the Mathematics Department and Class 1 of the Economics Department will attend together. Lang Qingxue walked into the classroom holding Lin Yu's arm. Suddenly, their appearance attracted everyone's attention. It was like a spotlight was shining at their feet. All the boys stared at Lin Yu. Lin Yu felt that the gazes of these boys were as if they wanted to eat him. They all looked ferocious. However, he was not afraid. His 100-point physical fitness is not a joke. He is no longer the original owner who was 20 years old and had a weak constitution. Just like that, he took Lang Qingxue's slender arm and swaggered into the classroom. Then he sat down in the seat with Lang Qingxue. The atmosphere in the classroom seemed to become more lively in an instant because of the arrival of Lang Qingxue and Lin Yu. Suddenly, the mathematics professor walked into the classroom with a stack of test papers in his hand. The whole classroom suddenly became silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Lin Yu was slightly stunned when he saw the stack of test papers in the mathematics professor's hand. Is this a surprise exam? He had seen this scene many times when he was in high school and elementary school. The teacher came with the test paper and let you take the test without telling you in advance. Just 2 words, assault. The classroom suddenly became noisy again from quiet, and the students began to talk wildly. Some even make pig noises. What the hell? What the hell? Why is there a surprise exam? You're already in college and you're still doing this. I originally thought that after elementary and high school, there would be no more surprise exams. No. Lang Qingxue blinked her beautiful eyes. Math test? She's pretty good at it. By the way, she looked at Lin Yu, wondering how many points Xiao Yu could get. She felt a little excited, and then a fighting spirit was ignited. She looked at Lin Yu. Xiao Yuer, why don't we make a bet? Let's see who gets the highest score on this test. The loser must agree to one request from the winner. This request cannot violate laws and discipline. Hearing this, Lin Yu looked at Lang Qingxue beside him. This woman must be stupid. Isn't this asking for death? Since it was a piece of fat meat delivered to his door, there was no way he would refuse it. Well, when the time comes, I will let Lang Qingxue, he. No, sister, if you want to agree to my request, just say it directly. Why beat around the bush? When Lang Qingxue heard this, her face puffed up. She stretched out her little hand and pinched Lin Yu's waist. Xiao Yu, are you so confident that you can win? She knew in her heart that the test was not only about knowledge, but also about carefulness. Losing points due to carelessness is very common. Most girls are more careful than boys. Lin Yu nodded calmly, well, 99%. Okay. Then let's have a competition. Lang Qingxue showed a devilish smile. She had already thought about what demands she would make after defeating Lin Yu. The mathematics professor took his pointer and knocked on the blackboard, signaling everyone to be quiet. Okay, let's start the exam. Just treat it like a normal exam. As he spoke, he looked in the direction of Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue. He prepared this surprise exam specially for Lin Yu. He wanted to see how far Lin Yu could go. A surprise exam can better reflect a person's level. The classroom became quiet and the old professor distributed the math test papers. He made this set of test papers overnight. There are basic questions and advanced questions above. The last question is the most difficult. He was looking forward to whether Lin Yu could solve the final question. The test papers were distributed and everyone started to do the questions. Lin Yu looked at the people around him, and they had already started writing. There was a rustling sound of paper rubbing against each other in the classroom. He quietly took out the learning enhancement capsule. Although the questions were relatively simple, it was safer to take one capsule to ensure safety. With a gulp sound, Lin Yu felt that he had been strengthened and he could go up. He simply picked up the pen and started doing the questions. In his eyes, these questions were like elementary school math, and he could get the answers at a glance. Lang Qingxue was stunned watching from the side. Sigma. She knew that Lin Yu was good at math, but she didn't expect Lin Yu to be so amazing. She didn't dare to do it so fast. After a while, when everyone was still working on the first page, Lin Yu turned the test paper over. In the quiet classroom, the sound of Lin Yu flipping through the papers was particularly loud. Everyone was stunned. Lin Yu has already done this. Then Lang Qingxue also turned over the test paper. Everyone in the classroom was stunned instantly. What kind of devil couple is this? Are you going to let us live? Lin Yu finished the last question. This question is quite interesting. It's even harder than the mathematical modeling on the blackboard last time. He curled the corners of his mouth slightly, activated his mathematical modeling skills in his mind, and thought quickly. The mind is like a sophisticated computer, constructing mathematical models. Then he wrote down the calculation process and answer as if he were possessed by God. Half an hour later, Lang Qingxue had finished the last question. She put down her pen and frowned slightly. This question was so difficult that she had no idea how to solve it. Suddenly, she felt Lin Yu poking her arm and turned to look. Lin Yu was holding a pen and writing down his solution to the problem on a piece of draft paper as if nothing had happened. Chapter 26 Tanyu Technology's invitation to participate in the meeting. Lang Qingxue saw the solution to the problem written by Lin Yu on the draft paper. I instantly felt warm in my heart. She had just made a bet with Lin Yu that those with low scores in this exam had to meet one condition of those with high scores. As a result, Lin Yu saw that she didn't know how to solve the last question, so he wrote down his solution for her. Lang Qing was very happy. She made the right choice to grab Lin Yu and confess her love to him that day. She felt that it didn't matter whether she won or lost the bet. Xiao Yuer can ask for anything, and she must satisfy it. Lang Qingxue took a look at the solution that Lin Yu wrote on the draft paper, and suddenly understood a lot. She immediately started calculating on her draft paper. She is not a pretentious woman. Xiao Yuer has already brought his ideas to her doorstep, so how could she possibly let him down? Do I have to say something like, I have to rely on myself? I don't need your help, in a proud and arrogant way? That's what's wrong. Lin Yu saw that Lang Qingxue seemed to have an idea and nodded slightly. He just gave her ideas on how to solve the problem, not writing down the answer. Well, this doesn't count as helping Lang Qingxue, it's just giving a hint. And if Lin Yu wants to win, he must win fairly and make Lang Qingxue accept the defeat with conviction. If she can't do it even after being given the ideas, then that's her problem. On the podium, the old professor watched the whole scene. He was very attentive to this surprise exam and kept an eye on Lin Yu's every move throughout the whole process. As a result, I ate such unexpected dog food. Oh my god. But he could only turn a blind eye. Who made Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue these two good kids? Half an hour later, Lang Qingxue finished answering the last question. She rubbed her wrist and found Lin Yu sleeping on the table. She showed a devilish smile, then stretched out her white and tender little hand and pinched Lin Yu's nose. Lin Yu, who was sleeping, gradually felt a little suffocated and then opened his eyes. Then I saw the little hand pinching its nose. He grabbed Ling Qingshue's slender white wrist with his backhand. Don? Then let's hand in the paper early. Lin Yu said lightly. There's only an hour left, it's too boring to wait any longer. Lin Yu wanted to go back and drink a sip of happy water. Ling Qingxue nodded. Good. Her paper has also been checked. Seeing this, Lin Yu raised his right hand. Professor. The mathematics professor saw Lin Yu raise his hand and walked over. Everyone in the classroom also looked in Lin Yu's direction. What's up? Professor, I've finished answering the questions. Can I hand it in now? The old professor was stunned. Is that the answer? So fast? The test paper he gave out is not that simple, right? He reached out and turned to the back of Lin Yu's test paper and looked at the last question. It's filled with writing. The old professor looked at Lin Yu. Are you sure you want to hand in the paper early? Yeah, sure. Lin Yu nodded. There's nothing uncertain about this. Just hand it in. At this time, Ling Qingxue raised her little hand cutely. Professor, I want to hand in my paper early too sigma sigma. Old professor. Good man, you two are acting like husband and wife here? Hand it in on the podium. Okay. Lin Yu and Ling Qingxue handed in their test papers on the podium in front of everyone. The students in the classroom were stunned. They thought Lin Yu was going to do something by calling the professor. The result was that the paper was submitted early. Damn! They haven't even finished answering the front of the test paper yet, and Lin Yu has already handed it in. My mentality has collapsed. Xian Fei was even more stupid. He was sure that Lin Yu was even more introverted than him. But no evidence was found. Lin Yu and Ling Qingxue handed in their test papers and walked out of the classroom. The old professor couldn't wait to pick up Lin Yu's completed test paper and start marking it. He started from the first question, and his eyes became brighter as he read further. Lin Yu and Ling Qingxue were walking on the road. Ling Qingxue asked briskly. Xiao Yu, why did you help me just now? Lin Yu looked at the beautiful person in front of him and said calmly. I just want you to admit defeat with conviction. Ling Qing blinked her big eyes and moved closer to Lin Yu. Suddenly she kissed him on the cheek. Xiao Yu, wait until I beat you this time, and then I'll make a tough request. After saying that, she ran away. Lin Yu was stunned. Sigma. He was ambushed again. There won't be a next time. The next time Ling Qingxue attacks again, he will grab her in his arms. Lin Yu returned to the dormitory, and the three LSP had not returned yet. They were still struggling with math problems. He walked to the table, picked up the full bottle of happy water and took a sip. Then lie down on the bed and rest. I don't have classes in the afternoon, so I can just lie in bed and not get up. Today's exam took up a lot of my brain cells. Afternoon. Lin Yu woke up and looked around. None of the LSPS in the dormitory were there. I guess he went out to play. Ding-ling, ding-ling. Lin Yu's phone rang with an incoming call. It was an unfamiliar number, so he pressed the answer button. Hello? Who? Hello, is this Mr. Lin Yu? I'm the manager of Tianyu Technology Company. Just call me Xiao Zhao. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Yu reacted, Tianyu Technology Company? It seems to be a company rewarded by the system. Hello, Manager Zhao, what can I do for you? Ah, that's right, Mr. Lin Yu. You recently purchased 20% of the company's shares, and our board of directors would like to invite you for a discussion. Do you have time? Lin Yu understood what he said. The shares he obtained were naturally bought by the system in his name. Okay, I'll be free this afternoon. Okay, Mr. Lin Yu, I'll go report first. This man is a mysterious big shot, and Manager Zhao's attitude towards him is extremely good. Good. The two hung up the phone. Even if Tianyu Technology Company doesn't call, Lin Yu will definitely go there after a while. The 20% he owns is of great use. Since the call came today, it would be the best time to go now. Lin Yu walked out of the campus and took a car to Tianyu Technology Company. In the car, Lin Yu looked at his casual shorts and the child in tow. He felt like he was a little bit casual. This might be a bit inappropriate. The company sincerely invites you, but you show up in your underwear. He immediately asked the driver to go to the nearest suit shop. It's not a big problem, just buy one set. After a while, the car arrived at the door of the suit shop. The shop was large in scale and magnificently decorated, giving people a very expensive feeling at first glance. Lin Yu got out of the car and walked over. As soon as he walked over, he saw Lang Qingxue walking towards him while eating ice cream. Lin Yu, Sigma. Lang Qingxue. Not far away, Zhang Tingting was walking towards them, talking and laughing with a man. Chapter 27, Rich Woman Lang Qingxue, the fourth on the male god list. In front of Lin Yu. Lang Qingxue wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt with surging slime waves on her chest, and denim shorts on her lower body, revealing a pair of slender white legs. She was carrying a small bag on her left hand and munching on an ice cream in her right hand. Staring at Lin Yu with shining eyes. Lin Yu was stunned. Sigma. Holy shit, this is impossible. He went out to buy a suit and met the witch. Lang Qingxue met Lin Yu on the street and was immediately surprised. She took a bite of the ice cream in her hand and swallowed it. Then throw the box in the trash. She showed a bright smile on her face and rushed to Lin Yu in one step. Her slender arms wrapped around his. Xiao Wei'er. What are you doing here? Lin Yu looked at Lang Qingxue, then took out a tissue and wiped the remaining cream from her red lips. Then he gently pinched Lang Qingxue's face. It's autumn, and you're still eating ice cream here. Lang Qingxue's face puffed up. What's wrong with autumn? It's still hot in autumn. You know it's hot and you still run out. Wouldn't it be nice to stay in the dorm and enjoy the air conditioning? Lin Yu said with a smile. Lang Qingxue blinked. I'm out shopping. In fact, shopping is secondary, the main thing is to come out and eat ice cream. You can't just buy a box from any supermarket, you have to go out and buy it from a professional dessert shop. She's serious about eating ice cream. She originally wanted to ask Lin Yu to go shopping together. A boyfriend goes shopping with his girlfriend. Isn't that very romantic? But she was embarrassed to always trouble Lin Yu. My roommates also went out to play. She went out shopping alone. However, Lang Qingxue was particularly happy to meet Lin Yu here. This kind of encounter is simply a godsend. Lang Qingxue looked at Lin Yu. Xiao Yu, you haven't answered me yet. What are you doing here? Lin Yu said calmly, I'm here to buy a suit. Buying a suit? Lang Qingxue looked at Lin Yu suspiciously, his expression startled. Tell me. Xiao Yu, did you buy a suit to date another woman? As she spoke, she pinched Lin Yu's waist with her little hand. Lin Yu asked, rolled his eyes, and reached out to knock on Lang Qingxue's little head. How dare you, my sister? Do I have to go on a date to buy a suit? Can't it be attending a meeting or something? Lang Qingxue was stunned. What kind of meeting could Xiao Yu attend? But as long as Lin Yu is not on a date, everything else is a small matter. That's great. Xiao Yu, I'll help you pick out a suit. Believe me, sister, you have a good eye. After choosing, she swiped her credit card to buy it for Lin Yu. Lang Qingxue patted her plump chest and said confidently. Her chest was shaking, making Lin Yu feel a little dizzy. Lin Yu nodded when he saw this. It just so happened that he had a fear of making choices, so it was perfect to let Lang Qingxue help him choose. The two of them walked into the suit shop, like a young couple. The waiter in the store saw a couple walking in. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful, both with extraordinary temperament. She immediately cheered up and walked over. Sir, miss, how may I help you? Lang Qingxue waved her little hand and spoke in a very generous manner. Bring me the best quality suits you have in your store. Money is not an issue. She looks like a rich villain. Lin Yu. This sister is quite good at having fun, like a little rich woman. But, he looks pretty handsome. This soft rice seems to be quite delicious. He couldn't help but want to shout. Rich woman hungry, food. The waiter was stunned, then took Lang Qingxue to the innermost part of the suit shop. Inside, several suits of the highest quality are displayed on the racks. Miss, if you want the best quality, why not order it custom made? Private customization is the most expensive. Lin Yu shook his head. He naturally knew about private customization. But it was too late, as he had to go to Tanyu Technology Company for a meeting in the afternoon. It takes several months to make. No, it's right here. Sister Lang, please help me choose. Good. Leng Qingxue walked to the side of the displayed suits and began to choose carefully. Leng Qingxue has never worn a men's suit, so she chose one based on the quality of her father's suit. Lin Yu was pulled to Leng Qingxue's side and used as a clothes rack, trying on each piece of clothing. Leng Qingxue never gets tired of this. The waitress glanced at Lin Yu with a crazy look on her face. She had never seen such a handsome man. This man was even more handsome than the male stars on TV. His girlfriend is so beautiful too, these two seem like a perfect match. She couldn't help but ship the couple. A system prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Detected that the host has arrived at the suit shop. Sign in. He muttered to himself. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 system points, 1 delicious ice cream, and 5% shares of Tanyu Technology Company. Lin Yu looked at the system reward and nodded silently. Well, not bad. But what the hell is this delicious ice cream? If ice cream isn't delicious, is it still unpalatable? He looked at Leng Qingxue, who was trying on clothes for him with a smile on her face. It seems that this sister's favorite food is ice cream. You can find an opportunity to let her taste it first, Shue a little white mouse. At this time, another waiter came over with a man and a woman. Lin Yu listened to the noise and looked over here, frowning slightly. I saw Zhang Tingting and a man walking towards here with a smile, and the moment they saw Lin Yu, his face froze instantly. Zhang Tingting's face became even uglier because she not only saw Lin Yu, but also Leng Qingxue. She was originally invited to help choose a suit, and it was said that it was the most expensive suit shop in Shanghai. She immediately became interested and didn't expect to meet Lin Yu here. Leng Qingxue felt that the atmosphere was a little frozen, and she looked in the direction of Lin Yu. I recognized Zhang Tingting and the man beside her at a glance. Ranked 4th on the comprehensive list of campus male gods, Fengming. Leng Qingxue knew all the top 10 names, and she even started to think about finding a boyfriend there to appease her mother. But none of them work. Then she discovered Lin Yu, who was growing quietly. Fengming obviously knew Lin Yu, because he had become a very popular figure on campus recently and his ranking had risen a lot. Moreover, this Lin Yu was also someone he needed to keep a close eye on. Fengming spoke with a smile on his face. Classmate Lin Yu, the cold school beauty, what a coincidence. You're here too. As he spoke, he walked forward and shook hands with Lin Yu. Seeing this, Lin Yu did not refuse. After all, you should not hit someone who smiles at you. They didn't provoke you, so be polite. Fengming held Lin Yu's hand, then a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his fingers began to exert force. The reason he ranked 4th is naturally because of his strong academic performance and physical fitness. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. No way, what era is this? Are we still doing this kind of thing? But Lin Yu didn't indulge him, as it would be rude not to reciprocate. Challenging his 100 physical fitness is like looking for trouble. He exerted a little force and shook hands with Fengming. Gradually, the expression on Fengming's face changed from sneer to shock, and then to pain. Lin Yu had a calm expression, with an elegant smile on his face. Chapter 28, Eating soft rice and hard work, Lin Yu realized. The atmosphere in the entire suit shop seemed to freeze. Leng Qingxue and Zhang Tingting were looking at each other. Lin Yu and Fengming were shaking hands, but Fengming's expression seemed a little painful. Fengming was in pain and shocked at the moment. He didn't expect that Lin Yu was so strong. He thought that his physical fitness, which ranked 4th, was enough to crush Lin Yu. I didn't expect that he would counterattack me. You? Fengming grimaced in pain and couldn't speak clearly. Seeing this, Lin Yu asked lightly. What's wrong with me? As he said that, he let go of Fengming's hand. That's enough, after all, he is not a bad person. Fengming quickly pulled his hand back and shook it, trying to relieve the pain. Zhang Tingting looked at Leng Qingxue. Qingxue, what a coincidence, you are here too. Leng Qingxue glanced at Zhang Tingting indifferently. Yes, I'm picking out a suit for our Xiaoyu. Are you picking out a suit for your boyfriend too? Zhang Tingting was speechless. Fengming was certainly not her boyfriend, and she didn't even look down on him as he was ranked 4th. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Lang Qingxue took out a blue suit she had already chosen and compared it with Lin Yu's shoulders. Xiaoyu, this is a nice one. You'll look really handsome in it. Lin Yu nodded, this sister has a good aesthetic taste. Okay, this one. Okay, waiter, wrap it up and swipe the card. Lang Qingxue asked the waiter to pack the suit, holding a gold card in her slender jade fingers. Well, ma'am, you have good taste. Etc. How much is this set? I want it. Feng Ming's hand pain eased and he felt fine again. The waiter looked at Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue, then at Feng Ming. Sir, the whole set costs 100,000 yuan. She had no choice but to quote a price. Okay, swipe the card. Feng Ming took out a card and prepared to hand it to the waiter. Lang Qingxue stared at Feng Ming with a cold gaze. Do you understand the principle of first come, first served? 100,000 is a lot, we'll pay by credit card too. She was like a lioness protecting her cubs. Then 150,000 yuan from our side should be fine. Feng Ming said lightly. It's true that there's a first come, first served basis, but that can't stop the price from being increased, right? He was determined to get this suit. First of all, he really came to buy a suit. Secondly, he wanted to avenge the pinch on his hand that Lin Yu had just given him. Lang Qingxue was not afraid at all. We have 200,000 here. Lin Yu was stunned when he heard this. This sister was really cruel. She even dared to ask for such a premium. But he felt a little soft in his heart, and he had to admit, the rich sister looked very handsome when she raised the price for him. Feng Ming was unmoved, 250,000. Lang Qingxue was about to follow, but a warm big hand wrapped around her slender waist. She looked up at Lin Yu. Lin Yu gave her a look that said, leave it to me. Lang Qingxue felt the heat on her waist and her little face turned slightly red. Lin Yu looked at Feng Ming indifferently and said, 400,000. Feng Ming was stunned. Is this person so cruel? Why did he jump so many times at once? It looks like Lang Qingxue paid for it? Eating soft rice. Lin Yu took advantage of the victory and continued, waiter, please pay by card for 400,000. Lang Qingxue also understood and handed over her gold card. Feng Ming immediately disagreed. No. He must get this suit. 500,000. I'll give you 500,000. Lin Yu looked at Feng Ming's expression and knew that this was still within his tolerance. 600,000. When Feng Ming heard this, he gritted his teeth viciously. 700,000. Who else? 700,000 is already his limit. If his father knew that he spent 700,000 to buy a suit, he would probably beat his head off. But it doesn't matter, as long as he wins. Lin Yu suddenly stopped talking, his expression looking angry and helpless. Feng Ming felt very happy when he saw this. Ha 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 ha. Waiter! Swipe the card. The waitress took out the POS machine and swiped Feng Ming's card. Drop. Feng Ming lost 700,000 yuan. Lin Yu heard the pleasant dripping sound. The anger on her face disappeared instantly. Sister Lang, help me pick out another set that is similar to that one. Lang Qingxue reacted and smiled like a devil. She immediately picked out a black suit similar to the one she just wore. Even this black one looks better than the previous one. Waiter, how much is this set? Please pack it up. The waiter looked at Feng Ming who was standing beside him. Ma'am, this set is also 100,000. Suddenly, the entire suit shop fell silent. When Feng Ming heard this, his face suddenly turned as pale as pig liver. He was fooled. Holy shit. 700,000. He wanted to beat Lin Yu up right away, but judging from the handshake just now, he is no match for Lin Yu. The waiter handed the pack suit to Lang Qingxue, and Lang Qingxue took out her gold card and swiped it. Lin Yu was stunned. Damn. Sister, you are really good. He was going to pay himself, but Lang Qingxue swiped the swipe card and finished the payment. So this is what it feels like to live off someone else. Chao de Hua. I understand. Lang Qingxue didn't even frown. She took Lin Yu's arm and held up his suit. Xiaoyu, you are so bad. I love it. Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue just walked out. Only the hysterical Feng Ming was left. Zhang Tingting stared at all this in a daze. She felt as if she had lost something, but she couldn't tell what it was. Leng Qingxue handed the suit to Lin Yu. Lin Yu said, Xue, I will transfer the money to you. I was originally going to buy the suit this time. Leng Qingxue's face puffed up and she pinched Lin Yu's waist. Xiaoyu, why are you transferring such a small amount of money? This is for you. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. Sister, do you think this is small change? Leng Qingxue tilted her head cutely, I think so. I don't have any idea about money. Money is just a number to me. Leng Qingxue was telling the truth. Apart from buying beautiful clothes and the best ice cream, she usually didn't spend much money. Lin Yu. This sounds familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere. Since that's the case, Lin Yu didn't act pretentiously. He remembered Leng Qingxue's kindness. He rubbed Leng Qingxue's little head and said, It's so hot, let's go back to the dormitory. I have something else to do. Leng Qingxue was very sensible and didn't ask Lin Yu what he was going to do. Okay. Be careful on the road, Xiaoye. Lin Yu took the car to Tianyu Technology Company. At the same time, the top management of Tianyu Company learned that Lin Yu had purchased another 5% of the company's shares. They were all shocked. Chapter 29 Economic Analysis shocks the audience. At this time, Lin Yu was on his way. The senior executives of Tianyu Technology Company were sitting in the conference room discussing this matter. Because they received a notice that the mysterious Lin Yu had agreed to come to the company for a meeting. But before the person arrived, he made another big move and bought 5% of the company's shares. Isn't this too amazing? This guy is a bit cruel. He said he came to the company and ended up buying 5% of the shares as if it were a game. Is this a display of his own deep pockets? This boy is so terrifying. We have to give them a good reception. After some discussion, the senior management decided to improve the level of reception for Lin Yu. However, reception is reception, and they also want to see what Lin Yu's level is. Let us see if he was parachuted in or if he really has the ability. If your level is not good enough, you are not qualified to involve the senior management. After all, the company's decision-making is no joke. Every step is crucial. Lin Yu didn't know yet that he had obtained 5% of the company's shares by signing in through the system. The senior executives of Tianyu Technology Company have already made some assumptions about him. The car arrived at its destination. Lin Yu took his suit and found a bathroom, where he changed out of his shorts and slippers. System, open the system space. System space is open. A dark, round hole-like void appeared in front of Lin Yu. He threw his new shorts and the baby into the hole. The black hole closed, and Big Pants and the child disappeared out of thin air. It's very comfortable. Lin Yu sighed, this system space is really good. Just like a storage bag, you can use it to store things. It is convenient and fast. He doesn't even need a backpack when he goes out, he can just carry his things with him. Lin Yu put on his suit, straightened his collar, and then walked into the office building of Tianyu Technology Company. Before coming, Manager Zhao had sent a message to Lin Yu, informing him that the company's high-level meeting room was on the 70th floor of the office building. Lin Yu took the elevator directly to the 70th floor. He walked out and nodded, coming to the front desk. The lady at the front desk noticed someone coming and looked at Lin Yu. He suddenly showed a shocked expression. The man who came is so handsome and young. This was the first time in her life that she had seen such a handsome man. He was much more handsome than the male stars on TV. She was a little confused. They were a technology company, not an entertainment company, so how could such a handsome star come over? Does the company have any projects that involve collaboration with celebrities? She was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lin Yu politely. Sir, how can I help you? Lin Yu smiled and said, I am the company's new shareholder, Lin Yu. New shareholders? So young. The lady at the front desk heard Lin Yu's answer. I was suddenly shocked. But she remembered that she was notified that a distinguished guest would be returning today. The lady at the front desk always smiles. Wait a moment, Mr. Lin Yu. I'll go notify the management to confirm. Okay. Lin Yu nodded and stood there silently. After a while, the lady at the front desk came over with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Yu. He knew that the person coming was Lin Yu. As early as when the system acquired the shares, it sent Lin Yu's photo to the company's senior management so that they could get to know him. There is no such thing as a mistake. The middle-aged man had seen Lin Yu's photo, but the Lin Yu in front of him was much more handsome than in the photo. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Zhao Kai. We just spoke this afternoon." Manager Zhao stepped forward and shook hands with Lin Yu, and Lin Yu politely shook hands back. "Hello, Manager Zhao. Director Lin, come with me, the company's top management is waiting for you." Manager Zhao led Lin Yu into the high-level conference room. The lady at the front desk stared blankly at Lin Yu's back. Such a handsome man is actually a shareholder of their company. What a handsome guy. Manager Zhao led Lin Yu into the conference room. There is a huge rectangular conference table in the conference room. There were 4 people sitting at the table. One of them, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, sat in the middle seat. When the 4 saw Manager Zhao coming with Lin Yu, they all turned their eyes to Lin Yu. Suddenly, 4 oppressive gazes were fixed on Lin Yu. Manager Zhao felt oppressed, and quickly took Lin Yu into the conference room, then closed the door and left in a hurry. Lin Yu was stared at by 4 pairs of eyes, and it would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. But he quickly calmed down. Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged, and he smiled and nodded at the 4 of them. The 4 of them looked at Lin Yu, who was at ease, and their evaluation of him increased by 1 point. Although young, he is very courageous. The man in the middle also laughed. "My name is Shinkai. Director Lin is truly a handsome man. Please sit down." "Thank you, Mr. Shen." Lin Yu thanked him politely and sat down opposite the man. Now, the meeting begins. When Director Shen saw Lin Yu sit down, he immediately started the meeting. Obviously, he wanted to test whether Lin Yu could keep up with this fast pace. Immediately afterwards, led by Mr. Shen, the other 3 expressed their opinions. A company meeting is underway. Lin Yu listened expressionlessly on the side. As for the content of the meeting, he understood. He doesn't want to understand either. But the economic analysis skills in his mind were being activated passively. Whenever Lin Yu hears anything related to economics, it will start analyzing it on its own. The same goes for his math skills. Whenever he hears something math-related, he can't help but analyze it. Lin Yu understood it, but it was very brain-consuming. He would rather not understand so that he can save more brain cells. An hour later, the meeting came to an end. During this period, Director Shen did not let Lin Yu speak, but he kept paying attention to his expression. Lin Yu's face was calm, as if he didn't care about the content of the meeting at all. "Director Lin, what are your opinions on the company's current strategic development?" The man suddenly became angry and looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu heard this and spoke lightly. "I happen to have 4 strategies here. I wonder if they are suitable. First, implement a differentiation strategy and business model and create your own brand and characteristics. Second, in terms of operations, we will fully expand market channels, rationally utilize effective resources, and achieve diversified development. Third, further broaden the scope of talent selection and recruit high-end talents. Fourth, select good suppliers to ensure the safety, quality, and cost-effectiveness of materials and products." Lin Yu said these 4 points in one breath, then looked at everyone with a smile. Chapter 30 Lang Mama, Auntie will introduce you to a girlfriend. In the conference room, as Lin Yu finished talking about the 4 strategies, the entire conference room suddenly became silent. The 3 people outside the conference table heard Lin Yu's answer. The expression on his face became one of shock and surprise. Even they couldn't come up with these 4 points in such a short time. Lin Yu, who looks very young, can think so quickly and clearly. This kid is so terrifying. Combined with his handsome appearance, he is truly a man of great talent. Mr. Shen, who was sitting in the middle, was also stunned, then smiled. This Lin Yu is a man of real substance. He raised his hands and began to applaud. Immediately afterwards, the remaining 3 people also applauded. Pa pa. There was continuous applause in the conference room. "Mr. Lin, you are truly a talented young man. I have to admit, I'm old. Your 4 strategies are very good. I have written them down." Lin Yu said modestly. No, Mr. Shin is the pillar of the company. I'm just starting out." Upon hearing this, Mr. Shin also nodded. He approved of the new shareholder, Lin. After a while. After the company meeting, Lin Yu was ready to leave. After a day of meetings, all his cells were passively consumed. He was just analyzing the economics on his own, completely ignoring Lin Yu's brain cells. Lin Yu was about to walk out of the meeting room. One of the senior administrators came to Lin Yu. I wonder if Mr. Lin is married. My daughter. Lin Yu. Women will only affect the speed at which he draws his sword. You still want to introduce someone to him? No way. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Han. I already have a girlfriend. As Lin Yu spoke, Lang Qingshua's devilish smile appeared in his mind. Oh, that's a shame. Mr. Han said regretfully. Lin Yu walked out of the meeting room. Suddenly, an electronic prompt sounded in my mind. Congratulations on arriving at Tianyu Technology Company. Sign in. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. This system is quite good. There is always a delay. Do you dare to be any later? Just wait until I leave the company before signing in. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 system points, 1 physical enhancement capsule, 1 temperament enhancement capsule, 1 agility skill book, 1 Lang Qingshua's black stockings. Lin Yu nodded, and then his expression changed. Damn it! Sigma. It seems like something strange has mixed in. System. What the hell are you doing? He paused. Where are the black silk stockings? Where's the black silk? Return to host, in your system space. Lin Yu took a look at his system space. Sure enough, there were 2 pairs of black stockings quietly placed there. He wanted to take some out and have a look. But then I realized that we were in the company now and I couldn't take anything without permission. I'm Jua. Seal it. It must be sealed forever. Don't let Lang Qingxue know about this. If she knew this, she would be so happy. Lin Yu immediately closed the system space and walked out of Tianyu Technology Company. He asked as he walked. System, is that really Lang Qingxue's black stockings? Yes. Well, it's pretty good looking. At this time, Lang Qingxue was looking for the stockings she had just put on today in the dormitory. Huh? Weird. I remember it was right here, how come it's gone? She couldn't understand why her stockings disappeared. Lin Yu walked outside the office building and prepared to take a bus back to the university. After a tiring day today, he wants to go home and have some fun. He walked to the intersection and waited for the car. Suddenly, a white Porsche not far away was blocked by 2 black cars. The 3 cars collided and stopped at the same time. 2 men got out of 2 black cars and walked towards the Porsche in a menacing manner. Fuck. How do you drive? Come down and pay the money. Lin Yu looked at it and thought, isn't this a scam? They came prepared. The 2 black drivers were obviously a group of people. The door of the white Porsche opened and a lady got out. She looked at the 4 people with cold eyes. You're committing fraud in broad daylight? The group of people did not respond. What's the point of hitting our car? It's obviously you who were driving carelessly and scratched our car. The lady ignored them and took out her cell phone to call the police. Want to call the police? One of the men tried to snatch the woman's cell phone on the spot. There were already many people gathered around to watch the fun. You dare to commit fraud in broad daylight? You're really brave. Lin Yu had stood in front of the lady at some point, looking at the 4 of them, and said lightly. The sudden appearance of the handsome guy changed the situation on the scene. The 4 of them looked at Lin Yu. Where did this pretty boy come from? I advise you to stay out of other people's business. Get out of here. Lin Yu ignored these people and looked at the lady. Auntie, are you okay? He looked at the lady in front of him and felt that she looked very familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. Zhou Fong looked at the handsome Lin Yu and smiled. I'm fine, young man. Thank you. Just now, when she saw the other party trying to snatch the phone, she was ready to take action, but unexpectedly, a kind-hearted person came. The leader became angry when he saw Lin Yu ignoring them. Boy, today I'll let you know the price of meddling in other people's business. Superior. The 4 of them rushed forward, ready to beat Lin Yu violently. Zhou Fong was ready to take action immediately, but she didn't expect Lin Yu to be faster. He grabbed the wrist of the person swinging at him with his backhand, and then squeezed it with his big hand. The other person immediately shrank back and screamed in pain. Lin Yu then circled the opponent's arm counterclockwise and locked him. Lin Yu locked 2 people with 1 hand and solved the problem in no time. Zhou Fong on the side was stunned. She had practiced fighting in Sanda, and could tell at a glance that the young man in front of her had strong fighting skills. Ah! Let us go, boy. I called the police. Lin Yu laughed. Are you sure you want to call the police? I was wrong, brother. Let's do it privately. Let's do it privately. The leading man immediately begged for mercy. Lin Yu looked at the lady, and she nodded. He let go of his hand. The four people were released, got into the car and drove away. Zhou Fang walked to Lin Yu with a smile and said, "Thank you, young man." "You're welcome." Lin Yu smiled. He just made his move because the woman looked familiar. Zhou Fang looked at the handsome Lin Yu in front of her and felt more and more comfortable. He looked at him carefully. Such a good guy must be caught to be your son-in-law. A familiar smile appeared on her face. "Young man, do you want a wife or not?" "Auntie, can I introduce you to a girlfriend?" "Let me tell you, my daughter is very beautiful. She is beautiful, has a sweet voice, a hot body, and is well-behaved and lovely." Well, the phrase well-behaved and lovely was made up by her. But it doesn't matter, the young man in front of me doesn't know this. As she spoke, Zhou Fang blinked her eyes. Lin Yu, Sigma. Chapter 31, Introducing Lin Yu to Xue. Lin Yu was shocked when he heard the woman's words. I blanch. Am I lucky in love today? Why do so many people want to introduce their daughters to him as his girlfriend? Although he is indeed handsome, polite, and in good physical condition, and is currently a major shareholder of a technology company. But you can't just introduce a girlfriend to anyone you catch. Regardless of whether he has a girlfriend or not, under normal circumstances, he would not agree. What's more, there is Ling Xue at home now. He doesn't even need anyone to introduce him to a girlfriend. Lin Yu thought about it and Mr. Han, who had wanted to introduce his daughter to him before. He looks like he has a big belly, a Mediterranean hairstyle and a greasy face. His daughter, isn't she hard to describe in words? He shuddered a little when he thought of this. But looking at the lady in front of me, she is a very beautiful woman. There is an elegant temperament between his eyebrows and eyes, and he looks a little familiar. This beautiful aunt is so pretty. Lin Yu thought her daughter should be pretty too. He came to his senses and realized that he was about to go off topic. It's okay as long as the other person's daughter is pretty. He already has that cold sister. Moreover, Sister Lang's appearance is probably even better than that of Aunt's daughter. Lin Yu looked at Zhou Fang and smiled politely. Aunt! You're so beautiful. Your daughter must be very beautiful too. It's just that I already have a girlfriend. So there is no need to trouble you. Zhou Fang smiled immediately when Lin Yu praised her beauty. This handsome young man really knows how to talk. No matter what kind of woman she is, she likes to be praised for her beauty. Zhou Fang was no exception. You have a really sweet mouth, young man. Too bad you already have a girlfriend. Auntie still wants you to be my son-in-law. May I have your name? Give me a contact number. As he said that, he took out his cell phone and prepared to add Lin Yu's WeChat. Zhou Fang felt a little regretful when she knew that the other party had a girlfriend. But she liked Lin Yu very much, and it would be nice to make friends with him. And she can still wait, maybe the guy will be single again? I'll introduce it to Xue when the time comes. She knew that Xue had found a boyfriend at school, but the details might not be true. So she pays more attention to good boys. Lin Yu also took out his cell phone without hesitation. Auntie, my name is Lin Yu. Now that people have said so, can he refuse? Obviously not. First of all, he is the elder. Secondly, this beautiful aunt gave him a sense of familiarity. My name is Zhou Fang. If you need anything in the future, you can ask me for help. Okay, thank you, Aunt Fang. Lin Yu nodded repeatedly. He has a system, so he shouldn't need help, but he still needs to be polite. The two of them used WeChat to scan and added each other as friends. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Yu prepared to go back. Aunt Fang, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Okay, Xiao Yu, go ahead and do your thing. Lin Yu got the answer and turned to leave. Wait, Xiao Yu. You're just going back like this? Zhou Fang suddenly called him. Lin Yu was stunned. No, I'll take a taxi back later. Taking a taxi is such a hassle. Where are you going? I'll take you there. As she spoke, Zhou Fang pointed to her Porsche. When Lin Yu heard this, his eyes lit up. The aunt was such a nice person, she even drove him back home. This is very convenient. Why take a taxi if you can take a private car? Obviously, private cars are more comfortable. Lin Yu lamented why he hadn't thought of this. But even if he thought of it, he wouldn't say it out loud. He can't let someone drive you when you just met him. Okay, thank you, Aunt Fong. Lin Yu smiled and agreed to Zhou Feng's suggestion. He is not a pretentious person. The other party has taken the initiative to propose. If he refuses again, wouldn't he be a complete fool? Okay, Xiaoyu, get in the car. Zhou Feng opened the car door and the two of them got in together. Inside the car, Zhou Feng started the car. Xiaoyu, where are you going? Aunt Feng, I'm going to Demon University. Zhou Feng looked at Lin Yu with a little surprise. At this time, Lin Yu was wearing a black suit, with a mature and steady temperament and a handsome face. Magic Jiatong University? Are you studying there? Xue is there too. Yes. Lin Yu nodded. Zhou Feng stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the university. In the car, Zhou Feng was driving and chatting. Xiaoyu, I can't believe you're still a student. Lin Yu was slightly stunned. Boy, does he look mature? He looked down at his suit. Well, I have to admit that this suit has to take the blame. Aunt Feng, I'm a serious college student. I just wore a suit because I had something to do today. Zhou Feng continued. Xiaoyu, what a coincidence, my daughter is also studying at the Magic Jiatong University. Too bad you already have a girlfriend. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows, that's really a coincidence. Zhou Feng smiled and said, I'll introduce you two to each other if I have the chance. It's nice to make friends. Lin Yu nodded. When your elders speak, just listen. Half an hour later. The Porsche slowly stopped at the university gate. We're here, Xiaoyu. Lin Yu opened the car door and got out, waving towards the car window. Thank you, Aunt Feng. I'll go back first. Go ahead. Zhou Feng looked at Lin Yu's handsome back and sighed in her heart. What a good boy, it's a pity that he has a girlfriend. Xue missed a good opportunity. Zhou Feng was driving to leave when she suddenly remembered something. She took out her cell phone and found Leng Qingshue's WeChat. Xue, what are you doing? Do you miss your mother? At this time, Leng Qingxue was lying on the bed watching TV series when she suddenly saw a message pop up on her phone. Xue, I'm watching TV series, Mom. I miss you so much. Zhou Feng had no idea that Leng Qingxue was being perfunctory. Missed me, didn't you? Come out. Mom is waiting for you at the university gate. Leng Qingxue was shocked. Sigma. Why did my mom come to college? Chapter 32, Cold Mother surprises and asks to see her daughter's boyfriend. Leng Qingxue was a little surprised. Why did her mother suddenly come to the university to find her? What are you going to do? She couldn't understand what her mother was doing. She was a little suspicious that her mother was trying to tease her on purpose. After all, my mother's personality is a bit naughty. Leng Qingxue typed on her phone. Xue, Mom, stop joking. Why are you coming to my university if you have nothing to do? Stop it. Zhou Feng rolled her eyes when she heard this. The child thought she was joking. I'm not kidding. Hurry up and come to the university gate. Otherwise. Leng Qingxue immediately knew that her mother was serious. If I don't go out, I'm afraid I'll be severely punished. She quickly climbed out of bed and put away the tablet on which she was watching the drama. Then find some clothes to wear. Girls don't wear much in the dormitory, so it's very troublesome to go out. After a while, Leng Qingxue put on her clothes. He rushed out of the dormitory like a gust of wind. 20 minutes later. Leng Qingxue trotted all the way to the university gate. A white Porsche was parked quietly not far away. She recognized it at a glance. It was her mother's car. Mom is really here. Zhou Feng, who was in the car, also saw her baby daughter. She got out of the car. Leng Qingxue rushed over and hugged Zhou Feng. Mom! I miss you so much. Zhou Feng also hugged her precious daughter and glared at her. Why are you running so fast, kid? Look at you, you're sweating. Mom, didn't you tell me to come quickly? Lang Qingshue's face puffed up. I didn't ask you to hurry up. Zhou Fong pinched Lang Qingshue's little ear. Mom, what do you want to see me about at the university? Lang Qingxue hugged Zhou Fong and asked about the doubts in her heart. They said in the car, it's hot outside. Zhou Fong pulled Lang Qingxue into the car, started the car, and took her baby daughter to a restaurant. Shue hasn't eaten yet, are you hungry? It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, you can eat or not, it depends on the individual. A little hungry. Sigma Sigma. Lang Qingxue replied. She usually has dinner at 6 o'clock. It's okay to eat at 5 o'clock. Well, let's go eat. Zhou Fong took her daughter to the nearest restaurant and ordered a private room. After the dishes were served, the two sat in the private room, eating and chatting. Mom, what's going on? You've come to my university. Lang Qingxue asked with her mouth puffed up from eating. I just came to visit you at your university. Zhou Fong replied. She didn't really come to the university on her own today, she mainly came to see Xiao Yu off. I came to see Shue just by chance. Ah? Lang Qingxue was a little confused about her mother's actions. Zhou Fong continued. Shue, Mom met a really nice guy today. He's not only handsome, but also polite and brave. It helped Mom a lot. Next, she told Lang Qingxue about her encounter with Lin Yu. Oh? This boy is really good. After Lang Qingxue knew about it, she also praised him. Not bad, Mom wants to introduce him to you as your boyfriend. A smile appeared on Zhou Fong's face. Lang Qingxue raised her eyebrows. Mom, didn't I tell you that I have a partner? Do you really have a partner? Zhou Fong looked at her daughter. Of course. Lang Qingxue said seriously. Besides, he's very handsome and a very funny person. I'm very satisfied. Zhou Fong carefully observed Lang Qingxue's expression to confirm that she was serious. Okay. Mom is just helping you keep an eye out for good boys. Can't miss it, right? Since her daughter really has a boyfriend, Zhou Fong naturally can't say anything. However, this object still needs to be pulled out and shown to her. I don't know how it compares to Xiao Yu. Humph. Lang Qingxue glared at her mother. Zhou Fong looked at her daughter and said, that boy has a girlfriend too. It's useless to give you a chance. Lang Qingxue raised her little head. It's like no one has done anything to you. Zhou Fong touched her daughter's little head with amusement. Look how proud you are. You have a partner, right? You're in college, right? Pull him out and let Mom see him. Lang Qingxue was stunned. I knock. It's time to meet my mother-in-law. Of course there is nothing wrong with her. I just don't know if Xiao Yer can handle it. Mom, this isn't good. We've only been talking for a month. In fact, she and Lin Yu had not been together for a month at all, only 2 weeks. What's wrong with that? A month is not a short time. Zhou Fong looked at Lang Qingxue and said. Ah, this. Lang Qingxue looked at her mother hesitantly. What? Can't you call out to anyone? Or is there another reason? Zhou Fong narrowed her eyes and stared at Lang Qingxue. Mom, my boyfriend is shy. Seeing you so early. Shy. I think you're shy. Shue, or do you not have a partner at all? Lang Qingxue couldn't tolerate this. Mom is questioning her. She is a woman of her word. Oh my god. Come on. Superscript 33. Xiao Yu, I have tried my best. It depends on whether you can withstand it. Lang Qingxue took out her cell phone and prepared to send a message to Lin Yu. Suddenly, Zhou Fong's cell phone rang and the caller ID showed up, and she pressed the answer button. Hey, what's up? Okay, I'll be right there. Zhou Fong hung up the phone and looked at her baby daughter. Shue, something happened at the company. I'll go back first. Take your time to eat. I've already paid the bill. Lang Qingxue almost laughed out loud when she saw this. Yes, Sigma. Suddenly, Zhou Fong spoke. Mom will come again next week, if you don't see your boyfriend. Poof. Chapter 33. My mom said she wanted to meet her son-in-law. Lang Qingxue and Zhou Fong were shocked when they heard this. She was just laughing. I sighed in my heart that what happened to my mother came at such a timely moment. I almost called Xiao Yu over. As a result, Zhou Feng suddenly counterattacked. Even when she had something to do at the company, she didn't forget to meet her son-in-law. And agreed to next week. Lang Qingxue looked at Zhou Feng in front of her with a serious expression. It looks like Mom is not going to let Xiao Yuer go. I must see him no matter what. Xiao Yuer is being remembered by her mother-in-law. Lang Qingxue had no way to deal with this. We can only hope that Xiao Yuer can hold on. But it's okay, we won tea meet today, but next week. It can allow him to be prepared. Mom, is it really next week? How about a few days later? Lang Qingxue stretched out her arms, hugged her mother, and kept blinking her beautiful big eyes. Zhou Feng rolled her eyes at her daughter. This trick didn't work on her. She reached out and pinched Lang Qingxue's little face, making it puffy. Xue, how many days do you want to postpone it? How about 27 days later? Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng looked at her precious daughter as if she were a fool. If it's 27 days later, wouldn't that be a month? She poked Lang Qingxue's forehead with her finger. Wouldn't it be better if you just waited a year? 1 year. Really, Mom? Lang Qingxue's eyes suddenly lit up. In the past year, she and Xiao Yuer must have developed a passionate flame, and Xiao Yuer was adding fuel to the fire. That's great. That's fine. Zhou Feng tapped Lang Qingxue's little head and said, You little girl, you have some beautiful thoughts. 2 weeks, at most I'll give you 2 weeks. Xue, if you can't produce my son-in-law by then. Humph. As she spoke, Zhou Feng pinched Lang Qingxue's little ear. Humph. I know, Mom. It's not like I don't have a partner, I just asked him to see you suddenly. Then you have to tell him and let him prepare. Zhou Feng nodded. What the daughter said made sense, so she also gave her 2 weeks grace period. Okay, it's settled. She picked up her bag. Xue, Mom is going back first. Be careful on your way back. Aha. Bye, Mom. She planned to wait for her mother to come back and have a good talk with Lin Yu about this matter. Bye, Xue. Zhou Feng walked out of the box with her bag, leaving Lang Qingxue alone eating. After a while, Lang Qingxue ate until she was 70% full, then put down her bowl and chopsticks. Actually, she can eat a lot, but it depends on the taste of the food. If the food is delicious, she can finish 3 big bowls. If the taste is average, just eat it symbolically. She looked at the table full of leftovers. Waiter, pack it up. Lang Qingxue shouted directly. She didn't think there was anything wrong with packing meals. On the contrary, wasting food is shameful. Just like she can give the bunch she can't finish to Xiao Yu. This way it won't be a waste. It's just right. I'll take some back to my roommates. They all eat a lot. My roommates are all girls with good figures, but they eat a lot. This also includes Lang Qingxue herself. She can eat it, but it depends on the taste of the food. The waiter packed up the food, and Lang Qingxue walked out of the restaurant carrying the large lunchbox. The restaurant is close to the university. She walked back to the dormitory. I'm back, sisters. Lang Qingxue kicked open the dormitory door. 3 little sisters are sitting at the table watching TV series and playing games. Xue, where have you been? It's already 6 o'clock. They all looked at Lang Qingxue. I'm going to eat. Yes, I'll pack some food for you. See if it suits your taste. Wow. Xue, you are so nice. We were just about to go out for dinner. The 3 little sisters immediately rushed forward, hugged Lang Qingxue and jumped around. Then they each opened the lunchbox that Lang Qingxue had brought back and started eating. It's delicious, Xue. Did you go to the restaurant for dinner today? Su Qing ate while looking at Lang Qingxue. Lang Qing climbed onto her little pink bed and lay down on it. Yes. My mother came to see me at school today. Take me out for dinner. Oh, so that's how it is. They thought Xue was going to have a candlelight dinner with her boyfriend. The 3 little sisters continued to concentrate on eating. The food in the restaurant tastes good. Not long after, the several lunchboxes that Lang Qingxue brought back were all gone. After eating and drinking their fill, the little girls started chatting about gossip. Xue, how did you do on your math test today? This test is so difficult. Lu Qian looked at Leng Qingxue lying on the bed. She is a studious girl, so she cares about the results of every exam. Yes, Xue, you and Lin Yu handed in your papers early. So cool. Lu Jia echoed with admiration. Leng Qingxue was stunned. This. It's not easy for her to answer. This paper is actually quite simple. If there is any difficulty, it is only the last question. But she couldn't possibly say that. Otherwise, it would undermine the confidence of the young sisters. Well, this test is quite difficult. I put a lot of effort into it. Fuck. It's over. Even Xue finds it difficult. Several people suddenly felt loveless. Xue, is Lin Yu good at math? I felt like he was in a very good position. The three of them opened their eyes wide and looked at Leng Qingxue curiously. Leng Qingxue nodded. Xiaoyu's understanding of mathematics is very deep, deeper than mine. Although she doesn't want to admit it, Xiao Yuer is really better than her. However, she praised Lin Yu in front of everyone, and she felt a little proud in her heart. If her boyfriend is awesome, then that means she is awesome too. When the three little sisters heard this, their faces were instantly shocked. It seems that Lin Yu is really good at math. Xue is the number one in their mathematics department, and she even admitted it herself. What else is there to say? Su Qing looked at Leng Qingxue with a smile. Hey, our Xue even called Xiaoyu. This dog food is really too much. Leng Qingxue's face suddenly turned red. Sigma. I knock. I'm used to calling Xiaoyu, I just said it out loud. But she said calmly, isn't this normal? You will understand when you have a partner. Su Qing, Lu Jia, Lu Qian. Damn. This hurts. Night. Leng Qingxue opened the message and sent a WeChat message to Lin Yu. At this time, Lin Yu was playing games. A message popped up on his phone and he clicked it to take a look. Xue, Xiaoyu, my mother said she wants to see you. Lin Yu. Chapter 34, Delicious Ice Cream, let Xue taste it. Lin Yu looked at the message sent by Leng Qingxue. Everyone is stupid. He was playing games 1 second, and the next second his girlfriend told him that her mother wanted to see him. It happened quite suddenly. It's outrageous. He and Leng Qingxue have been together for about half a month. Are you going to meet your mother-in-law now? No way. He's not ready yet. Well, actually he was a little nervous. I wonder what kind of person this legendary mother-in-law is. Is it easy to get along with him? Do you like him? Sister Leng is such a little devil, so isn't her mother. Lin Yu didn't dare to think about it. His bony fingers typed quickly on the virtual keyboard of his phone. You, good sister, you are not lying to me. Don't scare me. I can't stand being scared. He had some suspicion that Leng Qingxue was teasing him. Considering her personality, it's very likely. Leng Qingxue looked at Lin Yu's message and smiled secretly. Xiao Yuer is so funny. She guessed that Lin Yu would have this reaction. This will happen to anyone no matter who you give it to. Who wouldn't he be afraid of meeting the mother-in-law? She replied with a devilish smile. Xue, good brother, what good will it bring me if I lie to you? My mother really wants to see you. Lin Yu paused. What did Auntie say? My mother said she wants to meet her son-in-law. If I don't bring the person, I will be gone. Leng Qingxue replied briskly. Lin Yu. Mother Leng really wanted to meet him, and she wanted to meet him as if he were her son-in-law. Don't panic, this is a big problem. Xue, don't worry, Xiaoyu, my mom said we'll see each other in 2 weeks. We still have time. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. He was not in a hurry at all. But he was relieved. 2 weeks later? That way there's still some buffer time. Xue, Xiaoyu, were you scared just now? Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu typed calmly, absolutely not. He had already imagined Leng Qingxue smiling smugly across the phone. Xue, what? Xiaoyu, you're not scared. It's not fun at all. Lin Yu. His forehead twitched. My goodness, this sister really wants him to be scared. Xue, humph. I'm angry. Still the kind that's hard to coax. Leng Qingxue was not angry at all, and she even had a smile on her face. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. are you angry? I'm going to bring you something delicious tomorrow. Since someone is angry, let it go. He chuckled in his heart. Coincidentally, the system sent a delicious ice cream. He hasn't tasted it yet to see if it's delicious, so he'll give it to the little white mouse Shue Shue for an experiment first. He. Ah. Stow you. I want to eat something delicious. Don't let it go. Lang Qingxue became interested as soon as she saw this. In fact, she has eaten all kinds of delicious food. The main reason is because it was given by Lin Yu. You must pay attention to the gift given by your boyfriend. Are you still angry then? I'm not angry anymore. Sigma Sigma. Lin Yu typed with a smile, go to bed, it's getting late. I'll bring you something delicious tomorrow. Okay. The next day. Early morning. Lin Yu opened his sleepy eyes. He got up, dressed and washed up. Then go downstairs to have breakfast. Downstairs of the boys' dormitory. Lang Qingxue wore a slim beige long dress that outlined her proud figure. There were many boys around, pretending nothing happened and looking over there from time to time. Lang Qingxue didn't care about this group of people. She waited quietly for Lin Yu to come downstairs. Lin Yu walked downstairs. He saw that Boss Ling was already waiting for him. He quickly quickened his pace and walked to Lang Qingxue. Why are you here so early today? Because I want to eat something delicious Sigma Sigma. Lang Qingxue blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Yu. She was very curious about what delicious food Xiao Yuer could give her. So I came to see her early. Lin Yu was slightly startled. I can't tell, this sister is such a foodie? Why did you feed him so much steamed dumplings before? Come on, let's go have breakfast first. Lin Yu rubbed Lang Qingxue's little head. Good. Lang Qingxue took Lin Yu's arm and the two walked towards the cafeteria. Xiao Yuer, tell me what delicious food is. I'm curious. Lin Yu pretended to be mysterious. I can't tell you now, you'll know when the time comes. Ah. I want to eat it now. After Lin Yu said this, Lang Qingxue became even more curious and wished she could eat it on the spot. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. My sister, you can't eat this carelessly. Eating ice cream on an empty stomach so early in the morning? And for a girl. These three buffs stacked together. Then you are really brave. I, Lin Yu, would like to call you the strongest. He pinched Lang Qingxue's fair and tender little face. No, Shue Shue. You can't eat this until you've finished your breakfast. Lang Qingxue fell into deep thought after hearing this. What on earth is that thing that can only be eaten after breakfast? She is very curious. The two finished their breakfast and walked out of the cafeteria. Xiao Yuer. Can we eat now? Hurry up and give it to your sister. Lang Qingxue directly hugged Lin Yu's arm and shook it. Lin Yu. Eating ice cream right after breakfast? That's impossible. Lin Yu unknowingly began to pay great attention to Lang Qingxue's health. Even he didn't realize it. Wait 2 more hours. Lang Qingxue heard this and stared at Lin Yu carefully. Xiao Yuer, are you lying to me? As she spoke, her little hand had already pinched Lin Yu's waist. Lin Yu pinched her little face. I, Lin Yu, have my way. Be good and go to class first. You can eat after class. All right. The two walked into the classroom together. Today is math class, and it looks like the old professor hasn't finished grading the test papers yet. But he stared at Lin Yu with shining eyes throughout the class. Lin Yu was a little scared by being stared at. Break time. Lang Qingxue grabbed Lin Yu's arm directly. Xiao Yuer, you'll have to pay the price for lying to me. Lin Yu shook his head in amusement. This sister really is. He put his hands in his pockets and muttered to himself. System, take out the delicious ice cream. Suddenly, a box of beautifully packaged ice cream appeared in Lin Yu's hand, which was in his pocket. He took out the ice cream like a magic trick and placed it in front of Lang Qingxue. Lang Qingxue looked surprised. Wow! Xiao Yu, how do you know I like ice cream? How does he know? Of course he has analyzed it. Try it, it's said to be delicious. Lang Qingxue opened the box. It was a box of ice cream she had never seen before, and the packaging was particularly exquisite. She took out a small spoon, put it in her mouth, and her eyes lit up immediately. It's so delicious. Chapter 35 Feeding Photos Exposed, Forum Public Opinion. At this moment, little stars appeared in Leng Qingshue's delicious eyes. The ice cream Xiaoyu brought her was so delicious. This ice cream is creamy, sweet, and not greasy at all. Some ice creams are a bit greasy if you put too much cream on them. Leng Qingxue is also an expert when it comes to eating ice cream. She comes from a well-off family and has tried all kinds of ice cream. But it was the first time she had eaten the ice cream that Lin Yu brought her. The food tastes so delicious that it doesn't seem like human food. After Leng Qingxue finished the first bite, she couldn't help but take the second bite. She took the small spoon and ate it all in one gulp. Ah! Ah! Lin Yu was stunned by the speed. Oh shit! Sigma! Is this how you eat ice cream? Shouldn't you eat slowly, bite by bite? This sister is really fierce. Well, it seems that this delicious ice cream is indeed delicious. Giving it to Xue and letting her taste it first was the right choice. Because if the taste is just average, Xue will try it first and then tell him. He stretched out his big hand and rubbed Leng Qingshue's little head. Eat slowly, my sister. This is ice cold, you can't eat it so quickly. It's bad for your stomach. Leng Qingxue narrowed her beautiful eyes. She felt very comfortable when Lin Yu touched her head. It's okay, Xiaoyu. I'm an old ice cream gourmet. This level is not cold at all. However, she slowed down her ice cream eating. Although the ice cream is delicious, I want to finish it in one go. But she still listened to Lin Yu very much. You have to give face to your boyfriend, she asked as she ate. Xiaoyu, the ice cream you brought is so delicious. Where did you buy it? Why have I never seen it before? Lin Yu showed a mysterious smile. I definitely haven't seen that. This is ice cream produced by the system. It is not available on the market. Well, it's a secret. It took me a lot of effort to get it. Lin Yu looked like he was having a hard time. In fact, this is not the case at all. You can buy it directly in the system. But for ordinary people, it is impossible to buy it. Wow! Xiaoyu, you're so nice. Leng Qingxue felt that what Lin Yu said must be true, because she had never bought this ice cream before. As a wealthy woman, she once bought a box of ice cream that cost tens of thousands of yuan, but the taste was not as good as the one Lin Yu brought. Leng Qingxue said this, leaned over and suddenly kissed Lin Yu on the face. Mua! Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. All the cream on Leng Qingshue's little mouth was brought to his face. Sister, just eat it, why are you still calling me a relative? After Leng Qingxue kissed Lin Yu, she continued to eat the ice cream with a small spoon. From time to time, he would pick up the small spoon and feed Lin Yu a mouthful. Xiaoyu, come on, open your mouth. Ah! Lin Yu opened his mouth under the gaze of everyone in the classroom. It's delicious indeed. It's worthy of being an ice cream produced by the system. Even someone like Lin Yu who didn't like ice cream wanted to eat it. When everyone in the classroom saw this scene, both boys and girls were heartbroken. Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue are now the focus of the classroom, so naturally many people are looking at them. The first thing you see is a scene of affectionate behavior. What the hell? Cold dog food is just randomly slapped on my face. Sour. I'm so sour. Gradually, some girls stared at the ice cream in Leng Qingshue's hand. Looks like he wants to eat. Because they smelled a particularly sweet scent. It is said that it is difficult for the flavor of icy things to come out. Moreover, the ice cream in Leng Qingshue's hand looks particularly exquisite. Leng Qingxue noticed the girls' gazes and immediately showed a fierce expression. What are you doing? This is the ice cream Xiaoyu gave me. She picked up the carton and finished the rest of the ice cream in one gulp. Humph. Everyone. Lin Yu. It's a wolf destroyer. The old professor came over with the textbook and the second class began. Ding ling. Ding ling. The bell rang. The students walked out of the classroom one after another. Leng Qingxue held Lin Yu's arm. Lin Yu has become accustomed to this. Xiaoyu, your ice cream is delicious. I want another box. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu glanced at Leng Qingxue. Of course, it's no problem if he wants to eat it, he can exchange a box at the system store at any time. But you can't eat 2 boxes in a row, right? So icy stuff. He pinched Long Qingshue's little face. I still want to eat. You can only eat 1 box a day. He is serious about Long Qingshue's health. Good. Long Qingxue nodded. She knew that Lin Yu was doing this for her own good, and she felt a little warm in her heart. The two went to the cafeteria to have lunch together. After lunch, Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue parted ways. Lin Yu returned to the dormitory. The 3 LSP roommates have also returned. He picked up the full bottle of happy water on his desk and took a sip. Great. Wang Jun walked over from the side. Yuzi, you've become successful. It's different when I follow the cold school beauty. Now he drinks Qualo every day without blinking an eye. A wealthy family. Wang Jun discovered that Lin Yu bought a new bottle of Fat House Happy Water every day this week. It's a very wealthy family. Even he wouldn't buy happy water every day. Lin Yu's mouth corners rose slightly. Stupid mortal, do you think I buy happy water every day? In fact, it has always been this bottle, without any change. The endless happy water is so generous. He said calmly, well, Junzi. You're right. I'm rich. Actually, Xue is a very wealthy woman. I'm boiling. Suddenly, the 3 people in the dormitory felt extremely sad. Lang Qingxue is so beautiful and a rich woman. Lin Yu must have made a lot of money. There were no classes in the afternoon and the dormitory was peaceful. Lin Yu lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Suddenly, Wang Jun squealed like a pig. Yuzi. Something big happened. Lin Yu was awakened. What's going on? What's all the fuss? Can you be more steady like me? Something happened, Yuzi. You and Lang Qingxue were posted on the campus forum. Lin Yu was stunned. What the hell? Wang Jun handed the phone to Lin Yu to look at. A post title on mobile phone. Shocking. Public display of affection, is this? The cover picture shows Lang Qingxue feeding Lin Yu soup dumplings in the cafeteria. This post has been pushed to the top of the hot list and is in the most prominent position. Lin Yu frowned slightly, and with his sharp thinking skills, he thought of it in an instant. I'm afraid someone is behind this post. Chapter 36 Forum Incident. Lin Yu's hacking skills turned the tables. Lin Yu took out his mobile phone and opened the campus forum. Sure enough, I saw the post at first glance. It's the most popular and ranked at the front, how can you not see it? Lin Yu knew that it was actually normal to show affection in college and there was nothing strange about it. But the subtle thing is that this post became popular. If a post goes viral, it means a lot of people are reading it. In fact, many people don't care about watching it, they just want to see the couple show their affection. However, the comments made by those people may have other unexpected effects and shape public opinion. This is very troublesome. Lin Yu clicked on the post. There are already hundreds of replies lined up in there. I am a cat, holy crap. Guys. There's a beauty. But I'm feeding you. It's so sour. Who are this beautiful lady and that guy? Gray sky, I don't know, someone who knows can explain it to me. The price of buying vegetables will definitely increase. That's Lang Qingxue, the school beauty, don't you know her? As for this guy, I don't know him either. You will definitely be pointed at and asked, who is Lang Qingxue? I only know Zhang Tingting is the school beauty. Wang Diyun, I know that guy, his name seems to be Lin Yu, he is from the economics department, I heard he is very good at math. A pig, fuck. Xue. My Xue. My goddess is gone. Don't stop, what are these two doing? This is not good, right? There are so many people in the cafeteria. Here comes the chicken soup, what's not good about it? I just think these two are a perfect match, so sweet. Little hamburger, this is totally immoral. I want to report it. Here comes the chicken soup, then report it. Little red flower, how shameless of you two. Lin Yu read on and found that the comments were basically divided into 3 camps. One group, accounting for 50%, thinks that he and Xue are immoral. One group, accounting for 40%, thinks that there is nothing wrong with the two of them being like this. Another group, accounting for 10%, are just there to watch the fun. He raised his brows slightly. It's obvious that someone is behind this. Otherwise, just one photo wouldn't cause any trouble. At this time, Shenfei and Jia Yun were also awakened by Wang Jun's loud voice. They got up from the bed and surrounded Wang Jun. What happened? See for yourself. Wang Jun handed the phone to the two of them. The two were suddenly shocked. Fuck. Which son of a bitch? How dare he murder Yuzi? They are not stupid, they can see this kind of thing at a glance. Watch me fuck him. Xianfei and Zhao Tian took out their cell phones, opened the campus forum, and prepared to start a tirade. They wanted to help Lin Yu vent his anger. Lin Yu said, "Brothers, don't be impulsive. It would be even more disadvantageous to spray it now." Lin Yu knew in his heart that they definitely couldn't go out and scold others in this situation. The other party is just waiting for you to criticize them and then make things worse. This is not just a matter of showing affection. Xianfei and others stopped scolding Lin Yu after hearing what he said. At the same time, the same incident happened in Leng Qingshue's dormitory. Su Qing opened her phone and was about to check out some campus gossip when she saw the most popular post. The cover still shows Leng Qingxue feeding Lin Yu steamed dumplings. She called out Leng Qingxue directly. Shue. Something happened. Look. Leng Qingxue frowned slightly when she saw the contents of Su Qing's phone. She herself has been posted on the campus forum more than a dozen times. I didn't expect it to become popular in this way this time. The direction of the comments seems to be very unfavorable to her and Xiaoyu. She took out her cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Yu. Shui, Xiaoyu, do you know about the forum? Lin Yu saw the message on his phone and typed a reply. I understand, don't worry. Leave it to me. I already have a solution. Good Sigma. Leng Qingxue trusted Lin Yu very much. Since he said he had a way, she would wait patiently. Lin Yu muttered to himself. System, open the points mall. Points mall is open. All kinds of strange system props appeared in front of Lin Yu. He searched inside. After a while, he found the props he wanted. Hacking Technical Skills Book. System, buy a hacking skills book. 500 points, do you want to buy it? Buy. A hacker skill book appeared in Lin Yu's system space. He immediately used the hacker skill book. Buzz. Countless computer technologies flooded into Lin Yu's mind in an instant. It was as if he had been using this technique for many years. He sat down at the table, turned on the computer, and prepared to get started. Lin Yu's response was simple. It is to use powerful computer technology to enter the campus forum. Delete that popular post. Then prevent new posts from appearing. It's so simple, violent, and unpretentious. At this time, several department heads on campus were meeting together. You know everything about the forum, right? What do you all have to say? I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Isn't it time to show off your affection in college? And that girl and boy are really a delight to the eyes. I'm very optimistic about them. The person he was talking about was the department head who arrested Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue that day. That's fine with me. These two children were just eating together, they didn't do anything else. The old professor of mathematics also spoke. He is the head of the mathematics department. Lin Yu is a math genius. There is also Leng Qingxue, who also has a good talent for mathematics. Even if Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue had average mathematical talent, the old professor would still say this. Because there's nothing wrong with them showing off their affection. Okay, in that case. The matter is over. I'll have someone tell them. Lin Yu has entered the campus forum and is ready to delete the post. Suddenly, Wang Jun squealed like a pig. Oh shit. Our university's official account is doomed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately walked over to take a look. It turned out that the university's official account had just posted a message. It is said that college students should fall in love to make the campus full of youth and everyone should be quiet. The students below also followed suit and commented. After all, it is rare for official accounts to speak out. Lin Yu was a little stunned. This. He was just about to take action, but things just calmed down like this? Blanche. He was about to delete the post, he almost did. Since that's the case and the matter has calmed down, he doesn't plan to delete the post. This most popular post will be kept as a souvenir for Shue. However, Lin Yu is not going to let the person who posted it go. You offended the abbot and you still want to run away? Lin Yu is not a good person. He entered the forum and logged into the poster's account. Chapter 37 Reverse Login, Get Back at the Enemy. Lin Yu used his sophisticated hacking skills to reversely obtain the poster's account and then logged in. Humph, I want to see who posted the message that has obviously caused public opinion. Lin Yu sat in front of the computer and logged into his account. On the other side, the poster was holding his phone, looking at the post that had become the #1 on the hot list, with a smug smile on his face. Things have come to this point, and public opinion is still unfavorable to Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue. It will definitely attract the attention of the school, and Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue may be called to a meeting by the department head. This man was the one who took out his mobile phone to take a picture of Leng Qingxue feeding Lin Yu dumplings in the cafeteria that day. He posted this on the campus forum, which aroused public opinion for two main reasons. One of them is naturally jealousy of Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue. As a man, how could Lin Yu not be jealous when he found such a beautiful school beauty as his girlfriend? Moreover, the two of them were showing affection to each other, and he was almost jealous. The second is that someone instructed him to do so and promised him benefits, and even this is the majority. Of course, he himself is also happy to post. Anyway, no one knows that he was the one who posted it. He took his phone and sent a message to the person who instructed him. The post has been published and the heat has fermented. Take a look. Yeah, I saw it. Well done. After the matter is accomplished, you will definitely benefit from it. At the same time, Leng Qingxue and her roommates in the dormitory were also paying close attention to this matter. Leng Qingxue waited patiently, without a trace of anxiety on her face. Instead, Su Cheng and Lu Qian kept refreshing the post and looking at the comment section. It seems like the eunuch is anxious while the emperor is not. They looked at Leng Qingxue's patient expression and asked in surprise. Shue, why aren't you anxious at all? This matter has become a big deal. Leng Qingxue looked at her group of little sisters with amusement. What's the use of being anxious, sisters? I've already told Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu said he could handle it. Just wait here patiently. Leng Qingxue trusts Lin Yu very much. And since her man had said that he could solve the problem, she naturally supported him silently. The three were shocked when they heard this. Is this true? Is Lin Yu really that powerful? He can handle this kind of thing? After a while, Su Qing continued to browse the forum. Suddenly, she saw another popular post in the forum. Click in to take a look. It was officially issued by the university. The content is that there is nothing wrong with dating in college and everyone is encouraged to speak harmoniously. There are many people leaving comments below. I am a cat, holy crap. The officials are gone. Awesome. The price of buying vegetables will definitely increase. Fuck, it seems that the official means to support Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue. Shocked. Gray sky, I'm so proud. Officials support love. I want to have a sweet love too. Go, go, go. A fish, wake up, brother. If someone likes you, how can you be single? Gray sky, if you keep cursing. Here comes the chicken soup, where are the people? Where are the people shouting in front? The authorities have given their support, so why are you guys silent? When Su Qing saw this post, she exclaimed in surprise. Ah! Shue. Look! It's reversed. The official account has come out to speak. The sisters quickly logged into the forum to read this post. Lu Qian looked at Leng Qingxue in shock. Shue, was this done by Lin Yu? Then he is really amazing. I can convince the officials to take action. I don't know. I'll go ask him. Leng Qingxue was also a little stunned, but also a little proud. She didn't expect Xiaoyu to be so powerful. They actually got the authorities to support them. She took out her cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Yu. At this time, Lin Yu had already logged into the poster's account. He checked his account for a long time. Found some fun stuff. This person is quite conceited. He posted several conceited selfies of himself and then set them to be visible only to him. She has an average appearance and a slightly chubby face. There was a funny expression on his face, which Lin Yu found a bit funny. An evil grin appeared on his face. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Lin Yu clicked on the person's selfie post, clicked visible to everyone, and added a caption. I don't care. I'm invincible, I'm the most handsome, followed by a smug expression. Then log out. Lin Yu raised the corner of his mouth, just waiting for the post to ferment quietly. This punishment is pretty much it. After all, he is not a devil. Lin Yu logged out of his account and turned off the computer. The hacking operation just now consumed a lot of his brain cells. Even though he learns hacking skills and uses them skillfully, he actually needs to think. He took out his cell phone and found unread messages on WeChat. When I clicked on it, I saw it was sent by Ling Qingxue. Xue, Xiaoyu, the authorities stepped in to calm the situation down. Did you make this? Sigma. Lin Yu was slightly stunned. This really wasn't his doing. He also thought about going to the school to resolve the issue, but he felt that it was not appropriate and he didn't want to cause trouble for others. He typed back. The school's downfall wasn't my fault. I was planning to hack into the forum and delete and ban this post. Later, I found out that the authorities supported us, so I didn't delete it. Ling Qingxue saw Lin Yu's reply. The cherry-like mouth is slightly open. Xiao Yuer. You also know hacking skills. Xiao Yuer gave her more and more surprises. She has really good taste. You, sprinkle some water. Although I didn't delete the post, I did something funny. You'll know later. Ling Qingxue's eyes suddenly lit up. She loved fun things the most. On the other hand, just when the poster was feeling proud, he received a message. The plan failed, and the school actually came out to support them. Poster, huh? Also, are you out of your mind? Another stupid post. Isn't that embarrassing enough? Poster? What post? I didn't touch it at all. However, the other party no longer paid attention to him. He quickly opened the campus forum and saw that the official support post was on the hot list. I saw another post with a selfie on the cover, which was also on the popular list. He was stunned and clicked in immediately. Then his expression was instantly shocked. Because the account where he posted the message is his own account. The comments section was filled with ha 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 ha. Fuck. Who on earth is it? Chapter 38 Lin Yu, the top math student, wins the bet. Because the poster's account just posted a post that ranked first on the hot list. The popularity is very high. So when Lin Yu logged in reverse and posted the selfie, someone saw it immediately. Then the heat ferments quickly. It quickly became a hot topic. In the comments section of this selfie post. I am a cat, what the hell? Ha 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 ha. Brothers, come and see. It's so funny. A fish, ha 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 ha. This guy is so funny. He is invincible, he is the most handsome. Here comes the chicken soup, ha 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 ha. How can he have the nerve to do that? Little hamburger, is your account hacked? The rest of the comments were filled with laughter. In Ling Qingxue's dormitory. The four little sisters also saw this post. They all laughed so hard that their arms and legs were bent over. Especially Ling Qingxue, she laughed the loudest. Ling Qingxue loves to laugh and has a very low sense of humor. And she is the protagonist of this incident. So I laughed even harder. Ha 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 ha. She laughed so hard that her nipples hurt a little. The other three also held their stomachs with their hands while laughing. Xue, your boyfriend is so bad. We love it. Ling Qingxue nodded proudly when she heard this. Humph. Don't you even look at whose boyfriend he is? Ling Qingxue gave each of the three little sisters a small chestnut. You guys like shit. That's my boyfriend. On the other hand, the poster immediately deleted the selfie. Although it had been fermenting for 2 hours, many people saw it. His face turned green with anger. Trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. Someone got access to his account and posted his selfie. So angry. And I was also social dead in college Sigma. In the dormitory, Lin Yu lay down on the bed contentedly. The matter was resolved and the troublemaker received the punishment he deserved. It feels great. And he was also praised by Ling Qingxue. She likes it when she says he is bad. Is he bad? Not at all, okay. Lin Yu lay on the bed and began to review what he had gained in the past few days. Zhou Shuren once said, "I examine myself 3 times a day." It is enough for Lin Yu to reflect on himself once every 3 days. The system opens the personal panel. Personal panel is open. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20. Appearance, 99. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Constitution, 100. Skills, courage, hand-to-hand combat, sharp thinking, mathematical modeling, economic analysis, hacking. System points, 6,500. Items, Physical Enhancement Capsules X3, Temperament Enhancement Capsules X4, Unwavering Virility Capsules X3, Learning Enhancement Capsules X3, Learning Focus Skill Book X1, Gourmet Cooking Skill Book X1, Agility Movement Skill Book X1, Smart Analysis Glasses X1, Powerful Healing Band-Aid X1, Ling Qingshua's pair of black stockings. Assets, 100,000 renminbi, 25% of Tianyu Technology Company shares. Lin Yu looked at his system props. I found quite a lot of things. He decided to use some of it first. System, use the learning skill book. Used. Lin Yu's thoughts suddenly became clear. He decided that he had a state that allowed him to enter a state of serious study at any time. It's probably like I 1T daydream in class. Generally speaking, if you can listen carefully for 30 minutes out of a 45-minute class, it is considered impressive. But Lin Yu can listen carefully for 45 minutes. This skill doesn't seem very useful. He continued to recite silently. System, use the Agility Movement Skill Book. Used. Buzz. The transparent skill book flashed with light, and Lin Yu felt that his body suddenly became light. He raised his arms and swung them. It feels more flexible than before. My reaction speed seems to have improved a lot. Dodge improved. Well, this wave of enhancement is very good and he is very satisfied. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at the black silk at the back. He opened the system space and reached out to take the stockings that were quietly placed there. Sigma. It's a little warm and feels silky smooth, and you can tell at first glance that the material is of good quality. It feels a little comfortable to the touch. Oh shit. Lin Yu quickly put the stockings back. Seal. Seal forever. Let these stockings be frozen in the system forever. We can't let Shua know this. In the evening, Wang Jun and Zhao Tian were playing games. Qian Fei is doing practice questions. Lin Yu was watching anime, and had to catch up on several updated series. While doing his homework, Qian Fei also checked messages on his phone. Suddenly, he shouted in shock. Fuck. Brothers. Math results are out. The old professor just sent it to the group. Lin Yu turned over without caring and continued watching the show. Fuck. Look at mine. Wang Jun jumped directly to Qian Fei's side. Although he loves to play, he doesn't want to fail in math. He doesn't ask for much, just a passing grade is enough. The two opened the form, and the grades of all students in the Department of Mathematics and the Department of Economics were on it. First place, Lin Yu, 100 points. Second place, Ling Qingxue, 99.5 points. Qian Fei ranked 30th with 80 points, Zhao Tian ranked 40th with 75 points, and Wang Jun ranked 78th with 61 points. Wang Jun had a false alarm. Damn, he almost failed. When the three of them saw the results, they all turned to look at Lin Yu lying on the bed. Hatsuko. You're studying secretly behind our backs, aren't you? You're secretly engaging in internal competition. Lin Yu glanced at the three of them indifferently. It's just talent. I never engage in involution. Honestly, you've never seen me study, have you? The three of them were speechless because what Lin Yu said was true. They really had never seen Lin Yu study. On the other side, Su Qing shouted in the girls' dormitory while holding her cell phone. Shua. The math results are out. Your Lin Yu is number 1. Lang Qingxue quickly opened the performance report. She is stupid. I knock. Sigma. What's going on? How come she was deducted 0.5 points? No matter how Ling Qingxue thought about it, she couldn't figure out why the 0.5 points were deducted. In that case, doesn't that mean she lost to Xiaoyu? Then she has to fulfill Xiaoyu's request. Chapter 39 Lin Yu's request, props are ready. Lin Qingxue and Lin Yu compared their scores in this college mathematics exam. Whoever scores higher wins. The loser must satisfy the winner's request without violating moral standards. As a result, Lin Qingxue scored 99.5 and lost the competition to Lin Yu by 0.5 points. She racked her brains but couldn't figure out why the 0.5 points were deducted. Could it be that the professor deducted 0.5 points as punishment because the paper was not neat? That's absolutely impossible. Lin Qingxue knew that her paper could not be messy. The opposite is true. It is very likely that Xiaoyu's paper is not neat. Generally speaking, girls' papers are neater than boys'. However, this is indeed the case. During the exam, Lin Qingxue saw Lin Yu's test paper. Handwriting, how to put it? It's not dog crawling, nor is it neat, just very wild. But Lin Qingxue knew that she had to accept defeat this time. And she accepted her defeat with a sincere heart. Because she had no idea how to solve the last question of the exam. It was only after Lin Yu wrote down his solution ideas for her that she was able to solve the final problem. Even so, she only scored 99.5. But it's not shameful to lose to your own man. Lin Qingxue is still very proud. Her man is so good at math, so she must be proud. Sigma Sigma. Well, what kind of request will Xiaoyu make tomorrow? Lin Qingxue felt a little nervous, a little scared, and a little excited when she thought of this. On the other side, Lin Yu learned that he had won the first place with full marks. His face was expressionless and he felt nothing. Isn't this normal? Don't do basic exercises. He lay on the bed and continued watching anime. Suddenly, several WeChat messages popped up on the video interface. It keeps coming out with a crackling sound. You can tell at a glance that the sender types very fast. Shui, Xiao Yuer. My sister only got 99.5 in math. Sister is very angry. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows and typed a reply. Didn't you get 99.5 on your own? Can you get angry about this? Shue, I don't care. My sister is just very angry. Still the kind that's hard to coax. Lin Yu raised the corners of his mouth. You, can't you coax her? I wanted to bring you some ice cream. Since coaxing doesn't work, then. Lin Qingxue looked at the message sent by Lin Yu and was shocked. I knock. You must eat ice cream. Lin Qingxue even wanted to eat more than a dozen boxes of that delicious ice cream at once. I'm fine, Xiaoyu, I'm not angry anymore Sigma Sigma. I want ice cream. Lin Yu found this a little funny. Okay, I'll bring it to you. He felt that he had grasped Shue's vital point. There's nothing a carton of ice cream can't fix. If so, 2 boxes. Shui, Xiaoyu, you won this test. What do you want to ask? Lin Qingxue asked Lin Yu tentatively. Lin Yu was stunned when he heard this. Oh shit. He had even forgotten about the bet. But luckily, Shui just reminded him. He thought in his mind, then smiled evilly. I've already thought of the requirements, but I won't tell you now. You'll know when the time comes. Lin Qingxue glared at her phone when she saw this. Okay, Xiaoyu is getting worse and worse. He also started to whet her appetite. Shui, humph. Tomorrow is tomorrow. I'd like to see what you want. Lin Yu curled the corners of his lips slightly, hoping that Shui could still be so tough tomorrow. The next day, Lin Yu opened his sleepy eyes. Today is another day full of hope. The LSP are still sleeping soundly. He got up, washed, and went to have breakfast. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw Lin Qingxue waiting for him downstairs of the dormitory as usual, forming a beautiful landscape. Lin Qingxue smiled when she saw Lin Yu coming down the stairs. She walked quickly forward and took his arm. Xiao Yuer. Tell me quickly. What do you want? Lin Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This sister is such a curious little girl. He reached out and touched Lin Qingxue's little head. Go have breakfast first, you're so curious. It really is. Good. Elbow. The two walked to the cafeteria to have breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Qingxue became curious again. She hugged Lin Yu directly, blinking her big eyes. Xiao Yuer, you can tell me now. Wait a moment. I'll go back and get the props. Lin Yu showed a cunning smile. Leng Qingxue was shocked when she heard this. I knock. And there are props. She was a little panicked. Lin Yu returned to the dormitory to get the props. Lang Qingxue was waiting for him downstairs in the dormitory building. In fact, Lin Yu didn't need to go back to the dormitory to get the props, he could just create them directly in the system space. But such big props. He couldn't have just taken it out of his pocket, could he? It's normal to take out ice cream from your pocket, but take out something big. Isn't that bullshit? He walked back to the dormitory, muttering to himself. System, open the system mall. System space is open. Lin Yu began searching for maid outfits in the system mall. That's right. His request was to make Lang Qingxue wear a maid outfit for 2 hours. The kind that only he can see. There is only one class this morning, so there is plenty of time. Ha 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 ha. It feels so good. As for asking someone to do something else, that is naturally impossible. He, Lin Yu, is a man of measure. Lin Yu searched for a long time and found a classic maid outfit in black and white with an extremely beautiful style. Okay. This is the one. Bought it. 50 points, host, do you want to purchase? Purchase. Buzz. The maid outfit appeared in Lin Yu's hand. He reached out and touched the fabric. Silky and textured. It's obvious that this maid outfit is made of top quality materials. Lin Yu was very satisfied. He walked downstairs holding the maid outfit. Lang Qingxue saw Lin Yu walking towards her holding a black and white maid outfit. I was stunned for a moment. The smart girl already understood that it was a maid outfit. Shue, come here, this is it. Lin Yu couldn't stop smiling. Lang Qingxue walked to Lin Yu and stretched out her little hand to pinch his waist. Then she gave him a charming look. Xiao you're good. Has this been planned for a long time? Lin Yu replied calmly, I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. What he said was true. The idea of the maid outfit was something he had just thought of last night. Even without Lang Qingxue's reminder, he had forgotten about the bet. Lang Qingxue looked at the maid outfit. This outfit is very tight, but very beautiful. Lin Yu looked at Lang Qingxue, Shue, you don't want to stay here, do you? Lang Qingxue's face puffed up, who wants to default on their debt? I, Lang Qingxue, have my way. Elbow. I'll change it now. Chapter 40, it's just a maid outfit. Wear it if you want. Lin Yu was a little excited when he saw Lang Qing changing into a maid outfit. Such a beautiful school beauty changed into a maid outfit for him to see. Anyone would be excited. Shue is still very committed to her promises. Lin Yu made a request and she agreed. But even if Lang Qingxue was really shy and didn't want to change into a maid outfit, Lin Yu wouldn't force her. Lang Qingxue blushed as she took the maid outfit from Lin Yu's arms. Then he pulled Lin Yu forward. Lin Yu was stunned. Shue, where are we going? Didn't you say to change it? Lang Qingxue glared at Lin Yu with a slightly red face. Xiao Yu, do you think you can tell the truth? Of course I went back to the girls' dormitory to change. Should we change it here? Lin Yu was shocked. Sigma. He finally reacted. Holy shit. I don't dare change here. This is downstairs from the boys' dormitory. Oh, you can't change here. Lang Qingxue rolled her eyes at him with amusement, then pulled Lin Yu towards her dormitory building. After a while, Lang Qingxue took Lin Yu to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. She held the maid outfit in one hand and pinched Lin Yu's waist with the other. Xiao Yu, wait for me here obediently. Don't run around. Okay, maid. Lin Yu stood straight and responded. He definitely doesn't run around. Besides, he couldn't just enter the girls' dormitory whenever he wanted. Not to mention anything else, even if you have a good relationship with the dormitory manager, it will be difficult to get in. Lang Qingxue chuckled, then walked into the dormitory building in a maid outfit. Lin Yu was standing alone downstairs. Well, you've got to say this is quite fun. It was the first time for him to stand here and wait for someone. Downstairs in the dormitory, a few girls walked in and out from time to time. When they saw Lin Yu, their eyes widened as if they had seen some rare treasure. Wow! Sisters! Look! There's a handsome guy. Where? Where? It's there. One girl pointed another girl in a direction. Holy crap! So handsome. Shit. I know him. He is Lin Yu. The girl suddenly understood. So he is Lin Yu. Then he must be waiting for Ling Qingxue. A few bold girls came to Lin Yu and said with a smile, "Handsome boy, come and play." Lin Yu was shocked. Oh shit. He felt like he had come to a devil's lair. How scary. He must protect himself. Lin Yu smiled politely, No, it hurts your body. At this time, Su Cheng and Lu Jia came back after breakfast. As soon as I arrived, I saw the handsome Lin Yu standing there. Ching, look. It's Lin Yu. Su Cheng nodded, let's go over and take a look. The two walked up to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Waiting for Xue here? Lin Yu saw that the person coming was Ling Qingshue's roommate and nodded with a smile. Yes. Of course he recognized Ling Qingshue's roommate. We also sit in a row during class. Ha 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 ha. Let's go up and help you, urged Xue. Su Qing said with a smile. Yeah, that couldn't be better. Lin Yu felt that it was quite dangerous to stand downstairs in the dormitory building. Su Cheng and Lu Jia walked back to the dormitory. They said as they entered the dormitory. Xue, Lin Yu is waiting for you downstairs. You're still dawdling here. The moment they saw Ling Qingxue, their faces were filled with shock. Because they saw that Ling Qingxue had already changed half of her maid outfit. Fuck. Xue, what are you doing? Ling Qingxue was suddenly shocked. Sigma. Seeing that there was no one in the dormitory, she decided to make a quick decision and changed into a maid outfit. As a result, my roommate came back halfway through the change. How embarrassing. Changing into a maid outfit is embarrassing enough, and now my roommates see me. Her face was slightly red, but her expression was calm. Change into a maid outfit. Ching, can't you see? No, why are you changing into a maid outfit? Su Qing was a little confused. Hey, it's not Xiaoyu yet. He insisted on seeing it and even bought a set. I changed it. Ling Qingxue directly put the blame on Lin Yu. She didn't say that she lost, but she fulfilled Lin Yu's request. But that's what Xiaoyu wanted to see. It's okay to put the blame on him. Besides, if you want to see a maid outfit, how can you not take the blame? There is no such thing as a good thing. When Su Qing heard this, a look of understanding suddenly appeared on her face. Oh, I see. I understand. Men. Lin Yu, this is normal. Xue, let us help you. Su Cheng and Lu Jia rushed directly to Ling Qingxue and helped her change into a maid outfit. In fact, helping is secondary. They mainly want to touch the maid outfit up close. They have only seen this kind of thing in cosplay. Most people won tea by it. While they were helping, they were also stroking it with their little hands. Wow! This material. Great! It's silky and textured. Lu Jia couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, and so beautiful. This set should be very expensive. Ling Qingxue also nodded. She also thought this maid outfit was nice. Xiao Yuer is thoughtful. Ling Qingxue quickly changed into a maid outfit and walked around the dormitory. How about it? Yeah. Very good. Su Qing and the others nodded. The main thing is that he is good looking and looks good in anything he wears. Ling Qingxue smiled, of course she had to. She came to the dormitory door in her maid outfit, but she didn't go out. Xiaoyu. I'm coming. Lin Yu stood downstairs and looked at Ling Qingxue when he heard the sound. My heart skipped a beat. Ling Qingxue, wearing a maid outfit, has a beautiful face and a smile on her face that makes people's heart beat fast. How is it? Does it look good? Ling Qingxue jumped to Lin Yu's side. It looks good. It looks really good. Lin Yu's heart moved slightly, and then he immediately walked to Xue's side, blocking Xue with his tall figure. Although there were no other boys at the door of the girls' dormitory, he still had to block it. He is the only one who can see Xue. Ling Qingxue was very satisfied when she saw Lin Yu's eyes, and she was no longer shy. She took Lin Yu's arm and said, Xiao Yuer, let me show you first. I'll change my clothes and change after the morning class is over. When Lin Yu heard this, he was immediately moved. Xue is truly his good wife, considerate and understanding. She understands his thoughts. Knowing that he was the only one who could see the maid outfit, she let him see it first before changing it. Lin Yu immediately hugged Xue's slender waist. Xue, you are so good. Lang Qingxue stretched out her white jade finger and tapped Lin Yu's head with a smile on her face. Xiao Yuer, look at your silly look, is it okay now? Afterwards, Lang Qingxue returned to the dormitory, changed into her regular clothes, and took off her maid outfit. She folded the maid outfit neatly and held it in her hand. Seeing this, Lin Yu reached into his arms, took out a transparent bag, put the maid outfit in it and put it away. This way it will be convenient for Xue to pick up. Then, Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue walked towards the classroom together, but Xue was holding a transparent bag in her hand, which seemed to contain some clothes. The passers-by around were shocked when they saw this. Fuck! Maid outfit. The bag Lang Qingxue is holding seems to contain a maid outfit. Holy crap! Is this true? I'm so sore. Lang Qingxue didn't care about the looks of these people and continued walking with Lin Yu. Lin Yu was also very proud. Are you jealous? It's a pity that you can't see it, only I can. The most beautiful girl's maid outfit. Not far away, a middle-aged man came over. See Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue. He walked over and said with a smile, we meet again, little classmate. Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue looked back with shocked expressions. Sigma. It was the department head who caught them confessing their love that day. Chapter 41 Lin Yu eats alone. When Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue saw the person in front of them, who was the department head who confessed his love to them that day, they were stunned. Especially Lin Yu. Xue was still holding a maid outfit in her hand, and the bag was transparent. He was a little panicked. Oh shit. I actually met the department head. It was bad enough that he caught her confessing her feelings last time, but this time Xue was caught again with a maid outfit in her hand. Blanche. Lang Qingxue immediately smiled sweetly, hello, department head. Lin Yu also said, hello, Dean. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. Hello, hello. Then he looked at Lang Qingxue who was wearing a maid outfit, and Lin Yu who was standing beside her. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them. These two children were truly a match made in heaven. Very good. Yeah, very energetic and vibrant. The department head gave the two of them a thumbs up. Lang Qingxue gave a devilish smile and raised her little hand. Dean. My boyfriend asked me to hold the maid outfit. Catch him quickly. Lin Yu was shocked. Sigma. Holy shit. Backstab. What a bad Xue. He stretched out his big hand, hugged Lang Qingxue's slender waist, and then pinched it with his fingers. Well, it feels good without being poked by the needle, and it is soft and elastic. Director, don't listen to her nonsense. She wanted to take it herself. The department head looked at the two of them with a smile. All right, let's go to the classroom. I'll be late later. Aha! Lin Yu hugged Lang Qingxue and walked quickly towards the classroom. On the way, Lin Yu pinched Lang Qingxue's slender waist viciously. Well, Xue, you actually framed your husband. Lang Qingxue smiled like a cunning little fox. Xiao Yuer, sister didn't frame you. You were the one who asked me to hold the maid costume in the first place. I'm telling the truth. Lang Qingxue said this on purpose to scare Lin Yu. And she is such a smart person that she can tell at a glance that the department head likes both of them. That's why she dared to speak out. Lin Yu was speechless when he heard this. Because it was indeed he who suggested the maid outfit. But he was really scared just now. This little rascal must be punished. The corners of his mouth rose. Xue, considering your frame up just now. Today's ice cream is cancelled. When Lang Qingxue heard this, she immediately lost her patience and hugged Lin Yu's arm tightly. Ah! Xiao Yuer, you can't skimp on the ice cream. Seeing this, Lin Yu felt proud. Humph, little brat, I have your vital point in hand. No, there must be punishment. This is the price of framing your husband. He looked determined. Seeing this, Lang Qingxue changed her strategy immediately, holding Lin Yu's arm and shaking it, blinking her beautiful big eyes. Brother. No punishment, okay? Lin Yu's heart suddenly trembled. He felt like his heart was melting. He can hardly handle the coquettish behavior of a beauty of this level. Okay, the ice cream won't be cancelled. He said this with a righteous look on his face. When Lung Qingxue heard this, she immediately smiled. Sigma, yeah. Lin Yu. Hey man, are you performing face-changing in Sichuan opera? The two walked all the way to the classroom. As soon as Leng Qingxue and Lin Yu entered the classroom, they attracted everyone's attention. There's no way, a beautiful woman and a handsome man, it's hard not to attract people's attention. The boys in the classroom saw Leng Qingxue holding a transparent bag in her hand, which seemed to contain some clothes. They were stunned at first, then they reacted. I'm boiling. Maid outfit. It's a maid outfit. As expected of the snow goddess, holding a maid outfit. Fuck. I'm so sore. Damn it. Lin Yu really knows how to have fun. Leng Qingxue didn't care about the gazes of this group of people. She smiled and touched Lin Yu's face. Xiaoyu, they said you really know how to have fun. Lin Yu replied calmly. Is this how you play? They haven't seen anyone who really knows how to play yet. Well, but it is impossible for them to see the real way to play it. Only Lin Yu himself can see it. Look at what you can do. Leng Qingxue gently tapped Lin Yu's forehead with her jade finger. After a while, the old mathematics professor walked into the classroom holding a stack of test papers. He first looked at Xian Lin Yu's position. When Leng Qingxue saw the old professor coming, she immediately stood up and asked a question. When it comes to math, she's serious. Professor, where did I get a 0.5-point deduction? Lin Yu was sitting next to him and found it a little funny. Wow, this sister is really great. She is still thinking about your 0.5 points. The old professor answered seriously. Student Leng, you didn't fill in the unit for the second to last question. So deduct 0.5 points. Leng Qingxue was stunned. OMG. It turns out that my company forgot to write it. She really didn't expect this. Just because of this 0.5 point, she is standing here in a maid outfit today. But in terms of the competition, she still lost. Because she had no idea how to do the last question, Xiao Yuer taught her the idea. Then the old professor handed out the test papers. Leng Qingxue immediately put her and Lin Yu's papers on the table. Compare them carefully. After she finished reading the test paper, she pouted. Xiaoyu, I'm really missing a unit. I'm so angry. Lin Yu rubbed Leng Qingxue's little head with amusement. What's so annoying about this? Just remember it next time. The mathematics professor started the class and praised Lin Yu by name. And he told Lin Yu's idea of solving the problem. This caused all the students in the audience to look in Lin Yu's direction. At the same time, in the campus forum, the topic of Leng Qingxue wearing a maid outfit was being discussed heatedly. Red carp, green carp, and donkey, yeah fuck. My goddess is wearing a maid outfit, doesn't that mean? A caterpillar, isn't this kid Lin Yu too lucky? I'm so sore. Cream cake, TSK, Artingting will look even better in a maid outfit. A fish, you said Leng Qingxue was wearing a maid outfit. Was it her own idea, or Lin Yu's request? Thunder God's dog, it must be Lin Yu. I am a cat, exactly. Just generally rational, you say. Did Lin Yu deliberately use a transparent bag so that we can see that Leng Qingxue is holding a maid outfit? Walnut was very calm, fuck. Listening to your words is worth 10 years of reading. You make sense. Lin Yu must have done it on purpose. He's eating alone. If Lin Yu saw these comments, he would definitely praise them for being great, which is easy to guess. That's right. He took out the transparent bag on purpose. Lin Yu has a system, so what bag can't he take out? Even if it was a snakeskin bag, he could take it out. However, he deliberately used a transparent bag to hold the maid outfit. Let them see that Xue is holding the maid outfit but refuses to wear it. Only Lin Yu could see Xue's maid outfit. Are you angry? Are you angry? Ha 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 ha. The math class ended and the students walked out of the classroom. Lin Yu also took Xue to a super luxurious hotel. In the room, Leng Qingxue changed into a maid outfit, and only Lin Yu could see it. She jumped over and hugged Lin Yu's waist. Xiao Yuer. Hand over the ice cream. Hearing this, Lin Yu reached into his empty pocket. Then he took out a delicious ice cream with a meaningful smile on his face. Shue, you're wearing a maid outfit, shouldn't you do something a maid does? Chapter 42, The Cold Maid's Shoulder Massage Service, The Emperor's Treatment. Lang Qingxue was stunned when she heard Lin Yu's words. Then he rolled his eyes at Lin Yu. She didn't understand what Lin Yu meant. Lang Qingxue stretched out her white and tender little hand, pinched Lin Yu's waist, and her beautiful dark eyebrows raised slightly. Aha, Xiao Yuer. I don't know what a maid is supposed to do. Tell me about it. Lin Yu's body stiffened. How could Shue not know what a maid should do? She obviously wanted to see what she would say. Lin Yu felt that he couldn't be timid. Just say it. Ahem. Lin Yu cleared his throat. What is a maid? Of course I should help the master serve tea and water, and massage his shoulders and back. Feed the master and so on. Lang Qingxue gave Lin Yu a charming look. Xiao Yuer, you really dare to think so? Let your sister rub your shoulders and back. Lin Yu looked calm. There is nothing he dare not think of. This is a rare opportunity to let Lang Qingxue wear a maid outfit, so he must seize it, right? Shue must be allowed to be his maid and serve him well. Lin Yu shook the ice cream in his hand. Come on, maid Shue. Come and serve the master. Lang Qingxue poked Lin Yu's forehead with her jade finger and glared at him gently. Yes, master. Even without ice cream, Lang Qingxue would agree. After all, it was my boyfriend's request, so I would definitely agree to it. Lin Yu sat directly on the stool and leaned back, acting like a master. There are only Shue and him here, and he can lean on them however he wants. Lang Qingxue found it funny watching from the side. This Xiao Yuer really thinks he is the master. Lin Yu waved his hands and enjoyed himself. Come, maid Shue. Give the master a shoulder rub. Yes, master. Lang Qingxue walked behind Lin Yu and really reached out to massage Lin Yu's shoulders. Ah. Cool. Lang Qingxue's little hands were as soft as if they had no bones, and her strength was just right, neither too light nor too heavy. Lin Yu felt so comfortable being pinched. Shue, have you practiced this? Yeah, my mom taught me. She taught me, and then asked me to massage her shoulders. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu laughed out loud when he heard this. My mother-in-law is really amazing. It's a one-time solution. What a joke. Lang Qingxue gave Lin Yu a small chestnut. After a while, Lang Qingxue stopped massaging Lin Yu's shoulders. After massaging for a long time, her arms felt a little sore. Lin Yu took out a box of ice cream from the system space and handed it to her. Maid Shue, hurry up and feed your master some ice cream. Lang Qingxue's eyes lit up when she saw the delicious ice cream. She took the ice cream, opened the box, and took a big bite with a spoon. Then put it into your mouth. Ah. Then he scooped a small amount with a spoon and brought it to Lin Yu's mouth. Ah, master, open your mouth. Lin Yu? Is there a case where the maid takes a big bite and the master takes a small bite? He bit the spoon into his mouth and said. Is maid Shue planning a rebellion? Lin Yu pinched Lang Qingxue's little face. Lang Qingxue ate the ice cream fiercely, her little mouth full of it. Master, how can a maid work if she is not well fed? Lin Yu's mouth twitched. You call this not eating enough? So Lang Qingxue ate 2 big mouthfuls of ice cream herself and then fed Lin Yu a small mouthful. At this point, the campus forum had gone crazy. Because they hadn't seen Lang Qingxue and Lin Yu since morning class. Combined with the maid outfit that Lang Qingxue was holding in the morning. They were simply dumbfounded. Lin Yu must have eaten alone. That's too much. We also want to see Goddess Shue in her maid outfit. No. After a while, Lang Qingxue and Lin Yu finished a box of ice cream. However, most of it went into Lang Qingxue's stomach. 11:30 a.m. Lang Qingxue knocked on Lin Yu's head. Xiao Yuer, it's time to go back. Ha? So fast? I haven't enjoyed it yet. To be honest, Shue's shoulder pinching technique is really good, and it makes him feel really good. He finally understood what it meant to be treated like an emperor. Hey, Xiao Yu, you really enjoyed it. Lang Qingxue pinched Lin Yu's ear. That's because you're good at it, Shue. Lin Yu said wittily. Humph, you can talk. Let's go have lunch. The two returned to college together. After lunch, Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue returned to the dormitory. In the dormitory, 3 LSPS have already laid down on the bed. When Zhao Tian saw Lin Yu coming back, his eyes suddenly lit up. He wants to find Lin Yu to learn from him. Lin Yu was too strong. He made Lang Xiaohua hold the maid outfit, and then they disappeared together. Yuzi, how did you get Lang Qingxue to agree to get a maid outfit? Lin Yu was stunned. He didn't do anything, just said one sentence and the other person agreed. Well, this should be the dignity of a man. Lin Yu said seriously. A man's dignity? I get it. Next time I'll let my wife wear a maid outfit too. Zhao Tian said excitedly. I have to say, Lin Yu was too strong this time. He also asked his girlfriend to do the same. Lin Yu nodded. Well, you can do it. Time flies, and it's Friday again. On Friday afternoon, Mathematics Class 1 and Economics Class 1 both have physical education classes. Inside the gymnasium. In front of the two teams, 2 physical education teachers were speaking. Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue looked at each other in the 2 teams respectively. Disband. Following the order from the physical education teacher. The students dispersed. Lang Qingxue jumped over to Lin Yu. Xiao Yuer, where are we going to play? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. I don't know, just walk around. Serious people, who actually exercises in physical education class? Lang Qingxue chuckled. Then let's go. She walked over to Lin Yu and took his arm. Zhao Tian suddenly appeared with panda eyes. Hello, sister-in-law. Lang Qingxue was stunned and almost laughed out loud. Hello, hello. After Zhao Tian walked away, Lang Qingxue could no longer hold back her laughter. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yuer, what happened to him? Lin Yu also scratched his head. I'm not going. He said the other day that he wanted her girlfriend to wear a maid outfit. It's like this after I came back. Ha 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 ha. Lang Qingxue understood the reason in an instant and laughed even louder. Suddenly, Lin Yu felt something. He held Ling Qing in his arms with one hand, and with the other hand he grabbed the basketball that was flying towards him at high speed from a distance. Lin Yu looked at the basketball court opposite with a calm but fierce look. Whoever threw the basketball, come out. Chapter 43 Serious Lin Yu, a ball through the clouds. Lin Yu grabbed the basketball with one hand and put his other arm around Lang Qingxue's slender waist. He looked coldly at the basketball court opposite. Lang Qingxue was also startled by this sudden situation. If Xiao Yuer hadn't blocked the basketball and protected her just now, I'm afraid the basketball is going to hit her. Lang Qingxue is confident in her physical condition, but being hit by such a big basketball would probably be very painful. She put her hands on her waist, waiting for the people on the opposite court to shout. What are you doing? It almost hit someone. Like an old hen protecting her chicks. A strong man walked out of the stadium. He was wearing a basketball jersey and wrist guards, looking very professional with a smile on his face. Sorry, classmate. Are you okay? The basketball accidentally flew over there. Lin Yu looked at the man who came out with sharp eyes. Did you throw this ball? The man looked at Lin Yu and said, I threw it. My hand slipped. Sorry, didn't mean it. Lin Yu sneered in his heart, even a dog would not believe this. How can you throw the ball so accurately if your hand slips? Being hit by this basketball is really painful. Basketball is the most painful of all ball games. Football, tennis, and table tennis are all piece of cake. Of course, if you want to throw a bowling ball, just ignore what he said. Lin Yu had seen the news that a passerby was knocked unconscious by a basketball. He knew that the basketball was most likely aimed at him. Fortunately, his physical fitness had been enhanced to 100. Otherwise, the original owner would not have been able to react in time and would have been hit. With the original owner's 20 points of physical fitness, he would probably fall to the ground if he was hit. Actually, it doesn't matter if he was hit, it's just that the ball was a little crooked when he threw it. It almost hit Xue. Lin Yu couldn't tolerate this. The man opposite looked at Lin Yu with a sneer. He threw the basketball on purpose. His name is Han Chang, captain of the Mechanical Engineering Department basketball team, and he ranks 15th on the overall campus boys list. Just in front of Lin Yu. He made it into the top 15 thanks to his excellent basketball skills and decent looks. Which girl doesn't like a handsome guy who can play basketball? The reason he threw the ball was simple. One of them is jealousy of Lin Yu. This guy is so handsome and he even has a school beauty as his girlfriend. Who wouldn't he be jealous? The second is to provoke Lin Yu's anger and play a basketball game with him. Because he found out that Lin Yu didn't know how to play basketball at all, or in other words, no one had ever seen Lin Yu play basketball. Moreover, Lin Yu looked quite thin with his pretty face. I can knock him away in one go. Using your own strengths to attack the opponent's weaknesses, isn't that a win? Han Chang was very confident and excited. Lin Yu is very popular. Wouldn't it be great if he could come out and beat him? It's just a pity that Lin Yu had a pretty good reaction and actually caught the ball he threw. This is not a normal college student at all. However, Lin Yu's hand must be very painful at this time, because the impact of the basketball was not small. Han Chang looked at Lin Yu and stared at him without saying a word. Student on the opposite side, give me the ball. We still have to practice. When Lung Qingxue heard this, her little face puffed up and she hugged Lin Yu's arm. Xiao Yu, don't give it to him. Lin Yu touched Lung Qingxue's little head with amusement. Xue, that's someone else's ball. Can we still get it? A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Okay, classmate, I'll give it back to you right away. Then. Lin Yu gathered strength in one hand and tightly grasped the basketball. The veins on his arm bulged, then he used his legs to exert force to his waist, and then the power from his waist was transferred to his hands. Finally, throw it with all your strength. The basketball shot out like a cannonball, and there seemed to be a faint sound of breaking wind. Han Chang looked at the basketball coming at him at high speed and actually had the urge to dodge. But this is impossible. If the basketball captain can't catch the basketball, what's the point? He stretched out his hands and caught the basketball. Bang! The moment the basketball touched my palm, there was a crisp sound. It could be heard throughout the stadium. Han Chang caught the basketball and felt a sharp pain in his palm. He took a few steps back with a painful expression on his face. Everyone present was a little stunned. With Han Chang's physique, he was actually repelled by the basketball thrown by the pretty boy? Lung Qingxue opened her mouth in shock when she saw this scene. Xiao Yu, you are so awesome. She was the person closest to Lin Yu, and the momentum with which she threw the basketball just now was terrifying. And Xiao Yu threw the basketball while holding her with one arm. In other words, he didn't throw it with all his strength. It's just so-so. Let's go, Xue. Lin Yu deliberately didn't throw with all his strength. If he really used all his strength, the impact would be terrible, as if he was deliberately trying to hit someone. There are so many people watching here. Aha! Han Chang looked at his already red and swollen palms and felt a little angry. He endured the pain and called out to Lin Yu. Wait, classmate. Are you interested in playing a basketball game? I didn't expect that Lin Yu was unexpectedly strong. But playing basketball is not just about having strength. And he has professional teammates. Not interested. Lin Yu said without turning his head. Do you really think he is stupid? He doesn't even have teammates, what's the point of playing? Han Chang was stunned. Holy shit! Why doesn't this guy play by the rules? Logically speaking, if the other party wants to play a game with you, shouldn't you show off in front of the school beauty? What the hell is this, just a direct rejection? Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Yu walked away from the basketball court with a cold look. On the way, Lung Qingxue hugged Lin Yu's arm. Xiao Yu, can you play basketball? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Yes, but only a little. He is telling the truth. When he was in high school, he would play basketball with his classmates. He was self-taught, with no one teaching him. He just learned it through practicing. Everyone was the same at that time, and few people had received professional basketball training. However, Lin Yu guessed that the person who was looking for trouble today had been practicing basketball since he was a child. Lin Yu knows the basic basketball rules and dribbling techniques, but compared with professionals, he is just an amateur. Lung Qingxue smiled like a little devil when she heard this. So there are things you don't know, Xiao Yu? Since she knew Lin Yu, she found that Lin Yu seemed to know everything, but this time there was finally something he couldn't do. Lin Yu reached out and pinched Lung Qingxue's slender waist. Actually, I can learn it right away, believe it or not? Yes, I believe it. Suddenly, WeChat notification sounds rang on Lung Qingxue and Lin Yu's phones at the same time. The two opened the WeChat group and took a look. Department head, next Monday, the college basketball game will start. The Department of Economics and Mathematics will compete against the Department of Mechanical Engineering and the Department of Civil Engineering for the first time. Everyone is welcome to sign up to form a team. Chapter 44, I only fight a little bit. When Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue saw the message, they looked at each other. Sigma. Lin Yu was a little confused. What the hell is going on? Speak of the devil and he will appear. Someone just asked him to play a game, but he turned it down, and now another one has come. Or the two departments will play together in the competition. It's just outrageous. Leng Qingxue looked at Lin Yu and said, Xiao Yuer, isn't this too much of a coincidence? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows, it's a bit of a coincidence. Come on, Xue, let's go back. It has little to do with us. Aha! However, Lin Yu felt that this had nothing to do with him. He only knew a little bit about playing basketball and could not play on the court. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Detected arrival at the gymnasium from the dormitory. Sign in. Lin Yu. Sign in. Successful sign in, received 1000 system points, 1 Xiongfeng Budo capsule, 1 Agile Sports running shoes. Well, this reward pin doesn't poke. Lin Yu looked at the system's reward and nodded silently. Physical education class is over. Lin Yu returned to the dormitory. Wang Jun came over and patted him on the shoulder. Hako, do you know about the basketball game? The class group exploded. Lin Yu nodded. I know. I saw it a long time ago. What's wrong? Are you going to come up or not? Why would I play basketball? I can't even play basketball. Lin Yu walked to the table, picked up the happy water and took a sip. Wang Jun looked at Lin Yu in confusion. That shouldn't be the case. You're so handsome, but you can't play basketball. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. Who the hell said that if you're handsome you have to be able to play basketball? Wang Jun scratched his head. So Yuzi, you're not going to sign up? No. If you don't know how to play, but you sign up, won't that just cause trouble? Wang Jun was stunned. Then I won't report it. I don't want to embarrass myself. In the evening, Lin Yu was playing games. Fuck. Wang Jun screamed like a pig, startling everyone. Something happened. No one in our group signed up. Voting has begun. Because everyone didn't want to lose face, no one went up. So start voting. At least one per class. Lin Yu said calmly, just vote, why are you so nervous? It has nothing to do with him. After a while. When Wang Jun saw the voting results, he looked at Lin Yu blankly. Yuzi, congratulations, you're going to represent our class. Lin Yu? What? He immediately turned on his phone, entered the WeChat group, and clicked on the voting results. Lin Yu, 31 votes. Li Ming, 20 votes. Wang Jun, 10 votes. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. Fuck. Who is trying to harm me? Who voted? Yuzi, it seems like all the votes were cast by girls. They said you're so handsome, you must be even more handsome playing basketball, so they voted you in. Zhao Tian explained that this is how the girls in the group chat. Lin Yu was confused. Isn't this reason too outrageous? You don't care about winning or losing, you just want to look at the handsome guys? So, Lin Yu represented the economics class 1 in the competition. At night, Lin Yu sat on the bed. System, open the system mall. Opened. Lin Yu began to look for basketball skills in the mall. At this point, he was pushed out for an outrageous reason. I can only learn basketball. He searched for a long time and found the Professional Basketball Skills book. System, exchange. 500 points, do you want to redeem? Yes. A new skill book appeared in Lin Yu's system space. He immediately took out the Professional Basketball Skill book and used it. Buzz. A light flashed in my mind, and countless knowledge and skills about basketball emerged. After a while, Lin came back to his senses. He feels like he has been playing basketball in the NBA for many years. He can do slam dunks and three-pointers with ease. Lin Yu took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Leng Qingxue. Xue, I'm participating in the basketball game. Xue, don't you know how to do it? Yeah. I wouldn't. But they voted me in. Lin Yu told Leng Qingxue the reason. When Leng Qingxue found out, she almost laughed to death. Ha 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 ha. Well done, Lin Yu. Monday afternoon. Inside the gymnasium. The gymnasium was already full. Because it was the first game of the basketball tournament, a lot of people were paying attention to it. What's more, the duel between two influential figures, Lin Yu and Han Chang, makes it even more attractive. At this moment, Lin Yu was standing on the field wearing his team uniform and a pair of particularly handsome running shoes, with 4 teammates selected from other classes beside him. Opposite him was Han Chang from the mechanical department. Leng Qingxue stood outside the venue, holding a small sign with the word "Yu" written on it. She held up a small sign to cheer for Lin Yu. Lin Yu! Come on! Although Xiaoyu is not very good at playing basketball, she must try her best. So, the students in Economics Class 1 and Mathematics Class 1 also started cheering for Lin Yu. These two classes are almost like a family, Han Chang said with a sneer. If cheering is useful, then what's the point of strength? Lin Yu said expressionlessly, my girlfriend is the school beauty. You. Han Chang was immediately released. Just wait, Lin Yu. Watch me block you. Lin Yu, my girlfriend is the school beauty. Han Chang was so angry that his teeth itched. Braze. The whistle sounded. The game begins. The basketball was thrown into the air. Lin Yu and Han Chang jumped up at the same time, fighting for the basketball. Han Chang showed an expression of disdain in his eyes, but this expression did not last for a few seconds before it suddenly turned into shock. Lin Yu jumped up to a height that was half a meter higher than Han Chang, and then pushed him away sideways. After grabbing the basketball, he landed steadily, then dribbled to the opponent's half at lightning speed. A three-pointer went into the basket. Clang! The basketball fell to the ground. The entire stadium was silent. Both the audience and the players were stunned. Just half a minute after the kickoff, Lin Yu scored a three-pointer. Aha! After the silence, there was an outbreak of crazy shouting and screaming. Lin Yu is so handsome. Come on, ah. Leng Qingxue also looked at Lin Yu on the court with a silly look on her face. Her little face puffed up. You call this just knowing a little bit? Chapter 45, School Beauty Competition. Lin Yu's ranking rises again. Leng Qingxue saw Lin Yu start the game so handsomely and scored 3 points. The fair and tender little face puffed up cutely. Because Lin Yu said before that he only knew how to play basketball a little bit. As a result, they took the lead within half a minute of the start. Great! I am pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Even she was deceived. Leng Qingxue had already made up her mind that after Lin Yu finished the game, she would pinch his waist hard. If Lin Yu knew what Leng Qingxue was thinking, he would definitely cry out for justice. He really only knew a little bit, but there was a small accident later. At the same time, Zhang Tingting came from a distance with a group of close friends. Of course she has to appear in people's field of vision at scenes like basketball games. Although the art department's competition has not started yet, as the school beauty, she naturally wants to come and take a look. Just as she walked into the audience circle of the stadium, she saw Lin Yu jumping high, grabbing the basketball, and then dribbling quickly to shoot a three-pointer. She suddenly stood there in a daze, her eyes a little dull, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. She didn't expect that Lin Yu was not only good at math, but also so good at basketball. The girlfriends around her also opened their mouths slightly and exclaimed in surprise. Ah, Lin Yu looks so handsome when he plays basketball. Another girl patted the girl who was speaking on the shoulder. What are you talking about? Tingting is still here. This Lin Yu is just lucky. Isn't that right, Tingting? Zhang Tingting didn't answer. She clenched her fists tightly, and then seemed to feel something. Look in the direction of Leng Qingxue. Leng Qingxue was holding Lin Yu's sign and cheering for him happily. Zhang Tingting clenched her fists even tighter. On the playing field. After Lin Yu made the first three-pointer, their team's morale boosted. The other teammates dribbled the ball frantically and passed it to Lin Yu whenever they had the chance. They knew it was Big Daddy. They had to hold on to Big Daddy's thighs tightly. Big Dad can lead them to victory easily. The overall basketball level of the economics and mathematics team is much lower than that of the mechanical and civil engineering team. Because all the members of the mechanical and civil engineering team are from the school basketball team, and Han Chang is the captain of the school team. Some people who know the inside story even think that this is a game without suspense. Lin Yu moved around with the ball in various ways, bypassing the opposing players who were defending him. Han Yu became completely serious at this time. He found that Lin Yu was an outrageous kid. With such strong skills, I challenged him to a match that day, but was rejected at the speed of light. This person is so scary. Hidden very deeply. Lin Yu fought his way through the obstacles, came to the backboard, and jumped up for a layup. Han Yu seized the opportunity, stretched out his arm and hit the basketball in Lin Yu's hand, preparing to block it. However, when he hit the ball in Lin Yu's hand did not move at all, as if it was firmly attached to his hand. Lin Yu sneered in his heart, thinking that with such little strength, he still wanted to learn how to play basketball. Bang! Lin Yu made a successful layup and scored another point. Wang Jun's blood boiled with excitement. Fuck! This kid is really good at hiding things. He even said he can't play basketball. Chang Wei. You said you don't know martial arts. Zhao Tian looked at all the girls in the audience with stars in his eyes. Coach! I want to learn how to play basketball. At this moment, a small hand pinched his ear. You want to learn how to play basketball, why are you looking at the girl across from you? Zhao Tian grimaced in pain, Lingling, I only have eyes for you. The girls in the stadium burst into screams of excitement. Aha! Lin Yu! Lin Yu! Come on, Lin Yu! I want to give birth to a baby for you. Lang Qingxue? Then what do I do? She suddenly felt that there was a little green grassland on her little head. Zhang Tingting looked at the scene and clenched her teeth. She shouted directly. Han Chang! Come on! I'm rooting for you! So many people also cheered for Han Chang. Han Chang was instantly energized when he heard this, and a yellow wave of energy seemed to be burning around him. Ah! Tingting cheered me on. I feel so powerful. Lin Yu. Is this going to explode? But unfortunately, this is reality, not anime, and the power of the school bell is worthless in the face of absolute strength. Lang Qingxue couldn't bear it anymore when she saw Zhang Tingting cheering, and she waved her little fists. Xiao Yuer. Come on. Smash him. Lin Yu suddenly felt full of strength. Ah. My school beauty power is above yours. A red wave of air also ignited around him. At the end of the game, the mathematics and economics team defeated the mechanical and civil engineering team with a slight advantage of 90-10. Originally, Lin Yu could have won the game 0-0, but he let it go a little. Winning too much is not good either. Han Chang sat on the ground with a look of doubt on his face. Lin Yu walked out of the arena. Xiao Yuer. Drink some water. Lang Qingxue handed the water to Lin Yu and looked at Lin Yu, who was covered in sweat, with a gleam in his eyes. Aha! All the girls gathered around. Lang Qingxue quickly protected Lin Yu behind her, like an old hen protecting her calves. She pinched Lin Yu's waist secretly. Xiao Yu. From now on, you are not allowed to play basketball without my permission. All of them were seen by these girls. Lin Yu nodded with amusement. Okay, I won't play casually. He didn't want to play ball anyway, it's very tiring, okay? It's better to do something you love. The audience around looked at this scene with shocked expressions. Mechanical civil engineering actually lost. And lost so badly. What a huge upset. And all this is because of the man named Lin Yu. When they looked at Lin Yu again, they found that Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue had left the venue side by side. Zhang Tingting looked at the backs of Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue with a complicated expression. She felt as if she had lost something, but she didn't know what it was. Walking on the road, Lang Qingxue hugged Lin Yu's arm, and her white and tender little hands quietly pinched his waist. Xiao Yuer. Didn't you say you can't play basketball? Did you have a good time pretending today? Lin Yu also pinched Lang Qingxue's slender waist. Really, Xue, I really can't play ball. But I was forced to participate that day and was voted in. I practiced and became what I am now. Lang Qingxue heard this and stared at Lin Yu with her beautiful big eyes. Do you think she is a little fool? How can someone who doesn't know how to play basketball become as good as he is today after practicing for 2 days? But since Xiao Yu said so, she wouldn't make things difficult for him. Xiao Yu. I want ice cream. Okay. In a girl's dormitory. A girl wearing glasses is typing on the keyboard with both hands. Lin Yu's athletic ability is also very good? It seems like his ranking should be raised again. Chapter 46 Mother Lin, this girl is so beautiful, she would be the best daughter-in-law. Lin Yu returned to the dormitory. He's a little tired today, so he needs to have a good rest. The three LSPS also walked back to the dormitory. Wang Jun started yelling as soon as he entered the dormitory. Hatsuko! I found that you are not honest. He's obviously very good at basketball, but he still says he can't play. Lin Yu. He said this last Friday, and he really didn't know how to do it last Friday. I said I just learned it these past 2 days. Do you believe it? Lin Yu said lightly. I don't believe it. The three of them shook their heads together. Wang Jun continued. Yuzi, I originally thought you were just an ordinary handsome boy. I didn't expect there were so many hidden things. From marrying Leng Qingxue, to becoming a math genius, to becoming a slam dunk player. Wang Jun no longer dared to think about what Lin Yu would come up with next. Doesn't your conscience bother you? Lin Yu rolled his eyes at Wang Jun. In my hometown, this is not the way to use mediocre. At this moment, Zhao Tian suddenly jumped out, staring at Lin Yu with shining eyes. Coach! I want to learn basketball. Lin Yu was stunned. Okay, starting today, practice shooting 100 times, squatting 100 times, and bouncing the ball 100 times every day. Trust me, you will become bald and stronger. Zhao Tian heard this and answered seriously. Good coach. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. Good. Very energetic. In the evening, a new popular post appeared on the campus forum. Leng Qingxue clicked it and took a look. It turned out that Xiaoyu's ranking on the campus male god list had risen to 12th place. Many people were discussing it below. A bunny, ha! Lin Yu, my male god. Well deserved. Thor's cat, yeah. God Lin Yu was so handsome in today's basketball game. Eat meat, I think the ranking improvement this time is too little. Lin Yu should be first. Little red flower, that's bullshit. I think you've mentioned too much. Leng Qingxue closed the forum and sent a WeChat message to Lin Yu. Xiao Yuer, there's good news. Lin Yu opened WeChat and replied. What good news? Shui, your ranking on the male god list has improved again. There are 12 now. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Ha? You already know he's a good basketball player? These girls' intelligence network is a bit scary. What speed is this? I just finished playing in the afternoon and my ranking improved in the evening. It's just average, only 12. Leng Qingxue glanced at the phone. Look at what you've accomplished, and you're only ranked 12th. You play ball today. I heard some girls want to give birth to a baby for you. Lin Yu's body stiffened. He typed quickly. Impossible. Delta. I just want Xue to give birth to me. No one else has a chance. Leng Qingxue's face turned slightly red and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Oomph, you're smart. Sigma. Wednesday morning. Leng Qingxue opened her sleepy eyes, climbed out of the pink bed, and went to the bathroom to wash up. She has a very standard schedule and getting up on time at 7 o'clock is a must. There's nothing you can do about it, that's just how beautiful women are. If you don't maintain a standard routine, you will get acne. After washing up and having breakfast, she left the university. She didn't have classes this morning, but Lin Yu did. Otherwise, she was going to drag Lin Yu out with her. Leng Qingxue went out to the fresh food supermarket to buy snacks. In the past, on Wednesdays, she not only bought snacks but also ice cream. But now that Leng Qingxue has the ice cream Xiaoyu brought her, she no longer looks down on other ice creams. Even the ones that cost tens of thousands of dollars a box don't taste as good as Xiaoyu's. Leng Qingxue was wearing a beige slim-fitting long dress, with her long wavy hair draped over her shoulders, and was walking slowly on the road. Half an hour later, she walked to the door of the fresh food supermarket. This fresh food supermarket is large in scale and has good service, but it is a bit far away. Leng Qingxue walked into the supermarket and quickly picked out her favorite snacks. She also picked out a lot for Lin Yu. But it seems that Xiaoyer doesn't have the habit of eating snacks. She tilted her head and gave a devilish smile. It's okay. If Xiaoyu doesn't want to eat, I'll help him eat. After a while, Leng Qingxue pushed a cart full of snacks to the counter and lined up. In front of her, a beautiful lady was carrying a bag and holding the fresh ingredients she had just bought. Leng Qingxue looked at the woman and thought of her own mother. My mother won't go to the supermarket to buy groceries by herself. Even my mom's cooking is a bit unpalatable. Suddenly, a man passed by her and seemed to have scratched the woman's bag with his finger. Leng Qingxue's eyes fixed. Seeing the man about to leave, Leng Qingxue spoke in a cold voice. Etc. Lu Yulan, who was standing in front of Leng Qingxue, turned her head and looked at the pretty girl behind her in confusion. The man didn't react and continued walking. Leng Qingxue immediately stepped forward to stop the man. I've already told you to wait, Mr. Thief. The man's eyes suddenly turned horrified. What are you doing? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful or I'll sue you for defamation. The people around also looked at the two of them. Leng Qingxue walked forward and said, then stretch out your hand and let me see. The man sneered, and he left, showing his empty hands, and even shook them. Little girl, I want you to apologize. Leng Qingxue. She pretended to be confused, then suddenly reached out, grabbed the man's arm, twisted it backhand, and subdued him. I'm going to call the police, the man cried out in pain. Leng Qingxue took out a gold card from the man's sleeve and handed it to Lu Yulan. Auntie, please check if this is your card. Lu Yulan was stunned. She quickly checked her bag and found that her gold card was missing. Yes, thank you, little girl. She hurriedly held Leng Qingxue's little hand. Seeing this, the people around applauded. Good. What a great little girl. The thief had already taken the opportunity to escape, and several men ran back to chase him. After Lu Yulan paid for the food, she also paid for Leng Qingxue's cart of snacks. Leng Qingxue quickly declined. Auntie, no need, I'll pay for it myself. Lu Yulan squeezed Leng Qingxue's little hand and said, how can that be possible? You are helping your aunt recover such a huge loss. Auntie should pay for it. Seeing this, Leng Qingxue stopped arguing and looked carefully at the woman in front of her. This aunt looks so familiar, beautiful, and familiar, as if I have seen her somewhere. While Leng Qingxue was looking at Lu Yulan was also observing her with a smile on her face. This girl is so pretty. A little prettier than when I was young. I must trick her into coming here and make her Xiao Yu's wife. Chapter 47. Mother Lin's plan to deceive her daughter-in-law. Lu Yulan carefully observed the beautiful girl in front of her. She was delighted and liked it more and more the more she looked at it. This little girl is so beautiful, even she thinks she is so pretty. Lu Yulan is confident in her appearance, otherwise how could Xiao Yu look so handsome? When she was young, and I'm not bragging, the number of men pursuing her could stretch from this line to the train station. Even so, Lu Yulan had to admit that the girl in front of her was even more beautiful than she was when she was young. I must trick her back and make her my wife. Xiao Yu is blessed now. Earlier, she called Lin Yu and asked him to find a girlfriend in college and bring her back to see her. Lin Yu agreed readily. Lu Yulan knew very well that her son was just trying to please her. Lin Yu was born by her, how could she not know what this child was thinking? It's just a matter of delaying it as long as possible. Sure enough, 2 weeks passed and Xiao Yu didn't move at all. Lu Yulan usually wouldn't say anything, after all, he was her precious son. Let him delay it if he wants. But today is different for her, as she met such a beautiful girl. We must seize the opportunity. Time waits for no one. Moreover, this girl is not only beautiful, but also has good character. She is also brave and courageous. Just in that situation, a little girl stepped forward and helped her get back the stolen gold card. Who doesn't tea like this? Lu Yulan touched Leng Qingxue's little hand and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Girl, you are so beautiful. Auntie likes you very much. Leng Qingxue also smiled sweetly when she heard this. Auntie, you are so beautiful too. As beautiful as my mother. I like you too. Leng Qingxue was not being polite. She really felt comfortable looking at this beautiful aunt and had a sense of familiarity. And it looks familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere. You are such a good talker, kid. Which woman doesn't like to be praised for her beauty? And he was praised by another beautiful woman. Lu Yulan touched Leng Qingxue's head. Come on, girl, let's leave the supermarket first. Good. Leng Qingxue carried a large bag of snacks and followed Lu Yulan out of the supermarket like a female warrior. On the way, Ling Qingxue was very happy and felt that the woman next to him was very kind. I couldn't help but ask. Auntie, you usually come to the supermarket to buy groceries by yourself. This aunt has a gold card, so her family must be well off, as she actually comes out to buy groceries by herself. Yes, Auntie likes to buy her own food and cook it herself. Lu Yulan replied with a smile. Although her family is well off, she prefers to study cooking on her own. They don't even invite a chef to cook at home. Firstly, she was worried, and secondly, she really liked cooking. Over time, her cooking skills have become very good, and even Lin Yu praised her cooking after eating it. Ling Qingxue nodded after hearing this. Auntie is so virtuous. Unlike my mom, cooking is a bit difficult. You still haven't admitted it. In a villa in Magic City, Zhou Fong was sitting on the sofa watching TV when suddenly she sneezed. Ha! It seems like someone is saying something bad about me. It must be that naughty little Xue. There is no one else but her. One day left until the 2-week deadline. If you can't find a boyfriend by then, I'll beat you into a pig. Zhou Fong thought about it and thought of Lin Yu again and couldn't help sighing. What a nice kid, it's a pity that he already has a girlfriend. On Lu Yulan's side, she saw this pretty little girl complaining about her mother. I feel like laughing. This girl is so cute. My daughter, Auntie's cooking is delicious. You can come to your aunt's house for dinner in the future. Ling Qingxue nodded happily when she heard this. Aha! Since this beautiful aunt said so, the food must be delicious, at least better than what my mom cooks. My daughter, you haven't told your aunt your name yet. Lu Yulan touched Ling Qingxue's little head. The more she looked at this girl, the more she liked her. Auntie, my name is Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue replied politely. Ling Qingxue? That sounds really nice. Then can Auntie call you Xue? Of course. Ling Qingxue nodded without hesitation. Not just anyone can be called Xue, but Ling Qingxue thinks it's okay to call the beautiful aunt in front of him. I don't know why, but it just works. Xue is so nice. Lu Yulan smiled even more gently. Xue, my aunt's name is Lu Yulan. You can call me Aunt Lan. She was happy in her heart because she was going to trick the beautiful Xue into becoming her daughter-in-law. There is no need to rush now, we have to proceed step by step. Xue, are you busy now? If you're not busy, why not go shopping with Auntie Lan? Upon hearing this, Ling Qingxue's little head fell into deep thought. She is indeed not busy today, Xiaoyu has classes in the morning. If you want to play with him, you have to wait until the afternoon. And she also wanted to go shopping, but was worried that no one would accompany her. That's great, Aunt Lan. I'm not busy at all. Let's go shopping together. Good boy, follow me. Lu Yulan led Ling Qingxue to the parking lot and opened her car. Xue, put the things in the car first. It's so inconvenient to carry it with you when shopping. Okay, Aunt Lan. Ling Qingxue put a big bag of snacks into the car. Lu Yulan also put the vegetables she had just bought into the car. Come on, Xue, let's go shopping. Aha! The two walked into the commercial street. At this time, Lin Yu was sitting in the classroom taking an economics class. The economic analysis skills in the mind are being passively activated. He understood the knowledge the professor taught without having to think. He was a little confused. Ling Qingxue didn't send him a message. He didn't know what this little rascal was doing. I guess he hasn't woken up yet. On the other side, Lu Yulan and Ling Qingxue were shopping. They bought a lot of bags and clothes, and of course she paid for them. Ling Qingxue picked out a beige long skirt and tried it on below Lu Yulan's waist. Auntie Lan, you will look great in this one. Lu Yulan looked at the long skirt in Xue's hand, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She discovered that Xue's aesthetic taste was surprisingly similar to hers. What a coincidence! This is destined to be the daughter-in-law of the Lin family. She smiled and nodded. Xue has a good taste, Auntie likes this one too. The two of them walked around and before they knew it, it was already noon. Lu Yulan took Ling Qingxue directly to a hotel and ordered a private room. Ling Qingxue did not refuse. Lu Yulan sat next to Ling Qingxue and held her little hand. Xue, how about Auntie introducing you to a boyfriend? That's my son. He's very handsome and a nice guy. Ling Qingxue, Sigma. Chapter 48, Mother Lang's Ultimatum. Beat him like a pig. Lang Qingshui heard what Lu Yulan said. I was stunned for a moment. I knocked and found out that Aunt Lan had taken a fancy to her and wanted to introduce her to her son. But it's normal, Lang Qingshui didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, she is still quite beautiful. Besides, isn't it very common for mothers to find partners for their sons? Just like last time my mom wanted to introduce a boy to her. Lu Yulan looked at Lang Qingshui in shock. He continued speaking with a smile. Shue, Auntie has something to tell you. My son is really handsome. With my aunt's genes, there will be absolutely no problems. If it's not handsome, Shue will return it to Auntie directly. He also has a very good personality and good academic performance. Of course you have to say good things about your own son. But Xiaoyu is a little thin. She didn't say this, so I don't know how Xiaoyu is doing in college. Has it grown stronger? Auntie likes you very much and wants you to be her daughter-in-law. As Lu Yulan spoke, she touched Lang Qingshui's little hand. Lang Qingshui listened silently. To be honest, if she had known Lu Yulan earlier, she might have agreed. Because Aunt Lan just said her son was handsome, she believed it. This aunt is so beautiful, her son must be good-looking too. Besides, Aunt Lan spoke very sincerely and said that her son was a good person, so he must be a good person. But she already has Xiaoyu. No matter how handsome that guy is, can he be as handsome as Xiaoyu? So she smiled politely. Auntie Lan, I'm so sorry. I already have a boyfriend. When Lu Yulan heard this, her expression changed in shock. What? Sigma. Such a nice girl actually already has a boyfriend. She acted too late. Why didn't she meet Shue earlier? Such a good daughter-in-law flew away. Shue, do you really have a partner? You are not lying to your aunt. Lu Yulan asked. Auntie, why would I lie to you? I really have a partner. Lang Qingshui also held Lu Yulan's hand. She quite liked this beautiful aunt whom she had only known for one day, because Lang Qingshui felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy with her. Okay, Shue. Auntie thinks it's such a pity. You are such a good girl, but someone else got there first. Lu Yulan said it was a pity. Auntie, don't feel sorry. There are still many girls who are better than me. Lang Qingshui comforted Lu Yulan. Lu Yulan grabbed Lang Qingshui's little hand. She knew in her heart that there weren't a lot of them, she had only encountered one today. As a result, she is already taken. Forget it. Lu Yulan took out her phone and said, Shue, let's add each other on WeChat. An auntie comes out shopping and asks you to play with her. Okay. She likes this girl very much. Okay. Sigma. Lang Qingshui also took out her cell phone and the two added each other on WeChat. After a while, the dishes were served and the two began to eat. Lu Yulan looked at Lang Qingshui's elegant eating manner and felt even more sorry. Lu Yulan and Lang Qingshui finished their meal, paid the bill and left the hotel. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lang Qingshui should go back too. The two walked to the car. Auntie, I'm going back first. I still have classes in the afternoon. Lang Qingshui picked up a big bag of snacks and the clothes that Lu Yulan bought for her. Ah? Shue, you're still a college student? Yes. Lang Qingshui nodded her head. Is it strange that she is a college student? Shue, you're not from the Demon Jiaotong University, are you? Because there is only one university nearby. Lu Yulan comes here to buy groceries because her son goes to school here. Yes, Auntie, how did you know that I'm from the Demon Jiaotong University? Lang Qingshui asked in confusion. Auntie guessed it, because her son also goes to school there. Lu Yulan was even more angry at this time. Such a lucky girl, she is in the same university as Xiaoyu. She actually has a boyfriend. Lang Qingshui was also stunned, her mouth slightly open. What a coincidence, Aunt Lan. Who says it isn't? Shue, Auntie Lan will drive you to university. Although the road is not far, the sun is still quite hot. Okay. Thank you, Aunt Lan. Lang Qingshui didn't act pretentiously and got into the car directly. 10 minutes later. The car drove to the university gate and Lang Qingshui got out with a lot of bags. She waved her little hand towards Lu Yulan. Goodbye, Auntie. Goodbye, Shue. Lu Yulan drove back home. When she returned home, she thought of her daughter Shue and became angrier and angrier. She took out her cell phone and called Lin Yu. Lin Yu was in the dormitory. When he saw that it was his mother calling, he pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom. Hey, Xiaoyu, Mom is very angry, come and comfort her. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? What happened? Xiaoyu, let me tell you, I met a very beautiful girl today. She's a very nice person, and she went to the same university as you. I wanted to introduce her to you as your girlfriend, but it turns out she already has a partner. Are you angry or not? Lin Yu couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Hey, Mom, that's it. That's what makes you angry? What do you mean, Xiaoyu, you still don't have a partner? Lin Yu couldn't sit still after hearing this. He couldn't tolerate this. Mom, I'm telling you, I'm not pretending anymore, I'm going to show my cards. Your son, I have found a very beautiful girlfriend. She's the most beautiful girl in our university. When Lu Yuqin heard this, her expression was first surprised, then turned into suspicion. Xiaoyu, you lied to your mother again, didn't you? Don't think your mother won't hit you. In fact, she really doesn't want to fight. Mom, I'm serious this time. I won't lie to you. Lin Yu said confidently. Oh? Really? Then bring it back for Mom to see. Ah, this. What is this? Xiaoyu really lied to her mother. Lin Yu suddenly became tough. Bring it. Mom, give me some time, I'll talk to my girlfriend. Lu Yulan showed a cunning smile. Her method of provoking was great. Okay, Xiaoyu, Mom will give you a week to prepare. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Okay. Lu Yulan immediately smiled happily. My dear son is so good. Lin Yu found it funny. He was just a bad boy, but now he is his precious son? It seems that I need to talk to Shue about this matter. At night, Langqing Shue was playing Candy Crush on the bed. Suddenly, a message popped up on WeChat. Mom, Langqing Shue, the 2-week appointment is over. Tomorrow afternoon at the Golden Emperor Hotel. I want to see my son-in-law come. Otherwise, you'll be beaten into a pig. Langqing Shue was shocked. Ah! Xiaoyu, save me. Chapter 49 Xiaoyu. Aunt Fong. Mother Lang wants her daughter to get the marriage certificate on the spot. Langqing Shue looked at the message sent by her mother. Suddenly trembling. Because my mom said she would beat her like a pig, and she really beat her like a pig. When she was a child, she was beaten once because she was too naughty. My butt is swollen. Sigma. This mother is easy to get along with. She really beats people when there is something wrong. What's more, my mother also knows how to fight and practice sanda. The force of her beatings is so strong that you will feel so good that you can't breathe. Langqing Shue learned sanda from her mother. No way? 2 weeks went by so quickly. Langqing Shue felt that she and Lin Yu had only played for 2 days and 2 weeks were already up. But fortunately, she had already told Xiaoyu about meeting her mother-in-law. The problem is not big. She typed quickly. Mom, let me tell you something. You are not allowed to hit me. I'll bring my boyfriend over tomorrow. Inside the villa, Zhou Fan looked at her daughter's reply and replied as well. Shue, if you bring my son-in-law here, Mom will naturally give you face. Of course Zhou Fan knew that she had to give her daughter face and would never beat her in front of her son-in-law. After all, she is my own precious daughter, even though she is a little naughty. Mom, just wait. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the person I bring tomorrow. Langqing Shue typed very arrogantly. Zhou Fang raised her eyebrows and typed a reply. That's better. To satisfy her? Now, no one can satisfy her except Xiaoyu. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu is already taken. She only hoped that the person Shue brought tomorrow would be pleasing to her eyes. But Shue has very high standards. That should be fine, right? The two hung up the phone. Langqing Shue found Lin Yu's chat box and prepared to tell him about her mother's attack. Her slender fingers typed on the phone keyboard, then paused and deleted the words she had typed. She felt that it would be clearer to talk about this matter in person rather than chatting on WeChat. At the same time, Lin Yu had the same idea. He decided to tell Shue tomorrow that his mother wanted to see her. The next day, Lin Yu got up early, washed up, and then went downstairs to have breakfast. When he walked downstairs, he saw Chelly standing not far away, silently waiting for him. Lung Qingxue. Lang Qingxue saw Lin Yu coming down and threw herself at his side like a young swallow. Xiao Yuer! Save me! As soon as she threw herself into Lin Yu's arms, her slender arms hugged his waist. Lin Yu was stunned and touched her little head with his big hand. What's wrong? Why are you asking for help? Lang Qingxue raised her little head and stared at Lin Yu with her big eyes without blinking. Xiao Yuer, my mother said she would take you to see her this afternoon. If I hadn't brought you there, she's going to beat me like a pig. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. It turned out that the time had come and his mother-in-law wanted to see him. He pinched Lung Qingxue's tender little face. But what the hell is this beating into a pig? Can people be beaten into pigs? Lin Yu scratched Lung Qingxue's nose. Mother-in-law is not as scary as you think. Yes. It's very scary. My mom is so fierce. She knows how to fight and her favorite thing is to beat up the son-in-law she dislikes. Ka ka ka. A violent beating. As Lung Qingxue spoke, she gestured with her little hands and had a devilish smile on her face. Lin Yu was shocked. Sigma. Holy shit. What a scary mother-in-law. If Zhou Fang knew that Lung Qingxue had slandered her image in front of Xiao Yu, she beat Xue like a pig on the spot. Lin Yu reacted and pinched Lung Qing's slender waist. Xue, my mom also said that she wants to see you in a week. Lung Qingxue was shocked when she heard this. Degree. Mother Lin also wants to see her. The pressure is on her. What is the situation now? How can this happen all at once? Her mother wants to see Xiao Yu, and Lin's mother wants to see her. Seeing Lung Qingxue's stunned expression, Lin Yu pinched her fair and tender face, with an evil smile on his face. Don't worry, Xue. My mother is very fierce. Her favorite thing to do is bully her daughter-in-law. In fact, he was teasing Lung Qingxue. His mother was very gentle. Lung Qingxue? Then don't worry. Xiao Yu. Is this true? Don't scare me. Of course it's true. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu looked at Xue's pale face and laughed out loud. Lung Qingxue then realized that she had been deceived. She stretched out her little hand and pinched Lin Yu's waist. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yu put on a formal suit and made himself look very handsome. He is serious about meeting his mother-in-law. Delta. He walked to the university gate and met Lung Qingxue. Lung Qingxue was dressed more casually as she was going to meet her mother, so there was no need to dress up. But when she meets Mother Lin, she must dress up as beautifully as possible. Lung Qingxue pouted when she saw such a handsome Lin Yu. Okay. Xiao Yu. You usually dress so casually, but today I saw my mom dressed so handsomely. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Do I usually dress this handsomely? Can't. Lung Qingxue denied it instantly. He usually dresses so handsomely, how could that be possible? She must be on the green grassland. Elbow. Xiao Yu, come with me to see Mom. Lung Qingxue took Lin Yu's arm, and the two of them drove to the Golden Emperor Hotel. In the luxurious box of Golden Crown Hotel, Zhou Fang was sitting in the middle seat, tapping the table with her fingers from time to time. She booked the most expensive hotel box in Shanghai and met her son-in-law on the highest standards. Xue 1T stand her up, right? If that were the case, Zhou Fang wouldn't mind going to school to catch Xue. Half an hour later. There was no movement at the door of the box. Zhou Fang frowned slightly. She stood up and pinched her fingers, as if a murderous aura was released. Suddenly, the door opened and Lung Qingxue and a handsome man stood at the door. Mom! I'm coming! She rushed forward and tried to hug her mother. When Zhou Fang saw the handsome man's face, she was surprised and happy. The murderous look on his face instantly disappeared, and then a gentle smile appeared. She pushed away Xue's little face, walked to Lin Yu, and grabbed his hand. Xiao Yu! It's you! Lin Yu was also stunned on the spot. Sigma. Aunt Fang. Come on, Xiao Yu, have a good chat with Aunt Fang. Zhou Fang pulled Lin Yu to sit next to her with a smile on her face. She now wishes she could take the household registration booklet right there and then so the two children can get their marriage certificate. Lang Qingshue's little head froze for a moment. Mom, Xiaoyu, do you know each other? Chapter 50. Lang Qingshue's family status reduced by 1. When Zhou Feng heard her stupid daughter's question, she rolled her eyes at her. This little fool. You still have the nerve to ask. At that time, I introduced Xiaoyu to you as your boyfriend, but you rejected her because you already had a boyfriend. She almost missed out on such a good son-in-law. But fortunately, it's really a good fate. Xiaoyu turned out to be Xue's legendary boyfriend. Recovered this huge loss. Zhou Feng finally understood why Xue was so confident and refused her introduction. With such an excellent boyfriend like Xiaoyu, it is normal to reject others. Considering that Xue's merits and demerits offset each other, Zhou Feng decided not to beat Xue into a pig. If Lang Qingxue knew what Zhou Feng was thinking, she would definitely complain. Is this what my mother would say? Sigma. Zhou Feng looked at her precious daughter and said, of course Xiaoyu and I know each other. He's a good boy. Didn't I say that day that I wanted to introduce a boyfriend to you? That's him. But you didn't appreciate it and refused. I almost missed Xiaoyu. Lang Qingxue was shocked when she heard what her mother said. Sigma. I knock. There's such a thing. So the boy you were talking about is Xiaoyu. Mom. Why didn't you just tell me Xiaoyu's name directly? It's all your fault. Lang Qingshue's face puffed up and she put the blame on Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng said she would not take the blame. She pinched Xue's chubby little face and said, didn't you tell me you had a boyfriend then? You told me not to say it anymore. Lang Qingxue was suddenly speechless. Although she rejected her mother's introduction to Xiaoyu, she was already with Xiaoyu. In this case the result is not bad. He sigma. Linyu, who was sitting next to Zhou Feng and holding her hand, was also a little stunned. He didn't expect that the legendary mother-in-law was actually the beautiful aunt he met that day. Aunt Feng is Xue's mother. He said that Zhou Feng looked particularly familiar. She was Xue's mother. Doesn't that mean she looked familiar? The two of them look 70% similar and are both very beautiful. However, Xue said that her mother-in-law seemed very fierce. He didn't really notice. What's so fierce about her? She's such a pretty and gentle auntie. Zhou Feng felt very comfortable at this moment. The good son-in-law that I have been thinking about is both far away and right in front of me. How could she not be happy? Zhou Feng had a smile on his face, and the murderous aura in his body had long since dissipated. That is to say, Xue brought Xiaoyu today, otherwise she would have to be beaten for being late. She looked at Linyu with a smile. Xiaoyu, Auntie really didn't expect it to be you. Auntie is so happy. Linyu also smiled and said, Aunt Feng, I can only say that you are Xue's mother, and I am happy too. What a good kid. Lang Qingxue sat next to Zhou Feng and hugged her. Mom, Xiaoyu, how did you two meet? Even I don't know. Tell me quickly. So Zhou Feng told Linyu what happened that day. Lang Qingxue suddenly realized that Xiaoyu met her mother when she went out that day. What a fate! After a while, the waiter came in and served all the dishes. Come on, Xiaoyu, eat some vegetables. Let's eat and talk. Zhou Feng filled Linyu's bowl with food. When Linyu saw these dozen or so hard dishes, he sighed in his heart. His son-in-law is treated well. At the dining table, the three of them were eating. Lang Qingxue was very happy watching such a harmonious scene. This shows that the mother-in-law likes her son-in-law very much. But Mom actually kept picking food for Xiaoyu. No food was served to her. This makes it seem like Xiaoyu is the real son. Lang Qingxue felt that his family's throne was challenged. Mom, I want to eat vegetables too. Lang Qingxue said with a puffy face. Here, for you. Zhou Feng picked up a piece of meat and put it in Xue's bowl. Lang Qingxue? Is this the treatment of a biological daughter? Sigma. Linyu found it funny watching from the side. Xue was so funny. Come on, Xiaoyu, eat more. As Zhou Feng spoke, she glanced at Lang Qingxue. Xiaoyu, tell your aunt. Did Xue bully you in college? Auntie will decide for you. She knew her precious daughter and was very naughty. Linyu was stunned. That was quite a lot of bullying. For example, when they first met, she grabbed him and confessed her feelings to him, and even locked him up, and was caught by the department head. I feed him the dumplings that I can't finish every day. I tried to scare him by saying that his mother-in-law was very fierce, but in fact she was not fierce at all. There are a lot more, too numerous to list. When Lang Qingxue heard what her mother said, she immediately looked at Lin Yu. Gave him a look. Xiao Yu, don't talk nonsense, or I'll bite you. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Look, this woman even knew her own evil deeds and still threatened him. Seeing Lin Yu stunned, Zhou Fang thought he didn't dare to speak. It's okay, Xiao Yu, just speak up, I'll follow you. Lin Yu spoke. Aha, that's not the case, Aunt Fang. Xue is very well behaved. She never bullies me. Zhou Fang was a little skeptical about this. Xue is very obedient? Then there are no naughty people in the world. Lang Qingxue nodded her head in satisfaction when she heard Lin Yu's answer. Humph, Xiao Yu, you're smart. Based on your answer, you can get a reward when you return. Lin Yu smiled secretly when he saw Lang Qingxue. The corners of his lips also rose slightly. But, Aunt Fang, Xue told me when she came that you were very fierce. My favorite thing to do is to beat up the son-in-law who I don't like. Lang Qingxue was shocked when she heard this. Sigma. Chapter 51 Motherling, Xiao Yu, I will follow you. When Zhou Fang heard Lin Yu's words, she was stunned at first, but kept smiling on her face. Nothing, Xiao Yu. Don't listen to Xue's nonsense. How could an aunt possibly beat her son-in-law? Well, at most I would just beat my daughter. Yeah, I think so. Aunt Fang is so gentle. Lin Yu also echoed. Immediately, Zhou Fang looked at Xue who was sitting next to him, his eyes full of murderous intent. Xue actually slandered her in front of Xiao Yu. Destroy her image as a tall mother-in-law in Xiao Yu's heart. How could she be so fierce? It is even more impossible to beat a son-in-law who is not satisfied with you. If the son-in-law is not satisfied with you, then so be it. Why beat him for no reason? Just beat up Xue. How could you beat up an outsider? Xue, do you think this is true? Lang Qingxue felt her mother's murderous gaze. I was suddenly shocked. I knock. Xiao Yu actually framed me. Lang Qingxue was dumbfounded at this moment. She didn't expect Xiao Yu to stab her in the back. Although she did say that her mother was fierce, her mother was really fierce. How can it not be cruel to beat her like a pig? As for beating her son-in-law, she did it to scare Xiao Yu. Wait. Xiao Yu actually backstabbed her. Wait until I get back today. I'll punish you. Nothing, Mom. Lang Qingxue directly hugged Zhou Fang's arm, blinking her big eyes. Mom is so gentle, how could she be fierce? I was just trying to scare Xiao Yu, just to increase the majesty of your mother-in-law. Think about it, as a mother-in-law, you have to be dignified. Zhou Fang was both angry and amused by this. She reached out and gently pinched Xue's little ear. You little bastard, you're so naughty. There's nothing I can do. After all, she's my precious daughter, and Xiao Yu is still here. There was no way she couldn't give Xue a face. Lang Qingxue was instantly happy when she saw that her mother didn't beat her. Then he looked at Lin Yu fiercely. Xiao Yu, you wait. Superscript 3-3. Lin Yu had a calm expression and was not afraid at all. With the support of my mother-in-law, I can directly control Xue. At the table, the three of them continued to eat harmoniously. At the dining table, Lin Yu muttered to himself. Systematic purchase of table manners tips. 50 points, do you want to buy? Yes. Lin Yu used table manners skills, and he learned countless table manners in an instant. He learned everything about how to hold a knife and fork, and how to place chopsticks. Dining etiquette is also a science. As the saying goes, sit properly, stand properly, and eat properly. You can't smack your lips while eating. He already knew some things, but he had to learn some other things specifically. This wouldn't matter at any other time, but today I'm meeting my mother-in-law. Lin Yu had to pay attention. So, Lin Yu maintained an elegant eating posture. Zhou Fang nodded even more when she saw the elegant Lin Yu. This kid is really good and is taught very well. Lang Qingxue, who was standing by, was stunned. When did Xiao Yu become so pretentious? Lang Qingxue now eats with Lin Yu every day and has long seen how Lin Yu eats. Lin Yu's eating manners were okay, neither rough nor fine, he was a normal person. But today I am too pretentious. Mom! I want to expose Lin Yu. He is pretending. Half an hour later. All three of them were full, and there was still a lot of food left on the table. Lang Qingxue stood up, walked around and sat next to Lin Yu, then secretly stretched out her tender white hand. He pinched Lin Yu's waist without leaving any trace. Xiao Yue. I'll pinch you if you say bad things about me. But even though she pinched, she didn't dare to use any force. Zhou Feng continued to chat with Lin Yu about family matters. Xiao Yu, talk to Aunt Feng about the situation at your home. Aunt Feng, my father owns a company and my mother is the manager. Lin Yu rarely saw his father during the summer vacation as his father was often on business trips. Oh, that's a coincidence. Xue Xue's father also opened a company. Our two families are a good match. Zhou Feng was even more satisfied when she heard Lin Yu's answer. Not only is he a nice person, but his family situation is similar to theirs. He is simply the son-in-law destined by heaven. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. That day, Xue Xue gave him a suit without blinking an eye. He knew that Xue Xue was a wealthy woman. Seeing this, Zhou Feng wanted to strike while the iron was hot. She now couldn't wait to go home, get Xue Xue's household registration book, and let Xue Xue and Xiao Yu get their marriage certificate directly. Or just move the Civil Affairs Bureau here. But Xiao Yu's household registration book is still missing, so it depends on Mother Lin. Xiao Yu, how does your mother feel about Xue Xue? My mother hasn't seen Xue Xue yet. But she made an appointment for me to bring Xue Xue to see her next week. I think she will like Xue Xue. Lin Yu answered affirmatively. He didn't know why, but he just had this intuition. Mom must like Xue Xue. Zhou Feng smiled, she had confidence in her daughter. That's a good feeling. Xiao Yu, Auntie had a great time chatting with me today. Elbow, let's go back. Auntie will drive you back to the university. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Yu stood up, he suddenly thought of something and asked Zhou Feng. Aunt Feng, where is my uncle? Why didn't I see him come? Ah, your uncle is on a business trip and can't come. Besides, he doesn't know that Xue Xue already has a partner. Zhou Feng replied with a smile. Lin Yu was stunned. Damn, his father-in-law didn't even know he existed. Uncle won't have any objections, will he? What can he say? And even if he has objections, it doesn't matter. As long as Auntie is satisfied, that's all that matters. Don't worry, Xiao Yu, Auntie will take care of you. Zhou Feng said very generously. Lin Yu was stunned, he seemed to know something. My uncle's family status seems to have been exposed. Chapter 52. A sudden car accident, Lin Yu came to the rescue. Lang Qingxue saw that Lin Yu's expression was a little subtle. She also laughed secretly and patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. Xiao Yu. That's how Dad is at home. He can offer suggestions, but whether they are adopted depends on me and my mother. When Lin Yu heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Oh shit. Uncle, your position as younger brother needs to be promoted. But it's normal when you think about it. In his family, his father's younger brother is also like this. I still have to listen to my mom at home. Zhou Feng smiled gently at Lin Yu. Xiao Yu, don't worry, I'll take care of you. If Xue Xue dares to bully you, tell Mom. Look, Mommy's not going to beat her into a pig. And the same goes if your uncle bullies you. Lin Yu suddenly felt that Aunt Feng was so gentle. This is a good mother-in-law. He has his mother-in-law to protect him now, who dares to touch him? Lin Yu now feels that he is invincible and is filled with a sense of security. Can he walk sideways in Xue Xue's house? Under the protection of his mother-in-law, who dares to touch him? Who else? Mom! I am not your biological daughter anymore. Lang Qingxue's face puffed up when she heard Zhou Feng's words. My mother actually said in front of Xiao Yu that she would beat her into a pig. Xue Xue, of course you are my biological daughter. Zhou Feng reached out and pinched Xue Xue's chubby little face. But you said bad things about me in front of Xiao Yu, and I haven't forgotten it. Lang Qingxue? But that's the truth. My mother is very fierce and violent. Although she doesn't beat her son-in-law, she beats her daughter. Lin Yu suddenly became curious. How did he beat him into a pig? How do people get beaten into pigs? He looked at his mother-in-law. Auntie Fong, how did you beat Shueshue like a pig? Zhou Fong chuckled when she heard that. Ha, Xiaoyu. Auntie really likes your spirit of seeking knowledge. I'll tell you right now. Mom! Stop talking. When Leng Xingxue saw that her mother was about to tell her embarrassing story, she immediately grabbed Zhou Fong's arm. Zhou Fong hugged Leng Xingxue in her arms to prevent her from moving. When Lin Yu saw Shueshue's actions, he became more interested. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. There must be some secret in this. Xiaoyu, let me tell you, this is going to make Shueshue look like a pig. It's very simple. Lin Yu pricked up his ears instantly, afraid of missing a word. Just make it swollen. Zhou Fan also showed a devilish smile. It's just that this demon is more mature and experienced. Lin Yu was stunned. Fuck. That makes perfect sense. If a person is beaten up, isn't he just a pig? Aunt Fong, I understand. Got it? Xiaoyu is really smart. Zhou Fan nodded with satisfaction. Leng Qingxue shouted directly from the side. Aha! Xiao Yuer. Don't believe what your mother says. So shameful. Lin Yu nodded calmly. Yeah, Shueshue. I won't tell anyone that you were beaten like a pig. Ah. You still say that. Delta. Leng Qingxue almost pounced on and bit Lin Yu. However, she was held in her mother's arms and couldn't get away. Zhou Fong and Lin Yu chatted for a while, then got up and left the hotel with their 2 children. Kids, go back. It's getting late. Aha! Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue nodded in unison. Lin Yu looked at the many dishes left on the table. Wait, Aunt Fong, let's pack up the leftovers. Don't waste food. Zhou Fong was stunned. She had thought of this. Xiaoyu is such a good child. Even though his family is well off, he knows how to cherish food. Good boy, I'll ask the waiter to pack it up. Leng Qingxue jumped to Lin Yu and hugged him. Xiaoyu. Pack it up and give it to me. I'll take it back to my roommates to eat Sigma Sigma. Lin Yu scratched her little nose. Sure. He originally thought that if no one ate it, he would take it back for his roommates. Now is the perfect time, Shueshue wants to take it back to her roommate. As for the 3 LSP, he unilaterally announced that they were not hungry. After a while, the waiter packed the food. The 3 of them walked out of the hotel with the packed leftovers and came to the parking lot. Zhou Fong sat in the driver's seat of the Porsche, while Lin Yu and Leng Qingxue sat in the back seat. The car started, and Leng Qingxue stretched out her little hand from time to time and pinched Lin Yu's waist. Leng Qingxue still remembers that Xiaoyu had just stabbed her in the back. Lin Yu just felt like his waist was being tickled, and didn't feel anything else. He leaned comfortably in the seat, so comfortable. His mother-in-law drove him personally and asked who else was there. Zhou Fong chatted with Lin Yu while driving. Xiaoyu, how are Shueshue's grades in school? Shueshue has very good grades, especially in math. She's number 1 in the math department. Leng Qingxue heard this and the hand that was pinching Lin Yu's waist suddenly became stronger. How dare you say that? The person next to her is obviously better at math than her. This girl, I don't know why she likes math. Zhou Fong sighed. Lin Yu was about to speak when he suddenly noticed something rushing towards him at high speed. Outside the car window, a black car scraped past the Porsche at high speed. Aunt Fong. Be careful. After being scratched by the black car, the Porsche uncontrollably rubbed against the roadside fence. Zhou Fong was startled for a moment, then quickly calmed down. She immediately grabbed the steering wheel and tried to control the car. But the steering wheel suddenly became a little stiff. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately leaned over, holding the steering wheel with one hand and exerting force in the opposite direction. The muscles in his arms exploded, veins bulging. The direction of the Porsche was controlled and Zhou Fong quickly stepped on the brakes. However, due to inertia, the car still rushed past the fence. Slowly crashed into a tree on the side of the road. Shueshue, Aunt Fong. Lower your head. Leng Qingxue and Zhou Fong listened to Lin Yu's words and lowered their heads to protect themselves. Lin Yu rushed forward, holding Leng Qingxue in his arms with one hand and protecting Zhou Fong's head with the other hand. Bang! The Porsche hit the side of a tree and came to a stop. After a while, The entire car was silent, without a sound. Xiao Yuer. Xiao Yu. How are you? Are you okay? Zhou Fang and Ling Qingxue hurriedly called out to Lin Yu, who was protecting them. It was so thrilling just now. Fortunately, Lin Yu was there. I am still scared now. Lin Yu raised his head and said, I'm fine. How about you? Are you not hurt? His 100 physical fitness is not a joke. Even such a small collision can cause him trouble. He will definitely ask the system for a refund. The three of them hurried out of the car. We're fine. Zhou Fang and Ling Qingxue immediately surrounded Lin Yu and checked if he had any wounds. Suddenly, Ling Qingxue screamed. Ah! She saw that Lin Yu had a large scratch on his arm, and the bright red wound was bleeding. Chapter 53, Minor Injuries That Don't Feel Like Anything, No Need to Go to the Hospital. When Zhou Fang heard Ling Qingxue's scream, she immediately looked over. What's wrong? Xue? Mom! Look at Xiao Yu's arm. Zhou Fang looked at Lin Yu's scratched arm when he heard this. Suddenly his body trembled and his face turned pale. The wound is shocking and scary to look at. Zhou Fang was particularly touched that Xiao Yu suffered such serious injuries in order to protect them. He is indeed the good son-in-law she has chosen. Lin Yu looked at the two pale-faced people. He subconsciously raised his arm and took a look. That's it? That's it, I thought it was so cruel. Not to mention that the large red area looked intimidating. In fact, Lin Yu didn't feel any pain at all. Maybe it was because of his physical fitness of 100, Lin Yu couldn't even feel the pain from this minor injury. Ling Qingxue looked at Lin Yu's arm distressfully. Xiao Yu, does it hurt? Let me blow it for you. Ling Qingxue leaned forward and blew on Lin Yu's wound. A slight breeze made Lin Yu's arms itchy. Zhou Fang also pulled Lin Yu and said, Come on, Xiao Yu, let's go to the hospital first. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. It's not that serious, is it? Why go to the hospital for such a minor scratch? He was about to refuse, but he saw that Zhou Fang and Ling Qingxue had cuts on their fingers. Lin Yu frowned slightly. These two people didn't even know they were injured, but still wanted to take him to the hospital. Aunt Fang, Xue, look at your fingers. I didn't even know I was injured. Zhou Fang and Ling Qingxue were stunned, then looked at their fingers. A red scratch appeared on the slender white finger. I didn't feel anything at the time, but now I can feel a burning pain in my fingers, like being cut by a knife. It was probably just scratched. Lin Yu muttered in his heart, System, take out the powerful healing band-aid. Taken out. Two exquisitely packaged band-aids appeared in his hands, and their shapes were exactly the same as ordinary band-aids. If it wasn't a product of the system, Lin Yu would even think that this thing was just an ordinary band-aid. Xue, give me your hand. Although Ling Qingxue didn't know what Xiao Yu was going to do, she still obediently put her hand in front of him. Lin Yu took out a band-aid and wrapped it around her. He was very careful and meticulous, and he had to align the edges of the band-aid. It's just, quite obsessive-compulsive. Ling Qingxue watched Lin Yu wrap the band-aid on her and looked at him in surprise. Xiao Yuer. You're so awesome. You even carry a band-aid with you. Lin Yu felt amused. Forget about carrying band-aids with him. He had a system. You can take it with you on the train. Aunt Fang, it's your turn. Lin Yu also put a band-aid on Zhou Fang, but it was still the same, so he had to straighten it out. Zhou Fang looked at Lin Yu, who carefully took out the band-aid, and she liked him more and more. It's hard to find such a good son-in-law even with a lantern. Brave and careful. Luckily, it's already hers. After Lin Yu finished doing this, Zhou Fang said directly. Let's go, Xiao Yu, let's go to the hospital. Lin Yu. Does he have to go to the hospital? His wound will be almost healed in a day after disinfection. The 100 physique is so arrogant. Aunt Fang, I don't need to go to the hospital for this minor injury. When Zhou Fang heard this, her eyes became serious and her tone became earnest. No, Xiao Yu, what if the wound gets infected? Lin Yu was stunned. His mother-in-law had such a strong aura. That's right. Ling Qingxue also jumped out. You call this a minor injury? Lin Yu turned his eyes slightly and looked at the Porsche with some damage on the front. He pointed at the Porsche and said, Aunt Fang, your car is broken. You need to take it over to be repaired. Zhou Fang looked at the car and said, the car is not important. The most urgent thing is to take you to the hospital. I'll ask my secretary to drive the car back later. As she spoke, she took out her cell phone and called her secretary. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. Well, I have to go to the hospital. I can't run away. So, Lin Yu was taken to the hospital by the mother and daughter. The doctor disinfected his arm and then wrapped it in gauze. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. It was just a scratch, but he treated it like a broken bone. Lang Qingxue stood aside, looking at Lin Yu's arm wrapped in gauze, with a devilish smile on her face. She stretched out her little finger and poked his arm. Does it hurt? Xiao Yuer. Lin Yu had no expression. It doesn't hurt. Zhou Feng also looked over. Is it really not painful, Xiao Yu? Auntie Feng, it really doesn't hurt. Lin Yu didn't know what to say, because it really didn't hurt, or maybe to him, it was just a minor injury. Zhou Feng was relieved after getting Lin Yu's answer. It was so thrilling just now that my son-in-law almost got seriously injured. Come on, kids, let's go back. When Zhou Feng asked her secretary to take away the Porsche, she also asked her to drive a new car. After leaving the hospital, she drove her new car to take her 2 children back to college. Inside the car, Zhou Feng's eyes were fierce. Xiao Yu, Xue, don't worry, Mom will definitely catch the black car today. The black car was clearly premeditated. Yeah. Mom, catch him and beat him up. Call me over too, I'll beat you up together. Lang Qingxue sat next to Lin Yu, clenched her fists, and said with a vicious expression. He almost got my little Yuer hurt. Beat him like a pig. The 2 women in the car had murderous auras around them. Lin Yu spoke at this time. Aunt Feng, I know who that car is related to. Lang Qingxue and Zhou Feng immediately looked at Lin Yu. That car is the car of the group of people who hit you that day. I guess they want to take revenge on you. Xiao Yu, how did you know? Because I remembered the license plate number and the shape of the car. Since Lin Yu acquired the skill of sharp thinking, his memory has also been enhanced. He remembered the license plate number at a glance. Zhou Feng nodded. She now completely trusted Lin Yu. Just because of his excellent performance. My son-in-law is handsome, strong, smart, and has a good memory. Isn't that normal? Good Xiao Yu, you have the clue. Auntie will definitely be able to catch those guys faster. Lang Qingxue also looked at Lin Yu with a sharp gaze. Xiao Yuer gave her more and more surprises. She had a really good eye and found a treasure. Half an hour later, Zhou Feng brought Lin Yu and Lang Qingxue to the university gate. The 2 got off the car. Goodbye, Mom. Goodbye, Aunt Feng. Goodbye, Xue, Xiao Yu, remember to go to bed early and don't stay up late. Zhou Feng drove away. There was a hint of coldness in Lin Yu's eyes. Today's car accident 1T just in like this. After all, Lin Yu is not a devil. Chapter 54 Sweet Kiss. Wounds heal quickly. Zhou Feng drove away. Lang Qingxue and Lin Yu walked side by side on the university road. She looked at the handsome man beside her, a devilish smile appeared on her face, then she stretched out her white and tender little hand and quietly leaned towards Lin Yu's waist. She wanted to take advantage of her mother's departure to pinch Lin Yu's waist hard to avenge Xiao Yuer's backstabbing today. Because of the backstabbing at night, I was almost beaten into a pig by my mother. Fortunately, Lang Qingxue was smart and managed to escape danger. She really holds a grudge. Lang Qingxue waited for her mother to leave, leaving her and Lin Yu alone, dry and fierce. Then, sneak attack. If my mother was here, she would definitely protect Xiao Yu and she wouldn't have a chance to strangle her. She finally realized that since Xiao Yuer met her mother, her family throne had decreased by 1. Lang Qingxue's little hand reached out to Lin Yu's waist and was about to pinch him. Suddenly I saw the bandage wrapped around Lin Yu's arm. The white bandage was extremely conspicuous. Lang Qingxue paused for a moment, then slowly retracted her hand and reached into Lin Yu's coat pocket. Humph, considering that Xiao Yuer did a great job in rescuing the fight tonight, I have decided to pardon his crime. Merits and demerits are balanced, and rewards and punishments are clear. She is worthy of it. Lin Yu noticed Lang Qingxue putting her little hand into her pocket and turned to look at her. What's wrong, Xue? Thanks to Xiao Yu for being here today. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Nothing. Xiao Yuer, I want to eat ice cream. Lang Qingxue stared at Lin Yu with her beautiful big eyes, not blinking. Eat. Eat the big one. Lin Yu touched Lung Qingshue's little head with amusement. The brain circuit jumped too quickly, and suddenly jumped to eating ice cream. He bought a large ice cream in the System Mall. It was twice as big as the delicious ice cream I had given Shue before. Lin Yu did what he said. If you want a large size, then eat a large size. Lin Yu took out a large box of ice cream from his other pocket and handed it to Lung Qingxue. When Lung Qingxue saw the large ice cream, her mouth opened slightly in surprise. She took the ice cream and stared at Lin Yu's pocket carefully. Xiao Yuer. You brought ice cream with you. Isn't this ice cream melting? If you think about it carefully, Xiao Yuer will be with her when she goes out in the afternoon. My mother didn't send me back until the evening. During this period, for at least 5 or 6 hours, the ice cream did not melt in his pocket. Leng Qingxue had no idea that Lin Yu had a system that allowed him to retrieve objects remotely at any time. Lin Yu was stunned when he heard this. If the ice cream doesn't melt, it seems that it is not reasonable. He thought quickly in his mind, then the corners of his mouth rose slightly and he muttered in his heart. System, buy an insulation bag. Purchased. Just like that, a thermal bag appeared silently in Lin Yu's pocket. Shue, what do you think this is? Lin Yu reached into his pocket and took out a black thermal bag and shook it. The moment Leng Qingxue saw the thermal bag, she understood why the ice cream wouldn't melt. Lin Yu looked like he had made a great sacrifice. Shue, look at this. I want you to have hot ice cream anytime, anywhere. I even put the thermal pack in my pocket. It must be so hard. It's not really. How are you going to repay me? When Lung Qingxue heard Lin Yu's words, she tilted her head in a silly and cute way, as if thinking. What Xiao Yuer said seems to make sense. She walked to Lin Yu, put her little face close to him, and stood on tiptoe. He kissed Lin Yu lightly on the lips. After the kiss, Leng Qingxue's face turned slightly red, but her expression was a devilish smile. Xiao Yuer, how about this? Is this reward enough? Lin Yu stood there in a daze, a little confused. Sigma. Sweet. Leng Qingxue raised her little head proudly. Ha! Of course it's sweet. Do you think she ate all that ice cream for free? Leng Qingxue trotted forward a few steps. Xiao Yuer. Come and catch up with me. Lin Yu was recalling the sweet taste when he saw Leng Qingxue trotting out. He reacted and quickly chased after him. Slow down, Shue. It's dark at night. Be careful. Lin Yu caught up with Leng Qingxue and sent her back to the girls' dormitory. Then he walked back. He is exhausted from doing this every day. He had to meet his mother-in-law and there was a car accident, but luckily he was strong enough. Leng Qingxue went upstairs and walked into the dormitory. Sisters. I'm back. I brought you some delicious food. She put several packed lunchboxes on the table. The 3 little sisters' eyes suddenly lit up and they rushed over to hug Leng Qingxue. Ah! Thank you, Shue. It's 9 o'clock in the evening, perfect for a midnight snack. The 3 of them grabbed their lunchboxes and started eating. Even though they had dinner at 6 o'clock, they could still eat these midnight snacks. You may not be able to eat them all at once, but you can split them into 2 meals. It's that simple. At this time, Lin Yu also walked back to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the door, he heard Wang Jun's screams. Go big. MD. Go big. Save your ultimate move for the new year. Fuck. Lin Yu walked over and looked at Wang Jun's record of 08. Patted him on the shoulder. It's also possible that the ultimate move is saved for the next generation. Wang Jun turned around and asked, Yuzi, where have you been? Did you go on a date with the cold school beauty? Tell the truth. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows, about the same. He can't say that he went to see his mother-in-law, right? I've only known the girl for a few days and I'm already meeting her parents. If these LSPS knew about this, they'd probably be jealous to death. Wang Jun suddenly saw the bandage on Lin Yu's arm. Fuck. Yuzi. Why are you injured? Who did it? Brother, help you beat him up. Xianfei and Zhao Tian also looked over. Fuck. My brother broke his bones. Look at me messing with him. Lin Yu. He said there was no need to go to the hospital, and now everything is fine. Anyone looking at him would think he had a broken bone, but it was actually just a minor abrasion. But with so many bandages, everyone would think it was a fracture. He said calmly, "It's okay, guys, it's just a minor scratch. Look, there's no board here." Shue insisted on taking me to the hospital to get bandaged. There was nothing I could do. Wang Jun, Jian Fei, Zhao Tian. Blanche. Brothers care about you, but you feed them dog food. This life is unbearable. In the girls' dormitory, Ling Qingxue was watching a TV series. She suddenly realized that her fingers wrapped in band-aids were itchy. And there is also a warm feeling. At the same time, in a villa, Zhou Fang, sitting on the sofa, found that the place where the band-aid was on her finger was itchy and warm. However, what she couldn't see was that inside the band-aid, the cut was healing rapidly. Chapter 55, Abrasion Spray, Lin Yu's Tracking. Zhou Fang didn't care about her slightly itchy fingers. Maybe it's just an itch? Generally speaking, if the wound itches, it means that the flesh over the wound is about to heal. But she was injured tonight, how could she heal so quickly? It will take at least 4 or 5 days. In comparison, Zhou Fang felt that Lin Yu's injuries were the most serious. What a good boy. She recalled the black car tonight and her eyes became sharp. It would be fine if she was alone tonight, but Shue and Xiaoyu were there, and she almost hurt them. How can this be tolerated? She took out her cell phone and called her secretary. After the bell rang twice, a woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hey, Mr. Zhou, I've already driven my Porsche to the shop for repairs. Xiaoyan, the car issue is not important. I want you to check out a bunch of people." Zhou Fang said seriously. "License plate number XXXXXX. Xiaoyu had already told her the license plate number, and she wrote it down. "Contact the police by the way." "Okay, Mr. Zhou, I'll do it right away." Zhou Fang and the female secretary hung up the phone, their eyes still sharp. She almost hurt her precious daughter and son-in-law. Superscript 33. We must catch them. Ling Qingxue was sitting on the pink bed in the dormitory. She was holding the large ice cream that Xiaoyu had given her. The place on my finger where I held the band-aid felt slightly itchy and a little warm. She didn't care about it. Ling Qingxue now just wants to eat ice cream. She simply opened the box, took out the small spoon inside, scooped a full spoonful and put it into her mouth. Ah! Sigma Sigma. It's a good time. Su Cheng and Lu Qian, who were watching TV series nearby, suddenly smelled a sweet scent. They turned around and saw Ling Qingxue frantically eating ice cream. At the same time, saliva began to flow out. "Shue, what brand of ice cream are you eating? It smells so good." Ling Qingxue was stunned. Brand? She ate more than a dozen boxes of Xiaoyu's ice cream without even looking at the brand. Just do it and get it done, who cares what brand it is? Xiaoyu couldn't possibly harm her. Ling Qingxue picked up the ice cream box and looked at it carefully. The word delicious is written on the lid of the box. She looked at the little sisters, delicious ice cream. Su Cheng and Lu Qian were stunned. Delicious ice cream? Why haven't you heard of it? Although I have never heard of it, the sweet smell makes me think it is delicious. Ling Qingxue put another spoonful into her mouth. I haven't heard of it either. Xiaoyu gave it to me. He said it's not available on the market. Oh. I remember now. Su Qing suddenly understood. Shue, this is the ice cream you ate in the classroom that day, right? That day, many girls, including Su Qing and Lu Qian, saw Ling Qingxue eating ice cream next to Lin Yu. And when I smelled that sweet smell, my mouth started watering. Oh. I remember that too. Lu Qian exclaimed. Shue, you finished most of the ice cream in one gulp, right? Ling Qingxue nodded her head. At that time, a group of people wanted to covet her ice cream, so she had to drink it in one gulp. Ling Qingxue put another big spoonful of ice cream into her mouth and looked at her sisters. Then he thought for a moment, scooped a spoonful of ice cream and brought it to Su Qing's mouth. "Qingqing, let me give you a taste." Su Qing was stunned. She wanted to eat, but she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. "Thank you, Shue." She took a bite of the ice cream. Then Ling Qingxue gave it to Lu Qian and Lu Jie to taste. After giving away 3 scoops of ice cream, Ling Qingxue felt a little heartbroken. Eat 3 less bites. Sigma. The 3 of them cried out when they tasted Ling Qingxue's ice cream. It's so delicious. Shue, your Lin Yu is amazing. He can buy such delicious ice cream. Lang Qingxue raised her little head, of course. Don't you see whose it is? Then, Su Qing and the others sat back in their seats and continued watching the drama. Just try a bite of the snowy ice cream. I felt embarrassed to continue eating. Shue brought us the midnight snack, so how could I possibly have the nerve to eat her ice cream? In the boys' dormitory. Lin Yu was sitting on his bed, while the three LSPS were playing games with ghosts crying and wolves howling. You are still too young. Can playing the game Ghost Cry and Wolf Howl help you improve your skills? Obviously not. He took a sip of the fat otaku happy water that had already been replenished. Then he looked at the bandage on his arm. It looks like a broken bone. It's outrageous. But the most urgent thing is to heal the scratches first. It's just a minor scratch, but it's bleeding. It usually takes 2 to 3 weeks for the wound to heal and form a scab. Lin Yu felt that his physical condition would recover in a few days. But he still wanted to go faster. Since there is a system, why not use it? Lin Yu entered the system mall, looking for items to heal the abrasions. He saw a scratch spray that looked like it would be a good option. System, buy it. 100 points, do you want to buy? Yes. A green light flashed, and a small bottle of spray appeared in Lin Yu's hand. The small spray bottle is green with the word abrasions written on it. Lin Yu played with the small spray for a while and found that it was no different from ordinary spray, except that it was a little green. He removed the bandage and sprayed the spray on his scraped arm. After a while, he felt itchy on his arm, and the red scars quickly scabbed over and then returned to smooth skin, without any sign of scars at all. Lin Yu was stunned by what he saw. It's worthy of being a system tool, it's awesome. Lin Yu put the spray into the system space and prepared to throw away the bandage. On the one hand, the injury healed, on the other hand. Lin Yu is now in college and is a person after all. How can he be wrapped in bandages and look like he has a broken bone? Then, Lin Yu reacted and continued to wrap the bandage around his arm. The wound healed so quickly. If Shue saw it tomorrow, wouldn't he that make me stupid? Who can recover so quickly? Lin Yu wrapped the bandage and thought of the black car tonight. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. It was time to settle the accounts. Lin Yu sat in front of the computer and found the surveillance footage of the target location at that time. Based on the surveillance footage and the license plate of the car at the time, we tracked and analyzed the entire process. After watching more than a dozen video clips and some effort, he finally found where the black car was parked. Lin Yu opened WeChat and found his mother-in-law's WeChat. This was the first time he sent a WeChat message to his mother-in-law. Aunt Fong, I found the location of the black car. License plate number XXXXXX. Location, no XXXX road. Send someone to check it out first, and then notify the police. Zhou Fong was sitting on the sofa watching TV when she saw a message from Xiaoyu on her phone. She looked at it quickly, and the expression on her face suddenly became shocked and excited. Chapter 56 Motherling, my son-in-law is actually a computer expert. Zhou Fong's WeChat interface was clearly displaying the message Lin Yu sent her. When she saw the news, her expression first became shocked, then gradually excited, and her eyes became serious. She couldn't figure out how Xiaoyu found the location of this group of people. And in such a short time. It was only an hour since she drove back home. Xiaoyu was able to find out the location of that group of people. Moreover, after Zhou Fong came back, she immediately called her secretary to track down that group of people. Before her secretary could send any news, Lin Yu had already sent a message. How can this not be shocking? What's more, Xiaoyu is just a college student. How could he have the means and connections to investigate this matter? Although Zhou Fong was a little confused about how Xiaoyu found the target location, she trusted the information given by her son-in-law. First of all, she knew that Lin Yu was a relatively mature and stable child and would not do anything without confidence. Just like that day when someone was hit by a scam and Lin Yu stepped in to help. Secondly, she trusted her son-in-law from the bottom of her heart. She didn't know why, but she just trusted him. Maybe this is why the mother-in-law trusts her son-in-law. She picked up her phone and typed a reply. Xiaoyu, Auntie has seen all of this. I'll send someone to check out that place right away. If that group was really there, they could have notified the police. We must catch those guys. After she finished typing, she pulled up the phone book and dialed her secretary. After 2 rings, the other party answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Zhou, what's going on? Hey, Xiaoyan, I've got the exact location of that group of people. The specific location is No XX Road. Take someone to check it out, and contact the police directly after confirming it. When Ding Yin heard this, she was slightly stunned. Huh? So fast? She had just contacted the police about what Mr. Zhou had told her. It's quite late today, so if we want to track down that group of people, we have to wait until at least tomorrow. Less than an hour later, Mr. Zhou called her to tell her that the location had been found and asked her to bring someone to check it out. Isn't this speed too outrageous? Who found the location? However, no matter how confused Ding Yan was, she just had to do what her boss told her to do. It's impossible to ask. Only by talking less and doing more can you get promoted step by step. She nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Zhou. I'll take someone to check it out right away." "Okay, Xiaoyan, I'll leave it to you." Zhou Feng hung up the phone. When Lin Yu saw the message from his mother-in-law, he nodded slightly. He found the target location, and it was 1000% correct. But when talking to others, of course you can't be so sure and leave room for maneuver in your words. It's impossible to say for sure that the person is there and then contact the police directly, right? What if there is an accident? That's not a rollover? Barbecue. He doesn't like the feeling of being slapped in the face. Moreover, he is a time traveler. If a time traveler is slapped in the face, it is really embarrassing for the time travel army. He checked the time and typed on his phone. "Okay, Aunt Fong, the problem is solved. You should go to bed early. I'll get off first." Lin Yu was ready to leave, as chatting with his mother-in-law was still a bit stressful. "However, my mother-in-law is very gentle to him sigma. Zhou Feng was wondering how Xiao Yu found the location of that group of people. Then I saw the news that Lin Yu had resigned. She raised her eyebrows. "Kid, why is he running so fast? I haven't figured out how you found the location yet." She replied quickly. "Wait. Xiao Yu. Auntie still has questions. How did you find the location of that group of people? Tell Auntie quickly." Just as Lin Yu was about to exit WeChat, he saw a series of sentences from his mother-in-law. He is a little funny. As expected, she is Xue's mother. Their personalities are similar. As for how to track down the location of that group of people, Lin Yu thought he could tell his mother-in-law. Hacking technology is not a big secret, Xue also knows it. Besides, his mother-in-law is so good to him, so there is no need to hide anything. "Aunt Fong, I used a computer to access the surveillance area and found the black car. Then, based on his route, after reviewing the 11 videos, we found the location of that group." Lin Yu replied calmly. Zhou Feng was shocked when she saw Lin Yu's reply. Sigma. It turns out Xiao Yu also knows hacking skills. And the skills are so proficient. No wonder we found a spot so quickly. Zhou Feng admires this kind of computer technology very much. Because she can't. Like most people, she only uses the computer on a daily basis to watch TV shows and play games. He has no idea about the mysterious hacking techniques. Thinking of this, Zhou Feng was suddenly even more surprised. Her son-in-law is so awesome. He is proficient in fighting skills, internet technology, and is polite and handsome. It's like Xue has found a treasure. Xiao Yu, you're amazing. You even know this kind of difficult internet technology. That's amazing. Zhou Feng praised Lin Yu generously. Lin Yu said calmly. Aunt Feng, stop praising me. My level is just average. There are still many things I don't know. Zhou Feng saw Lin Yu's modesty. Okay, go and have some rest, Xiao Yu. Auntie won't bother you anymore. Okay, Aunt Feng, you should go to bed early too. After Lin Yu sent this message, he logged out of WeChat. It's getting late, time to go to bed. Lin Yu lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next day. Early in the morning, Lin Yu opened his sleepy eyes. Well, today is another day when I was woken up by handsomeness. I looked around and saw that the 3 LSPS were still sleeping soundly. He got up, washed up, and went downstairs to have breakfast. Downstairs in the boys' dormitory, Leng Qingxue was waiting for Lin Yu as usual. She was wearing light blue denim shorts today, and her slender, straight legs looked even whiter in the sun. When Leng Qingxue saw Lin Yu coming down the stairs, she rushed over and took his arm. Xiao Wei. Morning. Lin Yu stretched out his big hand and touched Ling Qingshue's head. Well, pat the puppy's head. Good morning, Shue. What are you so happy about? Lin Yu asked, looking at the smile on Ling Qingshue's face. Xiao Yuer, the sisters in the dormitory all praised the ice cream you made me last night for being delicious. Ling Qingxue said this with pride. The sisters praising Lin Yu was equivalent to praising her, so of course she was happy. Hearing this, Lin Yu took out a box of ice cream from his pocket like a magic trick and put it in front of Ling Qingxue. Shue, is this what you are talking about? When Ling Qingxue saw this, her eyes suddenly lit up. Ouch! Xiao Yuer. I want to eat. Chapter 57. This ant is not that ant, the computer is damaged. Lin Yu found Ling Qingshue's eyes shining and found it a little funny. This little snow. I can't walk anymore when I see ice cream. And this scene seems familiar, as if Shue also wanted to eat ice cream on an empty stomach last time. He rejected it. Come again this time. This girl really has no memory. Generally speaking, those who eat ice cream early in the morning are really brave. And eating ice cream on an empty stomach is even more heavyweight. Forget about men, especially little girls. My aunt was ecstatic when she saw it. Auntie likes little girls to eat ice and be on an empty stomach. This way it will be more intense. Lin Yu put the ice cream in his hand back into his pocket. Then he pinched Ling Qingshue's fair and tender little face with his big hand. No, Shue. If you want ice cream, you have to wait until you have a full meal. When Ling Qingsue heard this, her face puffed up. But there was no way to say anything. Because Xiao Yu is doing this for her own good. It's a deal, Xiao Yer. Give it to me after breakfast. Of course, I'm all yours now. Are you afraid that I'll default on my debt? Lin Yu continued to touch the puppy's head and said. Hey, I love hearing that. Sigma. Elbow, Xiao Yer, let's go have breakfast. Ling Qingsue pulled Lin Yu towards the cafeteria. Half an hour later. After eating and drinking, the two of them walked towards the classroom. To be precise, Lin Yu was full. Because as usual, Ling Qingsue stuffed him with her leftover dumplings. Shue, you didn't eat much. Are you saving room for ice cream? Lin Yu and Ling Qingsue walked side by side, and he stretched out his big hand and pinched her belly. Nonsense. Xiao Yuer. Be careful or I'll sue you for defamation. When Ling Qingsue heard this, she was shocked and pretended to be very angry. He vehemently denied Lin Yu's words. But actually I was a little nervous. She really was saving space for ice cream. I didn't expect Xiao Yu to see through it. This boy is so terrifying. He must be silenced. Superscript 33. Lin Yu could see Ling Qingshue's little thoughts. He didn't ask any further questions. Give Shue some face, otherwise if he makes her angry, it will be his kidney that will suffer. Lin Yu turned and asked another question. He quietly leaned close to Ling Qingshue's little ear. Shue, when will your aunt come? The hot air from Lin Yu's mouth made Ling Qingshue's little ears itchy. She tilted her little head. Xiao Yuer? You want to see my aunt? She's playing abroad. Ling Qingsue actually has an aunt, who is my mother's sister, and she is currently on vacation abroad. Lin Yu. Blanche. He was talking about that aunt, not this aunt. Is there something wrong? He organized his words. Shue, the aunt we are talking about may not be the same thing. Ling Qingsue was puzzled. Aren't they the same kind of things? She reacted instantly, her face flushing slightly. Xiao Yer. You don't explain clearly. You embarrassed me. Delta. Ling Qingsue raised her little fist and punched Lin Yu. Lin Yu felt the soft little fist. What's so embarrassing about this? No one else heard it. After Ling Qingsue hammered Lin Yu, he looked at him carefully. Xiao Yuer, why are you asking this? Lin Yu's mouth twitched. As a boyfriend, it was very strange for him to ask this, right? When my period comes, I just say drink more hot water. Isn't it beautiful? The reason he asked this was because he was wary of Ling Qingshue's love for ice cream. While her aunt was coming, Lin Yu decided to deduct Ling Qingshue's ice cream. Give it to her after she leaves. He scratched Ling Qingshue's little nose. You're just a little foodie, you love ice cream. The clever Leng Xingxue instantly understood what Lin Yu meant. Her face flushed slightly as she looked around, making sure the people walking in the distance couldn't hear her. Then he leaned close to Lin Yu's ear and whispered, "Xiao Yuer, remember this. Come on the 8th of every month." Lin Yu nodded. "Yeah, I remember it." He kept this in mind. Well, starting from the 8th, Xue's ice cream supply will be deducted. If Leng Xingxue knew that Lin Yu was going to take away her ice cream, she would probably faint from crying on the spot. I shouldn't have said that. The two walked into the lecture hall. The classroom was noisy and students were talking to each other. When they saw the school beauty and the school hunk come in, they paused for a moment and the whole classroom fell silent. After a few seconds, it became noisy again. Leng Xingxue and Lin Yu took their seats. The old mathematics professor walked into the classroom with a lesson plan in his hand. The noisy classroom suddenly became quiet again. The professor glanced at everyone and then looked in Lin Yu's direction. Then turn on the computer on the podium and prepare to use the projector. As a result, he fiddled with it for a long time, but the computer didn't respond, as if it was broken. 5 minutes later, everyone in the classroom realized something was wrong and looked eagerly towards the podium. There was an unexpected ecstasy in their hearts. Including Lin Yu, he also wanted his computer to break down so he could slack off. The old professor gave up tinkering with the computer. He teaches mathematics, how can he fix a broken computer? He looked at everyone in the classroom. Classmates, the computer seems to be broken? Who among you can fix it? If we call a professional technician to repair it, it will probably take a whole class period. He placed his hopes on this group of students. After all, they are all college students, there must be some who know how to do it, right? However, the two departments I teach are one in mathematics and one in economics. Not the computer department. Everyone in the classroom looked at each other, seeming to want to say something but stopping themselves. There are actually a few people among them who can repair computers, but they are reluctant to use them. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if it can't be repaired? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Professor! Lin Yue! The old professor and the others all looked at Lin Yu, and Leng Xingxue also looked at him with wide eyes. Lin Yu was suddenly shocked. Holy shit! Which little jerk framed me? How can he repair a computer? He's more like playing with it. Student Lin Yu, why don't you come up and try? The old professor called out to Lin Yu with a smile. He still likes this student very much. He has the same handsome face as when he was young, and a better mathematical talent than him. Who wouldn't like him? Seeing this, Lin Yu did not refuse. Oh my god! You little jerk are trying to get me into trouble. In that case, thank you for giving me the opportunity to show off. Lin Yu walked up to the podium. Recite silently in your heart. System, by full computer repair skills. Chapter 58. Lin Yu really can't repair computers. Lin Yu walked up to the podium with a proud and confident look, as if he was very good at repairing computers. But in fact, he doesn't know how to fix this thing at all. First of all, he is just an ordinary handsome guy from the economics department. How could he repair computers? Secondly, he is not a student of computer science. Taking a step back, even if he is a student of computer science, does he know how to repair computers? Where does this prejudice come from? Who says that computer science students must learn this? In his previous life, Lin Yu saw a joke. A computer science student visited his relatives during the spring festival. His relatives asked him what his major was, and he answered computer science. Then, a group of relatives exclaimed, "Then you must be very good at repairing computers, right? Your cousin's computer is having some problems. Can you come and help fix it?" The man was speechless. Fortunately, although Lin Yu doesn't know how to repair computers now, he will learn it soon. Because he has a system, learning computer repair at the speed of light is no longer a dream. Can you even learn to repair a washing machine at the speed of light? Think about it carefully. Can system issues be called cheating? Obviously not. A transparent computer repair skill book appeared in Lin Yu's mind. There is already an option to buy or not. 500 points, do you want to buy? Yes. A computer repair skill book appeared in Lin Yu's system space. He used it immediately, and in an instant all the knowledge about computer maintenance and hardware processing flooded into Lin Yu's mind. In the auditorium, everyone present looked at Lin Yu standing on the stage. The girls all looked at Lin Yu with crazy looks on their faces. A girl said excitedly, "Lin Yu is so handsome. Even if he didn't fix the computer, his courage to try is admirable." Yeah, yeah. When some boys heard this, their mouths twitched. If a man were to do this, you would probably be shocked. Some of the boys looked at Lin Yu, hoping that he would make a fool of himself. Forced pretense. The most deadly. It would be best if the computer could not be repaired, and then Lin Yu insisted on repairing it, taking up an entire class period. This made Lin Yu look bad, and they had an extra class period to slack off. It's so beautiful. They thought Lin Yu was destined to make a fool of himself. Because a person is good at math, can play basketball, and now is proficient in computers. Then how can we survive? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the west corner of the lecture hall, a man was sitting with a smile on his face. It was he who spoke just now and shouted that Lin Yu could repair the computer. The professor took this opportunity to call Lin Yu up. He felt that there was a 99.99% chance that Lin Yu would not be able to repair the computer and would make a fool of himself. The plan was successful. It feels good to make such a great person look bad. The old professor looked at Lin Yu expectantly. After all, this was the student she favored. Lang Qingxue looked in Lin Yu's direction with stars in her eyes. She found a treasure. Xiao Yuer is really a big treasure. I originally thought he was just an ordinary handsome boy, and I pulled him over to deal with my mother. It turned out that he was good at everything, including mathematics, basketball, and computers. It brings her different surprises time and time again. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Yu stood on the podium, seemingly in a daze. Everyone was shocked. Holy shit! This person is still in a daze on the podium at this moment. This is outrageous. Some people who wanted Lin Yu to make a fool of himself almost laughed out loud. They immediately started whispering to each other. Ha 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 ha. I knew this guy couldn't fix a computer at all. If you don't know how to repair it, just say it and it will be fine. Why do you insist on going up there? If you force yourself to act like this, there will be problems. Lang Qingxue looked at Lin Yu with trust. She knew Xiao Yu would not do anything without confidence. Since you dare to come on stage, it means you really know how to repair it. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly moved. His eyes sharpened and he looked at the computer on the podium. The reason why he was in a daze just now was because a huge amount of computer hardware knowledge flooded into his mind. It takes a while to receive. There is so much knowledge to digest. But Lin Yu has now digested it all, and he feels like an old master who has been repairing computers for decades. We can repair any kind of weird damage problem. Lin Yu directly turned on the computer host on the podium and put his hands in his pockets. Swoosh! He pulled out a small screwdriver. Fuck! Everyone in the lecture hall watched Lin Yu take out a screwdriver. I was suddenly shocked. Sure. This guy. He has the skills. He actually carries a screwdriver with him. Some boys who wanted Lin Yu to embarrass himself began to become suspicious. Zhao. This guy can't really repair computers. Most people don't carry a screwdriver with them. Only professional technicians can do that. Lang Qingxue was also stunned, her little head was confused. Sigma. Xiao Yuer's pocket is so magical, it can hold anything. The ice cream comes in a large box, which can also hold a screwdriver. In fact, Lin Yu didn't have a screwdriver in his pocket at all. Why is he installing a screwdriver for no reason? This screwdriver was naturally taken out by Lin Yu from the system space. It's just telekinesis, child's play. Back off. Everyone, back off. I'm about to start showing off. Lin Yu took the screwdriver and quickly removed the main casing. Take out the parts inside and check them one by one. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Some people saw this and felt that Lin Yu really knew how to repair computers. I'm so angry. I got him again. Others laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu is so brave. He really dares to tear it down. If you tear it down, it's vandalism and you have to pay for it. The old professor was also stunned. Lin Yu seemed very professional. Lang Qingxue heard these people whispering. Her little face puffed up. Humph. Xiao Yuer can tear it apart at will. If you break one, I'll pay for it. If you break 100, I'll pay for 100. She still has this little money. Lin Yu didn't care about their gazes and continued to check. There is no problem with the CPU. Graphics card is okay. The memory stick is fine. After checking for a long time, he found that there seemed to be nothing wrong with these parts on the surface. He turned on the computer monitor, but the screen was still dark. Possibilities flashed through Lin Yu's mind. He picked up the memory stick and saw that the connector was already gray. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. This memory stick. It probably took a long time, right? Lin Yu took out the memory stick, took out the eraser and slowly wiped the gray on the interface. Just wipe this layer well and you'll be fine. Chapter 59 shocked the whole audience and made him pretend again. The classroom was completely silent at this moment. Everyone was watching Lin Yu erase the memory stick with an eraser. They looked at Lin Yu's operation in shock. Holy crap! Such an awesome guy. It's a bit professional. At this time, no one dared to make a sound, and just watched Lin Yu wipe the memory stick. After a while, Lin Yu wiped the memory stick, and the interface of the memory stick revealed a golden luster. It's no longer the gray color it was when it was first taken out. He blew away the remaining ash. Then install the memory stick. Press the host button again. Buzz. The computer screen went black for a few seconds, then suddenly brightened and started loading. A picture appears on the projector. Lin Yu's expression was calm. Knock off. Everyone in the classroom gasped. Holy crap! It's fixed. Oh shit. No. He's got it again. The man sitting in the west corner of the classroom also pounded the table when he saw this. So angry. Not only did Lin Yu not make a fool of himself, he also succeeded in showing off. It can be said that he sent him up there with his own hands. Lang Qingxue stared at Lin Yu with her beautiful eyes, her eyes gentle. A. Wang Jun just screamed like a pig. Hako Nobi. Lin Yu looked at Wang Jun who was squealing like a pig, and his eyebrows twitched. Young people really are. Can you be more steady like him? This is just the beginning. This kind of minor problem can be solved by anyone who knows how to install a computer. Unless the CPU or graphics card is burned. This can be fixed, but it's not necessary. And it's time-consuming. Just replace it with a new one. Lin Yu reinstalled the main casing and looked at the old professor, who was about to return to his seat. The old professor walked up to the podium and came to Lin Yu. Patted him on the shoulder. Student Lin Yu did a great job. It buys us an extra class period. From the time Lin Yu walked to the podium and then repaired the computer, he only spoke for 10 minutes. If it weren't for him, the entire class would have been wasted if professionals were called in to repair it. Lin Yu. In fact, he didn't really want to take another class. Everyone applauded. Then, everyone in the classroom began to applaud one after another. Some of them applauded reluctantly, but they still had to applaud. Lang Qingxue clapped her little hands quickly, papa sounding continuously. It feels like there will be after images. A happy smile appeared on her face. Xiao Yuer is so amazing, she is worthy of being her person. After the applause, the old professor patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. Go back, Lin Yu. Thank you for today. Lin Yu nodded, then walked back to Lang Qingxue slowly and sat down. Everyone was shocked again when they saw the old professor thanking Lin Yu. Fuck. The old professor thanks him. A professor thanks his students. Damn it. He's got it done again. Those who wanted to see Lin Yu make a fool of himself suddenly became hysterical. Zhao. Who is it? Who said Lin Yu can repair computers? I'm going to catch him. He was the one who gave Lin Yu the opportunity to show off. The man in the west corner trembled when he heard this. Logically speaking, they should be in the same group. The old professor knocked on the blackboard with a serious expression. Attend class. Suddenly, the classroom became quiet. Those who were whispering to each other also stopped. The old professor's majesty is still terrifying. As soon as Lin Yu sat back in his chair, Lang Qingxue leaned towards him, then her white and tender little hand quietly went around and pinched Lin Yu's waist. Xiao Yuer. You're amazing. I can repair computers. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. What is this operation? Since he is so powerful, why pinch his waist? Shouldn't he be rewarded? He reached out his big hands and hugged Ling Qingshua's slender waist in his arms. Then he pinched her slender waist. Shua, I'm so strong, but you still pinch me. You're quite courageous. Ling Qingxue was not afraid at all. Xiao Yuer, you didn't tell me that you can repair computers, right? Lin Yu was stunned. Well, indeed. He had no chance to tell her. Before this, there was no computer for him to repair. He couldn't just yell, I can fix computers. I can fix computers. Isn't that a serious illness? This is not in line with Lin Yu's humble character. What's more, Lin Yu didn't know how to repair computers in the first place, and he only learned the skill of repairing computers today. Learning and applying at the same time belongs to this category. Shue, you didn't ask. If you ask, I'll definitely tell you. How can I ask if you don't tell me? You don't ask me what I say. Ling Qingxue looked at Lin Yu with a cunning smile. Xiao Yuer, I don't care. You didn't tell me anyway. You have to make it up to me. Lin Yu looked at Ling Qingxue, who was blinking her big eyes. I understood it instantly. My goodness, this little girl is waiting for him here. He touched Ling Qingshue's little head. So what does Shue want? When Ling Qingxue heard this, her eyes lit up. Xiao Yuer. I want to eat 2 boxes of ice cream today. Lin Yu found it funny when he heard this. This sister doesn't want anything, just 2 boxes of ice cream. What a little foodie. Lin Yu originally thought that no matter what Ling Qingxue asked for, he could probably use the system to satisfy her. That's the result? He scratched Ling Qingshue's little nose. Okay, I'll eat 2 boxes. I'll eat 2 boxes. But you have to eat them separately, 1 box in the morning and 1 box in the evening. Ling Qingxue nodded happily when she saw Lin Yu agree. Okay. Sigma. After 2 classes, the bell rang and the old professor did not keep the class after class as usual. The students dispersed. Lin Yu and Ling Qingxue also walked side by side to the cafeteria to have lunch. As he expected, Zhao Tian also went to have lunch with his girlfriend. Only 2 single guys, Wang Jun and Xian Fei, were left. Lin Yu and Ling Qingxue prepared the food and carried the plates to an empty table. Lin Yu just sat down. The phone in my pocket rang with a WeChat notification. He turned on his cell phone, and Ling Qingxue tilted her head to take a look. Aunt Feng, Xiaoyu, that group of people is really in the position you gave them. Now he's caught. Chapter 60. Ling Qingxue wants to beat up the scammer, and her fingers heal. Zhou Feng was sitting in the villa at this time, sending WeChat to Lin Yu. Inform Lin Yu that the group of people who committed fraud have been caught. Because Lin Yu gave the exact address. Ding Yan took people to investigate Lin Yu's target location that morning. The black car was indeed parked there, and Ding Yan carefully checked the license plate number. Then I was suddenly shocked. The person who tracked down these people is so amazing. It took less than an hour to find the group. But despite being shocked, it was still important to catch these people as soon as possible. Ding Yan left a few people here to watch, and then took others to contact the police. Afterwards, the police arrived quickly and arrested the gang. Ding Yan also called Zhou Feng to inform her. Zhou Feng was very happy when she heard the news and immediately sent a WeChat message to inform Lin Yu. Because it was Xiao Yu who found the trace of this group of people. In the cafeteria. Lin Yu saw the message sent by his mother-in-law and nodded. My mother-in-law was very efficient and caught those people early in the morning. The location he was tracking was correct, so there was basically no way he could escape. Ling Qingxue also saw the message sent by her mother. She looked at Lin Yu in confusion. Xiao Yuer, Mom said it was you who gave me the position. What's going on? Tell the truth. Ling Qingxue stared at Lin Yu with her beautiful big eyes, without blinking. Lin Yu told Ling Qingxue about how he tracked the group of people last night. Ling Qingxue showed admiration after hearing this. Xiao Yu. You're amazing. We tracked them down in less than an hour. Lin Yu said calmly, just average, 3rd in the world. Suddenly, Ling Qingxue stretched out her little hand and pinched his waist. You didn't even tell me such a big thing. Lin Yu. You didn't ask then. However, Ling Qingxue was not bothered by this issue. She stared at Lin Yu with shining eyes. Xiao Yuer. Quick. We've caught them. Go ask Mom where they are. Let's just go beat them up. She waved her little fist excitedly. He said he was going to beat someone up right away. He definitely needs a beating. Xiao Yuer still has a bandage on her hand. Lang Qingxue didn't know that Lin Yu's abrasion had healed last night. Seeing this, Lin Yu said nothing. If Xue wants to beat someone up, then she can beat him up, and he will do as she says. He typed immediately. Aunt Feng, where are those people? Xue said she wanted to beat them up. Zhou Feng was slightly stunned when she saw the news. This little girl Xue is really. I think the same thing as her. She also wanted to beat those guys up. Zhou Feng replied. Xiaoyu, is Xue next to you? Yes, we are having dinner together. Xiaoyu, that group of people has been taken away by the police. Tell Xue that we can't beat him. When Zhou Feng replied to this message, she also expressed regret. Because she also wanted to beat up that group of people. Not only was Xiaoyu injured in the car accident that night, but he also deliberately tried to scam her. It's so hateful. Superscript 33. Unfortunately, this group of people have been taken away by the police and cannot be beaten. It was impossible for Zhou Feng to bring Xue and Xiaoyu to beat someone up before the police arrived. Then they would probably be caught too. Lin Yu paused when he saw the news, then showed his phone to Lang Qingxue. Xue, that group of people has been taken away by the police. I can't beat him anymore. Lang Qingxue's face puffed up instantly. She is so angry. The person was caught, but there was no chance to beat him. But since that's the case, that's all we can do. It would be fine if the police took those people away. Lin Yu typed. Aunt Feng, Xue said she was angry. When Zhou Feng saw this, she immediately thought of Xue's puffed up face. Kind of funny. She's still angry, and I'm still angry. Xiaoyu, make Xue behave. Auntie won't bother you anymore. Auntie will leave first. Zhou Feng knew that Xiaoyu and Xue were together, so she didn't disturb them. Okay. Lin Yu also replied politely. He put away his phone and had lunch with Lang Qingxue. Lang Qingxue's mouth was puffed up because she was angry because she didn't hit anyone. Xiao Yuer, I'm so angry. Lin Yu looked at her with amusement. Then how can Xue not get angry? Lang Qingxue suddenly showed a cunning smile. Xiaoyu, I have to eat 3 boxes of ice cream a day to stop being angry. Lin Yu. Good man, I want to eat 3 boxes of ice cream in one day. It's okay if I eat 2 boxes, but if I eat 3 boxes, I really feel like I'm going to have a stomachache. He tapped Lang Qingxue's little head. No, 2 boxes at most. Okay, sigma. Half an hour later. After eating and drinking, the two walked back to the dormitory. Lin Yu returned to the dormitory and found that the 3 LSP had not returned yet. He took the bottle of Fat Otaku Happy Water on the table and took a big sip. Ah. Cool. Then lie on the bed and play games. Lang Qingxue also walked back to the dormitory. She went into the bathroom, turned on the tap and washed her hands. Washing hands after eating is also a good habit. Anyway, it's always right to wash your hands frequently. As a result, the water accidentally splashed onto her finger, which was wrapped in a band-aid. Wet the band-aid. Lang Qingxue saw that the band-aid was wet and a little loose. She carefully opened the band-aid, ready to take it off and put on a new one. As a result, she saw that the small red wound had disappeared, and there was no scar on her finger, which was as white as jade. Lang Qingxue was stunned. Chapter 61 Lang Qingxue, my mother cooks dishes that even dogs shake their heads. Lang Qingxue looked at the band-aid in her hand that had already been removed. She looked at her jade white fingers again, and the small pink scars on her fingers had disappeared. And there wasn't even a trace of scar left. The white jade fingers are delicate and flawless. Seeing this situation, Lang Qingxue was confused. Sigma. I knock. How did this injury heal? How come he got better so quickly? It's just a small wound. She was injured just last night, how come she is healed today? Although it was just a small wound like a knife scratch. But it can't get better so quickly. Normally, such a minor injury would take an average person 1 or 2 weeks to heal. Could it be that Lang Qingxue is not an ordinary person? This is obviously impossible. Apart from being prettier, having a better figure and being in better health, she is no different from ordinary people. Leng Qingxue looked at the band-aid she had just taken off her hand. Lost in thought. If there's nothing wrong with her, then there's something wrong with the band-aid. This band-aid was taken out by Xiaoyu. Can band-aids be so effective? It can't be something valuable. Leng Qingxue washed her hands and quickly walked back to the dormitory to wipe them clean. Then he took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Yu. Ask him what this band-aid is about. The other side. Inside a villa. Zhou Fang is happily cooking in the kitchen. While cooking, she hummed a song. She is very happy. Because the group of people who committed fraud were caught. And Xiaoyu deserves a lot of credit for this. What a good child. But he is already my son-in-law. Zhou Fang likes to cook when she is in a good mood. However, her cooking is terrible. When Leng Qingxue was at home, she saw the meal her mother cooked and shook her head. Mom, even the dogs shook their heads when they saw the food you cooked. Shue, what are you talking about? Zhou Fang stood behind Leng Qingxue with a smile and clenched her fists. Crack, crack, crack. Leng Qingxue was beaten into a pig in an instant. From then on, she never dared to say that her mother's cooking was bad. But even though she didn't say it, she still complained in her heart. And Dad Leng saw that Shue was about to be beaten into a pig. He immediately stood up and wanted to plead for Shue. As a daughter slave, he has nothing to fear. Because he is very confident about his family status. Wife, the food you cook really has a wild beauty. Shue is telling the truth. Zhou Fang immediately looked at Leng Jia. Oh? Husband, so you also think my cooking is unpalatable? Leng Jia's body stiffened. How should I put it? It seems, probably, should be, maybe, a little bit unpalatable. Leng Jia stretched out his hand and made a small gesture with his index finger and thumb, the universe between his fingers. He is going all out this time. For Shue, he even dared to go against his wife. Shue, look how good daddy is to you. Zhou Fang glared at Leng Jia. Hubby, I want to sleep with Shue tonight. You sleep on the sofa. Leng Jia was stunned. Fuck. No. Wife. How can a cold sofa be as comfortable as sleeping with your wife in your arms? He has tied himself up in a cocoon. But for Shue, it's all worth it. However, it was of no use. Leng Qingxue was beaten into a piglet again. Leng Jia also slept on the sofa because he lost the game. After this, Zhou Fang realized that her cooking was terrible. But she just loves to cook. Can't she be blamed for this? It's a bit outrageous, but Zhou Fang really likes cooking, but her cooking is just terrible. I can only say that it is talent. Some people may not be born suitable for cooking. Zhou Fang knew that her cooking was unpalatable, so she stopped torturing her husband and daughter. However, she still maintained the good habit of cooking once a week. She wants to ensure that her skills do not decline. Sometimes when she is happy, she cooks twice a week, and when she is happier, she cooks 3 times a week. For example, today, she was very happy because of Lin Yu. Cooking is fun. Zhou Fang was cutting the cucumber with a kitchen knife, click, click. She is very good at knife skills and the cucumber slices she cuts are as thin as cicada wings. Do you really think she's joking? She is serious about cooking, and over the years, her knife skills have become perfect. Even a professional chef would come over and say, "Great knife skills." But the food is still bad. Zhou Fang continued cutting vegetables and found that her fingers were a little wet. She looked and saw that the band-aid on her finger was soaked. It's broken. I was so happy I forgot I had a band-aid on my hand. Actually, it's not her fault. Zhou Fang didn't even feel any pain in her fingers. If a person gets cut, they will still feel a dull pain even if they put a band-aid on it. She hadn't felt any pain since last night. Zhou Fang took off the wet band-aid and prepared to replace it with a new one. The band-aid was peeled off, revealing flawless, white fingers without any scars. Zhou Fang stood there in a daze. Ha! The wound healed so quickly? That doesn't make sense. She frowned slightly, lost in thought. Zhou Fang wiped her hands, walked out of the kitchen, picked up the phone on the coffee table, and sent a WeChat message to Lin Yu. In the boys' dormitory, Lin Yu was playing games. Suddenly a WeChat message popped up on the phone. He opened it and took a look. Shue, Xiaoyu, I got the band-aid wet when I washed my hands today. After I took it off, I found that the wound was healed. Is it because of the band-aid you gave me? Seeing this, Lin Yu calmly typed a reply. Don't panic, Shue. Your injury healed so quickly, it's indeed because of this band-aid. This band-aid contains a highly effective healing agent. Considering your healthy constitution, it's normal for the wound to heal quickly. I asked someone to use their connections to buy it. A band-aid costs tens of thousands. When Lin Yu took out this powerful healing band-aid, he was already prepared to be discovered by Shue and his mother-in-law. He had already thought of the wording. Even if he was discovered, he had to take it out, even if it was just a minor injury. After all, the people who were injured were my wife and mother-in-law. Isn't it normal for a band-aid that costs tens of thousands of dollars to have this effect? Lang Qingxue suddenly became anxious. Xiao Yu. It's such a waste to spend tens of thousands of dollars on such a minor injury. Such a good thing should be kept. Xiao Yu, as long as your injury heals quickly, it's okay to spend a little more money. When Lang Qingxue heard Lin Yu's words, a warm feeling instantly flowed through her heart. She was very glad that she had caught Lin Yu and confessed her feelings to him that day. Another message popped up on Lin Yu's phone. Aunt Fong, Xiao Yu, the scratch on my finger is healed. Is it because of your band-aid? Lin Yu was slightly stunned. Mother-in-law and Shue discovered it at the same time? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Chapter 62, Cold Dad, What? My daughter was stolen. Lin Yu was also unambiguous when he saw this. I sent what I just said to Shue to my mother-in-law. Zhou Fong saw Lin Yu's words. Standing there in a daze. She still believes in the effectiveness of band-aids. After all, there are effective medicines. Xiao Yu is such a good kid. A band-aid worth tens of thousands of dollars was used right away just for the minor injuries of her and Shue. Without blinking an eye. How can there be such a good child? This son-in-law must be caught tightly. Zhou Fong learned from Shue that Xiao Yu's family should be quite well off. A few tens of thousands of dollars is no pressure. But they spent tens of thousands of dollars on band-aids because they only used them for such a minor injury. It still surprised her. Zhou Fong typed quickly. Xiao Yu, how much are the band-aids? Auntie is calling you now. Lin Yu was stunned. This band-aid is free. This is sent by the system. However, if this magical prop were put into reality, it would definitely be worth a lot of money. But how could he possibly accept money from his mother-in-law? Is he that kind of person? Obviously not. Lin Yu typed quickly. Aunt Fong, I'm really angry when you talk about money. As a result, the words were still typed in the chat box and had not been sent out. You will see a striking yellow box pop up. The other party transferred 200,000 yuan. Lin Yu was speechless. Oh shit. My mother-in-law is so arrogant. She just transferred 200,000 without saying anything. It's outrageous. Although 200,000 is nothing to Lin Yu, he is still quite impressed. Zhou Fong held the phone and nodded with satisfaction. Well, Xiao Yu said a band-aid costs tens of thousands of yuan, so it should be less than 100,000 yuan. She can solve these problems perfectly by simply transferring 200,000 yuan. As for the extra money, just give it directly to Xiao Yu. Lin Yu replied with a twitching eyebrow. Aunt Fong, it's too late to talk about money. Your and Shue's health is the most important thing. I won't take this money. Lin Yu had a faint expression and said, Humph, you can turn as you like. I just don't click to collect the payment. When Zhou Fong saw Lin Yu's words, she was stunned at first, then shook her head with amusement. What a good boy. She typed, Xiao Yu, how come you are so sensible? Shue is really lucky to have found you. When you come to my house later, I will cook for you myself. Lin Yu agreed immediately. Okay. I have to agree to what my mother-in-law says. However, when he saw Zhou Fong was going to cook herself, he felt a little strange. But I don't know what's weird. Never mind, it shouldn't be a problem. After chatting with his mother-in-law, Lin Yu exited WeChat and continued playing games. Turns out I lost this round. It was also reported. Blanche. In the afternoon, Lin Yu took an economics class in the classroom. Lang Qingxue was taking a mathematics course. Lin Yu looked at the knowledge on the blackboard with an expressionless face, and even felt a little sleepy. Because he knows it. Economic analysis skills are operating passively. Inside the villa, Zhou Feng sat on the sofa watching TV, and her mood became better. Xiaoyu is such a well-behaved and sensible child, while Xue is such a naughty little girl who only knows how to tease her. You don't know until you compare. You'll be shocked when you do. Suddenly, her cell phone on the coffee table rang with an incoming call. She opened her phone and saw that it was her husband. She pressed the answer button. Hello, husband. What's up? Hey, honey, how's things going at home lately? Leng Jia was in a conference room in an office building at this time. He is on a business trip now. Take advantage of the free time after the meeting to call home and ask about the situation. Especially in the case of Snow. Xue is his precious daughter. He did it for Xue that year and directly said that the food his wife cooked was bad. I was even kicked out and made to sleep on the sofa. But it doesn't matter, he proved himself. Even if it means sleeping on the sofa. Xue has been in college for 2 months. I don't know how she is doing. Fortunately, Xue's university is in Shanghai. Otherwise Ling Jia would be even more anxious. Zhou Feng smiled when she heard her husband's question. Everything is going well at home lately. I'm in a good mood. Hubby, I'll cook for you when you come back. Ling Jia suddenly turned pale and his body trembled. Oh shit. No. He answered righteously. Wife, how can I let you cook by yourself? Your hands are very precious. Let's go to a 5-star hotel and eat. I'll book a room. 5-star hotels are not that interesting. It's more meaningful for me to cook for myself. Zhou Feng continued speaking. In fact, she wanted to practice her cooking more so that when Xiaoyu came, her cooking skills would be perfect. Leng Jia was already sweating coldly. Holy shit. This woman is determined to cook. Are you stimulated? Honey, this isn't good, is it? Zhou Feng raised her brows instantly. What's not so good? It's settled. I'll cook for you myself when you come back. Zhou Feng directly vetoed Leng Jia. Leng Jia was stunned. It's over. Barbie is gone. He didn't have any good solution for this. So he continued to ask. Wife, where is Xue? How is Xue? How's her college life? Xue is doing well. She's so naughty, but she must have had a very comfortable college life. I went to see her at the university yesterday. Leng Jia felt relieved when he heard this. It seems that Xue is having a good time in college. He felt relieved. When Zhou Feng mentioned Leng Qingxue, she thought of Lin Yu. She continued with a smile on her face. Hubby, let me tell you something. Leng Jia was about to hang up when he heard that his wife had something to do. What's going on? Hubby, Xue has found a boyfriend. I've seen that kid before. He's very handsome, smart, brave, and sensible. The family is also well off. And he and Xue are from the same university. Leng Jia's mind went blank for a moment, and his phone fell to the ground with a click, cracking. He felt dizzy. Sigma. Zhou Feng just spoke such a long speech, but he only heard one sentence. That means Xue already has a boyfriend. Fuck. No. There seemed to be a BGM sounding invisibly. His precious daughter has a boyfriend. His precious baby Xue, whom he had raised for 20 years, was kidnapped. Which brat kidnapped his daughter? Xue is his little cotton padded jacket. Don't let him catch you. Superscript 33. He objected. He disagreed. He wanted to find fault with that kid. It's not that easy to marry Leng Jia's daughter. Zhou Feng saw that Leng Jia didn't respond for a long time and continued to ask. Husband? Did you hear that? Leng Jia quickly picked up the broken phone. I heard it, wife. I think this guy needs to be examined. Zhou Feng glared at her phone. Humph, how could she not know her husband? He's a daughter slave. I saw that my daughter has a boyfriend. He must be targeting Xiaoyu. Leng Jia, let me tell you, I like Xiaoyu very much, so don't think about picking on him. Leng Jia was shocked. Sigma. Fuck. Chapter 63 Cold Dad, Lin Yu is more handsome than me? Impossible. Lang Jia heard Zhou Fang's threatening tone. I was stunned in an instant. Oh shit. Sigma. My wife could actually guess that he was going to pick a fight with that guy. Not only did he guess it, but he also protected that kid so much. No. Lang Jia couldn't believe this fact. His own wife turned against him and refused to help him deal with the guy who stole his daughter. And protecting him. So, will love disappear? Sigma. No. He must make things difficult for this kid. If you want to marry his precious daughter, you have to get past Ling Jia first. As the company's veteran, Ling Jia has been working hard for many years and has gained a lot of experience. He was a little excited just now because he knew his daughter was stolen. After all, his little cotton-padded jacket was being worn by someone else. How could he not be excited? But he quickly calmed down and thought quickly in his mind. Well, first calm your wife down and promise her not to pick a fight with that guy. Then secretly make things difficult for him. Black hand. But make sure you do it without your wife finding out. Hey, husband, are you listening? Why are you so stunned? When Lang Jia heard Zhou Fang's voice, his expression instantly returned to calm. He held the phone and said with a smile. I'm listening, honey. What you said is true. I can't wait to welcome him. How could you find fault with my good son-in-law? Do I look like that kind of person? Zhou Fang glanced at her phone with disdain. Like. Doesn't she know what kind of person her husband is? He is a serious daughter slave. I have doted on Xue since she was a child. Even for Xue, he actually said her cooking was terrible. How courageous. She will remember this grudge. Lang Jia's mouth was stiff. Blanche. Is it that obvious? He is obviously a gentleman. Wife, don't worry, I won't pick on that guy. After all, he is my son-in-law. Zhou Fang said expressionlessly. Oh, really? Then why did you stay silent for so long when I just said that? Are you still thinking about not picking on Xiao Yu openly but secretly making things difficult for her? Lang Jia was suddenly shocked. Holy shit. His wife has completely figured out his thoughts. Smart women are so scary. However, although Lang Jia's thoughts were exposed by Zhou Fang, he remained calm. For Xue, and to make things difficult for that kid, he has unlimited potential. Ah, wife, you really know how to joke. I'm a gentleman, how could I do such a thing in secret? Besides, as an elder, how could I pick on a junior? Zhou Fang nodded lightly. Well, that's better. I'm telling you, I really like this child. If I find out, you've scared people away. Hee, the sofa is where you belong. Lang Jia quickly agreed. Okay, honey. He didn't want to sleep on the sofa. It was not as comfortable as sleeping with his wife in his arms. Lang Jia agreed verbally, but in his mind he had already started thinking about how to deal with that boy. As long as my wife doesn't find out, it's fine. The first step of the plan is to scout the enemy situation. Ahem. Wife, what's the name of that little son-in-law? Lang Jia cleared his throat and asked in a serious tone. That child's name is Lin Yu, and he's a very good child. Zhou Fang said with a smile on her face. Lang Jia. No matter how he looks, if his appearance is not up to standard, I won't agree. Our Xue is so beautiful, we can't let her suffer any injustice. Lang Jia decided to start with the boy's appearance. If the boy looked average, he would definitely not agree. Most people don't care too much about a man's appearance, but he does. Just finding fault. Zhou Fang raised her eyebrows when she heard this. Ha? Didn't I just say that? Xiao Yu is very handsome. Didn't you hear? Lang Jia's body stiffened. He didn't hear it. He really didn't hear it. In the previous conversation, he only heard that Xue found a boyfriend. All others are filtered. He said calmly, Wife, you said your son-in-law is handsome, how handsome is he? Are you as handsome as me? Lang Jia is still very confident about his appearance. He's not bragging, he was very handsome when he was young, and the number of people pursuing his sister was enough to form a reinforced company. His wife Zhou Fang is also a great beauty. Lang Jia feels that if he didn't have such a handsome appearance, he might not be able to pursue his wife. They are so good-looking, and their daughter Xue is even more beautiful. Zhou Fang rolled her eyes when she heard this. What are you thinking about, husband? Xiao Yu is much more handsome than you. Leng Jia, Sigma. Impossible. This is impossible. He is so handsome, how could there be a guy who is more handsome than him? At most, he's as handsome as him. He has been in business for decades, and the only person he admits is as handsome as he is that man. Zhou Feng felt that Leng Jia on the other end of the phone was stunned and found it funny. You are so old, but you still compete with Xiao Yu. It's okay to compete, but you can't win. Xiao Yu is indeed more handsome than you. Zhou Feng has a very high aesthetic taste. Her husband is quite handsome, but he is not as good as Xiao Yu. This is also the reason why she fell in love with Lin Yu at first sight. Such a handsome guy must be caught to be your son-in-law. Wife, I don't accept it. Leng Jia said angrily. If you don't agree, just wait for Xiao Yu to come home and take a look at him. You will definitely be convinced then. Zhou Feng replied confidently. Leng Jia was instantly numb when he heard his wife's firm tone. It seems that Lin Yu is really handsome. Although my wife's cooking is terrible, she always speaks seriously. It seems difficult to find fault with her appearance. If plan A fails, implement plan B. Wife, what is the family background of the son-in-law? It can't be too different from ours. In fact, he didn't care about the family background. This time he was mainly targeting that kid. Xiao Yu's family is pretty good. What are the specific circumstances? Leng Jia raised the corner of his mouth. This is not bad, there is a saying in it. What are the details? Zhou Feng was lost in her memories and transferred 200,000 yuan to Xiao Yu, but he refused to accept it. Band-aids worth tens of thousands of yuan were given directly to them. And he also started a company at home. Well, Xiao Yu's home is similar to ours, maybe even better. Leng Jia was stunned when he heard this. Are the conditions so good? How can you not find fault with this guy? Make yourself invulnerable. He's a little numb. Zhou Feng said lightly. Okay, husband, Xiao Yu is a great kid, you can't find any thorns in her. I still have to practice my cooking, bye. Leng Jiren was dumbfounded, his nitpicking was discovered. After a moment's pause, he took out his cell phone and called his secretary. Hey! Xiao Chen! Book me a flight back to the Magic City as soon as possible. Superscript 33. Chapter 64, Leng Dad flew back to catch Lin Yu overnight. In the conference room, Leng Jia was calling his secretary. Let him book a flight back to Shanghai as soon as possible. He had to go back to Shanghai immediately, otherwise his daughter would be kidnapped. Secretary Chen was sorting documents when he saw his cell phone ringing with an incoming call. When I opened it, it turned out to be Leng Dong. Hello, Mr. Leng. Hey! Xiao Chen. Book me a flight back to the Magic City as soon as possible. Hurry up! Hurry up! The sooner the better. Secretary Chen was stunned. Director Leng seemed very anxious. Director Leng, we haven't finished this meeting yet. Do you want to wait another day? No need. I've pretty much covered everything in the meeting. The rest is up to you and the other vice presidents. Xiao Chun, please book your flight as soon as possible. Leng Jia spoke quickly, seeming to be in a hurry. His daughter has been deceived and taken away by someone, how can he not be anxious? Not to mention the meeting is over, even if it's not over yet, he will fly back. Okay, I'll order it right away. Secretary Chen did not hesitate and directly booked the fastest flight to Shanghai. In fact, the city where they were on a business trip was relatively close to Magic, and could be reached in 4 hours by high-speed rail. No need to fly. It seems that Mr. Leng is still very anxious. Mr. Leng, the plane ticket has been booked. I sent it to your phone. Okay, good job, Xiao Chen. I'll leave this to you. I'm going back to the Magic City first. Leng Jia stood up and walked out of the meeting room. Mr. Leng, what's the urgent matter? Secretary Chen has a good relationship with Leng Jia, so he dared to ask this question. Leng Jia said angrily. What's the rush? My daughter was stolen by a kid. Secretary Chen. So Shua has a boyfriend, that's true. Leng Jia drove all the way to the airport. Lin Yu, you little bastard, I caught the others. Superscript 33. At this time, Leng Jia was on his way. In the classroom, the sleepy Lin Yu sneezed. Did someone miss me? Well, it must be Shue who misses me. After Lin Yu sneezed, he became a little more energetic. He watched the professor's lecture on the blackboard carefully. Then, fell asleep again. There's no way, he already knows all of these. How lonely it is to be invincible. 6 p.m. Ding ling. Ding ling. When the bell rang, the students dispersed. Lin Yu also walked out of the classroom. As soon as he walked out of the classroom, he saw Lang Qingxue, wearing a lavender dress, waiting for him quietly. Lang Qingxue saw Lin Yu coming out and immediately rushed up, holding his arm with her slender jade arm. Sigma Sigma. Xiao Yuer. The students around were no longer surprised by this scene. But they are still so sour that my teeth are about to fall out. All they see are lemons. Lin Yu touched Lang Qingxue's little head. What's wrong? Lang Qingxue narrowed her eyes. Nothing, I just want to call you Xiaoyer. Elbow, let's go have dinner. Lang Qingxue pulled Lin Yu towards the cafeteria. This was the peak time in the cafeteria. There were huge crowds of people and loud drums and gongs. There are crowds of people walking on the street. But Lin was not worried about this at all. He held Lang Qingxue tightly in his arms. Lang Qingxue also likes Lin Yu's protection. Although it's okay not to protect her, she can break someone's arm with just a backhand. At night, Lang Qingxue and Lin Yu finished their dinner and returned to their dormitories. Magic City Airport. Lang Jie got off the plane. Magic City? I'm back. Shue. I'm back. Lin Yu. Your father-in-law is here to arrest you. He walked out of the airport and went straight to the parking lot where the company's cars were parked. He immediately drove home to see his wife first. Lang Jie drove to his family's villa. Inside the villa's kitchen, Zhou Fong was cooking and humming a song. Happy, she cooks for Xiaoyu herself when she comes home. A black car drove into the villa's garage. Lang Jie walked down from it. He rushed directly into the villa. Wife. I'm back. Zhou Fong was stunned in the kitchen. Huh? Why did I hear my husband's voice? Isn't he on a business trip? She shook her head, perhaps hallucinating. The next second, Lang Jie broke through the door and rushed into the living room. Wife. I'm back. Where are you, wife? Zhou Fong. This husband seems to have a serious illness and can't be with him anymore. She walked out of the kitchen and into the living room. Here I am. Why did you come back so suddenly? Aren't you on a business trip? Lang Jie saw Zhou Fong coming out. Wife, don't I miss you? Can't wait to come back and see you. Zhou Fong looked up at him. Really? Why am I so unconvinced? This husband probably came back in a hurry because Shue had a boyfriend. Okay, wife, actually I came back to see Shue and my son-in-law. Lang Jie scratched his head. Zhou Fong continued to stare at him with disbelief. Husband, are you sure you came back to see your son-in-law? I'm afraid he is here to pick a fight with Xiaoyu. Lang Jie spoke righteously and patted his chest. Of course. With such a good son-in-law, I, as his father-in-law, must come and see him. Seeing this, Zhou Fong rolled her eyes at him. Okay, I believe you. Then she smiled a devilish smile. Hubby, you have something more important to do than this. What's up? Lang Jie looked at his wife in confusion. Zhou Fong turned and walked towards the kitchen, bringing out a few dishes. There are fish-flavored shredded pork, kung pao chicken, and sweet and sour spare ribs, which are simply not as delicious as they seem. Of course, eat the food I cook. Hubby, I made this especially for you. However, Zhou Fong had no idea that Lang Jie would suddenly come back. Lang Jie saw the dishes on the table, red, yellow, black, everything available. Sigma. Suddenly his body stiffened, his face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out. Holy shit! If I had known he would come back so early. So scary. Zhou Fong saw Lang Jie standing there in a daze, motionless. She said with a smile. Hubby, all the dishes are here, why aren't you eating yet? Hearing this, Lang Jie really wanted to say something. Some people say that you poison this dish. But he didn't dare to say it out loud. If he did, he would probably have to sleep on the sofa again. He had no choice but to pick up the chopsticks tremblingly, pick up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. Zhou Feng was immediately very happy when she saw Lang Jia eating the food she cooked. How is it, husband? Is it delicious? The moment the food entered his mouth, Lang Jia's face turned blue, his eyes turned white, and all kinds of tastes, sweet, sour, bitter, spicy and salty, danced in his mouth. Tasty. Why does it feel like there are so many little stars flying? XOX. Chapter 65 Lang Jia's fantasy, rushing to the university to catch Lin Yu. After Lang Jia ate a piece of meat, his face suddenly turned pale and he looked like he was about to die. He slumped in the chair, his eyes dull and his face pale. It's so poisonous. Even poison is not as poisonous as this. Fortunately, he held back and said it was delicious. Otherwise I might have to sleep on the sofa again tonight. Zhou Feng found Lang Jia funny. She continued. Hubby, if it's delicious, why don't you eat more? Come on, keep eating. Lang Jia was shocked. Holy shit. More like this. No, honey. Just one bite is enough. It's harmful to your health. Well, it really hurts your body, literally hurts your body. If a cow eats this amount, it will fall to the ground. Snort. When Zhou Feng heard this, she snorted lightly. Then he took the dishes off the table. She was not going to torture her husband anymore, once was enough. Of course, it would be great if he was willing to eat one more bite. Zhou Feng had long seen that Lang Jia wanted to make things difficult for Xiaoyu, so she gave him a little punishment. Lang Jia saw his wife taking the dishes away. He exclaimed that he had escaped a disaster. If you eat anyone else, you'll be gone. He hadn't even found fault with that kid yet, how could he just disappear like that? At night, the two sat on the sofa watching TV. Lang Jia looked at Zhou Feng beside him. Wife. Didn't you say that your son-in-law and Xue went to the same university? Yeah. What's wrong? Zhou Feng glanced at her husband indifferently. Ahaha, nothing. It seems my son-in-law's grades are pretty good too. Lang Jia had a harmless smile on his face. Brat. You're actually in the same university as Xue. No wonder it healed so quickly. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. This guy is quite knowledgeable. Lang Jia and Zhou Feng were from the same university and they were together since college. Zhou Feng nodded. That's right, Xiaoyu is a very smart kid. And he's quite capable. He has both fighting skills and is proficient in internet technology. How amazing. Lang Jia nodded in agreement. Yeah, yes. You still have some skills, you little brat? I want to see what you have. Even my wife speaks up for you. Superscript 33. Humph, wait for me to go straight to your university and catch you. The reason why he asked Zhou Feng whether he was in the same university as Xue was so that he could go to his university. Catch Lin Yu. Lang Jia had already thought of the scene when he saw Lin Yu. Lang Jia drove to the university gate and asked someone to call Lin Yu. Lin Yu ran up to him and Lang Jia looked him up and down. Then he took out a gold card from his pocket. 50 million. Leave my daughter alone. Lin Yu was stunned when he got the card. Uncle, I'm leaving now. Woo woo woo. Lang Jia laughed triumphantly. Ha 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 ha. He he he. He 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 he. Lang Jia was lost in his own fantasy, letting out a chuckle. Zhou Feng saw Lang Jia laughing and leaned out. This husband might really have a serious illness. Suddenly, someone started laughing. She patted Lang Jia's head. What are you doing? Laughing so strangely late at night. Lang Jia instantly came back to his senses from his imagination. He wiped his saliva. Nothing, honey. I just think of happy things. Zhou Feng rolled her eyes at him. Husband, you're not planning on making things difficult for Xiaoyu, are you? How could that be? I was just thinking about how to welcome our son-in-law. Well, that's great. At this time, Lin Yu was doing math problems in the dormitory. He didn't know yet that his father-in-law had bribed him with 50 million. The old professor assigned a very difficult math homework. Chen Fei can't do it, and Wang Jun and Zhou Tian can't do it either. They could only stare at Lin Yu. Lin Yu didn't even know there was such a thing as math homework at first. He almost fell asleep on Xue's shoulder during class. Xue's shoulders are so fragrant and soft. I want to sleep as soon as I get close to them. So, I went to sleep. At first, Lin Yu refused, don't look at me, do your own homework. But Leng Xingshui also sent a WeChat message saying that she had no ideas. Lin Yu immediately got up and called Shui on WeChat to explain his ideas. Brothers, where are the questions? Show me and I'll do them. Wang Jun, Zhao Tian, Xian Fei. Didn't you just say you should do your own homework? They were very angry, but there was nothing they could do. They had to point at Lin Yu to solve the problem. So, I had to send the question to Lin Yu. Lin Yu gave Leng Xingshui a brief explanation and then received a flying kiss from her. Muah! Xiao Yu, you're awesome. This made Wang Jun and the others eat a ton of dog food. Cold dog food is randomly slapped on the face. Wang Jun and Xian Fei glared at Lin Yu, they also wanted a sweet kiss from the girl. As for Zhao Tian, he didn't care much about it because he had a partner. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu looked at the two people staring at him and shook the math homework he had just finished in his hand. Your life is in my hands, are you sure you want to stare at me like that? Suddenly, the two men's arrogance subsided. Wang Jun smiled obscenely. Brother you are truly a genius. Such a difficult question, just do it right away. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction, then handed the math homework to Wang Jun. Wang Jun and the other two felt as if they had found a treasure. The next afternoon, Leng Jia dressed neatly, put on a mask and sunglasses, and walked out of the villa gate. He is going to the university to catch Lin Yu. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu, I want to see what you look like. Is he really as handsome as my wife says? He walked towards the garage and drove towards Magic University. After Leng Jia drove away, Zhou Fang poked her head out of the villa gate and looked around. After confirming that Leng Jia had already driven off, she ran into the garage, drove out her white Porsche, and followed him. Zhou Fang had already guessed that her husband was not such a quiet person, and he must have come back to find trouble with Xiao Yu this time. So she kept an eye on Leng Jia. So in the afternoon, I saw him wearing sunglasses and a mask, driving out of the house stealthily. Zhou Fang drove the car behind Leng Jia and found that the direction of the car was heading towards the Magic Jiaotong University. Zhou Fang immediately patted the steering wheel. Okay. You're definitely going to pick a fight with Xiao Yu. You're done. Leng Jia didn't know that he was being followed by his wife, and he was in a good mood. Because he will be able to catch Lin Yu at the university soon. Leng Jia drove the car to the parking lot and walked to the university gate. Then I was stunned. How can we find Lin Yu? At this time, Wang Jun and Zhao Tian came back from their big meal and passed by Leng Jia. Leng Jia saw two students passing by, and he hurried over to ask Wang Jun. Classmate, do you know Lin Yu? Chapter 66 Leng Jia, who is Lin Yu? Zhao Tian, it is me. Wang Jun was chatting and laughing with Zhao Tian about which girl was pretty. As a result, I was questioned by a strange uncle wearing a mask and sunglasses. And he was asking about Lin Yu. Wang Jun and Zhao Tian looked carefully at the uncle in front of them who was wearing a mask and sunglasses. I can't tell what he looks like, and I can't tell if he's a good or bad guy. But they had some suspicion that this person might be planning to do something bad. Otherwise, who would wear a mask and sunglasses in broad daylight? It would look a bit sneaky. Wang Jun and Zhao Tian looked at each other, guessed each other's thoughts, and nodded. Uncle, what do you want to talk to Lin Yu about? I know Lin Yu. I'm his classmate. If you have anything to say, you can talk to me first. Wang Jun smiled and said, keeping his expression. Ask him what he wants to see Lin Yu about before making any plans. What if it is dangerous to Lin Yu if I don't ask clearly? Leng Jia saw that the passerby he picked up randomly turned out to be Lin Yu's classmate. I was suddenly ecstatic. It's really like searching for a needle in a haystack, but it turns out to be something you haven't found yet. He spoke happily, even a hint of joy in his voice. Classmate, that's great. It's such a coincidence that you are Lin Yu's classmate. I have something to do with him, could you please call him over? Wang Jun continued to ask. Uncle, if you have anything to say, you can tell me first. When I call him, I'll tell Lin Yu for you. Wang Jun felt that he had to find out why this strange uncle was looking for Lin Yu. He was even more suspicious of this man now. Because of this, he deliberately didn't say anything and only wanted to find Lin Yu. Leng Jia paused. Well, he didn't know what to say. It's impossible that he is here to arrest Lin Yu, right? Lang Jia found that the mask and sunglasses he was wearing were indeed a bit suspicious. But there's no way, I have to wear this thing. Because Xue is also in college. If she sees me, she recognize me? We must be cautious when arresting Lin Yu. He is here to cause trouble and cannot be discovered easily. And I can't let my wife find out. Otherwise he would be finished. Classmate, I'm sorry, I can't tell you what I want to talk to Lin Yu about. This is a matter of personal privacy. Please go and call Lin Yu. Lung Jie said while still smiling. After hearing this, Wang Jun became even more suspicious. This person has been hiding things from everyone and there must be something wrong. There is a 99% chance that he wants to harm Yuzi. As Lin Yu's good brother, he must stand up at this time. Solve this hidden danger problem for him. Wang Jun raised his eyebrows. Oh, is that so, uncle? If it's private, then it's really not convenient for me to ask. Lung Jie also nodded. That's right. Then please help me call Lin Yu. Wang Jun smiled and patted Zhao Tian's shoulder. Uncle, I won't hide it from you. He is Lin Yu. He felt that this strange uncle didn't know Lin Yu at all. If you know him, you can just go in and find him yourself. Why do you need them to pass on the message? Zhao Tian instantly understood what Wang Jun meant and spoke. Hello uncle, I am Lin Yu. Lung Jie was stunned. He looked at Zhao Tian, who had just stood next to the fat man without saying a word. He looked at Wang Jun suspiciously again. Young man, are you kidding me? I heard Lin Yu is very handsome. Is he Lin Yu? The person in front of me has an appearance of about 80, but how could it be Lin Yu? My wife said that Lin Yu was very handsome. Although the man in front of me was okay, he was far from being very handsome. Zhao Tian was immediately dissatisfied when he heard this. Damn! I come out to help my buddies and still get criticized for my looks. Although he is not as handsome as Yuzi, he is still okay. He has found a girlfriend, okay? This guy is wearing a mask and sunglasses, and I don't even know what he looks like. How dare he talk about me? Uncle, what do you mean? I am Lin Yu. I'll leave if you're okay. Zhao Tian said angrily. He was angry for two reasons. One was that his appearance was really criticized, and the other was that he acted as if he was really Lin Yu. Lang Jia was stunned when he saw the angry Zhao Tian. No way? Is this guy really Lin Yu? Wang Jun also patted his chest and said, Uncle, I can testify that he is Lin Yu. Then why didn't you say it just now? Lung Jia asked doubtfully. Uncle, we just asked you what you were going to do, but you didn't tell us. You didn't tell us your purpose, so we won't tell you either. You just said it was a private matter, so we just told it now. Lang Jia listened to Wang Jun's explanation and felt that it made sense. It is normal for the other party to be suspicious. He now believed that the person in front of him was Lin Yu. He looked at Zhao Tian carefully again. Isn't that cool? Much worse than himself. What kind of aesthetic taste does my wife have? She actually said this guy is more handsome than him? It's a huge joke. Lang Jia felt happy looking at Lin Yu in front of him. Because he has already won in terms of appearance. Seeing this, Zhao Tian asked directly. Uncle, what do you want from me? It's okay, I'm leaving. When Lang Jia heard this, he reached into his pocket and was about to take out the 50 million gold card. Then I thought about it and it seemed unnecessary. This Lin Yu looks average and is not as handsome as my wife said. He would then use his appearance as an excuse to find fault with him, and he would definitely make this guy leave in shame. There is no need to spend money at all, and there are quite a lot of people at the university gate. It's better not to do this kind of thing of giving money to people to leave, as it has a very bad impact. He patted Zhao Tian on the shoulder. Nothing, Uncle just wants to see you. Now I see it. Uncle left first. After saying that, Lang Jia walked away. Only two people were left with a puzzled look on their faces. Wang Jun. Zhao Tian? Does this person have that serious illness? Lang Jia walked on the road in a happy mood, taking off his mask and sunglasses. He was very happy. That Lin Yu had such good looks, and he had the nerve to compare himself with him. He won. He won without even having to make a move. I really don't know what is wrong with my wife. She actually said that Lin Yu is more handsome than him. Suddenly, the phone in Leng Jie's pocket rang with an incoming call. He pressed the answer button. Hey, Xiao Chen, what's going on? Hey. Director Leng, the meeting has new design requirements, and they specifically asked you to come up with a design proposal. Leng Jie was stunned. He had just left and there were new requests? Okay, I understand. Please send the design requirements to my phone. I'll do it. After a while, Leng Jie lowered his head and looked at the design requirements sent by Secretary Chen on his mobile phone, frowning slightly. It's really troublesome. At this time, Lin Yu came from the other side. Tianyu Technology Company called him to a meeting this afternoon, which consumed a lot of brain cells. A WeChat message from Xue popped up on his phone, and Lin Yu took out his phone and read it while walking. With a bang, Lin Yu bumped into Leng Jie, who was walking towards him. Leng Jie didn't hold the phone firmly and it slipped out of his hand. Sigma. Fuck. Lin Yu was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and instantly grabbed the phone that was about to fall to the ground. He handed the phone to a middle-aged man who looked quite handsome. Sorry, uncle, I wasn't looking at the road just now. Leng Jie looked at the particularly handsome young man in front of him and said with a smile. It's okay, young man. I wasn't looking where I was going. Chapter 67. Lin Yu takes action, shocking his father-in-law. Leng Jie took the phone that Lin Yu handed over. Thank you, young man. Luckily you caught my phone. Otherwise, my phone will have another crack. This young man in front of me looks pretty good. He is really handsome. Even Leng Jie had to admit that this young man was a little more handsome than he was when he was young. He reacted quickly, with quick eyes and hands, and caught his phone. Lin Yu looked at the phone in Leng Jie's hand and twitched the corner of his mouth. When he caught the phone just now, he saw a circle of cracks on it. He didn't know when it fell. This phone is a damaged one. This uncle is really thrifty. He didn't even buy a new one even though it was broken like this. Lin Yu didn't know that Leng Jie's phone was broken just one day ago. It was broken just yesterday. Leng Jie received a call from his wife yesterday and learned that his daughter had been defrauded. He was so shocked that he let go of the phone and it fell to the ground and cracked. Because he was in a hurry to catch Lin Yu today, he didn't have time to change his phone. If Lin Yu knew that Leng Jie broke his phone because of him, he would be dumbfounded. He said with a smile. You're welcome, uncle. You dropped your phone like this. How do I get a new one? I was just thinking of getting a new one. But I haven't had time to change it yet. My phone was broken yesterday. For Leng Jie, getting a new phone couldn't be easier. But he was in a hurry to catch Lin Yu and forgot about this matter. And I can't change it now. I have important documents here. This file needs to be resolved immediately. Leng Jie seemed a little distressed. Lin Yu looked at the handsome uncle in front of him. When he just answered the phone, he saw the content in the phone. It is an economic strategy design requirement for a large company. This thing is pretty simple. Because the economic analysis skills in Lin Yu's mind were being passively activated. So he had an idea of the design the first time he saw it. He looked at Leng Jie, who was a little distressed in front of him, and for some reason he wanted to help him solve the problem. Well, I just have a feeling that I need to help this uncle. Lin Yu is usually not the kind of person who meddles in other people's affairs, but since he feels the need, he might as well help. Leng Jie took his phone and prepared to leave. Originally, when he saw Lin Yu, he felt that he had one and was very happy. As a result, the cooperative company asked for a new plan, which kind of ruined my mood. He had to go back and deal with this matter quickly. Leng Jie held the phone and smiled at Lin Yu. Young man, I have something to do and I'm leaving first. Let's talk next time we have a chance. He had a good impression of the handsome young man, but he had no time for small talk. After saying that, Leng Jie turned and left. Wait, uncle, I should be able to help you with that solution. Lin Yu called out to Leng Jie, who was about to leave. Leng Jie was stunned when he heard this, and he looked back at Lin Yu. Question mark. This guy said he could help him solve the problem? Isn't this just a joke? This young man looks to be in his early 20s, not to mention whether he has ever worked. This is an economic strategy plan, which requires strong economic experience and talents. Even if you are a top student in the finance department, you cannot get in. You must have 20 years of experience in finance to have the opportunity to participate. Young man, are you kidding me? Maybe you saw the strategy content on my phone. I'm eager to try, but this is no joke. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Uncle, I never joke. If you don't believe me, I can tell you the details. No more than 2 minutes. He, Lin Yu, never does anything without confidence. Lang Jiao looked at Lin Yu, who was a little more handsome than he was when he was young. See his serious and confident expression. Okay, then I'll give you 2 minutes. He could still afford 2 minutes, but an hour was impossible. Lin Yu was not vague either. He walked directly to Lang Jia and picked up the phone. Enlarge the content within the screen. Regarding the other party's strategic requirements. Our side can be roughly divided into 4 points. First, we leverage the company's resources and capabilities to select niche markets and refine the quality of our products. Second, while ensuring product quality, we will increase product innovation to capture market share. Third, while innovating, we must maintain product differentiation from other companies and form a unique industrial chain. Fourth, maintain product diversification to break away from monotony and increase market share. Lin Yu finished speaking these 4 strategies slowly, and it took exactly 2 minutes. Not a second more, not a second less. Lang Jia was already fascinated by what he was saying, and had already formed a rough model of the direction in his mind. Seeing Lang Jia looking dazed, Lin Yu stretched out his hand and waved it in front of him. Uncle? Did you hear that? I heard it. Lang Jia came back to his senses. He had just listened to Lin Yu's analysis and had a plan in his mind. He wanted to start making a plan right away. He reached out excitedly and shook Lin Yu's hand. Thank you, young man. Thank you so much. This cooperation deal is worth hundreds of millions. Even I find it troublesome. Today I finally understand what it feels like to hear one word from you that is worth 10 years of reading. Uncle underestimated you. Uncle is here to apologize to you. Lin Yu didn't care at all. He looks young, so it's normal for this uncle to be like this. Lang Jiao looked at the handsome Lin Yu and an idea already came to his mind. He wants to recruit this young man to his company. This is a rare talent, so capable at such a young age. It gave him such great inspiration and enlightenment. The future is limitless. Young man, where are you now? Are you interested in joining our company? Lin Yu was stunned. He is just an ordinary college student and doesn't have a job yet. Besides, he already works for Tianyu Technology Company, so there is no need for him to go to another company. Uncle, I'm still a freshman and I don't have a job. I'll go to your company after I graduate. Lin Yu said with a smile. He used this method to politely decline Lang Jia's invitation. 4 years have passed since he graduated from college. Who still remembers this? Lang Jia was shocked when he heard this. Sigma. Holy shit. This guy is a freshman. Chapter 68. Zhou Feng, the young man I admire is your son-in-law. Lang Jia stared at Lin Yu and observed him carefully. I almost touched it. This is a fucking freshman. This freshman acts like a professional with more than 20 years of experience in finance. How embarrassing it is for a 40-year-old middle-aged man like him. Young man, are you really just a college student? Are you trying to frame me? My company is actually quite big. Lang Jia thought that Lin Yu rejected him because he thought his company was not good, but in fact, his company was quite large. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Really, uncle? I'm really just a freshman. Why would I lie to you? Lang Jia looked at Lin Yu's serious expression and felt a little regretful. Wow, such a good financial talent is still a college student. What a pity. All right, young man. That's a shame. What's your phone number? Let's add each other in contact. Lin Yu took out his cell phone and told Lang Jia his number, and the two added each other's contact information. When Lang Jia saw Lin Yu's call, he was ready to go back and make a plan. I have to go back quickly and not forget the plan I just thought of. Boy, my inspiration is coming. I'm going back first. Let's have dinner together next time. Lang Jia patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Lin Yu also nodded, okay. Regardless of whether it is just a polite remark or not, there is absolutely no problem as long as you give a good answer. Lang Jia quickly walked towards the parking lot. Inspiration. I must seize the inspiration. He looked at the uncle who was walking in a hurry, shook his head in amusement, and then walked towards the university. Leng Jia walked to the parking lot and suddenly remembered that he didn't ask the young man's name. Looking back, the parking lot was 2 miles away from Shanghai Jiaotong University, and the handsome guy was long gone. Grass. You didn't even ask my name. Forget it, it's more important to get down to business. As long as you have this guy's phone number, you will know his name. A white Porsche followed Leng Jia, keeping a distance. Zhou Fong was sitting in the car wearing sunglasses, observing her husband's every move. She followed Leng Jia all the way to the gate of Majiao University. Seeing Leng Jia coming to the university gate, isn't he here to pick a fight with Xiaoyu? Zhou Fong wanted to get out of the car and catch him on the spot. However, she did not rush over. Instead, she observed the situation first. What if her husband said he came to find Xue? She would wait until they were caught red-handed before arresting them again. As a result, she saw Leng Jia standing at the university gate, chatting for a long time with 2 students she didn't know. After chatting for a few words, Leng Jia left. Zhou Fong was stunned by Leng Jia's action. Has my husband changed his ways? He's not going to pick on Xiaoyu anymore? Impossible. She absolutely refused to believe it and wanted to see what her husband was up to. Zhou Fong watched Leng Jia leave the university and continued to follow him. Then I saw an amazing scene. Zhou Fong saw the scene of Leng Jia and Lin Yu colliding head-on. My phone was knocked off. Zhou Fong was so scared that she was ready to get out of the car quickly to protect Lin Yu, so that the 2 of them wouldn't start a fight. As a result, Lin Yu quickly caught the phone and returned it to Leng Jia. And the 2 of them were communicating with smiles on their faces. Zhou Fongren was dumbfounded. Is this so harmonious? Then the 2 seemed to be talking about something, and Leng Jia's expression changed from calm to shocked, and then his eyes lit up. The 2 of them kept smiling during their conversation, and there was no swordplay as Zhou Fong had imagined. Finally, Leng Jia patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. Zhou Fong was completely stunned when she saw this. How could this father and son be so harmonious and loving? Is there something wrong? Leng Jia said goodbye to Lin Yu and walked towards the parking lot, and Zhou Fong continued to follow him. In case he has any other plans to pick on Xiaoyu. Wang Jun and Zhao Tian returned to the dormitory and found that Lin Yu had not returned yet, so they took out their cell phones and called Lin Yu. At this time, Lin Yu had already walked to the university gate. He heard the call alert on his cell phone and pressed the answer button. Hello? Junzi, what's going on? Hello? Yuzi, there was a weird uncle looking for you just now. I asked him what he wanted from you, but he wouldn't tell me. Then Lao Zhao and I teamed up to fool him, but we failed. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Strange uncle? What the hell? He didn't remember knowing the uncle. The original owner didn't have that memory. I don't know. I didn't find out why I was looking for you, and he already ran away. Wang Jun replied. Don't worry about it, he might be a liar. Lin Yu said thoughtfully. I think so too. That person doesn't even know you, but he's still yelling about looking for you. Wang Jun agreed. The 2 hung up the phone. Lin Yu walked on the road, wondering what the strange uncle was. He has never met any uncle. No, I met a pretty handsome uncle today. That guy is quite handsome and shouldn't be a weird uncle. At night, Leng Jia finally worked out the economic strategy plan in his mind. This plan is the one he is most satisfied with so far. This is all thanks to the inspiration given to him by that handsome young man. He sent the document to Secretary Chen. After a while, Secretary Chen sent a message. Boss. You are so awesome. Not only did they complete the plan in just one afternoon, but they did it so well. This is the most dazzling one I have seen in such a long time. Leng Jia did not seek credit for himself. Xiao Chen, I didn't do this. He's a very good guy and an inspiration to me. Secretary Chen was puzzled. Young man? How young? Can't be 20? But he didn't worry about it. His task was to send this to the partner company. In the villa study, Zhou Fong walked in. Husband, what are you busy with? The meal is ready. Come out and eat. Leng Jie. He deliberately ignored the fact that the meal was ready. Honey, I was just working on an emergency plan for a partner company. It's already done. Hey, thanks to that handsome guy this afternoon. Zhou Fong knew that the handsome boy Leng Jie was talking about was her Xiaoyu. Oh? What happened to that guy? Wife, you don't know this, that guy is really a financial genius. He was the one who gave me the inspiration for this plan. He gave me 4 ideas at once. I also want to bring him to our company. Guess what? He's still a freshman. Unfortunately, I was so excited that I forgot to ask his name. Leng Jia said with regret. Zhou Feng suddenly understood after hearing this. No wonder the father and son didn't fight when they met. It turned out that the husband didn't even know Xiaoyu. At the same time, she became even happier. She didn't expect Xiaoyu to have such a good talent for finance. She was worthy of being from the economics department. Where can I find such a good son-in-law? Fortunately, it was taken down by her daughter Xue. Zhou Feng looked at Leng Jie and said, Honey, is that guy really that powerful? Just a freshman? Yeah, that guy is not only amazing, but also very handsome. A little more handsome than when I was young. Zhou Feng. It's a few billion. She looked at Leng Jia with amusement, who had a regretful expression. This young man you admire is Xiaoyu, the one you have always wanted to find fault with. I wonder what expression you will have when you see Xiaoyu. It must be fun. Chapter 69 Leng Jia, Lin Yu is just like that. Zhou Feng, right. Leng Jia looked at Zhou Feng, who was laughing secretly beside him. He scratched his head and looked at her a little confused. Why does my wife always laugh for no reason? A bit scary. As Zhou Feng's husband, Leng Jia had naturally seen her giggling like this. And many times. Every time Zhou Feng showed this cunning smile, something embarrassing would happen to Leng Jia. It's so scary. Wife, what are you laughing at? Leng Jia looked at his wife and asked. Zhou Feng immediately stopped smiling when she heard that. But he couldn't help but smile, and then he tried hard to hold it back. Finally, I couldn't hold it anymore. She burst out laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha. Leng Jia. Don't you take my brother Jia seriously? Delta. Zhou Feng laughed and covered her stomach. Because it's just too funny. The young man my husband met today was Xiaoyu, the one he wanted to pick a fight with. He kept praising Xiaoyu today and even wanted to bring her into the company. One is a handsome young man whom he admires very much, and the other is a son-in-law whom he really wants to find fault with and steal his daughter away. Yet the two are one person. Zhou Feng was already thinking about the scene of Leng Jia meeting Lin Yu in her mind. First I was surprised, then I felt uncomfortable, my face turned red and then blue. It's worse than constipation. Ha 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 ha. Hubby, it's nothing. I was just thinking of happy things. Zhou Feng answered while smiling. What's the happy news? My son-in-law is very capable and an all-round talent. I'm very happy. Zhou Feng looked at Leng Jia and said meaningfully. Leng Jia raised his eyebrows. Lin Yu? An all-round talent? He just went to the university to catch Lin Yu this afternoon. He couldn't tell whether he was omnipotent or not, but the young man looked average anyway. He is not as handsome as my wife said, not even as handsome as him. That's ridiculous. He now suspects that his wife's aesthetic taste has seriously deteriorated. Wife, I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm going to show my cards. Leng Jia immediately leaned back in his chair, looking like a big boss. Zhou Feng looked at him with her arms folded, her expression indifferent. Let's spread it out. She wanted to see what her husband could reveal. Leng Jia spoke proudly. Wife, I saw Lin Yu this afternoon. That is the son-in-law you like. Zhou Feng frowned slightly. What the hell? Didn't my husband say he didn't know Xiaoyu? Why did he say he had seen Xiaoyu? It's outrageous. Zhou Feng looked at Leng Jia and motioned for him to continue. Wife, I did meet Lin Yu, but he's not as handsome as you said. In my opinion, he's even average, not even as handsome as my brother's son. Zhou Feng was puzzled. Husband, where did you see Xiaoyu? She followed Leng Jia the whole afternoon. Didn't Leng Jia only see Lin Yu once? She was also secretly observing from behind and found that the father and son got along quite well. Leng Jia didn't hide it and said it directly. Wife, I saw him at the university gate. I just happened to meet him. At the university gate? Zhou Feng was even more confused. She saw Leng Jia chatting with 2 students she didn't know at the university gate. Neither of those 2 people is Xiaoyu. Yes, at the university entrance. That little fat guy is quite vigilant. At first, I asked why I was looking for Lin Yu. I won't say anything about him or her. I finally found out that the person next to him was Lin Yu. It's like searching for gold everywhere, but finding it is effortless. Lang Jie said proudly. Puff. Ha ha. After hearing Lang Jie's words, Zhou Fong immediately understood the whole story. Just laugh out loud. It turned out that my husband mistook that person for Xiao Yu, and those two children were probably Xiao Yu's classmates. Thinking that the strange uncle in front of him was going to harm Xiao Yu, he fooled him. To be honest, Lang Jie looked like he was wearing a mask and sunglasses. Everyone who saw him thought he was weird. If she didn't know that this was her husband, she would have just punched him and beaten him up first. Lang Jie burst into laughter again when he saw Zhou Fong. Everyone else was stunned. What's going on? Did you take some laughing pills today? One that couldn't stop laughing. But Zhou Fong is just like that, she has a low sense of humor, and Xue also inherited her sense of humor. Wife. What are you laughing at again? I'm angry. I'm telling you, I saw that Lin Yu today. He's average looking, and you actually said he's more handsome than me. This kid won't do. I don't agree. Zhou Fong continued to smile. Okay, husband, if you think the Lin Yu you met is not suitable, that's fine with me. Lang Jie was stunned. Oh shit. What's wrong with my wife? Doesn't she like Lin Yu very much? Why are you changing your mind now? Lang Jie looked at Zhou Fong suspiciously. Wife, are you serious? Yeah, I'm serious. Zhou Fong nodded lightly. She always keeps her word. But that person isn't Xiao Yu. Good. Wife. You said it. Lang Jie said excitedly that he felt that his family status had improved. Yeah, I said. Okay, let's go eat. I've prepared the meal. Zhou Fong pulled Lang Jie and walked towards the restaurant. Lang Jie was suddenly shocked. Sigma. Wife, I'm not very hungry now, can you wait a while? Zhou Fong glared at him. The food will get cold in a while and won't taste good. Lang Jie. There's no difference between hot and cold. You don't think it tastes better when it's hot, do you? Zhou Fong turned around instantly, with red light flashing in her eyes. Husband, what did you just say? Nothing, nothing. Honey, I'm going to eat. Lang Jie ran to the restaurant at the speed of light and started eating. Vomit. I almost died. On the other side, Lin Yu returned to the dormitory. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Wang Jun rushed up to him. Hako. Are you okay? You didn't meet any weird uncle, did you? Lin Yu. Does he look like a weird uncle? But to be honest, he is indeed very handsome, so it seems normal for a weird uncle to come to him. But he had nothing to be afraid of, because his fighting skills were already hungry. Ever since he saved his mother-in-law last time, he hasn't had the chance to take action. Lin Yu patted Wang Jun on the shoulder. Don't worry, Junzi. If you meet me, you won't have as good a time as him. In a villa in Magic City. Lu Yulan was sitting on the sofa watching TV. His eyes were fixed on the TV, but his heart was thinking about his precious son. The day after tomorrow will be a full week. I hope Xiao Yu can bring a good daughter-in-law with him, otherwise she will beat someone up. Chapter 70. Lin Yu, who is 100% handsome, makes Lang Qingshue's heart flutter. In the dormitory, Lin Yu was lying on the bed playing games. Suddenly I felt a chill on my back. He felt like he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember what exactly he had forgotten. Never mind, continue playing games. Assist. Support me. I'm a giant C. Where are my teammates? Where are my teammates? Use your ultimate move. Save it for the new year. After a while, Lin Yu lost 3 games in a row. Oh my god. I don't want to play anymore. Lin Yu almost dropped his phone in anger. His skills are so strong and he can carry the team so well, but he still lost. This group of teammates are so useless, I can't even lead them. What a crappy matching mechanism, giving him teammates like this. Lin Yu looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening and it was time to go to bed. He lay down on the bed, closed his eyes and prepared to sleep. Half an hour later, Lin Yu still hadn't fallen asleep. He thought in his mind. Damn. I lost 3 games in a row. I'm so angry. Play one more time. Play one more time. If you win, then go to sleep. I should have killed the dragon in the first game. I shouldn't have followed them. What the hell is wrong with me? In the second game, it would have been better if I had just led the team and stolen the tower instead of following them in a team fight. In the third game, we had a huge advantage, so we shouldn't have wasted our time. We should have just taken down the tower. No. I want to play again. Lin Yu immediately got up from the bed, took out his cell phone and prepared to play again. The moment he took out his cell phone, he changed his mind. No, I almost got fooled. He was playing the game, not the game playing him. He should control himself. Lin Yu thought of this and felt calm. He muttered to himself. System, open the personal panel. It's a good time to calm down and take a good look at the system panel. He hadn't checked for a while. Personal panel is open. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 20. Appearance, 99. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Constitution, 100. Skills, courage, hand-to-hand combat, sharp thinking, mathematical modeling, economic analysis, hacking, basketball, computer repair. System points, 5,150. Items, Physical Enhancement Capsules X3, Temperament Enhancement Capsules X4, Unwavering Virility Capsules X5, Learning Enhancement Capsules X3, Gourmet Cooking Skill Book X1, Smart Analysis Glasses X1, Agility Running Shoes X1, Ling Qingshua's pair of black stockings. Assets, 100,000 renminbi, 25% of Tianyu Technology Company shares. The blue transparent panel information appeared in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked at it carefully. His appearance is still 99. He has been too busy these days. Forgot to improve your temperament. But it's not too late now. Actually, there is no difference between 99 and 100, right? And wouldn't a beauty score of 100 be too high? What if someone wants to challenge him to a sword fight? It's terrible. Boys must protect themselves when they are outside. Lin Yu took out the temperament enhancing capsule and took a sip. There's no obvious feeling. He only felt a slight warmth on his face, and no other sensations. System, open the appearance panel. Appearance, 100. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction, and 100 looked more comfortable. He continued to check the panel. I've taken 5 Xion Fengbuleo capsules without realizing it? That's a bit too much. You can use it casually after reading it. Well, he had this thing but had no place to use it before, but now he has a place to use it. But Lin Yu is a real man. Never borrow anything from outside. He has confidence in himself. 2 hours is no problem. So Lin Yu decided not to use this thing if possible. If it really doesn't work, use it again. After checking the panel, Lin Yu found that there was nothing useful at the moment. Then I saw Shua's black stockings in the last row. He kind of wanted to take it out and have a look. But suddenly I found myself in the dormitory. Don't take it carelessly. There are 3 other LSPS in the dormitory. He is really brave to take this out. This thing is a little hard to handle. There was no way he could throw it away, he couldn't bear to do that. Just stay in the system space for now. When there is a place, I will put Shua's pair of black stockings away. Lin Yu checked the panel and then lay down on the bed to sleep. 7 o'clock the next day. Lin Yu opened his sleepy eyes. Today is another day when I woke up to my own handsomeness. At the same time, the 3 LSP also got up unexpectedly early today. Wang Jun got up from the bed and looked at Lin Yu. Yuzi. You've become so handsome again. What's going on? Lin Yu. He just became more handsome, why are you so shocked? Can you be more steady like him? He's always noisy. Zhao Tian and Shen Fei woke up and heard Wang Jun shouting, and also looked at Lin Yu. Fuck. Yuzi. Why do I feel like you've become much more handsome? They had noticed before that Lin Yu had become a little more handsome, but today he seemed to be even more handsome. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. It seems that there is a big difference between an appearance of 100 and an appearance of 99. 100 is more than a little bit better than 99. Even these idiots could see it. He said with a calm expression. Calm down, everyone, calm down. How can you be so alarmed by such a small matter? It's just becoming more handsome, it's normal. Wang Jun, Zhao Tian, Xian Fei. Look, is this what a human being says? They want to be handsome too. Especially Zhao Tian, who has been disliked for his appearance by that weird uncle ever since that day. I was very angry. Although he is not as handsome as Yuzi, he is still okay. Lin Yu went to the bathroom to wash up, and at the same time he felt relieved. It's okay. This group of LSPS just thought he was handsome and had no intention of competing with him in sword skills. Otherwise it would be too scary. After washing up, Lin Yu walked downstairs to the dormitory. Lang Xingxue was waiting for him downstairs as usual, like a pretty flower on a high mountain. The moment she saw Lin Yu coming down the stairs, my heart suddenly jumped, thump thump, like a deer running around in panic. Wow! Why is Xiao Yu so handsome today?